Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 72, Hostess of Fertility. Night quietly descended. As the evening glow gradually gave way to the night, members of Loki Familia, who had been running around various parts of Orario, returned one by one to Twilight Manor. The large amount of drop items and precious resources taken by them had disappeared, replaced by bags filled with glittering gold coins. Riezel's group also returned to Twilight Manor, with bags containing millions of valis and boxes of elixirs. They could be considered returning with a full load. Of course, while the Familia returned with plenty, Riezel himself had spent quite a bit of money. Asking Ermid to use her famous top-class healing magic for a comprehensive healing session came at a price, a whopping 1 million valis, twice as expensive as the highest quality elixir. But the money spent was well worth it. For 1 million valis, he could secure the permanent right to use the top-class healing magic of Dea Saint. Such a sum would be willingly spent by people all over the world if they were given the same choice. Riezel was no exception. He paid the amount without hesitation. Ermid's magic was now officially learned by him. From this perspective, he could also be considered returning with a full load. However, for the Familia itself, the money earned today couldn't quite fill the gap. "We gotta tighten our belts a bit for a while," Gareth muttered in front of everyone, indicating how precarious their Familia's situation was. On the other hand, the goddess herself seemed unconcerned. "Forget all that for now. Let's not stress about troublesome things until tomorrow. Today's all about feasting. Don't overthink it, just chow down and enjoy your drinks." With her declaration, Loki led the members of the expedition party out of the manor, under the envious gaze of the remaining members. Having a grand feast upon returning from an expedition was Loki Familia's tradition. In the name of relaxing the tired expedition party, Loki, who loved alcohol, would throw a big feast on the day after the expedition party's return, allowing them to enjoy themselves. According to her, the fact that they could come back safe and sound was reason enough to celebrate. So, regardless of the expedition's success or failure, profit or loss, as long as there were no living sacrifices or significant losses, the celebration feast had to be held no matter what. The Familia could cut costs anywhere but not with this celebration feast. The three top executives had no objections to their goddess's statement. Clearly, they also agreed to comfort the hard-working members of the Familia who went on the expedition. Thus, Loki Familia's expedition party, numbering several dozen people, under the leadership of their goddess, headed to West Street. Unlike Northwest Street, known as the Adventurer Street, West Street housed many ordinary citizens. The guild's main industry centered around the worldwide trade of magic stone products and employed numerous laborers responsible for manufacturing these items in Orario. The number of these workers surpassed that of adventurers exploring dungeons, and they typically resided on the bustling West Street, living with their families. As a result, West Street boasted a large residential area, with numerous establishments like taverns, inns, pubs, and restaurants standing side by side. Many adventurers liked to unwind here after dungeon exploration, shedding their equipment for relaxation. Loki Familia had finally arrived on this street and found a particular building. It was a two-story stone building of a pub. Its setup resembled an outdoor cafe, with several open-air seating arrangements outside the entrance. Inside, a lively atmosphere wafted out, indicating the prosperity of the business. Outside the door, a signboard bearing the pub's name read, "Hostess of Fertility." Hostess of Fertility. Reading this name, Riezel, who was chatting casually with Lafia, suddenly halted in his footsteps. However, Loki didn't hesitate for a moment and strode in with a somewhat swaggering gait as she entered the pub. "Mamma mia! We've arrived." Loki's loud shout upon entering instantly silenced the noisy chatter inside the pub. Many heads turned to look outside, only to find many members of Loki Familia. "It's Loki Familia. So many. Oh, I get it, they are here for some celebration party, maybe." Some cried out in surprise, others whispered to each other, and some clearly weren't experiencing this scenario for the first time, displaying an understanding expression. Inside the pub, a female host who seemed to be the proprietress standing behind a bar-like service counter glanced at Loki and the members of Loki Familia, lightly snorting. "Seer, greet the guests." This robust woman, resembling a pugilist in physique, was not at all intimidated by Loki Familia's reputation. On the contrary, she displayed an attitude of indifference, calling out to the interior of the pub. "Coming, coming." Accompanied by a light response, a girl who seemed to be from the human race hurriedly emerged from inside the pub. She wore a white women's shirt and a knee-length, tender leaf-colored vest skirt. Over the skirt, she tied a longer apron around her waist. With glossy dark gray hair tied into a short ponytail, she looked innocent and cute, a snow-white, delicate girl. "Yo, isn't this Seer?" Loki immediately approached and teased. Been ages, looking even more beautiful, huh? Thanks for the compliment, Lady Loki. Seer replied with an innocent smile matching her appearance while subtly dodging Loki's lecherous hand. But please, don't harass female staff. Meh, no big deal. Loki unforgivingly retorted. It's not like we're losing anything. We're all women, better for us than those stinky men, yeah. Ignoring Loki's unreasonable statements, Seer turned to the people behind Loki. Please come in, Lady Loki has already reserved a table, but the number of people is a bit much. We have only one table available inside, the rest can sit in the outdoor seating area, is that okay? That was a reasonable request. If the entire expedition party entered the pub, there would be no space for other customers. Considering the guests' feelings and the impact on business, they couldn't just push everyone outside. No problem. Finn nodded. Just give us one table inside, the rest will stay outside. Thanks for your understanding. Seer bowed to everyone and skillfully dodged the advances of a persistent and inappropriate goddess. Now, please follow me inside. Seer turned and led the way to the reserved table. You guys stay outside. Finn instructed a portion of the group. Sure. No prob. Yes, Captain. Everyone nodded without objections. Being able to enter the pub meant a special status within the Familia. Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and other first-class adventurers were all going inside. Lafia could also enter, accompanied by Raoul and Ainakity from the second string. Riezel, you come in too. Finn beckoned to Riezel who stood at the pub entrance. Riezel glanced at the tall and sturdy proprietress grinning at him inside and then at Seer leading the way. Eventually, he took a step and walked into the pub. By now, the pub was nearly full. Adventurers of various races seemed to have gathered here, drinking, eating, and even playing together. Only one particularly large space in the middle remained vacant, contrasting with the lively atmosphere. The interior was decorated with wooden panels, and the magic stone lamps on the ceiling provided subtle lighting, creating a stable and romantic atmosphere. Led by Seer, the group entered, drawing the attention of many. Especially Riezel, walking alongside Ace and Lafia, attracted considerable interest. Yo, is that the dude from all those rumors? Should be. He's like the only new face around here. TCH, he looks mad young, right? Yeah, pretty young, he's only 17 after all. The Sword Princess is even younger than him though. No way, for real. Yeah, Sword Princess hit level 2 at 8. It took her 8 more years to hit level 5. This dude is just built differently. He doesn't strike me as all that impressive. Going from level 1 to level 5 in just over 3 months. Nah, I'm not buying it. The guild said it though. You think they'd lie? I'm just saying, sounds suspicious to me. Similar discussions continued, maybe because some people had a bit too much to drink, so their voices weren't well concealed. Lafia and several familiar members frowned at this, somewhat angry. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth also glanced over, making them shut up. On the contrary, Riezel appeared indifferent as he basked in numerous gazes and casually joined his Familia companions at the table. Enjoy your meal. Seer, accompanied by 2 catgirl staff, served food and drinks to everyone and then stepped back with a smile. Yash. Loki stood up and raised her glass. Well, for everyone who worked hard on the expedition, cheers. Cheers. Clink. Everyone raised their glasses one after another and clinked them together. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Following Loki's lead, the group first drank, and after a while, they began to reach for the delicious dishes on the table. Since it was a feast, there were naturally no rules for dining. Loki didn't follow any formalities either and just settled with a few words before indulging in eating and drinking, finishing a whole cup of wine. The rest were the same, chatting, laughing, or savoring wine and delicacies, showing their familiarity with each other. And Mr. Riezel, I'll toast to you. Lafia, sitting on Riezel's left, shyly raised her glass to him. Sure, let's have a drink. Riezel smiled and clinked his glass with her, then turned to the other side. Ace, aren't you drinking? Ace sat upright on his right, holding a drink and sipping it delicately. Just as Riezel was about to say something else, he suddenly felt 2 pairs of gazes on him, each with a slightly different vibe. Those gazes made him pause for a moment, and he instinctively turned his head to see where they were coming from. In the next moment, Riezel laid eyes on 2 people. Chapter 73, A Chance Encounter. In the corner of the bar counter, there was a boy and a girl. The girl was the one who had just guided everyone from the Loki Familia, a girl named Seer. She stood beside the boy, chatting away while sneakily glancing over to the Loki Familia's direction, or more precisely, toward Riezel's direction. It wasn't until she caught Riezel's gaze that her face turned a little red. She awkwardly lowered her head, resembling a shy little girl caught peeking at her crush. The boy talking to Seer, on the other hand, was shooting looks at Riezel that were filled with envy, admiration, and longing. With white hair, red eyes, and a somewhat youthful face, he looked around 13 to 14 years old. Overall, he gave off a harmless vibe, like a naive boy. Riezel recognized this boy. On the day of the expedition, this boy had also cast similar glances at him and the others from the crowd. "He's here too, huh?" Riezel said inwardly, quickly recalling the original work. He remembered that in the original work when the Loki Familia returned from their expedition, they disturbed a group of Minotaur residing on the 17th floor. These level 2 monsters scattered and fled, making their way to the 5th floor. In the end, one of them targeted this boy. It was only thanks to Ace's intervention that he didn't meet his end on the 5th floor. However, perhaps due to Riezel's presence, this expedition had some differences from the original work. Despite encountering the worm monsters mentioned in the original work, they didn't come across any Minotaur on the 17th floor, and no commotion sent them running to other floors. As a result, we didn't meet in the dungeon, but here we are. Honestly, Riezel felt tempted to approach and get to know the boy better. After all, as far as he knew, this boy was the only one in this world who could compete with him in growth potential. The boy seemed weak right now since Riezel could tell he was a level 1 rookie who had recently received a blessing. Yet, given 3 months, maybe this boy could reach Riezel's current position. Even though some of the original plots had changed, Riezel didn't believe it would affect the boy's growth. After all, this boy was this world's protagonist, this world's main character with limitless potential. Given the right opportunity, this potential would explode sooner or later. Furthermore, this opportunity could be anything. At least, looking into the boy's red eyes, Riezel had a feeling that this boy would absolutely make strides toward his side. Too bad. Riezel shifted his gaze away. He couldn't go over there because there was someone next to the boy. Moreover, it happened to be someone he didn't want to get involved with, someone he didn't want to touch for the time being. Mr. Riezel. While Riezel was pondering such things, a soft voice from the elf girl next to him awakened him from his reverie. "What are you looking at?" Lafia looked in the direction he had just been watching, puzzled. Ace also glanced in the same direction, coincidentally locking eyes with Seer, who gave her a slight smile. Ace responded with a slightly awkward nod. "Nothing." Riezel withdrew his scattered thoughts, holding his drink, and laughed. "Just happened to see an interesting guy." "Interesting guy?" Lafia asked curiously. "Who?" "A little guy." Riezel said to Lafia. "If you're interested, I'll introduce you next time." He was just saying it casually, but her reaction was much bigger than he had imagined. I am not interested in men at all." Panicked, Lafia blurted out that statement without thinking. A hush fell over the entire room. Lafia was first stunned, then suddenly realized what she had just said, realizing how dreadful it sounded. Everyone in the pub, including the people at the neighboring table, stared at her with strange and awkward expressions. "I mean, Lafia." Tioni looked at Lafia as if she were looking at a warrior. "This kind of thing is better discussed privately, you know. Why shout it out in public?" "Hesso, Lafia is someone like that, huh?" Tiona blinked and said in a teasing tone. "No wonder. I always felt your gaze toward Ace was a bit off." "Looking at me?" Ace looked genuinely confused. "Lafia." Riveria squinted her eyes, the cold gleam in her eyes looking at her disciple making it somewhat intimidating. As for Finn and Gareth, they seemed to be pretending not to hear, while the rest either gave Lafia teasing glances or pretended not to hear. In the end, Loki, who was already a bit tipsy, held her drink and laughed loudly. "Mwahaha. Lafia, that's bold of you, but you're right. Who likes stinky men anyway? If you're gonna like someone, it better be a cute and pretty girl." That was a lethal blow. And no. I mean I didn't. Lafia's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, desperately trying to explain something but failing to find the right words. Especially when she saw Riezel suddenly fall silent, wearing a face of embarrassment and not daring to speak, while Ace still looked confused, completely clueless about what was happening. "Hicks. Wah-wah." Lafia burst into tears and rushed out. "Lafia. Where are you going? Calm down." Everyone cried out in surprise. Even Riezel and Ace couldn't stay seated as they watched Lafia shedding tears and preparing to run out of the pub. They quickly chased after her in succession. What followed was a chaotic scene. To catch the elf who tried to escape in embarrassment and almost jumped into the river, everyone put forth a great effort. "Please let me disappear and vanish from this world." Lafia's shout echoed in various corners of the pub, causing quite a commotion. Ha 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 ha. In the beginning, the people in the pub looked at the Loki Familia with awe. However, after witnessing this farce, they all burst into laughter. "Humph. The robust proprietress, referred to as Mamma Mia by Loki, watched the commotion with a couple of snorts, but a smile lingered on her face. The pub waitress rushed forward to help, turning the entire pub into a lively scene. Even the familia members on the outdoor seats were drawn into the spectacle. "Ha! It's turned into quite a mess," Seer remarked while wearing a cheerful smile. The white-haired boy sitting next to Seer, as seen in his eyes, became even more envious and fascinated as he saw this scene. "Is this Loki Familia?" The white-haired boy stared at the chaotic scene of Loki Familia with his red eyes as if witnessing something dazzling. "Does Mr. Bell really like Loki Familia?" Seer, noticing his expression, asked with some interest. "Well. I only admire their atmosphere." The white-haired boy, known as Bell, seemed a bit embarrassed. "I'm just drawn to the lively atmosphere of Loki Familia, that's all." Bell added softly. "Because my Familia members consist only of me, I yearn for the kind of feeling where everyone is together, having companions. Isn't that where heroes belong?" He gazed into the distance with a longing expression. "Someday, I also want to." In the unnoticed hidden corner inside the pub, a white-haired boy quietly made a wish that no one believed in but had the ability to influence the future. The only witness to this scene was Seer. She observed Belle with a gaze containing an unnoticed and subtle fascination. This fascination persisted until she shifted her gaze toward the Loki Familia's side. Her attention was fixated on a specific person within the Familia, her lips curving into a barely noticeable smile. A feast that lasted until late at night was finally declared over. Most of the guests in the pub had left, leaving only a few drunkards sprawled on the tables. "I want to die." Lafia, drunken with rosy cheeks, seemed intentionally avoiding something as she lay on Ace's back, mumbling words of despair. "It's okay, Lafia, let's go back." Ace, unusually gentle, said softly to Lafia. "Hicks. Miss Ace." Lafia, whether moved or something else, had eyes brimming with tears and blush, looking unusually cute. "Mwahaha." Completely drunk, Loki laughed uproariously while being carried on Riveria's back, who wore a disdainful expression. "All right, let's go back." Finn signaled to the Familia members and set off on the way home. Let's go. That dumb wolf didn't come back in the end, huh?" Tiona and Tioni, still sober, chatted with everyone as they walked back home. Almost everyone was drunk, guided by the few who managed to stay sober, heading back toward the Twilight Manor. Meanwhile, only Riezel still remained at the pub. "Thanks for everything." After expressing his gratitude and handing a bag of coins to Mia, Riezel prepared to leave. At the entrance of the pub, Seer, who happened to be cleaning a table, saw this scene. After a moment of hesitation, she gathered her courage to approach him. With a hesitant look, she had her cheeks slightly blushing. Riezel looked at the girl quietly, and after being silent for a while, asked, "Do you need something?" "No, nothing." Seer waved her hand, a bit nervously. "I just wanted to wish you good luck." Her hesitant and slightly blushing look really resembled a fan seeing her idol. Riezel gazed at her face for a while before showing a faint smile. "Thanks, I appreciate it." Immediately after, he turned and left without any lingering feelings. Seer kept watching his back until his figure disappeared from her sight. "Seer. Come help." Someone inside the pub suddenly called. "Coming." After answering the call, Seer immediately smiled and bounced back inside the pub. It was evident that this girl was in a very good mood. Chapter 74, Defeat. The joyous time always passes quickly. After a lively celebration feast, Loki Familia's activities transitioned to the right track. Everyone had their own tasks to take care of. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, the top executives and higher-ups of the Familia, needed to prepare for the next expedition. The rest of the Familia members, following the three top executives' orders, began investing the money earned from the expedition in various areas. Tiona, Tioni, and several others had to go for weapon maintenance. Bet, due to his absence yesterday, was caught and scolded by the three top executives. Today, as he intended to go to the dungeon again, he got caught once more and was ordered to handle miscellaneous tasks. Even Lafia was not idle. With a few elves, she helped Riveria gather information, seemingly intent on finding out about the new species of monsters. In such a situation, Riezel and Ace unexpectedly found themselves with some free time. After all, both of them wielded Durandal weapons. While they still required maintenance, they weren't as worn out as the weapons of other members. Furthermore, with Bet handling miscellaneous tasks, the two didn't have anything to do. As a result, Riezel once again proposed a sparring match with Ace. Naturally, she had no reason to refuse. The young girl knew that he needed to adjust to his power every time he leveled up to avoid any inconsistencies in his body. This time was no different. Riezel had reached level 5 with the expected feelings of imbalance. He urgently needed someone to spar with to adapt to his current power. As was customary, Ace casually agreed. However, the outcome of this sparring match was completely different from the past. Clang. When Ace raised her sword to block the thunder-like strike that came at her, the astonishing power from Riezel's bright silver sword made her groan involuntarily, forcing her to retreat. Riezel's form had turned into a blurry phantom, giving the impression of teleportation with every flicker. Even Ace struggled to catch his incredible speed. Her golden eyes narrowed to pinprick size, while her entire body tensed up, showing no hint of underestimation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, Riezel closed in on Ace, and the sword in his hand transformed into bursts of cold light, thrusting toward her body at a very fast speed. So fast. Too fast. Ace barely managed to react. She relied on her keen senses and exceptional abilities to barely counter Riezel's attacks, wielding her sword to deflect the rain of sword tips coming at her. Fighting with all her might, Ace found herself constantly retreating, unable to stop the relentless attack from Riezel. On the contrary, Riezel not only grew stronger with each clash but also moved with a fluidity that seemed to have no bounds. Whether it was attack speed or movement speed, everything continued to improve, leaving Ace feeling trapped in a storm that only intensified, making each attack more challenging for her. Until finally. Ding! With a loud metallic collision sound, her sword was flicked away. No. Just as Ace exclaimed inwardly in panic, Riezel's silver sword pointed directly at her throat. Her movements came to a complete halt, her expression frozen in place. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Sorry. Realizing he might have gone a bit too far, Riezel quickly withdrew his sword and apologized. Ace remained silent, her hand clenched slightly. She had lost. She had lost to Riezel. Ace. Riezel looked at the now silent Ace with a hint of worry. Are you okay? I'm fine. Ace shook her head, then looked at him complex expression. You became stronger than me. It was an unbelievable turn of events. Riezel had just reached level 5, while Ace had been struggling at this level for over 3 years, maintaining a superior status. However, at this moment, Ace, a seasoned and veteran level 5, lost to Riezel, who had just reached level 5. The impact it brought was greater than she had imagined. It's just a sparring, doesn't mean much, right? Riezel said softly, trying to console Ace. Indeed, it was just a sparring, not a life and death battle. Saying he was stronger than her based on this sparring alone was too hasty. But Ace could sense that he was merely comforting herself. What did sparring or practice prove? What would demonstrate his power then? A life and death battle. Ace had witnessed Riezel's strength in such situations more than once. If she couldn't even win during sparring, how could she beat him in the so-called life and death battle? Thinking about his battles at level 1 against the crocodile dragon and at level 4 against the female-like worm monster, Ace's emotions became even more complex. This complex feeling lingered until the end of their sparring match. Later on, Ace left. She left the training ground in Twilight Manor, disappearing somewhere unknown. Back in his room, Riezel, having put down Hermit, couldn't shake off the complicated look and expression Ace had when leaving. Eventually, he stood up. No, I can't just leave that girl alone. Worried, Riezel left the room to find Riveria. At this moment, Riveria was in Finn's office, discussing the Familia affairs with Finn and Gareth. Wait a sec, you actually defeated Ace in sparring. You've gotten this strong already. Gareth exclaimed in shock upon hearing Riezel's explanation. Riveria and Finn were no better either. Ace was not just anyone. Even before Riezel appeared, various gods considered her the most talented individual in the lower world. Despite her young age, many saw her as the strongest level 5, capable of challenging level 6 with the help of her magic, Ariel, making her comparable to level 6 adventurers. The moniker of the strongest swordswoman wasn't just a mere moniker but a well-deserved reputation. Even within Loki Familia, apart from the 3 level 6 top executives, Ace was the strongest adventurer. The fact that Ace lost to Riezel in a sparring match was indeed surprising for the 3 top executives. It was just a friendly match, and I happened to win by luck. Riezel explained carefully. Unfortunately, the 3 weren't fools and didn't buy it. If it was just luck, Ace wouldn't be so affected by it. Finn said calmly while looking meaningfully at Riezel. You should understand that better than anyone. Riezel instantly fell silent. Did he understand? Of course, he did. Despite his excuse, he had realized through this sparring match that his strength did indeed surpass Ace's. His latent basic abilities were extremely high, and his development ability was stronger than others at his level. All his development abilities belonged to the combat type, amplifying his status. Even though he had just reached level 5, he was no less powerful than anyone at this level. Even though Ace was the strongest level 5, it didn't matter. Without development abilities to enhance her power and only possessing the swordsman development ability, which was lower rank than Riezel's, she couldn't compete with him at all. If she had an advantage in other aspects, like superior swordsmanship, it would be a different story. Unfortunately, Riezel had mastered her swordsmanship, leaving her without an edge. Considering his accumulated latent basic abilities, development abilities, and the variety of magic at his disposal, Ace couldn't match up. Knowing this, Riezel couldn't help but feel somewhat responsible. As she saw the conflicted expression on Riezel's face, Riveria spoke up. "You don't have to blame yourself," Riveria said gently, trying to comfort him. "It's not your fault." "Yeah," Gareth added. "If you were intentionally trying to bring Ace down, that would be a different story. But you were just doing what you normally do and sparring like you usually do. Where's the fault in that? Ace won't blame you for sure, and likely blaming herself." Finn also chimed. "She's always been eager to go above and beyond, constantly pursuing power. Besides getting stronger, there's almost nothing else in her eyes. You winning against her today might make her feel she's still weak, and getting surpassed quickly is also a big blow to her. In short, she's dissatisfied with herself." At Finn's explanation, Riezel fell into silence. His perspective was blunt, hitting the core of the matter. Riezel knew Ace was dissatisfied with her own growth and desired more power. The three top executives were also well aware of this. It could be said that she had this dissatisfaction and tendency from the start, and the outcome of her sparring with him was just the spark that ignited the fuse. "So, what should we do now? We can't just sit idly, can we?" Riezel asked while looking at the three top executives. "Of course." Riveria furrowed her brows and made a worried expression. Knowing her temperament, she's probably already delved into the dungeon, likely planning to do something dangerous. Ace's current condition was more worrisome than Bet's yesterday. Bet, at least, should know some limits. Ace, on the other hand, was different. If that girl were to lose control, she might throw caution to the wind and recklessly slaughter monsters without stopping. Looks like we can't just stand by, after all. Finn pondered for a moment. "I'll send someone to look for her." "I'm going as well," Riezel declared without hesitation. "I'll join." Riveria turned to Finn. "Sorry, I'm just a bit worried about that child." "No problem, go ahead." Finn agreed with a nod. "We're not in a rush anyway. Let's find Ace first and then decide." Everyone nodded in agreement and began to move. Chapter 75, Searching Ace. Babel, Plaza. At this moment, adventurers were pouring into the dungeon one after another, exploring in fervor. When Riezel and Riveria, along with some members of Loki Familia, appeared at the scene, they were immediately spotted by quite a few people. However, they soon dispersed, approaching adventurers who had visibly spent more time around or the guild personnel stationed inside Babel, seeking information. 10 minutes later, they regrouped in front of Babel, exchanging gathered intelligence. "No surprises, Ace did indeed enter the dungeon," Riveria said while sighing. The guild personnel inside Babel claimed to have seen Ace fully armed. "If that's the case, she must have entered the dungeon." I confirmed as well, someone saw Ace entering the dungeon. Riezel looked at Riveria. "Although some time has passed, catching up with her now is not impossible." "You're right," Riveria sighed. "But it doesn't mean we will." It was common knowledge that with Ace's speed, after these few hours, she must have descended to a certain floor. In various aspects, she resembled Riezel. Riezel excelled in DEX and AGI, and judging by Ace's status, her main specialty was also DEX and AGI, where she achieved A rank in both. With her swift speed, delving into the dungeon for a few hours was enough for her to reach below the 10th floor. Even if she focused on moving quickly, given her speed, it wouldn't be impossible for her to reach the lower floors below the 20th floor. Riezel might have a chance to catch up, but for Riveria and the rest, it was quite difficult. Riveria, being level 6, excelled in MAG, but basic abilities like STR, END, DEX, and AGI were not her strong suit. At this moment, her MAG had reached S rank, but her AGI was only at C rank. Even with latent basic abilities from the previous level factored in, her speed still couldn't match Riezel and Ace. The rest of the group was even less capable. The highest level among those brought by Riveria was only level 4, making it impossible for them to catch up with Ace. "Alright, Riezel, you go first and find Ace, while we'll catch up later." Riveria placed her hopes on him. "Is that okay with you?" Riezel shook his head. "No problem." He was already level 5 now, and even alone, he was more than capable of delving into the deeper floors. Starting from the 37th floor, the deeper floors could be easily handled by him. Unless he encountered an irregular, he wouldn't face any life-threatening situations. But even if he ran into an irregular, he would undoubtedly face it head-on after having plenty of experience. "No time to waste, I'll set off first." With that, Riezel's figure flashed, turning into a gust of wind, rushing into Babel. The strong wind he stirred up along the way drew exclamations from onlookers, leaving some irritable adventurers cursing. Riveria watched him leave, then turned to the rest of the searching group. "Two of you stay here and guard. The rest, follow me inside." "Yes." The searching group members responded one after another. After a while, Riveria, along with several members of Loki Familia, entered the dungeon. The dungeon today seemed unusually quiet. Although there were plenty of adventurers, causing quite a commotion, as Riezel dashed through, he didn't encounter many monsters. The roars that were usually faintly heard upon entering the dungeon were also absent today, giving the labyrinth an eerie sense of tranquility. Some adventurers found this situation strange and even frustrating. "Yo, what's up with the dungeon today? Haven't spotted a single monster, what gives? Did someone already wipe them all out or something? But that doesn't make sense." Adventurers discussed one after another, and Riezel, who happened to overhear everything, furrowed his brow. Could it be Ace? That girl. Maybe she's been taking out all the monsters since entering the first floor and making her way down. With her strength and speed, if she really did that, the upper floor monsters would have been wiped out in no time. It wouldn't have been surprising if the dungeon couldn't spawn new ones fast enough. If this was her doing, it proved that she was indeed getting a bit impatient. After all, no matter how many upper floor monsters she slaughtered, Ace, who was already at level 5, wouldn't have gained a bit of Excelia. In the past, she wouldn't indiscriminately slaughter monsters in the dungeon like this. She would quickly dive down and explore after reaching a certain floor. It was an unwritten rule that high-level adventurers should avoid making moves on upper-floor monsters to ensure enough monsters for lower-level adventurers to fight later. Even Riezel rarely engaged upper-floor monsters after reaching level 2, and Ace, needless to say, wouldn't make moves on upper-floor monsters unless absolutely necessary. Now, she was disregarding even this unwritten rule, indicating that her mentality was indeed becoming a problem. Riezel remained silent, but his speed increased significantly. He rushed through the dungeon, frightening many adventurers who witnessed the scene. All they could see was a gust of wind, a shadow passing at an astonishing speed. They couldn't confirm the identity of the shadow and were left with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Riezel paid no attention to them, focusing on speed and advancing deeper into the dungeon, startling many witnesses. In order to boost his speed, Riezel even chanted the protection magic, Romir, significantly increasing his AGI. If it weren't for the side effect of aerial, he would have used it to travel faster. This showed that he was also feeling a sense of urgency. In this way, Riezel continued deeper, quickly crossing the upper floors from the 1st to the 12th, and entering the middle floors starting from the 13th. From this floor onward, the frequency of monster appearances was much higher. Even if they were defeated, the dungeon quickly spawned new ones. Hence, after entering the 13th floor, Riezel finally saw scattered monsters. Roar. A black creature, resembling a wolf or a dog, spewing flames from its mouth, roared at Riezel as he entered this floor. Scram. Without looking back, he shot the creature a glare, and it flinched before running away. He continued downward, maintaining his speed without any reduction. 10 minutes later, he reached the 14th floor. 17 minutes later, he reached the 15th floor. 30 minutes later, he reached the 16th floor. In less than an hour, Riezel entered the 17th floor, smoothly reaching its end and entering a large underground area. This area was a rectangular prism with a large circular entrance, at least 200 meters long. The width was about 100 meters, and although the height from the ground to the ceiling was less than 20 meters, it was higher than other places. The entire structure was made of rough rocks, except for the unique construction of the left wall. The surface of the wall was extremely smooth, like a mirror without seams, extending from the entrance of the hall to the deepest end, covering the entire wall. The Big Wall of Grief. This was the last obstacle on the 17th floor, known as the dungeon's wall that gave birth to a particular monster. In this peculiar Big Wall of Grief, only a specific monster was born. This was the master of this area. Up to this floor, among the 17 floors, it was the most powerful and fearsome existence. The 17th floor's floor boss, Goliath. The Big Wall of Grief was the wall that gave birth to Goliath. Unless Goliath was defeated and it was not time for it to be reborn, anyone entering this area would inevitably face the crazy attacks of the dungeon's first floor boss. Any attack from giant monsters like Goliath, who stood at least 7 meters tall, would give headaches to any adventurer not yet a first-class adventurer. Riezel was not unfamiliar with this place. Originally, when reaching the limit of level 3, to achieve a great exploit, he came here alone, fighting Goliath one-on-one. In that battle, even he faced the brink of death several times but brushed against it. Goliath was a level 4 monster, a floor boss with a massive body. At that time, when Riezel was only level 3, fighting such a massive monster had been extremely disadvantageous. Even with all his basic abilities at SSS and an overpowered enchant magic like Aerial, it was an extremely difficult battle. If Riezel hadn't been so excited and reckless in that battle, whether he could defeat Goliath or not would have been uncertain. It had been precisely because of this challenging battle that he could achieve a great exploit and advance to level 4. Of course, the current him, facing Goliath again, could easily crush it. However, what he could do, others could naturally do as well. For example, a swordswoman who was level 5 like him. Riezel stood before a pile of ashes, looking at the untouched magic stone on top, remaining silent for quite some time. After a while, he abandoned the enormous magic stone and rushed onto the 18th floor. Meanwhile, a golden-haired swordswoman entered the 19th floor from the entrance of the 18th floor. Not enough. The golden-haired swordswoman murmured softly, watching the path ahead. I must become stronger. Chapter 76, A Race Against Time. The 18th floor of the dungeon was a special place. Similar to the 50th floor, it served as a safe zone where no monsters spawned, marking it as the first secure floor in the dungeon. However, in contrast to the grey wilderness atmosphere of the 50th floor, the 18th floor was known as the Under Resort. It stood as a rare spectacle in the dungeon, akin to the Large Tree Labyrinth and Water City. The floor showcased an endless, natural grassland, vast lakes, and surrounding forests. A small island nestled in the center of a large lake, and amid the distant grassland, a towering tree stood. The hollow of the tree led to the entrance of the 19th floor, the Large Tree Labyrinth. It was a sight that could only be witnessed in this paradise. Of course, the most talked about characteristic here was the abundant blue crystals. On the 18th floor, blue crystals grew everywhere, some large, some small, some towering like pillars, and others scattered like bushes along the paths. Even the ceiling of the entire floor was covered in uneven crystals. These crystals emitted a radiant glow, with the brightness changing over time, mimicking a day and night cycle. Legend said that there was a simple town on the island in the center of the lake, established by adventurers as a way station and resting place during their explorations. As a result, people lived on the 18th floor, with inns, shops, and the like. However, the charges were absurd. Anyone attempting to sell their backpack full of loot there would face extreme haggling, resulting in minimal profits. Thanks to this, the town on the 18th floor had gained infamy as a black market in the industry. Most merchants there were also rough and impolite scoundrels. With just one wrong move, adventurers could end up getting ripped off, leaving many itching with frustration. But Riezel wasn't interested in this town at all, and it didn't even cross his mind right now. Ace must be heading down. Given Ace's current temper, there was no way she would linger in a town like this. Therefore, Riezel was not keen to stop on this floor and headed straight for the giant tree in the center of the grassland, entering the 19th floor through the tree's hollow. Starting from this floor, monsters weren't killed indiscriminately anymore. The lower one went in the dungeon, the wider the terrain became. From the 19th floor onward, the Large Tree Labyrinth had a large area. There wasn't just one road leading to the entrance of the 20th floor. Trying to indiscriminately kill all monsters here was not only difficult but also a waste of time. Ace evidently understood this point. She finally stopped her reckless slaughter, causing the number of monsters to sharply increase from the 19th floor onward, posing a hindrance to Riezel on his journey. With the terrain expanding and the area widening, finding someone here would undoubtedly be challenging. It was possible that Ace might be staying in some corner of this floor, engaged in combat with some monsters. If Riezel were to abandon the search on this floor and continue downward, there was a bigger chance he would pass by Ace. With her personality, it was inevitable that she'd keep pushing forward at a time like this. Riezel thought without much hesitation, completely convinced of it. He could probably guess what Ace intended to do on this reckless journey. The night before last, coming out of Loki's divine room, Ace, unsatisfied and gloomy about her growth, had already revealed her plan for the next step. She planned to level up. Ace was readying herself to step into the next level. This was her original plan, only pushed forward due to setbacks in her sparring match with Riezel. With this in mind, her destination became quite clear. To achieve the exploits needed for leveling up, she requires a powerful opponent. This opponent must be stronger than Ace at her current level. Furthermore, her current level was the pinnacle of level 5, stronger than that would only be monsters classified as level 6. Monsters of this level, even if they delved into the 50th floor, wouldn't encounter any. Even on the 51st floor, there was only one monster that fit the criteria, which was Cadmus. Heading to the 51st floor would take too much time. In the expedition, at least 5 or 6 days were needed, but going alone would take even more time, not less. Ace definitely couldn't wait that long. Given this, there were only 2 types of opponents she could choose. Either a strengthened or rare species with generally higher powers compared to monsters on the same floor. Or floor boss. On the 27th floor, there was a level 5 floor boss, Amphisbaena. This massive dragon species monster, posing a threat to other level 5 adventurers, proved only slightly challenging for Ace, who could use Aerial to ignore one level. It obviously did not meet her requirements, and she certainly would not have chosen to challenge it to fulfill the needed exploits. In this case, the opponent she selected was a floor boss 1 level stronger than Amphisbaena. 37th floor's floor boss, Udius. This level 6 floor boss was the powerful opponent Ace yearned for. Therefore, her destination was only one. 37th floor. When Riezel pondered up to this point, he found himself in a dilemma. It was not without reason, his time left in this world was running out. The day he returned from the expedition, it had already been 97 days in this world, leaving only the last 3 days to stay. The next day, which was yesterday, he spent the entire day dealing with familiar affairs and later attended a celebration feast at the hostess of fertility. And today was the second day. In other words, it was almost 2 days since the return from the expedition. Once tomorrow passes, the day after tomorrow around this time, Riezel will leave this world and return to the main world. It was an irreversible process. The time limit for dimensional travel was a day in the main world, clearly stated in the Dimensional Magic Cube's instructions. When the time was up, his consciousness in this world would dissolve on its own and be brought back to the main world by the Dimensional Magic Cube. In other words, in about a day, if he couldn't find Ace, he might not even have the chance to say goodbye to everyone and would directly return to the main world. As he thought to this point, in his mind, the face of the golden-haired girl with a lack of emotional expression suddenly appeared. Tempest. Whoosh. With a whispered chant, a storm swept around Riezel's body. Yes. He couldn't afford to worry too much now. He just wanted to quickly find Ace to prevent anything unexpected from happening to the girl who took care of him. As for the side effect from Ariel, it no longer mattered to him. Roar. Roar. The nearby monsters naturally sensed the commotion caused by Ariel and started howling, rushing toward Riezel's direction. These monsters with bear-like and massive bodies were known as bugbears, a large species of monster appearing from the 19th floor onwards. Their classification level was level 2, making them quite a powerful foe for adventurers of the same level. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong target. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. When the storm passed, several bugbears rushing toward Riezel were cut into countless pieces, as if disassembled. The chunks of meat scattered into ashes, leaving only magic stones on the ground. Riezel ignored all of these, speeding toward the 20th floor's entrance. Dungeon, 37th floor. This was a floor known as the White Palace. Within this floor, all the walls were of a murky white color, and the entire floor resembled a castle, consisting of as many as 5 concentric walls. The staircase leading to the 38th floor was located at the center of the floor. To proceed to the 38th floor, one must head to the central area of this floor. To reach the central area of this floor, one must navigate through open passages between the concentric walls and climb up and down several uneven surfaces. Unfortunately, the scope of this floor was extremely vast, almost comparable to a city. The terrain formed a huge maze structure. If one were to run around randomly in such a place, getting lost would be easy, and there was even a chance of being trapped forever, never finding a way out. To reach this floor, it generally took about 2 to 3 days. However, with Ariel's acceleration, Riezel managed to arrive at this floor in about a day. Ha! Ha! Every part of his body ached, almost causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Ignoring the ache in his body, Riezel gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. The ceiling overhead seemed so high that it was almost invisible, giving a sense of boundlessness. The area was filled with dim darkness, with only intermittent luminescence on the murky white walls lighting the way enough to proceed. Riezel pushed his aching body to its limit as he hurried toward the massive cavern in his memory. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Yet, even before he could successfully arrive, he heard it. It was a roar that shook the entire floor, a vicious howl reverberating through the entire dungeon walls and floors. Riezel's heart tightened as he pushed his somewhat exhausted body to complete the final stretch, bursting into the massive cavern. In the next second, he finally saw it. He saw the entrance to the cavern, with a golden-haired girl standing there, her back facing him, pulling out a sword and standing against the wind. Ace. Riezel subconsciously yelled out. However, his voice was mercilessly drowned out by a roar so enormous it was astounding. Asterisk roar rarer. Asterisk. The roar of an enormous monster echoed through the space. In front of the golden-haired girl, a monster gradually emerged from the soil, coming into Riezel's view. Chapter 77, Complex and Chaotic Emotion. Crack. The ground was cracking. In the enormous cavern, the earth shattered like glass, creating sudden cracks that raced in all directions. Before long, the cracks swelled, soil rolled all around, rocks shattered, and dust filled the air. Boom. A massive pitch-black monster burst through the ground, shaking off rocks and sand clinging to its massive body. It let the debris fall as it made the cavern violently tremble. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. A roar echoed from the massive monster emerging from the earth. It sounded like a cry and an angry howl combined, turning into shockwaves that rolled in all directions. The monster resembled a gigantic skeleton, entirely black, with sharp spikes protruding from every corner of its bones. These spikes glowed with an eerie and dangerous sharpness, instilling fear in anyone who saw it. Its lower half remained buried underground, but just the bone section above the pelvis reached nearly 10 meters in height. The head sprouted 2 horns resembling a demon, and deep within the massive eye sockets flickered strange and dangerous red flames, truly horrifying. At the center of this massive monster, within the chest cavity, a magic stone much larger than usual was embedded like a heart, protected by thick chest and rib bones. This was the floor boss of the 37th floor, Eudias. Without any surprises, Ace, standing in the middle of the cavern with her back to the floor entrance, immediately caught the attention of this floor boss. Boom. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the massive skeleton monster swept its massive bone arm, sending Ace flying. Witnessing this scene, Riezel's heart, tightly strung, snapped. Without hesitation, he extended his hand toward one of the 2 swords hanging at his waist. Facing the 37th floor's floor boss, a level 6 massive-sized monster, Riezel almost instinctively reached for full underhermit, ready to use this first-class equipment ranked in the top 3 in Orario. But before he could draw his sword, a voice stopped him. Don't. The scream from Ace froze Riezel's movements. Shortly afterward, he saw Ace, thrown by Eudias's blow, standing unsteadily from beneath the cracked wall. Don't do anything. Ace stared intently at him as she spoke. In her transparent golden eyes, rare and intense emotions appeared. It was a determination. It was a resolve. With Ace looking at him with such eyes, Riezel couldn't help but halt his hand reaching for full Tempest. Shortly after, Ace loudly chanted her exclusive magic and activated the overpowered wind enchant-type magic, enveloping her body in chaotic gusts. With help from Ariel, she finally began to sprint. Roar. The massive skeleton monster roared once again, swinging its bone arm, stirring up gusts of wind and sand, forcefully sweeping toward her. Ace seemed to be attempting to evade, leaping slightly with the help of the wind. However, just as she was about to leap, her body froze mysteriously. This freeze was undoubtedly deadly. Boom. The massive bone arm brutally struck Ace, sending her flying once again, crashing into the wall at the other end of the cavern, shattering it to pieces. Ace. Riezel couldn't help but shout in panic. Ace didn't respond, she just stubbornly got up again, charging at Eudias once more. Eudias continued to swing its giant bone arm, carrying frightening force and emitting thunderous roars and vibrations throughout the massive cavern, showcasing the immense power typical of floor bosses. From this astonishing display of power and noise, it was clear that this floor boss, like the others, possessed terrifying strength comparable to the giant species. Under such power, the cavern quickly suffered devastation. The ground became pockmarked, cracks and holes marring the walls all around. Stones and debris flew like bullets, even forcing Riezel to dodge several times. Fortunately, Eudias's strength, while powerful, also had a common weakness shared by every giant species: slower movements. Though still threatening, with Ace's speed, she shouldn't be easily hit. However, reality proved otherwise. Amidst Eudias's indiscriminate destruction, Ace, despite her efforts to evade, was repeatedly hit somewhat easily. Like a cannonball, she was either slammed into the wall or crashed onto the ground, raising dust and sending stones flying, looking extremely miserable. After being hit several times, even with Ariel's wind protection, she began to accumulate injuries. How did this happen? Riezel was genuinely stunned. Why does Ace keep getting hit often? With her speed, dodging Eudias's attacks should be a piece of cake. This confusion lingered until he noticed the unnatural stiffness in her movements, finally uncovering the answer. Could it be that Ace is now just like me, enduring aches and soreness due to the side effects of Ariel? Upon getting this answer, Riezel finally understood why, despite using Ariel himself, he couldn't catch up to Ace. It seemed that, like him, she was also using Ariel without stopping to hasten her journey. This seemed like a rather foolish course of action. After all, her goal was the floor boss of the 37th floor, a level 6 Eudias. Facing such a monster, logically, one should avoid unnecessary battles before reaching the 37th floor, saving stamina and preserving mind to be in the best possible condition for the battle. Ace, however, used Ariel in advance for the sake of speed. Not only did it consume most of her mind, but her body also suffered Ariel's side effects. Facing a floor boss with a higher level in this kind of state was practically suicide. Yet, Riezel could understand, it must have been a helpless action. To reach the 37th floor, considering the possible obstacles along the way, not to mention the time required, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Ace entered the dungeon with minimal supplies, lacking provisions and food. Rushing through a 2 to 3 day journey in the dungeon without proper supplies would leave her with no strength or stamina to fight Eudias upon reaching the 37th floor. Instead of ending up in a weakened state during the battle, she preferred enduring Ariel's side effects and the loss of mind. At least this way, she would have the strength to fight. Combined with the urgency she felt, Ace ultimately decided to use Ariel to speed up her journey, preventing Riezel from catching up with her. She successfully arrived at the 37th floor before him, but the cost was high. As expected, in the following battle with Eudias, Ace was easily overwhelmed. Boom. Eudias's massive bone arm hit Ace once again, sending her flying and crashing onto the ground, rolling a considerable distance before coming to a stop. Riezel didn't intend to watch any longer and quickly unsheathed Fool. Don't come. Ace's pained scream stopped him as she forced herself to unsteadily get back on her feet. This time, Riezel had no intention of complying with her demands. However, Ace's next word caused his expression to stiffen, and the step he was about to take froze. Please. Her whisper created more turmoil in him than he had imagined. Not for anything else, but because Ace Wallenstein, in a vulnerability he had never heard nor seen before, was pleading to him. Her plea made his steps, which he could take at any time, impossible to move forward. You're gonna die. Riezel could only take a deep breath and yelled. No. Ace stood up, pointing her sword toward the massive skeleton monster ahead, and took a deep breath. I will win. Her fragile tone was replaced by a resolute and determined one. Riezel really wanted to argue. If she were in her optimal condition, he wouldn't doubt her winning. He recalled in the original work that she indeed could take down Eudias alone, achieving a great exploit and leveling up to level 6 with Ariel's help. Ace's true power, with such overpowered magic, was more than a match for level 6. For her, Eudias was undoubtedly a difficult opponent, but not an unbeatable one. In other words, if she was at her best, able to unleash 100% of her power, Riezel would trust her, trust this girl, and let her confidently take on the challenge. However, the problem was that she wasn't in her best condition now. To speed up her journey, she had been using Ariel non-stop, resulting in both body and mind fatigue. In this condition, expecting her to showcase 100% of her power was wishful thinking, even 70 to 80% was highly unlikely. In this situation, what did she have to fight Eudias? How could she win? Riezel really wanted to counter Ace like that. Unfortunately, just as the words reached the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to say them. Ace's gaze crossed the distance between them, landing on his eyes. In those transparent golden eyes, there was still determination and resolve, but now, there was a lot more pleading. As a result, Riezel fell silent and couldn't advance any further. His emotions, rarely seen, became extremely complex and chaotic. Chapter 78, The Battle of Ace. Considering it rationally, there was no doubt the most crucial thing for Riezel to do at this moment was to go all out against Eudias. Even though Eudias was a floor boss classified as level 6, his strength now had surpassed even Ace's, which meant he could take on Eudias entirely on his own. In the original work, Ace also managed to defeat Eudias on her own in a perilous battle. Since Riezel was now stronger than her, there was no reason for him to fear the floor boss of the 37th floor. At the very least, he could have retreated with her, avoiding this floor boss very easily. He surely had the confidence for that. However, that was just a rational perspective. If looked at from an emotional standpoint, it was a different story. If Riezel didn't know anything, didn't know Ace's desires, didn't know why the girl craved such strong power in her heart, he could have just jumped into action without thinking too much. Unfortunately, he knew the original work, knew what wishes and sorrows resided in Ace Wallenstein's heart. This made it impossible for him to decisively join or interfere in her fight. Of course, monsters like Eudias didn't consider and care about human emotions. Roar. Asterisk. Eudias let out a roar, slamming its fist into the ground without mercy. Boom. Fortunately, this punch couldn't reach Ace. At this moment, she had already distanced herself from Eudias. Unless it pulled its lower body out of the ground to pursue her, at this distance, its fist couldn't touch her at all. Yet, seeing Eudias's fist smash into the ground, not only Ace but Riezel's expression also changed slightly. Bang. As the ground shattered, sharp spikes, resembling both rocks or bone spikes, emerged. These spikes were pitch black, matching Eudias's body color. They shot up from the underground, piercing toward Ace's direction. Here it comes. Seeing this scene, both Riezel and Ace felt a momentary tension. Anyone who had faced Eudias before or paid attention to information about it would know that this floor boss had two special abilities. Some might wonder why this massive floor boss didn't pull its lower body out of the ground and remained in that position. What they didn't know was that Eudias actually had no lower body. It was like a tree with roots firmly planted underground. A massive tree with its upper body visible to others, capable of displaying incredible strength, while its lower body consisted of numerous bone components branching out from the pelvic area. The spikes that looked like rock or bone spikes were, in fact, parts of Eudias's body. The entire area Ace was in right now was, in essence, Eudias's lower body spread across the vast underground cavern. As long as it was willing, it could make its parts buried underground break through the surface, attacking the entire cavern it was in. It could even block the entrance, not letting anyone escape from this place. This was one of Eudias's special abilities, being able to summon upturned spikes to attack its enemies. It could also summon them to use as shields against enemy attacks, truly a dual-purpose weapon. Thanks to this ability, Eudias could unleash area attacks, a rarity among the floor bosses. Even facing a group of dozens of adventurers with high levels, it remained unfazed. Not only that, another one of Eudias's abilities significantly reduced the numerical advantage before it. Roar. Asterisk. The massive skeleton monster roared, causing the ground all around to continuously crack and shatter. However, this time, what emerged from the ground were not bone spikes but small skeleton monsters. They were like shrunken versions of Eudias, human-sized but entirely white skeletal beings known as Spartoi. Spartoi were monsters that roamed the 37th floor, classified as level 4. Yet another ability of Eudias precisely allowed it to summon countless Spartoi to fight as soldiers for itself. As a result, at this moment, whether it was spikes or soldiers, all of them under Eudias's roaring command charged toward Ace. Ugh. Ace tried to dodge, attempting to create distance from the monsters, but the pain coursing through her head to toe once again tormented her body, making her speed impossible to unleash. Just as she was about to be hit by the violently approaching spikes, Riezel's voice echoed. Follow blindly the sun in the sky, so that all will flee from thee. Blossom, armor of laurel. Romir. Accompanied by the chanting of magic, a deep green light membrane appeared, enveloping Ace's body. Her speed suddenly skyrocketed, swiftly dodging the incoming spikes. Before she could fully react, Riezel's voice rang out again. Healing droplets, tears of light, eternal sanctuary. This was a completely new chant, and it was only recently that Ace heard it. Unlike before, when she heard Ermid chant this magic with a solemn and devout voice, this time she heard a man's voice. Compose a medicinal hymn 365. The melody of the healer's almanac saves all things. Come, destruction of evil. The burial of wounds, interment of disease. Curses be gone in the light of vitality. In the name of all that is holy, I heal you. Diaphragm. The top-class healing magic was activated, and pure white particles of light descended from the sky, swirling out from a white magic circle, and landing on Ace's body. At this moment, Ace could clearly feel the pain and soreness coursing through her entire body rapidly easing. She subconsciously turned her head and looked toward the entrance of the cavern. There, Riezel stepped on a pure white magic circle, gazing at her. Through his eyes, she understood what he wanted to convey. At least let me handle this bit of support. Riezel chose not to rush out anymore but to support Ace in his own way from the back. Feeling her body gradually recovering, injuries improving, and even the soreness under her skin easing, she tightened her grip on her sword. Thank you, Riezel. Ace whispered and quickly raised her head, her eyes revealing a powerful resolve. Without hesitation, she charged forward. Boom, 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 boom. Numerous Spartoi rushing toward Ace shuddered, collectively exploding. With the wind enveloping her body, she charged into the midst of the monster horde, like a storm sweeping through. Swish, 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 swish. Her sword slashed dozens of times in an instant, exploding every Spartoi in her path. Rohirr. Seemingly angered by this, Eudias immediately summoned more spikes, shooting toward Ace without stopping. She didn't dare to be careless, her footsteps and figure dodged in rapid succession, avoiding Eudias's long-range attacks with astonishing speed and agility. Whoosh! Seeing Ace getting closer, flames flickered in Eudias's eye sockets. Its thick bone arm, carrying a strong gust of wind, quickly swung toward her without mercy. Just as Ace was about to dodge, she suddenly realized there was no escape. The spikes shot out by Eudias, varying in length and width, were essentially a part of its body and wouldn't disappear. Because Eudias had just shot out numerous spikes, even if they didn't hit her, they would all land on the ground, forming a mountain of spikes. Some were as small as pointed needles, standing upright, while others were as large as stone pillars, occupying a considerable space in the cavern. Although Ace successfully dodged the shooting spikes, those on the ground deprived her of some of her foothold. In other words, her movement space was restricted. Under the pressure of countless spikes, she had little room to dodge, completely unable to avoid the oncoming arm attack from Eudias. Bang, 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 bang. Eudias's massive arm, thick and robust, laced with a forceful gust, swept away anything in its path indiscriminately. Just before reaching Ace, it preemptively swung, shattering spikes, breaking the earth's surface, and thundering toward her at great speed. The power of this attack surpassed anything Eudias had unleashed before. Ace, relying on instinct and experience, realized she couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Even with Ariel's protection and Romir's defense, taking a direct hit would leave her undying but severely wounded. Tempest. In the face of crisis, Ace increased the output of Ariel. Whoosh. A massive gust of wind enveloped her body, and with a step on her foot, she soared into the air. Boom. Eudias's powerful arm attack missed, crashing into the ground, and sending a spray of soil and stones into the air. Ace, riding the wind, remained suspended in midair and quickly flew toward Eudias. Ariel's enhancement was almost comprehensive, assisting in every aspect except long-range attacks. It not only enhanced attack power and protected the user's body but also increased speed, enhanced weapons, and provided short-range flying ability. Ace took advantage of Ariel's features, whipping up a frenzy of wind as she charged toward Eudias with powerful momentum. Roar. The flames in Eudias's eye sockets burned more fiercely as both of its bony arms rose to meet Ace. Rumble. In the vast cavern, vibrations and tremors incessantly shook the surroundings. With only one spectator, Ace engaged in a true life-and-death battle against her chosen powerful opponent. Chapter 79, Important Lesson and Self-Reflection. A colossal epic showdown between a human and monsters unfolded for over an hour. In this span, the fierce battle reduced the vast cavern to bits and pieces, almost turning it into a ruin. A mountain of bone spikes spread all over the wreckage, with the remnants of Spartoi scattered in every corner, mingling with the debris, resembling a graveyard unearthed. Riezel stood at the entrance of the cavern throughout, observing the carnage, never intervening from start to finish. No choice. Once he interfered in this fight, he could potentially snatch away Ace's Excelia, jeopardizing the accumulation needed for her exploit. As a result, aside from the first two support magic, he didn't lift a finger, quietly watching the battle unfold. He witnessed Ace being sent flying numerous times. He also saw Ace staggering to her feet repeatedly, shouting as she charged at the massive floor boss. Eudias summoned spikes and its skeleton soldiers repeatedly, encircling Ace. Even when she charged and closed in, it howled and slammed its colossal arm down, repeatedly pushing her to the brink. It could be said that without Riezel's 2 magic as her support, Ace would likely be incapable of continuing the fight. Fortunately, his 2 magic effects were extraordinary. Ramir could enhance END and AGI, its power depending on Riezel's MAG. Now that he was at level 5, this magic's enhancement and duration were quite powerful, providing significant aid to Ace. Diaphragm was a top-class healing magic in this world, not only healing wounds but also restoring stamina, expelling poison, dispelling curses, group healing, and even having its effects sustained. Thanks to this magic, Ace's body maintained the healing effects, repeatedly healing her injuries and stamina. To ensure these magic effects lasted as long as possible in her body, Riezel poured his entire mind into them when chanted them, maximizing their effects and prolonging their duration. With these 2 magic, Ace could stand up, charge, swing her sword, and fight again and again, displaying perseverance and resolve bordering on extraordinary. Of course, when Riezel thought this way, he didn't know that Ace had seen his performance during his past battles in a similar light. Every time she got sent flying, crashing to the ground, almost unable to stand due to pain and suffocation, the first image in her mind was Riezel. For instance, at level 1, he got rammed by a level 2 crocodile dragon, then thrown, shattering pillars and rocks countless times. Despite all that, he never gave up. Instead, he went all out, chanting magic and swinging his sword non-stop until he finally sent the monster's massive body flying. By level 4, despite being repeatedly sent flying by the massive female-like worm monster with its flat-shaped arms, he relentlessly charged toward it, slashing countless times without giving up. Lastly, the last image that surfaced in her mind was when he advanced at an astonishing speed to stand before her, placing his sword at her throat. These images only strengthened her resolve, backing her up as she stood up and charged at Eudias again and again, just like Riezel, whom she unknowingly considered a hero. If Riezel learned swordsmanship, magic, and the style of combat from Ace, then Ace learned perseverance and resolve from Riezel. Maybe she hadn't even noticed it herself, but from him, she saw so many dazzling things and started to unconsciously yearn for and admire them. To others, it seemed like Riezel and Ace were alike in many aspects. Ace felt the same way as she always kept thinking. I want to run forward, just like him. I want to keep moving forward, just like him. It was an obsession. An endless future. It was also a form of redemption. Realizing all of this, Ace's transparent golden eyes reflected Riezel's figure running ahead. She suddenly felt the urge to chase after him, desperately picking up her pace. Tempest. A whirlwind, almost like a storm, wrapped around her entire body. Tempest. Her sword-wielding hand exerted constant pressure, causing the wind entwined around her to surge upward. At this moment, Ace, clad in the hurricane, wielding the sword of the wind, rushed toward Eudias at tornado-like speed. Her figure at this moment unmistakably overlapped with the past Riezel. Just like he once did, she unleashed a decisive and final blow, cutting down the almost unbeatable monster. However, unlike Riezel, the wind that Ace was about to unleash was a move with a name that could rival powerful offensive magic, capable of breaking through everything. Calling out the name when using a finishing move can boost your attack power, Ace. The words of a certain shady goddess echoed in Ace's mind, prompting her to shout out loud. Lil Rafaga. Named by her goddess and recognized by her friends, this was a one-hit kill move. Soon, the golden-haired girl transformed into a spiral of powerful wind and lunged forward with lightning speed. Boom. the mountain of bones was pierced. Boom. Many Spartoi got crushed. A swirling gust of powerful wind surged forward, piercing through everything, penetrating through all. Roar. Asterisk. Amidst the dying roar of Eudias, the gust of powerful wind soon thundered upon its chest. Instantly, the skeletal structure protecting Eudias's chest shattered, exposing an enormous magic stone that radiated a dazzling glow right before Ace's eyes. Her sword didn't lose its momentum and thrust directly into the massive magic stone. Roa. Eudias's roar abruptly ceased. Crack. Not long after, the magic stone emitted a cracking sound. Fissures appeared little by little, gradually spreading all over the entire magic stone, and finally exploded. Roar. Asterisk. This time, it wasn't the usual angry roar, but a dying one. Eudias howled to the sky, disintegrating and collapsing entirely as it burst open, turning into a cloud of dust. The golden-haired girl drifted in the powerful wind around her. Weakly, she released her sword from her hand and, with the sparkling fragments of the magic stone, descended from midair. Before losing consciousness, she saw him. The figure whom she had just been gazing at and chasing inside her mind flew toward her. Diaphragm. In a daze, Ace heard a voice. A warm sensation enveloped her entire body, gradually easing the tormenting pain and soreness. She felt comfortable after a long time, except for her head, which felt like mush with a slight throbbing. This was a symptom of mind exhaustion. The effects of healing magic and recovery magic could only act on the body, not the mind. Thus, even if the injuries and pain of the body could be healed, the mind fatigue was a different matter. However, if overcoming a powerful enemy only required paying this small price, it was considered a win. Of course, all credit goes to the men who traveled from afar, who ultimately chose to support her from the back, chanted magic for her, and pushed her forward. Ace opened her eyes and saw him. Kneeling on one knee amidst the cavern's ruins, he cradled her body, his foot planted firmly on a pristine white magic circle, channeling magical energy into a healing miracle. Countless light particles flowed into her body. Ace met his gaze, and he returned it. Their eyes locked, yet silence reigned. She remained wordless, unsure of what to express. Similarly, he simply observed her, offering no intention of speech. Sorry. Almost instinctively, Ace lowered her head and uttered an apology. Unfortunately, her apology didn't evoke any response from him. After an uncomfortable silence, a sigh finally reached her ears. I'm the one who should apologize. Riezel said in a low voice. You haven't done anything wrong. Unconsciously, Ace raised her head and looked at his face. From his eyes, she saw self-blame and reflection. I messed up. Riezel confessed softly, almost as if talking to himself. I've always been focused on my own growth, getting stronger, moving forward, trying to live my life differently from my previous one, less numb and more free. But in doing so, I unknowingly left many people who cared for me behind, not only running ahead alone but also neglecting their feelings. This incident truly taught him a deep lesson. Ace took a heavy blow because of him. In his relentless pursuit of testing his new power and adapting to his growth, he sparred with her without considering her feelings. He even went so far as to hold his sword to her throat. Struggling for nearly 10 years, only to be surpassed by a rookie who joined the Familia just over 3 months ago and had a sword pointed at her throat by that same person, it must have been a very unpleasant feeling for Ace. Thinking up to this point, Riezel felt it was the perfect time for some self-reflection. In the future, I need to pay more attention to the people around me. Riezel whispered, smiling as he gazed at the girl in his arms. Thank you for helping me realize this important lesson, Ace. In his previous life, he didn't get the family, friendship, or love he wanted. In this life, he couldn't let history repeat itself. Even if he wanted to progress and run forward, he couldn't forget that in this second chance of his life, many people were caring for him and accompanying him on his journey. Realizing this, Riezel felt his restless heart calming down. Of course. You too. Riezel glanced at Ace's golden eyes, his smile growing more genuine. Don't forget, you're not alone. People are watching over you by your side. At his words, she just silently stared at his face, observing the genuine smile on it. Her heartbeat unknowingly quickened. Chapter 80, Return. It must be said that it was definitely the right decision for Riezel to learn Diaphragm from Hermod. Its ability to single-handedly support an entire frontline was truly astonishing. Even after Ace fought for over an hour, getting beaten up by Eudias, with bruises all over, this magic managed to restore her to her original condition in less than a minute. Such an incredible recovery effect, even Hermod herself might not be able to achieve it. But then again, she was a level 2. Using the same magic in the hands of a level 2 versus a level 5, there was bound to be a difference. Since Riezel's MAG was already off the charts, the magic he cast and the one Hermod cast were incomparable. As a result, Ace could quickly bounce back, with only her mind slightly lacking, making her look a bit tired. But that was more than enough. As long as she didn't use magic, she should still be able to fight at full power. What? Ace looked at Riezel in surprise. You're not coming back with me? Yeah. Riezel nodded. Indeed, he wasn't planning to go back with her, or rather, he didn't have the time to go back with her anymore. In order to catch up with Ace, he spent a whole day and a half, using up the last bit of his time limit in this world. He could feel the dimensional magic cube in his mind slowly starting to turn, seemingly about to open. For this reason, he wouldn't be able to go back with her. However, Ace was clueless about this. Is there something you need to take care of? Ace looked at him, seemingly ready to stay with him. However, he shook his head. I do have something to take care of, and it's not a small one. Riezel explained. Since your problem is resolved, I'm preparing to leave. Even the most clueless person would understand the hidden meaning behind his words. Once he leaves, it might not be easy for him to return anytime soon. I've already talked to Loki, and I was planning to tell everyone soon, but it looks like it's too late now. Riezel smiled at her. Just tell Loki for me, say that I've already set off. Ace instantly fell silent. Go. Riezel urged slightly, sensing his limited time. Riveria is on her way to find you. Head back, and you'll meet her soon. Upon hearing that, Ace looked deeply into his eyes, and Riezel looked back with a smile on his face. They stared at each other for a moment before she nodded. I'll be waiting for you at home. Ace said in a rare, gentle tone. Hearing the term home, Riezel's eyes widened slightly, and his smile became even more warm and genuine. Yeah, I'll congratulate you in advance on leveling up. Riezel nodded. This time, Ace was almost certain to level up. By then, she would be level 6, and her strength might surpass his again. But, I'll catch up to you soon. Riezel said fearlessly. Ace watched him quietly for a moment before responding. I'll be waiting for you. All right, go. Ace retreated a few steps, but her gaze remained on his body. Shortly afterward, as if letting go of something, she abruptly turned around and sprinted away. Riezel watched her leave until her back was no longer visible, and only then did the transparent cube in his mind begin to rotate. The time limit has reached 0, dimensional travel is about to conclude, initiating inspection. User detected possessing unique powers of this world and will return with the user after dissolving the consciousness body. User detected carrying unique items of this world and can return with the user by consuming energy. A list of unique items has been compiled, please proceed with your selection. With such messages received by Riezel, a list of items, invisible to others, suddenly appeared in his mind. 1. Loki's God Blood, 70. 2. Fool, 5. 3. Hermit, 2. 4. Battle Suit, 1. 5. Elixir, 1. 6. That was a list of items that Riezel had carried on his body. Some items, like Fool and Hermit, were strapped on his waist. Others, such as the elixir and replacement battle suit, were stored in the dimensional magic cube storage space for his use as needed. Now, the dimensional magic cube had detected all these items and had created a list for him to choose from. In the dimensional magic cube's instructions, Section 5 stated that when carrying items for dimensional travel, the corresponding energy consumption needed to be based on the value of the items. Following this rule, if he wanted to bring certain items back to the main world, he had to use the energy of the dimensional magic cube. After this energy was consumed, the chosen items would assimilate into the dimensional magic cube, enabling them to travel dimensionally with him. At that point, whether these items returned with him to the main world or accompanied him to other worlds, it was all possible. The selected items could travel dimensionally with him at all times without further energy consumption. As for the powers, it wasn't as complicated. As explained in the dimensional magic cube's instructions, it would return with him after his consciousness body dissolved without consuming any energy. Riezel immediately checked the current energy of the dimensional magic cube. Dimensional energy, 100. The dimensional magic cube could automatically absorb energy from each world. When it had accumulated enough energy for 1 month, it could perform dimensional travel. The cube absorbed 1 unit of energy per day, totaling 30 units in a month. In other words, one-dimensional travel required 30 units of energy, and if there was a need to travel to a personally selected world, it required 10 times the energy, which meant 300 units. Having spent 100 days in the world of Danmachi, the dimensional magic cube had absorbed 100 days' worth of energy, resulting in the current energy of exactly 100 units. Originally, Riezel thought the cube absorbed energy based on the main world's time. However, he realized that the energy absorbed by the cube followed the same ratio as the time he spent in other worlds. This meant that the cube followed his time as the reference point. After all, energy existing in the dimensional world could be said to be all-encompassing. The main world was a world, and this world was also a world, with no significant differences. Finished pondering, Riezel quickly considered the items he needed to take back with him. Firstly, there was Loki's god blood. This was something Riezel requested from Loki upon knowing he was about to leave. After leaving this world, if he wanted to update his status, he would have to do it independently, as he couldn't rely on her anymore. Therefore, he naturally needed Loki's blood as the essential medium to update his status, ensuring that after leaving this world, his status could still be updated, and he could continue to grow. Hence, he asked Loki for a small bottle of her blood, causing her to grumble and almost ascend to heaven on the spot. With this bottle of blood, Riezel could perform hundreds of status updates. God's blood was undeniably expensive. While the units of energy consumed by other items were only in single digits, even Fool only required 5 units of energy. In contrast, this bottle of God's blood needed a whopping 70 units of energy, truly a rip-off. However, Riezel had no choice. This was the blood of the gods, and regardless of the cost, he must take it with him. For his own growth and future, he had to reluctantly accept this price. Next, Fool and Hermit also had to be taken along. These two were Durandal attribute weapons, the most suitable weapon for him. Especially Fool, not only sharp and handy, but also extremely light. It would allow him to fully utilize the effect of lightweight development ability, further boosting his DEX and AGI, so he definitely had to bring them along. The rest didn't matter much. The battlesuit was a durable piece of clothing he bought casually in the market, nothing special. If it weren't for the fact that dimensional energy had a specified minimum unit, which was 1 unit, this clothing wouldn't be worth the price. The elixir, on the other hand, was worth its 1 unit cost of energy. After all, it was the most effective potion in this world, capable of quickly healing almost any injury that wasn't fatal or limb-severing. Spending 1 unit of energy to take it away was definitely not a loss. Of course, if he hadn't learned the top-class healing magic Diaphragm, he would probably have taken some back. Unfortunately, he had already learned healing magic more astonishing than the effects of elixir, rendering it somewhat redundant. The remaining items were miscellaneous things, magic stones, various spare potions, and even food and water. There was no need to consume dimensional energy to bring them back to the main world. In summary, a bottle of God's blood and 2 weapons, huh? That's all the stuff I need to take with me. Riezel quickly made his selection. Loki's God blood, 70. Fool, 5. Hermit, 2. 3 items were chosen, totaling 77 units of energy. Dimensional energy, 23. After confirming the remaining energy, Riezel concluded the process. Selection completed, starting execution. Item assimilation successful. Dimensional travel concluded, initiating the return procedure. Riezel's body instantly faded away, appearing as if it had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. His consciousness was absorbed by the dimensional magic cube, which had opened inside his mind, entering the dimensional channel and heading back toward the main world. Soon, the 37th floor of the dungeon became silent, returning to its dormant state. Chapter 81, The Riezel Family. In ancient times, there was a man who dreamt of a butterfly. Upon waking up, the man couldn't tell if he had turned into the butterfly in his dream or if the butterfly had dreamt of becoming him. Riezel's current feelings were somewhat similar. Waking up in a daze on a somewhat familiar bed, he briefly questioned whether the 3+ months in Orario were real or just a dream. Maybe his current self was just the imagined existence of the monster rookie named Riezel in the Loki Familia. Fortunately, the sensation of the slowly rotating transparent cube in his mind reassured him that both of his selves, in this world and the other, were indeed real. Ha! Riezel let out a breath and sat up, his gaze gradually restored to sobriety and calmness. He moved his limbs slightly, feeling the power he possessed in the world of Danmachi. It really comes with me. Feeling the presence of power and the faint warmth behind him, Riezel knew that his back was now marked with the blessing called Falna. It was the result of his efforts in Danmachi for over 3 months, now entirely brought back to this world without any sense of discomfort. As for Loki's blood and the 2 swords, Fool and Hermit, chosen by him to bring back, they now lay quietly in the dimensional magic cube storage space, waiting for him to retrieve them at any time. All of this told him that the 3+ months he spent in Danmachi were not in vain. Those efforts had now transformed into his power, becoming his means of survival in this dangerous world. With these thoughts in mind, Riezel's lips curled slightly. He quickly uncovered the blanket and got out of bed. This was the first time he had walked out of bed in this world. When he first arrived, he had been recovering on this bed for a whole month, without the chance to get up. If I had the power I have now back then, I wouldn't have had to lie in bed for a month. His injuries at that time, for the current him, were something Diaphragm could solve effortlessly. Unfortunately, he was powerless at that time and did not even have enough energy in the dimensional magic cube for a month's worth, making it impossible for him to perform dimensional travel. Just as he was about to walk to the window, draw back the curtain, and take a good look at the outside world, a knock on the door suddenly echoed. "Mr. Riezel, are you awake?" It was the voice of the maid working in this mansion. She seemed to be specifically in charge of bringing him meals, and during the month he spent recovering here, the most common sound he heard was the polite knock on the door. "I'm awake, come in." Riezel replied naturally as if he had never left this room from start to finish. The maid outside seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and immediately opened the door. "You can get out of bed now." The maid looked at him standing by the bed. "That's great. Thank you for your help these days." Riezel expressed his gratitude. "I'm all right now. Where is your lady?" "Lady Yuri is in the courtyard." The maid answered respectfully. "She mentioned that if Mr. Riezel wakes up and can move, you can find her in the courtyard." "I understand." Riezel nodded and examined his body. "Could you please help me find a set of clothes?" Due to lying in bed for the entire recovery period, he was currently dressed in something more like loungewear rather than suitable for going out. Given Yuri's noble status and the fact that she was his lifesaver, he couldn't afford to meet her in such clothes now that he had fully recovered. "Please wait a moment." The maid seemed prepared as if she had anticipated this. She left for a while and returned with a set of clothes in her hands. "These are the clothes prepared for you by Lady Yuri." The maid handed the clothes to him, even ready to assist him in changing. "No need, I can manage on my own." Riezel politely declined. The maid had taken care of his daily needs for a month, so he didn't want to trouble her further. "Then, I'll take my leave." The maid didn't insist, bowed her head, and left the room. Riezel quickly changed into the new clothes and found them unexpectedly luxurious. "Why does it look so much like noble clothing?" Riezel looked at his reflection in the window glass, feeling somewhat speechless. This outfit resembled court attire, white with purple patterns, adorned with numerous pendants and chains, transforming him from his previously sickly appearance into someone resembling a medieval European noble. This kind of extravagant and almost exaggerated clothing brought back many unpleasant memories for him. In his previous life, he had worn such ridiculous outfits frequently, attending various social events. However, he never got used to it, finding it rather tiresome and repulsive. Whatever, living under another's roof, don't expect too much. Riezel sighed and suppressed the thoughts about his appearance, stepping out of the room. This was his first time stepping out of this room, taking an actual and powerful step into this world. He really wanted to see what this world was like. The mansion where he was staying was rather luxurious. After a quick tour, he realized that this mansion was much larger than he had imagined. In terms of land area, this mansion was much bigger than Twilight Manor. Although Twilight Manor was indeed large, its actual space wasn't that vast due to being built as a series of high towers extending upward. This mansion, on the other hand, was different. It wasn't tall, roughly equivalent to a 4-story building, with only the first floor being relatively high, while the other floors weren't that elevated. But this mansion had a very vast land area, not only long and wide but also surrounded by a courtyard that spread around the mansion. In the courtyard, there were green plants, flower beds, a fountain, a small pavilion, and even 2 flowing streams, resembling an estate. However, despite being such an estate, it was only something like a secondary residence of the Riezel family, not the main residence. Riezel searched his memory, recalling the knowledge of this world. The place he was in now was located in a kingdom located in the eastern part of the Akasha continent, known as the Genus Kingdom. Akasha continent was an extremely vast landmass with many countries. Among these countries, most were small countries, with only 4 being considered major countries. Genus was one of these 4 major countries, with a vast territory, abundant resources, and a highly developed magic civilization, considered one of the few great nations of magic in the world. The Riezel family, in particular, belonged to the nobility of Genus, which was a family of marquis. How did they work? It was quite simple. In this world, regardless of the country, the royal family was the supreme ruler, the master of the country. Beneath the royal family were the nobles, each with their own privileges determined by the rank of their titles. Duke, Marquis, and Count were considered major nobles, enjoying the highest level of privileges within the kingdom. Viscount and Baron were considered minor nobles, not reaching the status of the top 3, yet still elevated above commoners and merchants. Among them, a duke held the highest position and the greatest privileges, a title bestowed only upon close relatives of the royal family. In other words, Marquis was the highest title attainable by ordinary people, with status and privileges second only to the royal family and its close relatives. The Riezel family was one such Marquis family in Genus. From this, one could see how respected Yuri's status had been. Of course, her significance was not solely derived from being a member of a Marquis family. According to the memory of the original Riezel, the evaluation of Yuri had always been consistent. This girl is undoubtedly one of the most impressive characters in the world. Riezel himself also fully agreed with this evaluation and still believed in it to this day. With this in mind, he stepped out of the mansion and went into the courtyard. The courtyard was vast and expansive, making it challenging to find someone in this place. However, he remained calm and casually strolled around before spotting his target in a pavilion. Riezel. The one calling him was none other than the master of this residence, Yuri Frenzel. Yuri, a noble lady similar in age to Riezel, was dressed in a sensible outfit, exuding a noble air from head to toe. Her waist-length, shiny silver hair flowed down her back, as always, radiating elegance and beauty. This beautiful noble lady sat in the pavilion, seemingly enjoying afternoon tea. Her captivating eyes fixated on him, portraying a good mood. Beside Yuri stood a maid. Her age was close to Riezel's, around 20 or younger. Not tall, a bit shorter than him, but delicate as a twinkling gem. Her appearance was outstanding, though with a hint of coldness and aggressiveness. If one ignored the teapot in her hand and her attire, one might believe she was a female knight, despite her somewhat domineering demeanor. Riezel was not unfamiliar with this maid. She was Yuri's personal maid, always at her side, specifically tasked with attending to her needs. Her name was Marilyn Impesh. When Riezel approached, Marilyn noticed him but only gave a fleeting glance before ignoring his presence. He did the same, casting a brief glance at her before arriving in front of Yuri. Not a bad outfit, and you seem to be in good spirits. Looks like you've fully recovered. Yuri said casually, revealing a beautiful smile. It all thanks to your help. Riezel replied with a faint smile. Have a seat. Yuri nodded and gestured toward the seat opposite her. Riezel didn't hesitate and took a seat in front of her. The two had known each other for quite some time, and finally, they had the chance to sit down and have a proper conversation. Chapter 82, Strategic Class Magician. Marilyn. Yuri called the maid by her side. The maid remained silent, only to pull out a teacup from seemingly nowhere and place it in front of Riezel, pouring a steaming cup of black tea for him. The aroma of the tea was pleasant, catching even Riezel, who was usually indifferent to tea, off guard. He quickly picked it up and took a sip. As soon as he tasted it, he regretted it immediately. This was ridiculously sweet. It felt like at least a dozen spoons of sugar had been added, sweet enough to almost dissolve his tongue. His lips twitched a few times, wanting to say something but eventually giving up, forcing a faint smile. It was not without reason. He saw Yuri seem to enjoy the tea, displaying a satisfied expression. It was evident that she was extremely pleased with this sweet tea. Riezel wasn't lacking in social awareness and wouldn't deliberately point out anything at this moment. At the same time, Yuri also observed his behavior. Seeing him sitting there in silence with a faint smile adorning his face. Seeing you in such high spirits, I feel relieved. When the servant went to deliver your meal yesterday and got no response after knocking, I thought you were resting and didn't want to disturb you. But you stayed in your room for a whole day, without eating or drinking. If the protective magic system of this mansion hadn't been activated, I would have thought something happened to you again. Yuri said with relief. One could imagine that if Riezel had appeared even a bit later, she might have sent someone into his room to check on him. After all, he had once faced an assassination attempt in this mansion, so it was natural for her to be concerned. I'm sorry for worrying you. Riezel said as he put down the teacup and looked at her. But, as you can see, I'm good now, so there's nothing to worry about. I can see that. Yuri glanced over his body, nodding satisfactorily. You're indeed in much better shape than yesterday. He no longer looked sickly and his complexion wasn't pale anymore. He appeared lively, even his gaze was different, like a sword ready to be unsheathed at any moment, sharp and surprising even herself. However, no matter what, his recovery was a good thing. What are your plans now? Yuri casually stirred the black tea in front of her with a spoon as she asked nonchalantly. Riezel didn't hesitate much in responding. Since my injuries have healed, I've naturally decided to leave. I can't trouble you any longer. He had made this decision before returning. The Frenzel family was different from the Loki familia. Loki familia was akin to his true family since its members were connected by Loki's blood, making them no different from a blood-related family and her children, so staying there just felt right to him. But the Frenzel family was different. Riezel had no ties here, and the original Riezel had no connection whatsoever with this Marquis family, otherwise, he would have been ecstatic. Yuri was merely his savior, taking him in solely to allow him to recover from his injuries. It was a kind and well-intentioned gesture, but now that he had recovered, he didn't feel right staying here and continuing to trouble her any further. Being from a Marquis family, she had already shown great kindness by allowing a stranger and countryside boy like him to stay and recover. However, Yuri frowned at his answer. Is that really okay? Yuri stopped stirring her tea and met his gaze with a serious expression. There are still people outside who want to kill you. If you stay here, they might hesitate, but once you leave, they won't have any reason to hold back. In other words, leaving this mansion might immediately expose Riezel to danger and another assassination attempt. He couldn't be oblivious to this. But they are after me, not you. Riezel said indifferently. I don't want to trouble you anymore. I don't mind, you know. Yuri smiled slightly. It's rare to find a friend with whom I can have a conversation with. Even if you choose to stay, you're more than welcome. But I can't hide here forever, can I? Riezel looked directly at her eyes. I have to face this sooner or later. Hearing his resolute words, Yuri fell silent. Not just her, even Marilyn stealthily glanced at him, seemingly surprised by his words. What's wrong? Riezel found their reaction strange. Nothing. Yuri shook her head, sighing. I just feel that you're not quite like the rumors say. Riezel fell silent. He knew what she meant. As someone from a marquis family, Yuri could easily investigate him and learn about his past, or rather, she had likely discovered what kind of person the original Riezel was. What kind of person was this world's Riezel? Someone with the courage to leave the countryside and travel far to the city in pursuit of a higher status, brave and ambitious. However, upon the discovery of his talents and the following flattery from the nobility, he lost his original purpose. He became arrogant, spending his days fooling around with a group of noble children, a countryside boy corrupted by the allure of the city. In the eyes of others, could someone like him be considered a good person? His manner and evaluations in the eyes of others were likely quite poor. But for Yuri, who had witnessed Riezel's various performances with her own eyes so far, such evaluations naturally differ. If the original Riezel had known that someone outside was spying on him, ready to kill him at any moment, he would have been scared to death by now. Even if Yuri urged him to leave, he wouldn't be willing to do so, no matter what. Moreover, upon seeing Yuri, an influential figure from a marquis family, he might have considered it a rare opportunity. If he could curry favor with someone from a marquis family, wouldn't he easily attain the position and privileges he desired? These were things the original Riezel would definitely have considered. Meanwhile, as Riezel was busy pondering matters concerning the original Riezel, Yuri suddenly spoke again. Even though you say that, I still think it's better for you to stay here for now. Her words prompted him to lift his gaze and glance over, and after a moment of silence, he threw a question. Have you investigated the one who targeted me? Yuri's words made Riezel consider that possibility. Unfortunately, he was about to be disappointed. Just like before, I couldn't find anything because they cleaned up their tracks really well. Yuri shook her head. But it's so tidy that I'm starting to suspect it might not just be some influential figure keeping an eye on you like we first thought. At her speculation, Riezel's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Yuri didn't answer immediately and seemed to be lost in thought, looking down at the cup of tea in front of her before finally asking a question. You should know who I am, right? At her question, Riezel couldn't help but pause, then truthfully provided an answer. In this kingdom, almost everyone knows you. You're the head of the Riezel family, one of the marquis families in Genas. Plus, you're the chief court magician of this kingdom, holding the title of strategic class magician, one of the strongest magicians on the continent. Indeed, this was Yuri's true status and the reason he considered her one of the most impressive characters in this world. This seemingly rich young lady, though similar in age to him, was not some typical daughter of a marquis or an heir to the family. Instead, she had taken over the position of the Riezel family's head and was granted the title of marquis personally by the king. The Riezel family, once a fallen noble house, rose to prominence under this talented young lady, becoming a major noble in Genas, with authority over 10,000 people. Moreover, the reason she could achieve this was precisely because Yuri Riezel, this extraordinary woman, was an exceptional character. Despite her young age, she possessed the power to become the chief court magician of the kingdom. 2 years ago, she became one of the most powerful magicians on the continent, earning the title of strategic class magician, causing a commotion throughout Genas. She could be considered the brightest and most dazzling star in Genas. However, upon hearing Riezel's answer, Yuri just laughed. The strongest magicians on the continent? Yuri said with a hint of self-deprecation. Just someone who can use magic most advantageous for war, that's all. Such a tool for war hardly qualifies as the strongest magician, right? Hearing her response, Riezel was at a loss for words. He understood why she would say such a thing. In this world, magic was generally divided into 3 classes. These 3 classes were combat class, tactical class, and strategic class. Combat class magic referred to lower power magic with a narrow attack range, suitable for one-on-one combat or small group battles. Tactical class magic had greater power and a wider attack range, capable of destroying a village in one blow or an entire army. Strategic class magic, on the other hand, was extremely powerful, with a broad attack range, capable of instantly destroying a city or even a small country. Although it might have seemed that strategic class magic was the strongest and combat class magic was the weakest, in reality, it was not the case. While strategic class magic was terrifyingly powerful, its conditions for casting were strict, making it almost impossible to use in a fight, especially a fast-paced one. Its only use was as a massive weapon of destruction for large-scale wars, akin to nuclear weapons. Combat class magic, although less powerful, had simple casting conditions and was the mainstream method in fights. Many magicians actually believed that mastering strategic class magic didn't necessarily make one the strongest, it was just a tool for war. A truly powerful magician was one who excelled in combat class magic. However, this perspective might have been popular in the magician circle but had little relevance in the view of countries. The reason was simple. In a world where numerous countries and forces vied for dominance on a continent in constant war, what mattered to a country was not an expert who could win fights one after another but a weapon that could be invincible on the battlefield and instantly destroy their enemies. Thanks to this, whether it was Gina's or other countries, magicians capable of using tactical class and strategic class magic were highly valued. If a magician could use tactical class magic, they were instantly granted a noble title and welcomed into the kingdom. If a magician could use strategic class magic, that was even more incredible. The kingdom considered them a national treasure and, to win them over, the kingdom might even grant them a title of major noble, providing them with great privileges. The original Riezel had precisely this in mind when, upon discovering his abundant magical energy, left home without hesitation. Because to cast tactical class or strategic class magic, the primary requirement was a significant amount of magical energy within one body. Yuri was a successful example of this. Becoming a strategic class magician, she was regarded as one of the strongest magicians on the continent, securing the then current status of the Riezel family. Yet, Yuri herself seemed indifferent to all this. Chapter 83, Heretic Assassin. As someone who inherited the memories of the original Riezel, Riezel saw mostly positive memories about strategic class magicians from the original Riezel's perspective. No choice. The original Riezel came to the city to strive for success, all for the sake of becoming an elite, for becoming a noble. For commoners like him aspiring to be nobles, there were only a few methods. Either he had to achieve remarkable feats and receive the kingdom's recognition, or he had to climb high and either marry into nobility or join a noble family. Alternatively, he could make the kingdom value him and offer a title to win him over. The original Riezel chose the last method. With his naturally abundant magical energy, becoming a tactical class magician wasn't a very difficult task. In fact, with enough effort and talent, becoming a strategic class magician wasn't completely impossible either. If he could at least become a tactical class magician, he would immediately receive a promotion and a noble title, thus becoming a bona fide noble. Not to mention, if he could become a strategic class magician, he could be recognized as a national treasure of the entire genus, bestowed with the title of a major noble, an existence like Yuri, one person above 10,000. With such calculations in mind, the original Riezel naturally harbored feelings of longing and admiration for strategic class magicians. Not only him, but most people in this world also held admiration and longing for strategic class magicians, considering them the most powerful magicians in the world. As long as they could smoothly unleash strategic class magic, they could instantly destroy a city or even a small country. This kind of power seemed no different from that of a god to the ordinary people. Only those lacking sufficient magical energy like combat class magicians, who no matter how hard they tried couldn't cast strategic class magic, would hold the belief that a true expert should specialize in combat class magic. Strategic class magic was merely a weapon for war, impractical and solely military-oriented, causing disdain among magicians who couldn't cast strategic class magic. This viewpoint wasn't entirely wrong. According to Riezel's understanding, the conditions for releasing strategic class magic were indeed strict. Just the chanting time alone was longer than even the lengthiest chants, often requiring several minutes or even tens of minutes of chanting for a single strategic class magic. Such lengthy chants and chanting times were impractical in the rapidly changing dynamics of combat. Let alone strategic class magic, even tactical class magic required a minute or several minutes of chanting time, making it unsuitable for fast-paced battles. Furthermore, combat class magic often only required a few seconds of chanting, and some were even chantless, making them entirely suitable for direct battle. In a one-on-one battle, a magician not proficient in combat class magic, even if they were a strategic class magician, could be easily defeated in an instant. Even losing to a street hooligan isn't an impossible scenario. As a result, tactical class magic and strategic class magic were almost useless in direct battle, only finding utility on the battlefield and in wars. Moreover, the power and scope of these two types of magic were too vast, making them unsuitable for use in densely populated areas. This was particularly true in the city, where using them would be a disaster. In principle, the major countries strictly prohibited the use of tactical class and strategic class magic without authorization. All of these made the situation quite interesting. In order to enhance national strength and increase the country's combat power and deterrence, major countries were desperate to recruit tactical class magicians and strategic class magicians. Yet, apart from wars, the use of tactical class magic and strategic class magic was strictly prohibited and not allowed. This had placed significant restrictions on many tactical class and strategic class magicians. Unless necessary, major countries may not even allow them to leave their territories without authorization. It could be said that tactical class and strategic class magicians were under constant surveillance wherever they went, whether by their own country or by other countries. Therefore, people like strategic class magicians were generally regarded as tools of war, despised by those beyond the ordinary residents. From Yuri's indifferent response, it was evident that she didn't find pride in her identity as a strategic class magician, even somewhat fed up with it. Riezel quietly sympathized with his savior in his heart and began to speak. You suddenly mentioned your identity to me. Could this be related to me being attacked? He considered this possibility, otherwise, why would Yuri bring up an identity she was not a fan of for no reason? Sure enough, there was a reason. While tactical class and strategic class magics are almost useless in direct battle, if used on the battlefield, their usefulness and supreme power are undeniable. Yuri explained with a sigh. Any country on the Akasha continent eagerly seeks magicians of these two classes. However, if an enemy country possesses such magicians, it poses a significant threat to them. Hearing that, Riezel immediately squinted his eyes. Are you saying that I was attacked because of that reason? Yes. Yuri nodded. Truthfully, I suspected it when you were attacked. It was only after I couldn't find any clues about the attacker that I thought the one who attacked you might be someone from the heretic assassin, who has recently become a topic of discussion. Heretic assassin. Riezel was familiar with this name. It was because of an event that had occurred in the past few years. As Riezel began pondering, Yuri continued. In recent years, many people in major countries have been unexpectedly assassinated, dying under mysterious circumstances. Some were nobles, some were prodigies who gained fame. Although they seem unrelated, they have a common point: they are either tactical class magicians or those who have outstanding magical energy, with the potential to become tactical class or strategic class magicians. The sudden, unexplained deaths of these talented individuals had shaken various countries, and the news had spread throughout the entire continent, becoming a significant topic of discussion. Gradually, even ordinary residents came to know that there was a group of people who targeted tactical class magicians, strategic class magicians, and people with the potential to become both. Some suspect that they were secretly formed by one or multiple countries, operating as an assassination unit specifically targeting the war assets of foreign countries. Some believe they are a self-formed criminal group of combat class magicians who failed to become tactical class or strategic class magicians, driven by motives of revenge and frustration. There are also those who speculate that they oppose the use of magic in war, opposing the excessive focus on tactical class and strategic class magic by major countries. They united as terrorists to change this phenomenon. This is the Heretic Assassin, an underground organization that has gained a reputation in recent years. The reason Yuri suspected that this organization targeted Riezel was because of their objectives. Their targets were users of tactical class and strategic class magic, as well as people who have the potential to become proficient in both. Riezel happened to fit these criteria. Each time they act, their cleanup is remarkably thorough. After several years, no country can uncover anything, suggesting that one or more countries likely support them. This was her reason for believing that the Heretic Assassin was behind Riezel's assassination. The attackers shared many similarities. The cleanup was executed too well, suggesting the support of at least one country behind them. Even the Riezel family's intelligence network couldn't find anything. If it's indeed them targeting you, leaving here is definitely not a good choice. Yuri advised seriously. Your enemy is a terrorist organization on a national level, and you won't be able to handle them alone. Hearing her reasoning, Riezel's brow furrowed deeply. His current situation was indeed tricky. While he wasn't afraid, if his attacker was truly such a big terrorist organization, he wouldn't be arrogant enough to think he could handle everything alone. Their unexpected strength, with his current strength, might only allow him to defend himself temporarily, not forever. He was not reckless, blindly plunging into danger without considering the consequences. If there was a solid reason, he could risk everything for a challenge, but without a necessary reason, he wouldn't recklessly face big danger. This wasn't an adventure, it was just falling into someone else's conspiracy, deceit, and malice. Unfortunately, he detested these kinds of things the most. Stay here for now. Yuri said gently, looking at his furrowed brow. I've secretly leaked information about your injuries. If all goes well, you should be out of danger soon. Injuries? Riezel was puzzled at first, then realized. You mean the damage to my gate? Yep. Yuri chuckled. Your gate is damaged, so you can't use magic anymore. Maybe this isn't entirely a bad thing. If this news reached the ears of the Heretic Assassin's people, they might abandon any plans to assassinate him. After all, their goal was people capable of using tactical class and strategic class magics, and without the ability to use magic, Riezel would lose his value as their target. Just stay hidden here for a while, there's no shame in it, you know. Yuri suggested. What about you? Riezel asked, looking into her eyes. If it's indeed them, aren't you their target too? Aren't you afraid? Yuri, being a strategic class magician, logically should be the Heretic Assassin's primary target. However, have you ever heard of a strategic class magician being killed so far? Yuri casually tossed out a question, leaving him in silence. In the Akasha continent, there were only 8 existing strategic class magicians, and all of them were still alive and well. Don't worry. Even if I wanted to die, this kingdom wouldn't allow it. Yuri sarcastically remarked before continuing. Just stay here for now, wait until the storm passes, and then make different plans. Upon hearing that, Riezel considered for a moment and nodded. Staying here might be a good idea since this way he could have an easier time delving into the power system of this world. Is this settled then? Yuri asked, seeing him nod, and seemed pleased. Come, join me for afternoon tea. As he looked at the tea in front of him, his complexion stiffened. In that split second, he began to question whether his decision was a mistake. Chapter 84, The Library. Okay, let's set aside the matter of tea for now. Ignoring the excessively sweet black tea, Riezel was genuinely grateful for Yuri's kindness. Not only did she save his life, but she also welcomed him to stay, providing temporary protection. He was determined to remember this favor. Therefore, he didn't rush to leave and sat in the pavilion, engaging in conversation with her. He observed that she genuinely enjoyed talking with him. Perhaps she simply liked having someone with whom she could chat freely, and he happened to be that person. When he was still recovering from his injuries, she often came to visit him. Sometimes they discussed important matters, while other times they engaged in casual conversation. Regardless, she always appeared happy. Considering Yuri's status as a marquis and a renowned strategic-class magician on the Akasha continent, why would she personally visit him and engage in conversation with someone like him? Even if she rescued someone and brought them back for recovery out of kindness, it wasn't necessary for her to personally check on them. Instructing others to take care of him would have been sufficient. Hence, as Riezel could sense Yuri's goodwill, he was willing to play along. They chatted, relieving boredom and providing a distraction. Initially, she might have only shown interest in him due to his potential to become a tactical class or strategic class magician. However, as their interactions increased, her visits became more frequent. Now, simply sitting with him, chatting and having tea, made her content and happy, leaving him unsure how to react. However, since she enjoyed talking to him, Riezel naturally did so. It was also an opportunity for him to learn about this world and understand Gina's through her perspective. The original Riezel, a naive countryside peasant with limited knowledge, only possessed basic common sense. In contrast, Yuri, a high-ranking noble of the kingdom and chief court magician, had an understanding of the country and continent that others couldn't match. During the month of recovery, Riezel learned a lot about this world through conversations with Yuri. Engaging in conversation with her now also proved beneficial for him, allowing him to quickly grasp the intricacies of this world and learn some hidden truths. Until... My lady. An old butler entered the pavilion, bowing to Yuri as he spoke. The son of the Basolo family has come to visit. With these words, the joyful expression instantly vanished from Yuri's face. I know. Yuri responded expressionlessly. Escort him to the guest room, I will be there shortly. Yes. The butler responded curtly, retreating. Yuri's face regained expression, though it seemed less than pleased. What's wrong? Riezel inquired, observing the situation. Nothing. Yuri intended to say something, but after a moment's thought, she seemed to dismiss the idea and sighed. I'm sorry, I need to attend to a guest. It was evident that this so-called guest was not someone she welcomed. It's okay. Riezel, though somewhat concerned, didn't want to press further. You go ahead, I'll be fine on my own. Yuri smiled. You can return to your room or wander around, just don't leave this mansion. You're free to go anywhere within this building. As she spoke, she took out a crystal from her pocket. This is for you. Yuri handed the crystal to him. Examining it, Riezel soon expressed his surprise. Is this a magic crystal for communication? Foo-foo, yes. Yuri chuckled. Consider it a gift. If you ever need to, you can use it to contact me. But isn't this too much? Riezel hesitated. I remember this thing is quite expensive. Magic crystals were items similar to the magic stones in the world of Danmachi. They were raw materials for making magic items, allowing various magical effects to be inscribed, creating a variety of special items for convenience in daily life, and many more. The magic crystal she gave to him was for communication, allowing conversation regardless of distance. As long as the crystal had touched before, it would record the toucher's magical energy wavelength. In comparison to the limited signal range of phones and cell phones from his previous life, this magical item was far superior. Though there was the inconvenience of having to touch crystals to record magical energy wavelengths, the ability to have a conversation anywhere outweighed the drawbacks. T/N, like saving phone numbers. The original Riezel, despite being friendly with many noble children, did not possess a communication magic crystal himself. Therefore, he knew how expensive this item was. However, for Yuri, it seemed like a trivial issue. Ah, this little thing is nothing, I have plenty. Marilyn has one too, so don't hesitate to use it. Yuri smiled warmly. It's for the sake of easy communication. Now that he wouldn't simply lie in bed, there was a need for a way to contact others. I've already recorded my wavelength in this magic crystal, and Marilyn's as well. If it's inconvenient to contact me, you can also reach out to her. Yuri's words made Riezel glance at Marilyn. However, Marilyn, who stood by Yuri's side, seemed indifferent, as if completely unaware of his gaze. All right. After some consideration, Riezel ultimately accepted Yuri's good intentions and took the magic crystal. Oh, by the way. Yuri suddenly remembered something. If you find yourself bored, you can go check out the library. However, upon hearing that, Marilyn's expression unexpectedly changed. My lady. Marilyn furrowed her brows and wanted to say something, but Yuri silenced her with a glance. What's wrong with this library? Riezel asked with a slight bewilderment as he observed Marilyn's reaction. Nothing, don't worry. Yuri chuckled, shaking her head. It won't harm you in any way. Whether you want to go or not is up to you. Leaving those words behind, she stood up, turned, and walked away. Surprisingly, Marilyn glared silently at Riezel and then left somewhat indignantly. Alone in the pavilion, he watched the departing master and servant, lost in thought. It seems like this so-called library is not a place one can enter casually. After deliberation, Riezel decided to check it out. Just as Yuri had said, he didn't believe she would harm him, otherwise, he would have died long ago. As a result, he left the pavilion, ready to enter the mansion for the library. However, before entering the mansion, he encountered many people. Outside the gate, at a distance from the courtyard, there was not only a luxurious carriage but also many people dressed as knights, standing in a tidy formation. After glancing and finding nothing interesting, Riezel entered the mansion. The Riezel family's library seemed to be on the top floor of this luxurious mansion. It was located next to Yuri's exclusive study, not too secluded in position. However, when Riezel asked the servants about the library's location, they looked at him with surprise. Shortly afterward, they notified the bodyguard, who came over to inquire. Upon learning that he was seeking the library with Yuri's permission, the bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances and then directed him in the right direction. As Riezel left, he distinctly observed envy and even jealousy in their eyes. Though, he didn't know why, he didn't care and continued his journey. Later, on his way to the top floor, he encountered about 3 waves of people who tried to stop him. Each time, they only allowed him to pass after confirming he had Yuri's permission. This further convinced him that this library was undoubtedly an important place. Strangely, for such an important place, there were surprisingly few people guarding its entrance. Riezel, puzzled, examined the library's door before pushing it open and stepping inside. At this moment, he failed to notice that as he opened the door, a tiny magic circle appeared for a split second on the door handle. The magic circle flashed briefly, appearing and disappearing so quickly that he didn't catch the abnormality. After Riezel entered the library door closed automatically behind him. Inside, he surveyed the entire library. It was a very ordinary-looking library. Not too large but not small either, filled with numerous books neatly arranged on exquisite bookshelves. However, strangely, there was no scent of paper in the air. Approaching one of the bookshelves, Riezel picked up a book. As he held it, he finally understood why people in this mansion were so nervous about the library. It was because the books here were all unique. For instance, the book he held in his hands now was titled, Introduction to Elementary Magic. Yes. This was a magic book that taught people how to use magic and provided guidance on how to become a magician. Are all the books here some kind of magic book for teaching magic? Riezel's gaze at the library changed instantly. Was this really a library? It seemed more like a place of magic knowledge inheritance. No, it wasn't just about magic knowledge. Riezel discovered that on one shelf, there were books related not to magic but to swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. Riezel suddenly became interested. If the original Riezel's memory was correct, then swordsmanship in this world was something special. Chapter 85, Swordsmanship. Life began with magical energy. This was the common sense of this world. However, the amount of magical energy one possessed varied, some had more and some had less. The amount remained constant throughout one's lifetime and wouldn't increase, no matter what one did. Therefore, even though everyone in this world had magical energy, very few could become magicians. In this world, approximately 90% of people had so little magical energy that they couldn't even release the simplest form of magic. Among the remaining 10%, roughly 90% of them would exhaust all their magical energy even if they were to release a single magic. As a result, there were very few magicians because people with enough magical energy were scarce. This was a matter of fate, and despite any unwillingness, reality remained unchangeable. So, were those without the ability to use magic destined to live ordinary lives? Certainly not. In this world, there was a system designed for those who could not become magicians, swordsmanship. The swordsmanship in this world was not just a technique or skill, it was a method of honing one body. By practicing swordsmanship, people could stimulate the magical energy inside their bodies that could not be used for magic. They channeled all their magical energy into refining their bodies, honing their physical prowess, and thus gaining superhuman power. Those born with abundant magical energy could become magicians. Those born with insufficient magical energy could become swordsmen. These were two different paths that led to extraordinary powers. The former required innate talent, while the latter emphasized effort and circumstances. This world was a world of swords and magic, with no third power system. Riezel found the swordsmanship in this world interesting. After all, he himself was a swordsman. Let's take a look at this world's swordsmanship. Riezel set down the magic book in his hands. While these magic books might be worth thousands of gold, to be honest, they held little significance for him. His gait was damaged, rendering him unable to independently practice this world's magic. Moreover, he was not inclined to study it. If he truly needed any magic, he could simply memorize it with Almighty, using the stored memory to unleash the magic through it. As a result, there was no need for him to rigorously study magic. Knowing the specific effect of the magic was enough. Afterward, he could have someone demonstrate the said magic in front of him. When using magic memorized with Almighty, Riezel would spend his mind, not the magical energy from the damaged gate. This meant that even if his gate was compromised, it wouldn't restrict him at all. As a result, his interest in the magic books in this library was minimal. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by the swordsmanship. Without delay, he approached another shelf that held books on swordsmanship and picked one up. The collection wasn't extensive. Compared to the magic books, the number of swordsmanship books in this library was overwhelmingly low, around 10 to 20. Riezel picked up one of them and started reading. Indeed, the book documented a particular swordsmanship, along with explanations. Swordsmanship encompasses all techniques that utilize the magical energy within one's body to temper and enhance physical strength. Practicing swordsmanship can rapidly enhance one's body, enabling even those with limited magical energy to elevate themselves and become extraordinary beings. Swordsmanship is mainly divided into three classes. 1. Elementary swordsmanship. 2. Advanced swordsmanship. 3. Special swordsmanship. Practicing different types of swordsmanship leads to different growth and outcomes. Riezel quickly scanned through the summary and discovered that the swordsmanship system had its own difficulties. As mentioned in the book, swordsmanship classes existed, with the growth being slower for elementary swordsmanship and faster for advanced swordsmanship. This was primarily due to the varying levels of magical energy stimulation by the swordsmanship, which affected the efficiency of tempering the body using magical energy. Elementary swordsmanship had a lower stimulation of magical energy, resulting in slower growth, while advanced swordsmanship had a higher stimulation, leading to faster growth. Especially when practicing special swordsmanship, according to the book, the practitioner's growth speed would be unimaginably fast. Excessive stimulation of magical energy could even cause the practitioner to manifest supernatural phenomena when using sword techniques, giving it traits and effects similar to magic. For example, someone who practiced special swordsmanship might infuse wind into their slashes, creating blasts of storm. Another might unleash flames into their slashes, resembling the effects of flame magic, resulting in explosive improvements in powers. The book mentioned one such special swordsmanship. The swordsmanship passed down by the royal family of Genas is a type that can cultivate spiritual power. Once mastered, even without using a sword to attack, one can evoke spiritual power to intimidate enemies, even stunning them. Ordinary people facing members of the royal family often feel the invisible pressure of spiritual power before even making physical contact. Even if they don't lose consciousness immediately, their strength is greatly diminished, and only 1 out of 10 survives. Such special swordsmanship exists in various countries, with only minor differences in quantity. Regardless of the type, as long as one practices special swordsmanship, they have the potential to become the strongest swordsman and attain the title of Sword Saint in due time. Sword Saint is the highest honor for a swordsman, a title achievable only by those with the ability to vie for the strongest position. If a strategic class magician is considered the strongest force in wars, then a Sword Saint is the strongest force in one-on-one combat. In other words, those who gain the title of Sword Saint are nearly invincible in duels. Once, in pursuit of the title of Sword Saint, countless swordsmen confronted each other, engaging in intense fights, leading to many historically significant bloody events. Just as strategic class magicians are considered the strongest magicians in the world, sword saints are also perceived as the strongest swordsmen. With a multitude of swordsmen in this world vying for the title, the competition for the strongest is fierce and intense. A small mistake could even result in a disaster. Of course, only swordsmen who have practiced special swordsmanship have the qualifications to compete for the title of Sword Saint. Ordinary swordsmen are not eligible. Due to the unique nature of special swordsmanship, most of these great swordsmanship have been collected by the royal families of major countries or are held by powerful noble families. They rarely end up in the hands of outsiders. Is there special swordsmanship here? Riezel became more interested as he put down the swordsmanship book in his hands. The swordsmanship described in this book was advanced swordsmanship, quite valuable for ordinary people, and much better than elementary swordsmanship at least. However, compared to special swordsmanship, it was not considered much. Riezel had a faint suspicion. Yuri asked me to come to this library, maybe so I could look up swordsmanship here. His gate was already damaged and couldn't be used for magic anymore, confirming the fact that he couldn't be a magician again. Although Yuri mentioned that there were treasures in this world that could repair a damaged gate and that there was hope of using magic again if found, she hadn't found these treasures yet. This implied that such items were extremely rare and not easily found or obtained. Without finding such treasures, did that mean Riezel would be a useless person for the rest of his life? Yuri wouldn't want to see that happen. Hence, she suggested to him to come here and focus on practicing swordsmanship. Practicing swordsmanship could independently trigger magical energy. Even if his gate was damaged, it wouldn't pose any hindrance. Throughout history, many magicians whose gate was damaged eventually succeeded in transitioning to swordsmen. Extraordinary individuals who changed their path and became sword saints often had similar experiences. Yuri, recognizing this potential, extended the opportunity to Riezel. Unbeknownst to her, he also harbored the desire to practice swordsmanship from the beginning. Even though my gate is damaged and I don't rely on it much for magic practice at the moment, this body naturally has plenty of magical energy. It'd be a shame not to make use of it. With Riezel's innate abundance of magical energy, his growth speed after practicing swordsmanship would also be remarkable. Swordsmanship was initially designed for those with low magical energy, but people with abundant magical energy could still excel in it. While others struggled daily to practice swordsmanship, using their meager magical energy to refine their body, those who possessed abundant magical energy could achieve far more. Yuri likely thought it would be a waste not to make use of Riezel's innately abundant magical energy and thus entertained the idea of assisting him in practicing swordsmanship. If that was the case, perhaps there was a powerful swordsmanship she specifically left for him in this library. Riezel quickly scanned the bookshelf for swordsmanship books and eventually found the one in a hidden corner. Holy Dragon Sword Style. This was a long-standing special swordsmanship. Riezel's eyes brightened as he opened the book. Upon opening it, he saw an image of a swordsman confronting a great dragon, preparing for dragon slaying. Below the image, there was a caption. Holy Dragon Sword Style, a special swordsmanship created by Dragon Sword Saint, Ifastin Tasanlo, has been passed down for 400 years. When Dragon Sword Saint mastered the Holy Dragon Sword Style, his body was honed to rival that of a great dragon. He even possessed magic resistance equivalent to a dragon. Even direct hits from tactical class magic left no scars on his body. This swordsmanship has an extremely high difficulty and requires huge innate magical energy. Without sufficient magical energy, one cannot successfully practice it throughout their life. For newcomers wishing to practice this swordsmanship, it is crucial not to blindly train. Chapter 86, Disappointment. At this moment, Riezel was stunned. He had never expected that the special swordsmanship he had found in this library would be such an extraordinary one, a swordsmanship that could transform one's body like a dragon. Practicing swordsmanship and becoming a dragon. What kind of concept was this? Regardless, his first impression was disbelief, but shortly afterward, excitement crept in. The fact that the requirements for practicing this swordsmanship aligned with him, needing individuals with abundant magical energy, made him even more intrigued. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance of successfully practicing it. Could it be that Yuri specifically chose this swordsmanship for me? Riezel couldn't help but think so and decided he would ask about this later. For now, he was eager to see and learn the special swordsmanship. As for the warning about the extremely high difficulty of practice mentioned in the captions, he chose to ignore it. With the existence of Fool's Obsession, his growth speed and limits were significantly boosted. If he couldn't master this swordsmanship, then perhaps no one could. With that mindset, Riezel started reading the Holy Dragon Sword Style. However, as he read further, his eyebrows began to furrow, and the excitement in his eyes gradually faded. No fucking way. This swordsmanship is actually missing the crucial breathing style. Riezel thought speechlessly. Yes, this swordsmanship had a flaw. Swordsmanship typically consists of two essential components, the swordsmanship itself and the breathing technique, also known as the breathing style. All swordsmanship in this world involves practicing sword techniques while employing a specific breathing technique to stimulate magical energy within one's body. This approach enhances magical energy, invigorating the body and gradually enhancing its power, step by step. In other words, the breathing style in swordsmanship was the key to allowing practitioners to transcend the ordinary. Without a breathing style, any swordsmanship was just a common sword technique, a set of moves, or skills. While it might have contributed to the body, it lacked the stimulating effect of magical energy and the refining effect on the body. Naturally, without a breathing style, even if one practiced special swordsmanship, it was impossible to develop special abilities like releasing flame or wind into their sword slashes. It might have even lacked the said astonishing growth efficiency. The Holy Dragon sword style in Riezel's hands was missing this crucial breathing style, leaving only sword moves and sword techniques. Such special swordsmanship, not to mention being stronger than advanced swordsmanship, fell short even when compared to elementary swordsmanship without the accompanying breathing style. In short, this Holy Dragon sword style was nothing more than a disappointment. Why is the breathing style that should be the most important missing? Riezel pondered. Could it be intentionally separated and stored elsewhere? If that were true, wouldn't it mean that Yuri didn't bring him here to learn this special swordsmanship? Riezel felt a bit confused. Whatever, let's go ask. He decided to not dwell on it. If there were questions, he would just go and ask her directly. However, Riezel decided to memorize the Holy Dragon sword style. With his extraordinary memory, even if he didn't take the book out of the library, he could recall all the content after spending some time. Done. About half an hour later, he closed his eyes, recalled the memorized information, confirmed its accuracy, put back the book of Holy Dragon sword style on the shelf, and left. At this moment, the sky was still early. After leaving the library, Riezel had initially planned to go directly to find Yuri. However, considering that she was likely entertaining a guest at this moment, he abandoned this plan and headed toward the courtyard. He wanted to practice the Holy Dragon sword style in the courtyard for a while, to see if there was anything special about this special swordsmanship that lacked the crucial breathing style. With nothing else to do and no dungeon to challenge in this world, Riezel could only use this method for training and confirmation, while passing the time. However, just as he descended the stairs, preparing to go to the first floor, he was intercepted by someone. Hello. A middle-aged man with a beard, dressed like a steward and somewhat resembling a shrewd merchant, stopped Riezel. You are. Riezel stopped in his tracks, looking at the man with a merchant-like appearance. I am the steward of the Basolo family. The Basolo family steward bowed to Riezel, his face full of smiles, but his tone carried an imperceptible arrogance. Basolo family? Riezel raised his eyebrows. Wasn't that the family to which the son, whom Yuri didn't particularly like, belonged? Do you have business with me? Riezel asked straightforwardly, not displaying a hostile attitude but not overly humble either. There is indeed a something. The steward, seeing Riezel's calm demeanor, looked a bit disappointed, but still smiled. Young master, since you can freely move around here, your status should be quite high, right? I'm just a guest here, living here temporarily. Nothing to do with status. Riezel answered indifferently. If you have something to say it directly, no need for beating around the bush. If that's the case, then I'll be direct. The steward suddenly approached with a smile, handing over a heavy pouch to Riezel. Please accept this, young master. Upon seeing the pouch, Riezel's heart stirred. Although he hadn't seen what was inside the heavy pouch he held, judging from the feel, it was likely to be coins, like the currency circulating in Orario. He had brought money before, so he could naturally judge from the touch what was inside. But what does this mean? Riezel raised the heavy money pouch in his hand, a look of intrigue shining in his eyes as he gazed at the steward. The steward seemed not to notice and simply touched his own beard, smiling. This is just a small deposit, you can do anything with it. The steward said with an apologetic smile. If you feel it's not enough, then you can provide a bit of information to me, and I'll certainly add a little more. Information, huh? Riezel raised an eyebrow. Such as? For example, some information related to Marquis Riezel. The steward blinked, displaying a look of, you know what I mean, on his face. It could be anything, from personal hobbies to family secrets. As long as you're willing to reveal it to our Basolo family, my young master will surely reward you generously. Upon hearing that, Riezel knew exactly what the steward of the Basolo family's intention was. He wanted to gather information about Yuri. Whether it was personal hobbies or family secrets, he was interested in it all. As for why he was gathering this information, it was not hard to guess that it wasn't for anything good. Thinking back to Yuri's displeasure when she heard someone was visiting, Riezel suddenly understood her a bit. Undoubtedly, this Basolo family must have done such things quite often. All right. Riezel smirked, collecting the heavy money pouch in his hand. Although I don't know any family secrets, I do know a personal hobby of Yuri, I mean, Marquis Riezel. What is it? The steward became energetic instantly. Marquis Riezel seems to enjoy drinking unique flavored black tea. Riezel expressionlessly said. Such as the very bitter kind. She seems quite fond of it. Very bitter black tea, is it? The steward was slightly stunned. Are there people out there who actually enjoy bitter tea? That's why I called it unique. Riezel chuckled. If someone can accompany Marquis Riezel for her favorite afternoon tea, her mood will surely be excellent. I see. The steward nodded understandingly and then smiled. Thank you for the information, young master. I'll look for you next time. With that, the steward left with enthusiasm, leaving only Riezel behind. So, this is the nobility of this kingdom, huh? Riezel muttered as he watched the steward's departing figure. In his tone, there was a mixture of annoyance and sarcasm. The steward's demeanor and behavior once again reminded him of some unpleasant experiences from his previous life. TCH, whatever, it's none of my business. Riezel turned and left. Right now, he just wanted to practice swordsmanship, that way, he could properly dispel the slight frustration building up in his heart. Swish. In the courtyard, next to the pavilion, Riezel wielded a wooden sword, dancing with the sword skillfully. He started with a downward slash, followed by a quick lift and a diagonal cut. After a swift return, he executed a powerful thrust, causing the air to whistle. As he swung the sword, not only was his speed surprisingly quick, but there was also a sense of powerful and forceful momentum. Whether slashing or thrusting, it felt like an explosive burst of power. When Riezel finally stopped, he realized that practicing swordsmanship in this manner had left him drenched in sweat after just one session. This holy dragon sword style is no joke. Riezel commented inwardly, somewhat amazed. Being able to use all muscles with just a few movements and having such a marvelous power application technique, no wonder it's considered special swordsmanship. Examining the effects of training with the holy dragon sword style, Riezel was surprised at its effectiveness. Riezel felt both astonished and regretful. Continuing like this, even at my level, could have some benefits, right? He marveled at the thought and felt a tinge of disappointment. Unfortunately, the most important breathing style is missing, otherwise, this swordsmanship would be incredibly strong. Without the breathing style, he still experienced some benefits, but he still wondered whether the absence of the breathing style was intentional or accidental. While practicing, Riezel casually contemplated this matter. However, after a while, he noticed a sudden commotion. I won't give up. Miss Yuri. A young man dressed as a noble suddenly appeared at the mansion's gate, shouting toward the inside. Accompanying him was the shady-looking steward from before, voicing support. Riezel paused his movement, observing the noble-dressed young man. The young man continued yelling and causing a ruckus, soliciting assistance from his escort. Before long, Yuri emerged from the mansion. However, her expression didn't look too pleased. Chapter 87, Marriage Proposal. Riezel had no idea what Yuri and the young master of the Basolo family had discussed. The distance was too far, and unless the young master and his subordinates shouted loudly as they did just now, he couldn't hear any sound. However, Yuri's complexion didn't look good. Riezel could tell that she had said something to the young master with a cold expression that made him particularly excited, continuously exclaiming phrases like "No. It's impossible," and "I will never give up." That appearance, how to describe it? It was like a devoted dog rejected by his goddess. In fact, it really seemed like that. Shaking his head to disperse these useless thoughts, Riezel stopped paying attention to the commotion and continued practicing swordsmanship by the pavilion. Each practice session left him sweating, yet due to the rapid stamina recovery thanks to the healing power development ability, he felt no exhaustion. It was indeed a peculiar sensation. After practicing like this for about half an hour, the Basolo family's young master, who resembled a defeated dog, finally ran off with tears and snot, leaving his steward and subordinates hastily chasing after him. Not long after, the luxurious carriage parked outside the door was driven away, and the neatly arranged knights followed suit, creating quite a stir. Only then did Riezel put down his sword, wipe the sweat off his forehead, and look at Yuri's figure. She remained standing at the mansion's entrance, her expression unchanged even as the Basolo family's people departed. She conversed with Marilyn, or rather, issued some instructions, only letting Marilyn leave later. Shortly afterward, Yuri finally made eye contact with Riezel. It was only at this moment that her expression eased a bit, with a lingering sense of helplessness in her eyes as she walked toward him. "You've been here the whole time?" Yuri asked with a casual tone as she sat down in the pavilion, observing Riezel, who was drenched in sweat and holding a wooden sword. "Yeah." Riezel shrugged, placing the wooden sword borrowed from the bodyguard aside. "Your suitor or something?" He was, of course, referring to the son and the so-called young master of the Basolo family. "I guess so." Yuri expressed indifference, her tone plain. "A troublesome one." Riezel smirked, tossing a money pouch onto the table. "I find him pretty straightforward, you know. Managed to bribe his way to me. I'm guessing people in this mansion must have been bothered quite a bit by his people." At his words, Yuri remained silent, only staring at the money pouch on the table with an expression of annoyance. Without a doubt, such incidents were not occurring for the first time. After a long while, she suddenly spoke. "I have to return home." Yuri's words initially surprised Riezel, but he quickly understood. To the Riezel territory. As a Marquis of Genas, the Riezel family naturally possessed territory. Located to the north of Genas, the climate was cold, not with constant snowfall but characterized by a perpetual winter, making it unsuitable for a large population. Considering Yuri's status and position, she could have requested a central territory from the kingdom, but she didn't. Despite the Frenzel family's decline, they still held onto their own land. After being granted a marquis title, Yuri reclaimed her family's ancestral territory and didn't seek additional land. This led to the Frenzel family's holdings being in remote areas within Genas. The main residence of the Frenzel family was within the territory, while the current mansion in the royal capital served as their secondary one. In other words, Riezel was currently in the Frenzel family's secondary residence in Genas's royal capital. Due to her role as the chief court magician, Yuri often had to leave her territory to handle work in the royal capital, hence her ownership of a mansion here. Now, she seemed prepared to leave the royal capital and return to her territory. Riezel couldn't believe that this had nothing to do with that young master of the Basolo family. What's going on, really? Riezel finally asked the crucial question. Yuri seemed reluctant to speak, but seeing his direct and sincere gaze, she fell silent for a while before sighing. The Basolo family has proposed a marriage alliance to my family. Yuri said in a grim mood. It seems my family has agreed. Upon hearing this, Riezel's expression became peculiar. What? Your family agreed to a marriage proposed by someone else? Riezel questioned in a surprised tone. Can they even decide such things for you? One couldn't blame him for saying so. If Yuri were just a mere wealthy daughter from a noble family, it wouldn't be unusual for a family to arrange a marriage. Noble families were often involved in such alliances. However, the peculiarity arose from the fact that it concerned Yuri. The reason was simple. In the Frenzel family, Yuri was the head of the family. Because she took over the Frenzel family, becoming a strategic class magician, the kingdom regarded her as a treasure, and it was because of her that the family had its current standing. Therefore, she was the sky of the Frenzel family, the true ruler and a decisive master. In the Frenzel family, who had the authority to decide her marriage? Perhaps even the king of Genas himself, when considering arranging a marriage, had to take into account Yuri's mood. Otherwise, if this strategic class magician became discontent, it would be a disastrous situation for the kingdom. In such a situation, who could decide to marry her off? Riezel's evaluation of her as one of the most impressive characters in this world was not just a casual remark. It was understandable that he seemed to be getting a bit confused. My father agreed to this without my consent. With just one sentence, Yuri revealed to him how helpless she was. However, after saying that, she noticed that his complexion had also become somewhat unpleasant. What's wrong? Yuri asked doubtfully. It's nothing. Naturally, Riezel wouldn't tell her that her words reminded him of his grandfather's unilateral decision in his previous life, forcing him to marry the overweight daughter of a nouveau riche family. So, you're going back to oppose this marriage? Riezel asked as he understood why she suddenly decided to go back. To his question, she has only one response. Without my consent, this so-called marriage won't stand. Yuri's indifferent words were entirely different from her usual demeanor in front of Riezel. In front of him, she appeared as a girl who lacked friends, enjoyed chatting with friends, and found happiness even in small things. But at this moment, she was a strong and cold head of a major noble family. This was the true nature of the girl, a facade she usually displayed in front of others. Then I wish you a safe journey. Riezel could only say a farewell. However. What are you talking about? Yuri said somewhat oddly. Aren't you coming with me too? Huh? Me? Why? Riezel was taken aback, pointing at himself. Of course. Yuri chuckled as she looked at his surprised expression, her mood finally improving. Are you planning to stay here and wait to be attacked by that so-called heretic assassin? Doesn't this place have a magic defense system? Riezel was genuinely puzzled. It should be safe for me to stay here, right? That's when I'm here. Yuri explained. The magic defense system in this residence is set up to protect me and operates fully only when I'm present. Once I leave, the defense system automatically shuts down most of its functions to conserve energy. It's a magic program set by the kingdom's court magicians when they arranged the defense system in this residence. Even I can't control it. With that explanation, she found it necessary to take him along for his safety. You must be kidding, right? Riezel was speechless. Nope, I'm serious. Yuri said, quite amused. You don't want to come home with me? Heh. Riezel laughed lightly and rolled his eyes, which was rare. Was this a question of willingness? No, it was a matter of reason. In what way and reason should I go home with you? As a homeless guy you brought in from outside or something? Riezel said with a raised eyebrow. PFTTT. His words made Yuri's burst into laughter. But that was not wrong. Being brought home by a woman of similar age, neither relative nor friend, would easily lead to misunderstandings. In the medieval era, especially, bringing in someone unclear from the outside could be a matter of great seriousness, almost as severe as being mistaken for a criminal. Okay. Yuri thought for a moment. I'll tell people at home that I invited you home as a guest in the name of a friend from the academy. Friend from the academy? Riezel was stunned. You do know, right? Yuri smiled and said, I used to be a student at Spriller Academy. Although we're the same age, I graduated early. Strictly speaking, I can be considered your senior, no. At her words, Riezel was at a loss. Spriller Academy was regarded as the most prestigious national magic school on the continent. There were 4 such magic schools in total on the Akasha continent, each established by one of the 4 major countries and located within their respective capitals. Spriller Academy, founded by Ginas, stood as the most prestigious magic school, and it was the very place attended by the original Riezel. Yuri, on the other hand, had already graduated early, making her his senior. All right, come home with me, junior, Yuri said with a teasing smile. I'll take good care of you. Hearing her teasing, Riezel's eye corner twitched, and he didn't feel like talking anymore. Chapter 88, Bodyguards. After discussing the matter of returning home with Riezel, Yuri finally left. Though she mentioned wanting to go home, given her status, returning to her territory involved many arrangements in the royal capital that needed to be taken care of first. Otherwise, even if she wanted to leave, it wouldn't be possible. At the very least, she needed to visit the royal palace and report the matter. Otherwise, as a chief court magician and a strategic class magician, leaving the royal capital without authorization might cause unnecessary trouble. This made Riezel understand a bit more why she sarcastically referred to herself as a tool of war. She indeed gained status, privileges, fame, and popularity, but at the same time, she lost her freedom. Nobility, huh? Riezel sighed softly in the pavilion, and shortly afterward, he suddenly remembered something. Crap, I forgot to ask about the Holy Dragon sword style. It seemed that this matter would have to be temporarily set aside. Yuri's current mood was not particularly pleasant, and Riezel was not eager to trouble his benefactor for his own concerns. Never mind, I'll ask next time. He was not in a hurry, so decided to resume his practice. He picked up a wooden sword placed beside him and began swinging it again. First, he would master the swordsmanship in the Holy Dragon sword style. That would never be a wrong choice. Even if the crucial breathing style was missing, mastering the swordsmanship would still increase his strength. If he later had the opportunity to obtain the breathing style, he could seamlessly integrate it, skipping the familiarization process entirely. This was a genuine practice of special swordsmanship that could transform one's body akin to a dragon. As a result, Riezel practiced the swordsmanship over and over again until it was nearly dark. The next day, he experienced what it meant to have sore muscles. Practicing the Holy Dragon sword style actually made my muscles sore. Riezel wasn't frustrated, instead, he felt happy. If it could make his muscles sore, it meant that this swordsmanship indeed affected him. This motivated him to decide that starting from today, he would practice the Holy Dragon sword style every day. Without the dungeon, there's no way to grow through defeating monsters. I can only persist in training like this. Self-training also served as a means to enhance status. Fauna acted as both an accelerator and a stimulus for the growth of abilities. With regular use of a particular ability, one could gain experience and results. When updating the status, Excelia could be extracted from this factor to enhance it. Persisting in daily training like this would allow his status to grow even without defeating monsters or enemies. If there's a way to acquire the Holy Dragon sword skills breathing style and practice this special swordsmanship, even if not hunting monsters, my status could rapidly grow, and there might even be a chance to level up. After all, transforming oneself into a dragon through swordsmanship could be considered a great exploit, right? Of course, it was hard to say. In the world of Danmachi, Riezel had never heard of anyone achieving an exploit through self-training and leveling up as a result. The original work also never mentioned anyone leveling up by means other than defeating powerful monsters or undertaking formidable adventures. But in a situation without the dungeon and monsters to hunt, Riezel could only persist in training this way. This kind of training continued for a full 3 days. During these 3 days, aside from eating, drinking, bathing, sleeping, and taking care of personal needs, Riezel spent most of the time practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard pavilion. Many people in the mansion noticed this scene, and through word of mouth, for some reason, news of him switching to swordsmanship spread. With Yuri intentionally spreading the news, many people already knew that Riezel's gate was damaged and could no longer use magic, rendering him unable to be a magician in the future. Considering this, his shift to swordsmanship did not seem too abrupt. Moreover, as time passed, people began to treat it as a scenic view of the Riezel residence. Many servants and even bodyguards secretly watched Riezel practice swordsmanship, gossiping about it and creating quite a bit of discussion. However, with the spread of this news, some troublesome individuals, in the end, still came knocking at the door. On this day, after finishing his usual swordsmanship practice, Riezel was just about to go back for a good bath when he was informed of something by the servant. "Someone is looking for me." Upon hearing the servant's words, Riezel was quite surprised. "Yes." The servant stood in place meticulously, speaking respectfully to him. The visitor claims to be a servant of your friend, stating that they have a letter they would like to deliver to you. With that, the servant handed a letter to him. Taking it, Riezel furrowed his brows slightly, but still opened the letter and began reading its contents. After a while, his tightly furrowed brows remained unchanged. This letter was indeed from his so-called friend. More accurately, it should be said to be from the friend of the original Riezel. He was well regarded by many due to his naturally abundant magical energy, which attracted the attention of numerous noble children to his side. And this letter was sent precisely by one of these noble children. His name was Archie Rhine, the second son of the Rhine family, a count family in Genas. Among the group of noble children gathered around the original Riezel, most were from Viscount and Baron families, with only 2 being from the Count family. These 2, being of major noble status, held higher positions and identities than the rest, thus leading the group. Archie Rhine was one of these leaders, and he was particularly fond of taking charge. Initially, when the original Riezel first entered Spriller Academy and gained some reputation, Archie approached him, showing concern and care, and soon after, brought him into this small group of noble children. Whenever the original Riezel went out fooling around, it was Archie who took the lead, almost always the one to invite him. In other words, the decline and loss of motivation of the original Riezel could be attributed to Archie, accounting for at least half of the reasons. Archie was the typical bad influence. If parents knew about him, they would certainly advise their children with solemn warnings not to be friends with such a bad influence. Now, somehow, he got wind of Riezel's relationship with the Frenzel family and sent him a letter through his servant. While the letter contained a lot of irrelevant pleasantries and greetings, the main purpose seemed to be just one. That was, he wanted Riezel to hang out and meet with everyone. The so-called everyone undoubtedly referred to those noble children who used to fool around with the original Riezel. So be it. After recalling memories of those noble children, Riezel let go of the letter in his hand. Let's go meet them. With a calm tone, he let the letter fall, blown away by the wind. Only then did he turn and leave, returning to the mansion. Frenzel Mansion, top floor office. You want to go out? Yuri, who was busy with some paperwork and sat at her desk, was surprised to hear Riezel's request. Yeah. Riezel nodded. An old friend invited me out for a meeting. Is that okay? Yuri expressed hesitancy. Don't forget, you're likely still being watched by the heretic assassin. But as I said before, I can't hide forever. I have to move on. Riezel smiled slightly. Regardless, I can't just stand still and need to do something, no. Although he accepted her proposition and temporarily stayed on her side, it didn't mean he wanted to rely solely on her protection. He also wanted to turn from being passive to taking the initiative, wanting to know how strong the enemies he faced really were. Facing a terrorist organization at the national level, he might indeed be in over his head. But avoiding them for the rest of his life was not his intent. This was also an opportunity for him. He wanted to go out, explore, and test the reactions of various parties. Whether it was the original Riezel's acquaintances or the assassin who attacked him, without probing and understanding, how could he plan for the future? If he were to be attacked again, Riezel could use it as a chance to verify his power in this world. Now that he had reached level 5, he wanted to see where he stood. Yuri was unaware of his train of thought, but she could somewhat guess that he wanted to test the reactions of those who were secretly observing him. She didn't know his current power, and her perspective naturally leaned toward considering it dangerous. However, Riezel's approach couldn't be entirely dismissed. Going out like this could at least test whether the heretic assassin had abandoned pursuit due to the news of damage to his gate. After pondering, Yuri had an idea. How about this? Yuri stared at his eyes. I'll assign 2 bodyguards to you. How does that sound? Bodyguards. Riezel frowned. You can't go out alone, can you? Yuri replied irritably. What if you run into danger? Without someone to protect you, do you think you can survive? I believe I can. Riezel replied inwardly and couldn't voice it aloud. He hadn't figured out how to explain to her that he was different now, no longer defenseless and powerless. Therefore, even though he understood her stance and reason, he was still quite conflicted. On the other hand, Yuri was extremely decisive at this moment. That's decided then. Yuri turned to Marilyn. Marilyn, bring Ein and Ian over. Marilyn nodded and quickly left the office. It didn't take long for her to return, bringing 2 people with her. They were 2 knights. Moreover, they were 2 beautiful female knights with striking and classy appearances. Let me introduce them. Yuri smiled slightly, introducing the 2 female knights. These 2 are my attendants, Ein and Ian, bound by a contract with me. Chapter 89, First Friend. Contract. It was a power that only magicians could wield. Because magicians often required chance and time to prepare when casting magic, contracts were born out of necessity. Initially, the purpose of contracts was to allow magicians to enlist bodyguards under certain conditions, ensuring protection during the preparation of magic and defending against enemies. However, as time passed and history unfolded, contracts evolved into various forms, used in different aspects of life such as restraints, agreements, or even enslavement of others. Rules established through contracts had to be executed once activated, or else they triggered a punishment mechanism. For instance, slaves deprived of their human rights were usually bound by a slavery contract facilitated by a magician. Once the contract was successful, the slave had to unquestionably obey the master's commands or face consequences ranging from torture to loss of life. The original Riezel's grandfather was a slave to a rural merchant, obedient to his master's every command. Upon discovering the original Riezel's innate and powerful magical energy, the grandfather didn't hesitate to offer his own grandchild to his master. Fortunately, the original Riezel managed to escape. Otherwise, the ignorant rural merchant would have exploited his talents, potentially subjecting him to a slavery contract, a lifetime of enslavement. In comparison to the rights-depriving slavery contract, the attendant contract was much more fair. When a magician needed a bodyguard for protection, they often proposed the establishment of an attendant contract. Unlike the domineering and rights-ignoring nature of the slavery contract, the attendant contract emphasized equality. The magician proposing the contract had to agree to fulfill the wish of the prospective attendant for the contract to be in effect. Under this contract, the magician had to wholeheartedly strive to fulfill the attendant's wish, otherwise, the contract became void. On the other hand, if the magician successfully fulfilled the attendant's wish, the contract became effective, and the attendant had to protect their master with all their might, or face the consequences outlined in the contract. Hence, the attendant contract was the most commonly used means for magicians to enlist bodyguards. Many influential magicians, especially nobles who lacked neither wealth nor status, often possessed the ability to fulfill numerous wishes, attracting a multitude of attendants to ensure their safety. As a marquis, a chief court magician, and a strategic class magician, Yuri naturally commands numerous attendants, each possessing considerable power. Marilyn was Yuri's first attendant, having served her for a long time and earning her trust. The two female knights brought by Marilyn were also attendants who had formed contracts with Yuri. Riezel glanced at the two newcomers for a moment. Whether it was Ein or Ian, both seemed to be in their early 20s and considered to be in the prime of their youth. Among them, Ein appeared slightly older, with a mature appearance and sharp, resolute eyes. She sported a side ponytail of purple hair cascading over her shoulders, and at her waist hung a long sword, giving off a reliable aura. Ian looked younger than Ein but older than Riezel, Yuri, and Marilyn. Although not as mature as Ein, her figure was graceful. Wearing a serious expression, her deep blue hair was braided into a twist hanging in front, giving off an equally reliable vibe. The two wielded different weapons. Ein wielded a long sword resembling a greatsword but not as large, while Ian brandished a slender sword resembling a rapier, both classy and appealing. At first glance, they exuded a sense of reliability. "My lady." The two female knights, wearing less armor, bowed their heads respectfully to Yuri, showing great respect. Ein, Ian. Yuri nods to the two attendants. "I have a task for you." The two female knights step forward simultaneously. "Please command." Ein lowers her head, awaiting orders. "As long as my lady wishes." Ian speaks earnestly. "Do you recognize this person?" Yuri points at Riezel. "I need you to protect him outside and safely bring him back." Upon hearing this, Ein and Ian both turned their gaze to Riezel. Riezel nodded in response. The two female knights exchanged glances and then turned their attention back to Yuri. "Yes." Without asking for reasons or expressing objections, the two women readily accept the task. Yuri looked back at Riezel. "Ein and Ian became my attendants a long time ago. Their strength is outstanding, ranking among the top 5 of all my attendants. With them protecting you, your journey should be much safer." "All right, I will bring them along." Riezel could only accept her arrangement. "That's good." Yuri first smiled, then became serious. "Be careful with everything. If you encounter any difficult dangers, immediately retreat, and don't act recklessly. Understand?" Her advice may sound a bit excessive but conveyed a clear sense of concern. "Don't worry." Riezel lightly smiled. "I know my limits." After saying that, he left Yuri's office. "Go." Yuri urged Ein and Ian with a nod, and the two of them bowed their heads before following Riezel. Once the footsteps of the three gradually faded away, Marilyn finally spoke up. "Is this really okay, my lady?" Marilyn asked in a low voice. With Ein and Ian on his side, his safety should be guaranteed. Yuri didn't look at Marilyn, still gazing in the direction of the door. "He's right. We can't keep him locked up here forever. He's truly a fearless man." Marilyn's tone sounded very impolite, it could even be said she spoke harshly. I heard he used to be ignorant and incompetent, spending his time in drinking and pleasure, a country boy who was easily swayed by a group of young nobles. But looking at his current actions, it's hard to imagine he was someone like that before. At first, I was also surprised, you know. Yuri smirked. I thought he was feigning calm, deliberately putting on an act or something. Now it seems that might be his true character. Yuri couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met Riezel. Back then, he was already lying in a pool of blood, barely alive. When she arrived and scared off the attackers, she saw a strong sense of vigilance and hostility in his eyes. Thinking about that look in his eyes, Yuri had to admit that the initial reason their relationship had developed to its current state was because of that particular moment. In those eyes, she seemed to see a wild beast imprisoned, a fierce tiger robbed of its freedom, venting anger to everything around it. It was at that moment that she felt a connection. As a result, she brought him back. As a result, she became interested in him, personally checking on his condition and gradually considering him an important friend. Friend, huh? Yuri mumbled, and a hint of coldness flickered in her eyes. He's my first friend. I can't let the rats in the gutter harm him. At the same time, outside the gate of the mansion. Thank you. Riezel looked at Ein and Ian, who walked behind him and expressed his gratitude to them. No need. Ein said calmly without changing her expression. This is the lady's order, and we are just following her order. Yes. Ian also spoke with a rigid tone. As long as it's the lady's command, we will do our best to fulfill it, no matter what it is. Even so, I still want to thank you. Riezel said calmly. This time going out, there may be some dangers coming our way. If we really encounter something unexpected, you don't need to worry about me. Leaving those words behind, he did not give the two female knights a chance to respond and turned away. What does he mean? Ian frowned. Ein remained silent, only watching his back with a meaningful gaze. Though they each had their own thoughts, they didn't hesitate to follow in his footsteps. Even though they didn't understand the meaning behind his words, what they had to do would not change. Genaz's royal capital was a grand city called Yaluvia. The city was bustling, with most buildings resembling large chalk-white buildings. At first glance, it appeared majestic, giving one a sense of entering a medieval magical kingdom. The residents of Yaluvia were predominantly wealthy, giving the city a more glamorous appearance compared to other urban areas. Being the capital of the kingdom, anyone residing here had to possess some capital of their own. Naturally, the city overflowed with various nobles. Due to the location of the royal palace, nobles frequently came and went. Some served the king as court nobles within the palace, while others owned territories outside the city. Even honorary and local nobles could be found here, creating a diverse mix of people. In this location, Riezel, who had left the Frenzel residence, found himself in a plaza of Yaluvia. In front of a fountain in the plaza, a group of noble children had gathered. Riezel. Over here. Someone called out to Riezel. Riezel, busy observing the surroundings, immediately lifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the voice. He spotted the group of noble children from his memories. They were dressed in a refined manner, with carriages parked nearby and bodyguards standing by. He had to admit, the grandeur of their meeting was quite impressive. The one who called out to him was the leader of the group, Archie Rhine, who keenly noticed him and waved his hand. Chapter 90, Noble Children. Archie Rhine was a young man with a striking appearance. Even among a group of noble children dressed in dazzling attire, he managed to draw attention, becoming the center of discussions. At this moment, several females surrounded him, seemingly vying for the opportunity to converse with him. Envy and jealousy cast from nearby male companions. Riezel's arrival initially went unnoticed by the group. However, the most popular figure, Archie, was the first to notice him and warmly welcomed him. My buddy, it's really good to see you again. Leaving the group, Archie strode toward Riezel, arms open as if to embrace him. However, before Riezel could react, two people stepped forward, namely Ein and Ian. The two female knights, who were silently following Riezel from behind, positioned themselves between Riezel and Archie, blocking his approach. Archie halted, staring at the two female knights in surprise. Others followed suit, and soon a murmur arose. Who are these two female knights? They look so beautiful. The outstanding looks of Ein and Ian caught the attention of the nobles, with many admiring their beauty. Ein and Ian, however, remained indifferent, focused on protecting Riezel. Their actions were unmistakably aimed at safeguarding him from unfamiliar and suspicious characters. As attendants, preventing unknown and potentially threatening figures from approaching their master was a mandatory skill. Since Yuri had entrusted them with Riezel's protection, they acted with the commitment expected of those safeguarding their master. Observing this scene, Riezel finally spoke up. It's okay, you two can step back. Upon hearing his words, Ein and Ian silently retreated a step, returning to their positions behind him. Yet, their vigilant expressions persisted, eyes fixed on anyone approaching him, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. What was initially a lively atmosphere became somewhat awkward and tense due to Ayn and Ian's unexpected actions. Bodyguards from all around subtly moved closer, especially Archie's bodyguard, hand on the hilt of their sword. Fortunately, at this tense moment, Riezel broke the silence. I hope I wasn't too late. Stepping forward, Riezel spoke to Archie with a casual tone. Of course not. Archie, finally grasping the situation, glanced briefly at Ayn and Ian before returning his warm smile to Riezel. We were delighted that you could come. It had been a month since we last saw you, you know. Just as he finished speaking, however, another voice chimed in. Looks like you're doing well, Riezel. The speaker was a man with slightly dark skin and a robust body. Not as handsome as Archie, he exuded an athletic vibe, the type that seemed to enjoy running under the sun, a rugged and appealing man, likely to attract those who appreciate strong, muscular men. Approaching much like Archie, he glanced over Riezel from head to toe before breaking into a smile. Your condition is better than I imagined. I thought you might be too scared to leave the house by now. Seemingly teasing but carrying a hint of underlying sarcasm, Riezel turned his gaze toward this robust man. Drawing from the memories of the original Riezel, he easily identified this man. Senna Lam, the third son of the Viscount Lam family, a year older than Riezel and a somewhat awkward acquaintance. Although the original Riezel might not have sensed any subtle animosity, Riezel, from the man's sly smiles, deduced that this man harbored some dislike for him. Undoubtedly, this had to do with the Lam family being a vassal to the Rhine family, which explained Senna's submissive attitude toward Archie. In essence, he was Archie's servant and likely developed a bit of resentment due to Archie's continuous friendly attitude toward Riezel. As Riezel was lost in thought, others took this opportunity to step forward. In total, 6 people approached. Among them, 4 were male, and 2 were female. The 4 males had distinctive looks, 1 tall, 1 short, 1 fat, and 1 skinny, forming a peculiar combination of tallness, shortness, fatness, and skinniness. Walking together, they created an irresistibly comical sight. Some were children of a Viscount family, and some were from a Baron family. As they approached, they immediately gathered around Senna, giving off an aura of reverence toward Archie. As for the 2 females, one was a girl with striking red hair that immediately caught Riezel's eye, while the other was a young girl with a curious expression, glancing around in all directions. The 2 formed a vivid contrast, prompting him to take a closer look. These 4 males and 2 females, along with Archie and Senna, totaled 8 people, the noble children who had been mingling with the original Riezel. Seeing everyone gathered, Riezel's eyes subtly flickered, hinting at thoughts unknown, though his face remained calm. Apologies for the wait. I didn't expect you all to arrive so early. Riezel said with a calm tone. Upon hearing that, Archie was the first to smile. Hey buddy, we were just dying to know how you're doing, Archie said, arms open but holding back from a hug this time. Heard you got attacked and took some serious injuries. Man, we were freaking out, you know. Hope you're alright. Yeah. Senna maintained his mysterious half-smile. If we had known you'd come out unscathed and even formed a relationship with the Riezel family, we wouldn't have worried at all. His words caused the gazes of the noble children present to subtly flicker. The red-haired girl and the curious-looking girl even cast a glance at Ayn and Ian standing behind Riezel, their thoughts unclear. In contrast, Riezel paid no attention to Archie's words or Senna's theatrics. He merely glanced meaningfully at Archie before speaking up. This time, I really hit a jackpot. Encountering Yuri, such a kind and life-saving benefactor, Riezel did feel that his luck was not bad at all. Of course, to those present, his words carried a different meaning. In their ears, his remark likely referred to his relationship with the Riezel family. Being acquainted with the famous, talented, and beautiful young lady of the Riezel family, who was a strategic-class magician and national treasure at such a young age, was bound to make countless noble children jealous. This young lady, similar in age to Riezel, was already the head of the family. One must know that the Riezel family was a marquis family, second only to a duke. Many, including the fathers of these noble children present, would be eager to establish connections with this young lady, known for both beauty and strength. Yet, this exceptional and talented young lady chose to take in Riezel. As that fact crossed the minds of some noble children present, their hearts filled with jealousy, except for Archie, who still showed genuine warmth toward Riezel. Anyway, as long as you're okay. Archie patted Riezel's shoulder. Today, it's on me. Let's celebrate your smooth recovery. Celebrate. Riezel paused for a moment, then said with a hint of strangeness in his voice. Where are we celebrating? Do I even need to say? Senna took over the topic, revealing a smile understood only by men. Of course, we're going to a place that will make everyone happy. His words brought forth meaningful smiles from the 4 tall, short, fat, and skinny youths. Seeing this, Riezel knew exactly what these guys were up to. Even Marilyn knew that Riezel used to spend time with these guys, indulging in drinking and pleasure. With the memories of the original Riezel, he was well aware of their nature. Forget it. Riezel immediately shook his head. If that's the case, you guys go ahead. I'm not going. Why? Senna asked with a surprised face. Aren't you the best at this kind of thing? To be honest, hearing someone evaluate him like that left Riezel genuinely somewhat stupefied. You guys better not involve me. I don't want to be kicked out. Riezel said flatly. With that answer, everyone fell silent and quickly understood. You're right. Archie smiled wryly. If I were you, I wouldn't dare to mess around either. Meh. It's different when you need to climb up to a thigh of big shots, huh? Senna remarked sourly. At this point, the red-haired girl, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Humph, it's because your thoughts are too gross. The red-haired girl snorted coldly, wearing a disdainful expression. Do you forget we girls are here too? You really want to drag us along to that place? The curious-looking girl who had been observing everything joined the red-haired girl in casting a disdainful glance at the male group. Hey, don't take it seriously, okay? Archie's wry smile deepened. How could we really go? It's just a casual joke, okay? That's right. Senna and the four tall, short, fat, and skinny youths immediately nodded repeatedly in agreement. All right, let's head to the market then. I heard there's a bunch of new stuff lately. It's been a while since I went. Let's go and check it out. Archie suggested. That sounds about right. The red-haired girl finally expressed satisfaction. Chapter 91, Royal Market. Archie's mention of the market wasn't about the ordinary day-to-day market where one could buy groceries, meat, and various daily necessities, the kind of market anyone could stroll into. In Yaluvia, such places did exist, but what he referred to was a place accessible only to nobles and wealthy merchants. Its purpose was not significantly different from a regular market, but the items sold were entirely different. In that exclusive market, various magic items, magic weapons, magic books, swordsmanship books, and even slaves were on sale. During their leisure time, many nobles and wealthy merchants enjoyed browsing this market, looking for valuable purchases. Some idle noble children also liked to pass their time at this place. Especially females, who naturally enjoyed shopping, were particularly fond of such places. Hence, the two noble girls found Archie's suggestion satisfactory, while the other noble boys raised no objections. Of course, Riezel knew that this was also a result of everyone present giving face to the red-haired girl. As mentioned earlier, in this small group, everyone else was from minor noble families, such as viscounts and barons. Only 2 people were from the count families, which were the major nobles. Archie Rhine was one of them, and the other was precisely the red-haired girl, Carrera Elliot. Like the Rhine family, the Elliot family was also a count family. Carrera was the eldest daughter of this family, 19 years old, the same age as Archie, making her one of the older members of this small group. Though Archie held a leading position in the group that was almost unshakable, he couldn't ignore Carrera's opinion. When she was present, he often entertained her, going to places she liked. Honestly, Riezel was a bit puzzled about why a rich young lady would join this group and spend her days seeking thrills like a delinquent. Especially Carrera, according to the original Riezel's memories, she seemed to have joined this small group voluntarily, unlike the others who were either brought in by Archie or intentionally joined for connections with the Rhine family. There was also a somewhat immature and curious-looking girl who joined the group with Carrera. Her name was Sylvanie Roxy, 15 years old, undoubtedly the youngest within the group. She followed Carrera like her shadow, believing that without Carrera, she wouldn't have joined this group on her own. Carrera's motives were known to none except Archie, who had some understanding. The original Riezel was equally clueless, never even contemplating the issue at all. However, the original Riezel was initially willing to join this small group not only due to Archie's influence but also Carrera's influence. If one were to ask why. Does this world's Riezel actually like Carrera? In a luxurious carriage, as Riezel muttered and recalled various aspects of the group's dynamics, he suddenly discovered something somewhat shocking. What? Ian overheard his inadvertently mutter words, unable to hear clearly, and thus showed a bit of curiosity. Ein, on the side, also cast a glance in his direction. It's nothing, don't mind it. Riezel remembered that Ein and Ian were both in the carriage, protecting him nearby. As a result, he shook his head and brushed it off. Though Ian furrowed her brows, slightly dissatisfied with his dismissive attitude, she didn't mind adding a few more words since she had already spoken. Forgive my frankness, Mr. Riezel. Ian stared seriously at him. But this second son of the Rhine family seems a bit untrustworthy. I don't recommend getting too close to him. Oh. On what basis? Riezel's attention shifted as Ian spoke, immediately turning to her. In his eyes, there's harbored ambition. It was Ein who answered him, not Ian, but this answer made him smirk. Ambition, huh? That's one way to put it. Riezel muttered to himself. If it weren't for ambition, why would a son of a count family pull in a countryside boy like Riezel into his group full of noble children? The group comprised 9 individuals, 8 of whom were nobles, leaving Riezel as the sole commoner, signifying something suspicious. It meant that before Riezel joined, Archie and the rest weren't willing to accept any commoners into their group. If that was the case, why was Riezel an exception? Because he had value to exploit. Someone with the potential to become a tactical class magician and even a strategic class magician was someone anyone would want to recruit. Yet, as Riezel recalled, he discovered an interesting fact. Apart from Archie, no one in the entire Spriller Academy had shown closeness or goodwill toward the original Riezel. This was not normal, and he refused to believe that no one had ulterior motives if they knew his potential. Those people, most likely stopped by Archie, right? Archie seemed intent on keeping the potential of Riezel under wraps. With a group of children from other noble families gathering around Archie, it seemed to Riezel that Archie was tirelessly recruiting these noble children to build his own circle of influence. Why was Senna subtly at odds with Riezel? Simply because he thought Archie valued Riezel more than him, recognizing Riezel's future potential, and felt jealous as a result. Carrera joining this group with Sylvanie was probably a result of Archie's careful manipulation too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so friendly toward her, clearly intending to build a good relationship. Everything was carefully planned. Does that guy really think I'd believe his nonsense, thinking he's been worried about me? Riezel chuckled inwardly. If Archie was truly concerned about him, why was there complete silence from Archie when he was recuperating? Yuri had sent someone to Spriller Academy to request leave on his behalf, so Archie should have known his condition. If Archie were genuinely worried, Yuri's representative would have brought back some information, such as Archie searching for him or something similar. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Furthermore, since his gait was damaged and he could no longer continue as a magician, Yuri discreetly leaked this information long before he recovered from his injuries, hoping to evade further assassination attempts. With all these reasons, Archie should have known about his poor condition long ago but chose to remain silent, or perhaps he didn't even care in the first place. Riezel found this intriguing. He understood that Archie indeed knew about his condition, and precisely because of that, Archie decided to abandon and ignore him, as he had become a waste with no further use. Yet, why did Archie knock now, not earlier or later, but precisely after news spread about him turning to swordsmanship and being taken in by the Riezel family? Senna's remarks earlier were also full of bitterness, clearly envious of his growing relationship with the Riezel family. Was there really no special reason behind their behavior? Ein and Ian, these 2 competent attendants, also noticed some clues behind Archie's group behavior and decided to warn him. After all, if he handled this poorly, it might affect Yuri, who was their master. Finished pondering, Riezel turned to Ein and Ian. Do you 2 know anything about him? The 2 female knights exchanged glances, and after a moment, Ian spoke up. Rumors are telling that Count Rhine is preparing to appoint his heir soon. I see. After hearing that information, Riezel understood something, and soon, his expression returned to calm. Let me see then. What you actually want to do, Archie. Yaluvia, Royal Market. This exclusive upscale market, open only to nobles and wealthy merchants, was situated in the city center near the palace. Carriages escorted by bodyguards made their way to this place, stopping at the entrance of the market. Extraordinarily dressed individuals disembarked from the carriages, and only then did the carriages proceed to the adjacent open space for parking. Riezel and the others, following Archie's lead, entered the Royal Market. At the market's entrance, station personnel scrutinized the identities of those entering, allowing only nobles and wealthy merchants through. Ordinary residents, and even their bodyguards, were halted and denied entry. With Archie and others present, Riezel was naturally allowed to enter, but Ein and Ian were stopped. However, when they showed a token engraved with a snowflake pattern to the personnel at the gate, they were immediately allowed through. This scene caught the attention of many, causing Archie and the others to look at each other in blank dismay, their eyes flickering, wondering what was going on in their minds. After a while, the group entered the Royal Market and stopped at the plaza near the entrance. Do any of you have something specific you want to buy? Archie asked, holding a parchment listing various items provided upon entry. Some items on the list were marked, indicating their rarity or recent arrival, capturing the interest of many. I want to check out the slave district. Senna raised his hand, having just been eyeing a batch of newly arrived and exceptionally beautiful female slaves. We want to go too. The 4 tall, short, fat, and skinny youths also exclaimed simultaneously, all sharing Senna's interest. Observing the directions many male nobles and wealthy male merchants were heading, it became apparent that they too were heading toward the slave district. Only Carrera and Sylvanie furrowed their brows slightly upon hearing the slave district. I want to buy a magic item. Carrera declared. I want to check out the new jewelry. Sylvanie added, expressing a different preference. Okay, what about you, Riezel? Archie, seemingly anticipating the situation, turned to Riezel for his input. I'm open to anything. Riezel replied nonchalantly. Although, if possible, I'd like to see what swordsmanship they have here. Upon hearing his words, everyone reacted with intrigue. You're not seriously considering switching to swordsmanship, are you? Senna asked while observing Riezel with a subtle sense of amusement. Chapter 92, Like a Different Person. Riezel certainly knew why Senna took pleasure in his misfortune. Because, in the eyes of the general public, the status of a magician was undoubtedly higher than that of a swordsman. This was not only because those qualified to become magicians were rare, but also due to the national situation. For the sake of war, for combat power, countries needed tactical class magicians and strategic class magicians as military weapons. Therefore, whether in any country, the training and emphasis on magicians far surpassed that of swordsmen. This could be observed from the existence of national magic schools like Spriller Academy in this world. Schools specialized in training magicians were present in all major countries, but there was not a single one exclusively for training swordsmen. Therefore, in the eyes of the world, magicians were considered noble, a symbol of status. Simply becoming a tactical class magician or a strategic class magician could easily grant one a title, turning them into a noble. Such national policies made countless people dream of becoming magicians, and that was self-evident. Even for those with insufficient innate magical energy, lacking natural talent, and unable to learn and use tactical class or strategic class magic, being a magician specializing in combat class magic alone could still accomplish many things. For example, as mentioned earlier, the slavery contract could only be cast by a magician. If a slave trader wanted to engage in this type of business, they would undoubtedly have to pay a hefty sum to hire a magician. This applied to various aspects, such as writing magic spells into magic crystals to create various magic items, collaborating with blacksmiths to manufacture magic weapons, and other tasks that required magicians. Tasks such as crafting potions with unique effects, designing magic defense systems, and undertaking special construction projects were impossible without magicians. Thanks to this, magicians with even just combat class magic were sought after by various factions. Mastery in combat class magic alone could ensure formidable combat power. Magicians were respected and adored wherever they went. In contrast, swordsmen, relying on swordsmanship, might become stronger than most magicians in combat. However, apart from combat, they could hardly do anything else. Therefore, a magician switching to swordsmanship and becoming a swordsman was seen by most people as a self-demotion, from a noble upper-class individual to an ordinary individual. Unless truly unavoidable circumstances arose that forced them to change, no magician would willingly transition to becoming a swordsman. If Riezel chose to study swordsmanship, he would basically be giving up the path to becoming a noble and a rare prodigy. Unless he achieved great feats or became an unbeatable figure like a sword saint, gaining recognition and nobility as a swordsman would be extremely challenging. If Riezel came from a noble background, there might be a chance to inherit the family and become a noble. However, being a commoner, and even a rural one, after studying swordsmanship, expecting the same admiration and acclaim as before would be impossible. Senna precisely took pleasure in this, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. T/N, schadenfreude is the experience of pleasure, joy, or self-satisfaction that comes from learning of or witnessing the troubles, failures, pain, or humiliation of another. But still better than continuing to be a failure, right? Riezel's expression remained calm as he glanced at Senna. Moreover, with my magical energy, after switching to swordsmanship, my combat strength should not decrease but might even increase. Dealing with a few student-level magicians should not be too difficult. Hearing that, Senna's complexion immediately stiffened. The rest of the group were also startled by his words, falling into silence. That. Ah. Archie, who sensed trouble, quickly laughed awkwardly, preparing to defuse the situation. However, before he could do so, Riezel had already changed the topic. Since everyone wants to see different things, let's split up for now. Riezel suggested. Let's meet back here in an hour, all right? While saying this, he glanced at everyone in the group. Okay. Let's do that. I have no objections. Me neither. Under Riezel's influence, the 4 tall, short, fat, and skinny youths in the group unconsciously responded. This time, Archie's complexion slightly stiffened. All right then. Riezel, without further ado, left, while Ayn and Ian followed suit, mimicking his steps. The onlookers couldn't help but cast envious glances at him, impressed by the outstanding appearance of the 2 women following him. Shortly after, Carrera and Sylvanie also left. Only Archie and the other 5 remained, standing in place, momentarily losing all reaction. After a while, Senna was the first to express anger. Damn it. Senna muttered through gritted teeth. That country boy really thinks he can boss us around. Who does he think he is? Archie remained silent, his expression not looking too good. The 4 tall, short, fat, and skinny youths dared not even make a sound, timidly standing in place. Why did they respond so obediently to Riesel's orders just now? Were they tired of living? If Archie pursued this matter, they would be in trouble. Fortunately, Archie, though displeased, did not vent his anger on them. Rather than being angry, he felt more puzzled. Why does it feel like he's changed somehow? Archie doubted. Was he the type to give orders to others before? He felt that the current Riesel's demeanor seemed unfamiliar, like a different person. Senna, however, didn't find anything strange. What's so odd about it? Senna coldly snorted. He's climbed up with the Riezel family. Maybe he thinks he's made it and looks down on us low-ranking nobles, that's why he's acting so arrogant now. Upon hearing the Riezel family, Archie's eyes flickered, but Senna's words were clearly not finished yet. Hey Archie, why do we still need to invite that country boy out? Senna asked, visibly upset. He can't even become a magician anymore, and we're going to be from two different worlds from now on. The academy is even discussing whether to cancel his enrollment and expel him. You said before that he became worthless, and we shouldn't bother with him anymore. So why suddenly invite him out again? You don't understand. Archie said expressionlessly. He, as a person, may have lost his value. But he struck luck and formed a connection with the Riezel family. This relationship, if left unused, would be a waste, no. You're right. Senna licked the corners of his lips. If we can get to know Marquis Riezel through the country boy, then we'll have a powerful backing. Upon hearing that, Archie also smiled, but it was a cold smile. If Marquis Riezel can put in a good word for me, my father will surely stop considering my useless elder brother as the heir, right? Archie clenched his fists and became more determined. That was his goal. His family was on the verge of appointing its new head soon. The next Count Rhine and head of the Rhine family were about to become known throughout the royal capital. But a problem lay here. In this world, titles and family head positions could be inherited by descendants, but in most cases, it was the eldest son who took over as the heir. Of course, this wasn't absolute. If the eldest son was incompetent, some sensible nobles would consider a child with better abilities as the heir. However, such people were the minority. Most nobles, when choosing an heir, tended to favor the eldest son. Archie's father, the current head of the Rhine family, had been one such person. Archie could be sure that, compared to himself, his father would have preferred to choose his elder brother as the heir. This made him very unwilling. In terms of ability, he believed he was not inferior to his elder brother, and in many aspects, he even surpassed his elder brother by far. In terms of connections, although he seemed to be fooling around outside, he had also built a considerable network. On the other hand, his elder brother had mediocre magical energy and couldn't even become a magician. His elder brother's swordsmanship had been disappointing as well since he couldn't even defeat a bodyguard. In every aspect, his elder brother had been mediocre and incomparable to him. Yet, his father still believed that the eldest son should be the heir. Why? Just because that damn brother of his had been born 1 or 2 years earlier. He refused to accept that bullshit. As long as I can establish a connection with the Riezel family, my father should choose me as the heir even if he's reluctant, right? After all, that woman was a prominent figure in the kingdom, one of the continent's only 8 strategic-class magicians, possessing the power to determine the future of the entire country. Being able to form a connection with such an existence was a great fortune for the Rhine family. For the sake of the entire family, his father, as the head, would undoubtedly choose him as the heir, striving to maintain this relationship. Let's go and do our own things for now. Archie said to the rest of the group. When the opportunity comes, let Riezel introduce us to Marquis Riezel. Yes. Senna and the other 4 immediately nodded. On the other side, Riezel had long since forgotten about Archie and the others. Following the directions on the sign, he arrived at a store specializing in selling swordsmanship books. Welcome. The store owner immediately stepped forward personally and greeted Riezel. Excuse me, are you looking for swordsmanship? He glanced rather impressively at Ein and Ian, then turned to Riezel, who clearly held the leading position. Yeah. Riezel glanced around and asked. What kind of swordsmanship do you have here? We have many swordsmanships, a total of 1137, including 840 elementary swordsmanship and 297 advanced swordsmanship. The store owner respectfully explained. Most of these swordsmanship come from various territories within Genas, with a few originating from other countries. Which one would you like, sir? I don't care about their origin. Riezel glanced at the store owner. I just want to see some special swordsmanship. Got any? Upon hearing that, the store owner first paused, then shortly afterward, made a bitter smile. Sir, please don't joke around. The store owner flashed a wry smile. Special swordsmanship usually appears at auctions. How could it possibly be found in a store like mine? Although Riezel understood what the store owner meant, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed upon hearing that. Chapter 93, The Most Famous Swordsmanship. In a world devoid of dungeons to explore, Riezel felt the need to grow rapidly, and practicing swordsmanship became a necessary task for him. Otherwise, if he wanted quick growth, he would have to enter the battlefield to have numerous enemies to confront. This made him realize that perhaps, in the future when he travels to other worlds, he might encounter similar situations. Not every world was like Danmachi, where there were plenty of monsters posing a threat to humanity that he could confront. If in the future, he traveled to more peaceful worlds without enough enemies to confront, his growth would stagnate. This was something that must be avoided. Therefore, he felt that his immediate priority was to find swordsmanship to practice, ensuring that his growth would not come to a standstill. As long as there was swordsmanship to practice, he wouldn't have to worry about his growth stagnating, no matter which world he traveled to in the future. Among the many swordsmanships, the unquestionably fastest growing one after practice was special swordsmanship. Therefore, he decided to find a special swordsmanship to practice. Originally, the Holy Dragon sword style completely met his requirements, but unfortunately, this swordsmanship lacked the crucial breathing style. While he intended to persist in practicing the existing part first, for his future growth, he still needed to find a complete special swordsmanship to practice. In this situation, he was thinking that maybe he could find a special swordsmanship to practice in the royal market. But the reality proved that even in this upper-class society market open only to nobles and wealthy merchants, it was still challenging to find special swordsmanship. An auction, huh? Riezel pondered for a moment before asking the store owner. When is the next auction? In the royal market, auctions were held every once in a while, and many people knew about it. The auction was organized by the supporters behind the royal market, and the items appearing in the auction were generally precious things not found in the market. Sometimes, even rare treasures would appear, attracting the competition of various nobles. It was said that during the auction, even dukes and members of the royal family might attend. Since the store owner mentioned that special swordsmanship would only appear in auctions, Riezel naturally wanted to take a look. But not every auction will have special swordsmanship. Ein was as sudden as ever, speaking without any warning. Is that so? Riezel was momentarily stunned. Yes. Ian nodded seriously. There aren't many special swordsmanship on sale to begin with. Royal families and major nobles of various countries hold most of them. Some particularly powerful special swordsmanships are even considered important legacies by them, such as the War King sword style of Genus's royal family. The War King sword style was the legacy swordsmanship of Genus's royal family, allowing the practitioner to evoke spiritual power and use it against their enemies. The power of this swordsmanship was formidable, much more potent than ordinary special swordsmanship. As a result, Genus's royal family considered it a legacy, proving the uniqueness of this swordsmanship as it has been passed down through generations. Special swordsmanship like this, highly valued by royal families and major nobles of various countries, was usually more powerful than ordinary special swordsmanship. However, this did not imply that other special swordsmanship was unremarkable. Generally, even minor nobles could not possess special swordsmanship. Only royal families and major nobles had the possession of special swordsmanship. They even possessed multiple special swordsmanship as backup. After all, swordsmanship sometimes demanded compatibility, and not everyone was suitable for its practice. The Holy Dragon sword style was a prime example. Not only was it extremely challenging to learn, but it also required a naturally large amount of magical energy within one's body. The conditions were strict, and even if someone wished to pass it down as a legacy, finding a suitable practitioner from their descendants was not guaranteed. The same applied to special swordsmanship inherited by royal families and major nobles in various countries. It might not be suitable for all descendants to practice. At this point, having additional special swordsmanship available for practice within the family became crucial. Without it, many descendants who didn't meet the conditions for inheriting the swordsmanship might be left with no choice but to practice advanced swordsmanship, struggling to achieve success throughout their lives. For this reason, royal families and major nobles in various countries had a habit of collecting special swordsmanship as much as possible. Whenever new special swordsmanship emerged, they competed to obtain it, intending to leave it for suitable descendants. As a result, special swordsmanship was essentially monopolized by royal families and major nobles. The few instances of special swordsmanship that ended up outside were extremely rare, and people with special swordsmanship were reluctant to sell them easily as they were considered precious. If you want to acquire special swordsmanship at the auction, it might truly depend on luck, sir. Perhaps someone outside has luckily obtained a special swordsmanship but, due to a lack of money or personal need, decided to auction it here. Or maybe some noble family has fallen on hard times and has to auction off the special swordsmanship in their collection to survive. The store owner explained to Riezel several possibilities. Such situations are not so common, though. So, even in the royal market's auction, it's not guaranteed that special swordsmanship will be auctioned. Sometimes, it might not appear for a decade or even several decades. In other words, Riezel's plan to obtain special swordsmanship from the auction has also hit a dead end. This is getting troublesome. Riezel rubbed his forehead tiredly, while Ein and Ian, standing behind him, fell into silence. However, just when he was at a loss, the store owner seemed to think of something and hesitated. Actually, I do have a somewhat damaged special swordsmanship. Would you like to take a look, sir? The store owner made a surprising offer. Damaged special swordsmanship. Riezel became more attentive. Bring it here, I'd like to see it. The store owner acknowledged and quickly ran inside the store. Shortly afterward, he returned with a book. This one. The store owner handed the book to Riezel. Riezel took it and glanced at the title on the cover, but the moment he read the title, his eyes widened. Clearly and distinctly, the cover of this swordsmanship book displayed a name, Holy Dragon Sword Style. Yes, it was the very Holy Dragon Sword style that he was familiar with. What the heck? Riezel was dumbfounded. On the other hand, perhaps intrigued, Ein and Ian leaned over for a look, both wearing expressions of sudden realization. I see, this is indeed that special swordsmanship. No wonder, the only special swordsmanship that would appear in the store is probably only this one. The two female knights remarked one after another. Do you know this swordsmanship? Riezel, regaining composure, looked at Ein and Ian. We do. Ein replied briefly. This is the special swordsmanship created by the Dragon Sword Saint, Ifastin Tassanlo, hailed as the strongest sword saint 400 years ago. Ian explained attentively. The reputation of this swordsmanship is extremely high. It's not an exaggeration to say it's the most famous swordsmanship on the continent. Unfortunately, upon hearing that explanation, Riezel was only getting confused. You don't know. Seeing his confusion, Ian was astonished and decided to continue her explanation. 400 years ago, the Holy Dragon Sword style sparked a big conflict, resulting in the deaths of several sword saints. Numerous groups fought bitterly, creating deep-seated grudges that persist until today, leading to ongoing deadly conflicts. Seemingly a well-documented historical event, many people were aware of it. Riezel, however, remained oblivious, mainly because the original Riezel had no interest in history and hailed from a rural background, lacking broad knowledge. It was only now, after hearing Ian's explanation, that Riezel finally understood why the Holy Dragon Sword style was the most famous swordsmanship on the continent. Firstly, it was obviously powerful. Secondly, the conflict it triggered 400 years ago had a profound impact on the world. Thanks to this, he also understood why the Holy Dragon Sword style was incomplete, not because Yuri took away the breathing style from it and stored it separately, but because of the intense conflict 400 years ago. 400 years ago, after the death of the Dragon Sword Saint, the Holy Dragon Sword style he created became the subject of intense conflict due to its overwhelming power, attracting many greedy individuals. The conflict was intense, involving not only various forces from across the continent but also numerous interventions from other sword saints. As a result, many lives were lost, leading to enmities among major forces. The Book of the Holy Dragon Sword style also suffered destruction in this chaotic conflict, and its essential breathing style was destroyed, leaving only the swordsmanship itself. Ian shared what she knew. 400 years later, the swordsmanship fragment of the Holy Dragon Sword style has become spread widely. It's not only present in Yuluvia but is also collected by some people in larger cities. Coincidentally, Yuri's library possessed a fragment of this swordsmanship, which Riezel happened to come across. Clearly, he had previously misunderstood. This swordsmanship was not intentionally left for him to practice by Yuri but was merely a preserved fragment in her library. Many such fragments existed, even in this store. Yuri indeed contemplated whether he would be interested in learning swordsmanship, but she was not at the point of casually presenting him with a special swordsmanship for practice. The Riezel family was once in decline and had only recently risen under the control of the lady. So, there is no legacy of special swordsmanship within the family. If Mr. Riezel wishes to practice special swordsmanship, it won't be as simple as it seems. Ian added. Upon hearing her words, Riezel's heart quickly sank to the bottom of the valley. It seemed that this matter of swordsmanship was indeed troublesome. Chapter 94, An Accidental Information. Customers, please take your time. Amidst the store owner's warm farewell, Riezel, accompanied by Ein and Ian, exited the store. In the end, he didn't purchase any swordsmanship books. Since he knew that special swordsmanship was probably out of his reach, he naturally wouldn't buy swordsmanship from this place. Although the store had quite a few advanced swordsmanship, with some being quite impressive, he felt that Yuri's library, with its dozen or so advanced swordsmanship, was the best choice. While the Riezel family had recently risen and lacked a strong legacy, being a marquis family led by a strategic class magician, the advanced swordsmanship Yuri could collect wouldn't be too shabby. Therefore, if Riezel only wanted advanced swordsmanship, he was more inclined to choose from Yuri's library. Of course, he still had a lingering doubt. Is the breathing style of the Holy Dragon Sword style really destroyed? Having experienced the uniqueness of the Holy Dragon Sword style, Riezel was not eager to give up on this swordsmanship. As a result, with a bit of hope, he turned to Ein and Ian for confirmation. Unfortunately, their answers were cruel. It's really gone, totally destroyed. Ian said with unwavering belief. According to the historical records, the book containing Holy Dragon sword style was obtained by a sword saint who was attacked by several other sword saints. Driven to desperation, this sword saint destroyed the book in despair. Although it was later pieced together, its most crucial breathing style could never be restored. This was also why the swordsmanship part of the Holy Dragon sword style spread so widely. It was the patched-up incomplete version, not treasured by many, and had been copied countless times over 4 centuries, ultimately spreading to every corner of the continent. As for the most important breathing style, it was truly lost. This is the fact confirmed by the theocracy's priests using the precognition system magic. Ein said with indifference, eliminating any lingering hope in Riezel's heart. Since even the priests using the precognition system had confirmed this fact, there might truly be no hope for the breathing style of the Holy Dragon sword style. Riezel, not one to be indecisive, accepted the reality. If something couldn't be done, he wouldn't dwell on it any longer. The other special swordsmanship was the same. Since they were difficult to obtain, he decided to choose advanced swordsmanship to practice first. Let's go, we'll check out other stores. After making that decision, Riezel shook his head and focused entirely on choosing advanced swordsmanship. Ein and Ian naturally had no objections and followed behind him, browsing the stores in the royal market. For an hour, he continued to explore various stores, examining the advanced swordsmanship books. Yet, the result was still somewhat unsatisfactory. The swordsmanship available for sale in the market, even the advanced ones, didn't really stand out. While some were indeed excellent, they were only that, excellent, not reaching the level of power that impressed him. It seems like I'll have to stick to Yuri's library for now. Understanding it was futile to continue, Riezel stopped browsing the stores. Seeing that it was almost time, he walked back with Ein and Ian, returning to the entrance plaza of the royal market where everyone was supposed to gather. However, when he arrived, no one was there yet. After about 5 minutes, the 2 noble girls were the first to return. We're back. Carrera held Sylvanie's hand, looking satisfied. She adorned her vibrant red hair with an exquisite hairpin, wore a beautiful necklace around her neck, and had a bracelet on her wrist that looked like a work of art. Her hands were full of shopping bags, clearly indicating a successful shopping spree. Hee, delicious. Sylvanie also had added some accessories to her appearance, more on the cute side than Carrera's elegance. In addition to her numerous bags, she held something like an ice cream cone, licking it with each swipe, a look of bliss on her face. The 2 girls seemed to have had a great time shopping, and there was even a hint of lingering excitement in their eyes as if they hadn't had enough fun yet. Where are Archie and the others? Carrera, noticing that only Riezel had arrived, casually asked. They haven't come yet. Riezel gave a simple reply, not saying much. Carrera's eyebrows slightly raised, and a somewhat uncertain expression appeared in her eyes as she looked at him. In fact, not only Archie but Carrera had also noticed the change in Riezel. As the only commoner in this small group, Riezel used to be a somewhat insecure guy, displaying a timid demeanor in front of the rest of the group. He would agree with whatever other people within the group said, only standing up for himself when in front of outsiders, giving off an air of being a noble and experiencing a sense of superiority. Additionally, Carrera observed that this future great magician, whom Archie had brought into their group, seemed to be in love with her when he first joined. He would occasionally steal glances at her, genuinely listen to what she said, even memorizing it all. Sometimes, he would even blatantly try to please her, and all of these actions were quite plain to see. He would also eagerly run over to help her carry her bags and packages and wore a happy expression if she gave him something. However, today's Riezel was entirely different from the past. From start to finish, he remained calm and indifferent, his gaze no longer dodging due to insecurity or timidity, daring even to give orders to the group. He was entirely changed compared to the past. Now, he completely ignored her, no longer trying to please her as before. His gaze, once infatuated, now treated her like an irrelevant stranger. Senna thought Riezel's boldness and arrogance were due to his connection with the Frenzel family, but Carrera didn't agree. For no apparent reason, Riezel's expression was too calm, too plain, and his demeanor reflected the same. There was no trace of the self-satisfied look he used to have when mingling with nobles in public. During her shopping spree, Carrera even discussed this matter with Sylvanie but still couldn't make any sense of it. However, she remembered Sylvanie accidentally blurted out a sentence. Maybe it's because he's been through life and death, so his personality has changed a lot. As Carrera thought of Sylvanie's words earlier, she silently nodded. It was possible. Experiencing something close to death, gaining a different perspective on things, and thus undergoing a personality change were quite normal things to happen. We're back. At that moment, Archie's voice interrupted Carrera's train of thoughts. Archie, Senna, and the 4 tall, short, fat, and skinny youths seemed to be acting together, and now they were all back, joining the rest. However, the expressions on their faces were not very good, a look of anger but reluctance to speak. Especially Senna, his discontent completely written on his face. What happened to you? Sylvanie curiously asked. Could it be that your desired female slave was bought by someone else? Carrera asked disdainfully. It seemed she guessed right. Don't say. Senna said ill-humoredly. That guy is too horrible, he didn't leave any for us and bought them all. The 4 tall, short, fat, and skinny youths nodded in agreement with Senna's view. That guy? Carrera asked, intrigued. Which guy is so wealthy that he bought all the slaves you wanted? The value of a slave depended mainly on the individual. If they were only labor without any skills, the value would be very low, and a wealthy merchant could buy a large batch at once without much cost. But if they had additional value, that was a different story. For example, if they possessed impressive combat abilities, their value would skyrocket. Moreover, for female slaves, their appearance was their greatest additional value. The more beautiful they were, the more valuable they became. In the case of slaves specially marked on the royal market's promotional parchment, their looks were undoubtedly top-notch, and their prices were definitely high. Someone who could buy all these slaves, not leaving a single one for others, was truly rich. Carrera and Sylvanie were curious about the identity of this so-called guy. Riezel, on the other hand, paid no attention to their discussion, not even casting a glance at them. However, in the next moment, Archie's words suddenly caught his attention. He said he is the son of the Basolo family. Archie revealed. Basolo family? You mean that Marquis family? Carrera asked in surprise. Yeah. Archie nodded and helplessly added. He's the eldest son of the Basolo family, the chosen next heir of the family. He bought almost all the valuable slaves in the slave district. When we got there, it seemed like he was only interested in buying slaves with combat abilities. But as soon as he spotted the female slaves we had our eyes on, he just swooped in and grabbed them without a second thought. Senna exclaimed, her face full of indignation. Isn't he just too cocky? So what if he's cocky? Carrera shook her head. He's from a Marquis family and the chosen heir at that. Do you really want to pick a fight with him? Hearing that, Senna instantly fell silent. Fight with the heir of a Marquis family? Him, someone from a mere Viscount family? No, he didn't want to be kicked out of Uluvia. Just let it go, Senna. Archie sighed. We can't afford to provoke him. Let's just forget about it. Everyone very much agreed with his words. The difference in status brought by noble titles was evident from this situation. Only Riezel, upon hearing their discussion, squinted his eyes. Buying all slaves with combat abilities, huh? Smelling something fishy, he began to ponder. Chapter 95, Ambush. The Basolo family's affairs didn't cause much of a stir in the royal market. In this exclusive market open to nobles and wealthy merchants, spending extravagantly was nothing out of the ordinary. The real attention-grabbing events, however, usually occurred only during the monthly auctions. That was the battlefield where nobles, wealthy merchants, and various powerful forces fought tooth and nail, and it was there that truly great acts could capture the spotlight. Although Archie and his friends were unhappy with the domineering behavior of the Basolo family, they couldn't afford to provoke them and had to swallow their frustrations this time. Riezel, on the other hand, returned empty-handed, failing to obtain the desired swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Carrera and Sylvanie, the only girls within the group, returned almost loaded with goods. As soon as they left the royal market, their bodyguards swiftly loaded all their purchases onto the carriage. Anyone unaware might have thought they were wholesale merchants stocking up. The entire group's gathering came to an end just like that. I'll head back first. Riezel said calmly to the group. So soon? Archie hastily tried to persuade him. Not staying for the second half. No, it's about time. Riezel shook his head. I'm currently living under someone else's roof, so it's not good to stay out too late. His reasoning left Archie, who had wanted to persuade him to stay longer, with no choice but to give up. What could he say when Riezel brought up Yuri? Archie couldn't provoke Riezel's rebellious temperament with statements like, don't be such a killjoy, or, men need freedom, like he used to. Times had changed, he couldn't stimulate Riezel's rebellious nature with those words anymore. All right. Archie said with regret. Let's find another opportunity to get together next time then. Sure. Riezel nodded faintly, then turned away without any lingering sentiment and walked toward the exit. There, a carriage arranged by the Riezel family had already been brought over by the coachman. Riezel entered the carriage, followed by Ein and Ian, who walked in without looking back, not sparing a glance at Archie's group. Before long, the carriage departed, leaving the group of 8 standing silently. They watched as the carriage adorned with the Riezel family crest faded into the distance, seemingly caught in a mix of emotions. We're leaving too. Carrera finally spoke, still holding Sylvanie's hand. Oh. Archie didn't try to keep her and just looked disinterested. Careful on the road. Carrera pursed her lips, neither confirming nor denying. She just intended to leave with Sylvanie as soon as possible. However, before departing, Carrera uttered a sentence. I advise you not to scheme against him. He's different from before, no longer the naive country boy easily swayed by your tricks. I don't know what you're talking about. Archie smiled slightly. Riezel is my good friend. Why would I trick him? If that's how you want to put it, then consider it that way. Carrera looked meaningfully at him. I'm just reminding you based on our long-standing friendship. Whether you choose to listen is up to you. After saying that, she was silent for a while before sighing. I have a feeling that the severe injury over a month ago truly transformed Riezel. Leaving behind that contemplative remark, Carrera, along with the silently pondering Sylvanie, walked toward their carriage and left. Archie, with a stern face, stared at Carrera's departing carriage, remaining speechless for a long time. Watching Archie like this, the four tall, short, fat, and skinny youths dared not even breathe loudly. Only Senna could gather the courage to ask Archie. Weren't you supposed to get Riezel to introduce you to Marquis Frenzel? Why haven't you spoken up? Senna asked doubtfully. Are you dumb? Archie retorted coldly. Lost contact for over a month, and the moment we meet, I want him to help introduce me to her. If you were in his shoes, how would you feel? Needless to say, suspicions would arise, questioning if Archie deliberately arranged this meeting for that purpose. Hearing the reason, Senna instantly fell silent. We can't rush this. Archie said with a calm demeanor. Carrera is right, Riezel has indeed changed. If we still treat him like the old him, we might end up in trouble. Hence, he suppressed his inner impulse and refrained from being too hasty. Let's give it some time and invite him out more often during this stretch. Once he lets his guard down, we can bring up this topic. Archie suggested in a calm tone. He had that amount of patience and waiting. Following your lead. Senna nodded. Little did Archie and Senna know that there wouldn't be a next time. After going back, inform the servants that any letters or meeting requests from Archie and his people are to be declined. Riezel calmly spoke while gazing at the scenery outside from inside the carriage. Ian and Ian both looked puzzled. Is that okay? Ian questioned. Aren't they your friends, Mr. Riezel? They need to truly consider me a friend for that to happen. Riezel retorted without hesitation. After meeting them, you'll also probably understand. Except for Carrera and Sylvanie, the rest have their own agenda. The way Archie and his group acted was close to outright telling Riezel that they were in cahoots. Whether it was Senna or the four tall, short, fat, and skinny youths, they had likely all been recruited by Archie and were now under his control. Though the Rhine family's second son appeared to spend his days fooling around, he was secretly building his own influence and accumulating connections. His group was the fruit of his efforts. Riezel had reason to suspect that the Lahm family, to which Senna belonged, as well as the families behind the four tall, short, fat, and skinny youths, had already been won over by Archie and had become his supporters, much like Riezel himself, who was also recruited and chosen for his innate talent to become a future tactical class magician. However, Carrera and Sylvanie's positions were a bit delicate. Sylvanie seemed to leave the decision to Carrera without any notable actions. Carrera, on the other hand, had a somewhat estranged relationship with Archie, appearing to be part of the group but keeping a certain distance. Unlike the others, Carrera wasn't as harmonious with Archie. All of those were things the original Riezel hadn't discovered. Riezel only grasped their personalities and attitudes after this meeting. After understanding them, he made a decisive decision: these people weren't worth befriending. From now on, it would be better not to meet them ever again. Riezel decided firmly. A wise choice. Ian agreed with a nonchalant expression. Without a doubt, she had also formed a negative impression of Archie and his group after observing them. Yes, it's for the best. Ian said, looking thoughtful. At least, this way, the lady won't be involved. However, as Riezel was about to respond, he suddenly froze. Ian and Ian looked at silent Riezel, puzzled, but shortly afterward, they seemed to notice something and began to squint their eyes. In the perception of the three, the carriage that had been running steadily suddenly came to a halt. All around, for some unknown reason, it became eerily silent. There were no more voices except for the coachman who had jumped off the carriage, frantically preparing to run away. Halt! Ian shouted coldly, swiftly leaping out of the carriage with a swoosh, catching the coachman who was about to run away. The coachman was instantly frightened and screamed loudly. It's not my fault. Those guys threatened me to bring the carriage here. I had no choice. The coachman's scream prompted Riezel and Ian to step down from the carriage. Riezel remained calmly composed, while Ian's face turned serious, gripping her sword tightly. The three surveyed the area and realized they were in a secluded dark alley, surrounded by buildings. Only a couple of narrow alleys led elsewhere. The stone brick pavement underfoot was spacious enough to easily accommodate the luxurious carriage of the Riezel family, resembling a small square. Ayn threw off the yelling coachman and positioned herself in front of Riezel. Ian did the same, standing side by side with Ayn, her sharp gaze focused ahead. "Come out!" Ayn exclaimed coldly. Silence surrounded them, no one responded. However, Riezel knew those people had arrived, the people who had caused severe injuries to the original Riezel and the reason for his transmigration. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint sky-splitting sound emerged. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, countless sky-splitting sounds echoed successively. Arrows tore through the sky, shooting from above the buildings in all directions. Riezel, Ayn, and Ian were instantly surrounded by a rain of arrows, with no way up or down. Fortunately, the two female knights were already prepared. "Quick, take cover." Ian embraced Riezel, and with a swift step, turned into a blur, flying away to avoid the incoming arrows. Squing. Ayn drew her long sword from her waist and swept it horizontally to deflect the incoming arrows. Cling, clang, cling, clang. In the open space of the dark alley, the sound of arrows piercing the stone brick ground continued, turning the area into a battlefield filled with arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, several figures leaped down from the tops of the buildings and landed on the ground. Chapter 96, Sword Master. Thud, 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 thud. Multiple stepping sounds erupted as the heels of the attackers landed, descending from the sky. Upon landing, they swiftly glided toward Riezel's direction. Magical energy fluctuated subtly in their bodies, and one by one, unsheathed their swords, aiming directly at him. Riezel, held by Ian, looked up and saw faces adorned with half-masks. These masked attackers were cloaked, wearing iron masks that covered only their noses and mouths, their eyes fixed on him with murderous intent. In such a situation, Ian wouldn't allow them to approach any further. After releasing Riezel, she made a swift move and instantly appeared in front of the attackers, almost like teleportation. Ha! Ian shouted and swung her sword, creating a ripple of magical energy, slashing through the frontmost attacker. Clang! The attacker hastily raised their sword, intending to parry, but was sent flying along with their weapon, creating a resonant clash of metal. Whoosh! Ian swiftly moved, slashing and repelling each attacker, displaying unmatched power. On the other side, Ayn swung her sword fiercely, creating a roaring wind that deflected incoming arrows. In the next moment, with a stomp on the ground that shattered the ground, she soared onto the roof of a building, disappearing from sight. Poochie, 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 poochie. The next instant, blood splattered atop the surrounding buildings, the glistening light of a sword flickering in the midst of it. Soon, the rain of arrows finally ceased. Boom. Seeing this, Ian kicked away an attacker charging at her. Wanting to finish them as soon as possible, her sword transformed into continuous flashes of light, creating a spectacle of swordplay as she slashed every attacker in front of her. Undoubtedly, these attackers were highly skilled, almost superhuman by Riezel's previous life standards. However, facing the two swordswomen as graceful as flowers, they had no chance, instantly crumbling before their prowess. Humph. A cold snort of a man suddenly resounded. A tall figure leaped from the rooftop of a building, but before landing, he forcefully kicked the wall of a building, causing it to crack open. His body transformed into a bullet, heading straight toward Ian. Sensing danger, Ian's expression changed slightly. She abruptly turned and, without hesitation, used a quick slash to emit a flash-like strike toward the newcomer. Ding! The two swords clashed in midair, sparking intense sparks and a loud noise. Ian attempted to kick, but the newly arrived attacker's reaction was faster. In midair, his waist twisted, body spiraled like a top, flying toward the rear. Who? Ian asked coldly as she held her slender sword in one hand, pointing horizontally, while the other hand gripped a scabbard at her waist. Not answering, the attacker coldly eyed Ian and abruptly dodged to the right, evading a heavy strike from behind. Boom. A large blood-stained longsword, resembling a greatsword, fiercely cleaved into the ground, shattering the floor and raising a cloud of dust. Ayn appeared behind the attacker at some point, but unfortunately, her attack didn't land. However, there was no trace of disappointment on her face as she coldly watched the attacker evade her attack. Her eyes were sharp with determination. Tisk. The attacker clicked his tongue as he glanced at Ayn, then at Ian, left speechless. The two bodyguards by the target's side are unexpectedly two sword masters. No wonder there are no others around. Unlike magicians, the level of swordsman couldn't be easily confirmed by appearance. The levels of magicians could be distinguished quite easily, but swordsmen were different. Even those who practiced special swordsmanship could lose to someone who had spent a dozen or more years on elementary swordsmanship if their abilities were lacking. As a result, swordsmen were not like magicians, their level and strength couldn't be easily discerned. However, to address this, each country on the Akasha continent had established systems to measure the strength and level of swordsmen. The title of Sword Master was born out of this. When a swordsman possessed strength far beyond the average, they would be awarded the so-called Sword Master medal by the royal family or local nobles, signifying honor and ability. Ordinary swordsmen were considered soldiers, merely lower-level novices. However, sword masters were different. Genas had regulations that anyone receiving the Sword Master medal could, if willing, join the kingdom's knightly order and become a court knight, leading a group of knights. Major nobles also welcomed sword masters, and their loyalty was highly valued. Sometimes, their treatment even surpassed that of highly skilled magicians. Yet now, two swordsmen of sword master caliber existed in the same place, at the same time. Yes, Ein and Ian were sword masters who had received the Sword Master medal. With combat abilities equivalent to facing 1,000 opponents, their strength was enough to make Yuri entrust Riezel's safety to them without worry. Among her many attendants, Marilyn excluded, these two were the strongest. Faced with two powerful sword masters, the lower half of the attacker's face, covered by an iron mask, seemed to contort. It was only at this moment that Ein and Ian got a clear look at each other's appearance. This newly arrived attacker was a burly man, wielding a wide-bladed sword, with no cloak on his body, but still wearing the same mask as the other attackers, covering the lower half of his face. "Who are you?" Ein asked, sounding overbearing. The burly man didn't answer, only turned his gaze toward Riezel, who was watching coldly from the side, then glanced at his people in cloaks all around, speaking in a low voice. "Go kill the target." After saying that, the burly man rushed toward Ein. Unexpectedly, despite his thick and strong body, he moved surprisingly fast, like a charging tank or war chariot, creating a whistling sound of strong winds, blurring Ein's eyes. "Ian, protect Mr. Riezel." Leaving those words behind, Ein also charged toward the burly men, not willing to show weakness. Clang. The intense metal collision sound echoed in the next moment. Clang, cling, clang, cling, clang. Following it were innumerable sword lights, colliding with each other, creating sparks and bursts of collision sounds, occupying a corner of the dark alley. Ein and the burly men engaged in a heated battle as soon as they clashed. Ein swung her long sword fiercely, effortlessly producing streaks of sword light with explosive sounds, aiming to cut the burly men in half. The burly man rotated his wide-bladed sword like a windmill, using heavy sword edge flicks to counter each of her attacks, and dissipated the sword light unleashed by her. They moved and clashed relentlessly, leaving marks on the ground and walls around them. Is this man also a sword master? Seeing the battle of the two, Ian looked dignified, not standing still but following Ein's instructions, swiftly moving to protect Riezel. The other attackers, crawling up from the ground, showed no fear even when their conditions were already miserable. Like emotionless machines, they advanced instead of retreating, surrounding Ian. Ian tightened the slender sword in her hand, unaffected, waiting for them to approach. Only when they came close did she launch an attack, sending out countless cold sword lights to pierce them. However, these attackers were clearly fearless. Some blocked her attacks with their swords and were forced to retreat by the crisp collision sounds. Others didn't react in time, receiving cuts on their shoulders, sides, thighs, and even their jaws, blood spraying. Yet, they continued to relentlessly charge at her, ignoring their injuries and attacking her like machines, overwhelming her in no time. Their reckless display truly surprised Ian. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow flew from somewhere, aiming straight from Riezel's behind. No. Ian, hearing the whistling sound of the arrow, abruptly changed her expression and without hesitation, turned and rushed toward Riezel. Damn it! Ein, who was locked in a fierce battle with the burly men, wanted to provide support but was forced back by the wide-bladed sword's 3 consecutive strikes, making her retreat. The attackers once again swarmed Ian, hindering her movements. Without anyone interfering, the arrow violently shot toward Riezel without hindrance, its icy arrowhead aimed toward his head. Unfortunately. Clang. It was intercepted by a bright silver short sword. In a flash of silver light, with a crisp sound, the incoming arrow was deflected effortlessly. Riezel stood still, unmoving. With the bright silver short sword gripped in his hand, his body maintained a posture as if he had just casually swung it to the side. His expression stayed calm, his gaze composed. At that moment, everyone froze and wore expressions of shock. Chapter 97, Awe. Mr. Riezel, you. The closest to Riezel, Ian, had already halted her steps, staring at him who held a bright silver short sword with a face filled with shock. The others were in a similar state, their reactions momentarily delayed at seeing him effortlessly flicking away the arrow with his sword. Originally considered useless in the eyes of everyone, Riezel, supposed to lack combat ability, suddenly became the center of attention. However, when everyone was still in a daze, the unexpected happened. Clang. The first to react was the burly man, who seized the opportunity to forcefully cleave Ein, catching her off guard and sending her body flying. Ignoring the sparks erupting between them, he turned, displaying astonishing speed that defied his body size, charging toward Riezel like a bull. Stop. Mr. Riezel. Cries from Ein and Ian rang out, but it was already too late. The burly man didn't waste any words. Looking into Riezel's eyes, he emanated a murderous aura as his wide-bladed sword, like falling thunder, descended upon Riezel's head with formidable power. The burly man's strike cleaved through the air, carrying intense magical energy. Swish. The whistling wind it created turned into a shockwave, causing Riezel's hair to flutter wildly and his forehead to sting. For an ordinary person, such a powerful strike would easily cleave through any resistance and split them in half. Even a sword master, if struck so violently, would undoubtedly meet certain death. Of course, provided the strike hit. Boom. When the explosion-like muffled sound echoed, the burly man's forceful strike landed on the ground, much like Ein's earlier longsword strike, shattering it to pieces. Rumble. Cracks spread like veins across the ground, and debris scattered in the tumultuous shockwave. What? The burly man stared at his missed strike, pupils contracting. As he still contemplated what had happened, in the next moment. Poochie! A silver gleam flashed, grazing the side of the burly man's torso and slicing it open. Riezel moved silently to the burly man's side, his expression cold and indifferent. The short sword in his hand moved extremely fast, leaving a trail of blood flowers. Gah! The burly man groaned in pain. Disregarding his own injuries, the burly man swung his sword in retaliation without hesitation, lifting his heavy wide-bladed sword to create a dust storm, slashing at his side. Unfortunately, his strike missed again, only stirring up a chaotic shockwave. In the next moment, Riezel's figure suddenly appeared on the other side of the burly man. Poochie! A flash of silver once again mercilessly cut through the side of the burly man's torso. It created a symmetrical pattern with the previous wound as his blood spurted forth. Arfha! Bearing severe injury, the burly man's body wavered, but he still held on, refusing to collapse. Instead, he roared in a frenzied manner, launching a furious and reckless attack on Riezel. Bleeding profusely, with wounds tearing open, the burly man paid no attention to them. He focused on swinging his wide-bladed sword like a meat grinder, creating a fierce gust of wind without stopping. Swish, 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 swish. The burly man's sword edge whistled through the air. Coupled with consecutive sword light and powerful wind, he attacked Riezel from various directions, aiming to kill him without mercy. Impressive determination. Riezel finally broke his silence. His tone was as calm as his gaze, with only his figure resembling a leaf, swaying back and forth amidst the sword light and wind. His movements were minimal, his steps untroubled. With the slightest evasion through retreats, sidesteps, rotations, and steps, he gracefully avoided the burly man's relentless attacks. In the next second, Riezel finally counterattacked. Like a flash of cold light, his bright silver short sword moved silently, blurring his hand. In an instant, it pierced through the storm of sword edges created by the burly man, landing on his body. Poochie, 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 poochie. Whether it was the sword tip or the sword edge, Riezel's short sword swiftly passed through the burly man's body in the blink of an eye, cutting him open without resistance. The burly man's body flailed like tree branches in a storm, wildly swinging, as blood sprayed from every corner of his body. Before long, his entire body was covered in slash wounds, battered and bloodied. Arg. Under such severe injuries, the burly man finally couldn't hold on any longer. He let out a painful cry as the wide-bladed sword in his hand dropped to the ground. Kneeling on one knee, he became a miserable figure drenched in blood. This man, who could rival a sword master, was utterly powerless against Riezel. This was only natural. From the earlier battle between the burly men and Ein, as well as Ian's performance, Riezel quietly observed them and had roughly estimated the strength of these so-called sword masters. In his eyes, the strength of sword master should be roughly on par with level 5 adventurers with the worst basic abilities. In Danmachi, as long as one basic ability reached D rank, it met the minimum requirements for leveling up, and at that point, accumulating enough exploits allowed for a smooth level up. In other words, the worst status would be leveling up with the condition of only one basic ability reaching D rank each time. Leveling up with this circumstance each time was undoubtedly quite terrible, since on the same level, disregarding magic and skills, meant being at the bottom. Facing such people, Riezel could effortlessly defeat several of them when he was still level 4, even without using his magic. Now, as a level 5 first-class adventurer, even without using magic, he could already surpass Ace, who was at the pinnacle of level 5. Considering all of this, he was basically no different from level 6. In this scenario, how could a level 5 with the worst status have any chance of fighting back against him? If Riezel were to use his magic, he could instantly annihilate anyone on that level. It was worth noting that among the magic he learned, there were several large-scale, wide-ranging destructive magic. With wide-area annihilation magic like Fusillade Fallerica in his hand, plus Mage development ability and the extraordinary accumulation of latent basic ability of MAG, wiping out a village or an army with a single magic attack was not an impossible feat for him. Interestingly, to destroy a village or an army with a single magic attack was considered tactical class magic in this world. In other words, upon returning from the world of Danmachi, although he was not yet comparable to the top-tier experts in this world such as the unbeatable sword saints in combat or strategic class magicians capable of destroying cities with one attack, he still stood as a top-tier existence within the middle. As a swordsman, he surpassed the sword masters capable of facing 1,000 foes in this world. As a magician, he was not far behind the tactical class magicians of this world. At least, Ein, Ian, and the blood-soaked burly men were definitely not his opponents, even if he didn't go all out. Nonetheless, Riezel's current performance was somewhat horrifying to those unaware of his true power. The intelligence was wrong, retreat. One of the attackers whispered, took a step back, and prepared to escape. The other attackers also retreated without hesitation, preparing to leave. No. I won't let you. Finally coming back to their senses, Ein and Ian quickly focused their attention on the fleeing attackers in the area and quickly rushed forward with their swords drawn to intercept. While their battle continued, the battle between Riezel and the burly men was nearing its end. Speak, where are you people from? Riezel asked, calmly holding a short sword and standing unguarded in front of the burly men without any expression. Heh. In response, the burly men only let out a cold sneer, and shortly afterward, there was no more movement. Feeling somewhat suspicious, Riezel frowned and quickly kicked the burly man down with one foot. Thud. The burly man's body fell, making no further movements. He was dead. Purple-black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, evidently poisoning himself. Riezel stared at the lifeless burly men, silently contemplating. Not long after, the entire dark alley finally fell silent, and all battle noises ceased, returning everything to calm. Shortly after, Ein and Ian returned. They returned victorious, defeating all the attackers. The strength of these two female sword masters, even if they were level 5 with the worst status, was not something ordinary swordsmen could handle. Are you okay, Mr. Riezel? Ian quickly inquired. Ein remained silent, staring at him with a peculiar expression. I'm fine. Riezel withdrew his gaze from the lifeless body of the burly man. What about your side? This guy committed suicide. What happened to the others? Upon hearing that, both Ein and Ian fell into silence. Evidently, the fate of other attackers was similar. At least, whether it was Ein or Ian, they both wanted to capture someone alive. After all, the identity of these attackers was unknown. Since they had been targeted and attacked, it was only natural to inquire about their identity and origin, as well as the mastermind behind them. Unfortunately, like Riezel, Ein and Ian were also helpless and returned empty-handed. Where did these people come from? Ian gazed at the lifeless burly man and muttered. They can abandon even a sword master without hesitation, resorting to suicide without a second thought once failed. Most major nobles wouldn't dare to do that, right? Sword masters were powerful warriors, capable of facing thousands in a battle. In a large kingdom like Gina's, they were considered crucial combat power. Which faction would be willing to abandon such skilled people? Yet, such a thing had happened. Could it be the heretic assassin? Riezel pondered, squinting his eyes. That underground organization, supposedly backed by at least a country, seemed even more complicated to him. Let's go. Riezel shook his head and sheathed hermit. Have the Riezel family send some people to collect the corpses and investigate. Maybe we can find something. Yes. Ein and Ian unconsciously agreed and nodded in response. Their attitude right now was no different from when facing their own master. Riezel's sudden display of exceptional strength left these two female sword masters in awe, making them instinctively follow his instructions. Unlike the previous situation where they obeyed him due to Yuri's orders, this time, they didn't even consider her when obeying him. As a result, Ein returned alone to the Riezel residence to bring some people back to clean up the aftermath, while Riezel and Ian waited. Only after Ein returned with some people did the three of them sit back in the carriage, driven by the newly arrived coachman, heading back to the Riezel residence. Chapter 98, Shadow. The Riezel mansion, top floor office. At this moment, Riezel had already returned and was sitting before a desk, recounting everything that had happened today to Yuri. Ein and Ian stood behind him, occasionally adding a word, causing Yuri to stare straight at Riezel in silence. Why are you looking at me like that? Riezel asked with an awkward tone. Yuri's intense gaze made him a bit uncomfortable, and yet, she just continued to stare at him, as if trying to see through him. No choice. Don't you want to explain? Yuri said to him with a tone of uncertainty. You defeated a sword master effortlessly, really? Indeed, Ein and Ian had informed her about how Riezel defeated the burly attacker. Her gaze at him became increasingly uneasy, while Marilyn on the side also stared at him, giving off a feeling as if ready to interrogate him with force. In response, Riezel appeared nonchalant. What do you want me to explain? Riezel sighed before smiling. Do I have to explain how fabulous I am to you? Fabulous. Yuri showed a puzzled expression. It means very amazing. Riezel answered, then paused for a second before continuing as if changing the subject. First of all, you didn't ask, and I can't just simply tell you how amazing I am, can I? After all, he wasn't a narcissist or a pretentious guy who liked to brag about himself without reason. But isn't this a bit too much? Yuri grumbled. Didn't you just start learning swordsmanship? I've never heard that you practiced it before. You're clearly an expert who can easily defeat a sword master. That was the part that surprised her. She had long investigated Riezel, knowing all about his life story. Among these stories, nothing was proving that he had practiced swordsmanship. Even in the past, his attitude toward swordsmen was completely no different from how other magicians viewed them. He had a somewhat disdainful view: magicians were noble beings, while swordsmen were mere laborers who understood nothing but killing. That was the arrogant mindset held by most magicians. In the past, Riezel was someone like that, aiming to become a tactical class magician, even a strategic class magician, to obtain a noble title from the kingdom, and becoming a noble. He genuinely looked down on swordsmen who could only serve as tools for the kingdom and nobles. Such Riezel, even during his time at the academy, already showed signs of being ignorant and incompetent, so how could he possibly study swordsmanship? Yet, all of those facts clashed entirely with the exceptional ability he displayed earlier. As a result, Yuri was genuinely surprised and amazed to learn that he effortlessly dealt with a swordsman of sword-master caliber. Riezel was well aware of this situation. Considering the original Riezel's behavior, suddenly revealing such exceptional strength would undoubtedly astonish and raise doubts among those who knew him. However, Riezel had no intention of hiding it from Yuri. I only had a little luck, Riezel said with a faint smile. I'll tell you more about it when the opportunity arises. The implicit meaning behind his words was that, in this situation, it wasn't really appropriate to bring up this matter. It was only natural. Riezel didn't want to make the dimensional magic cube situation widely known. Even though Yuri was his lifesaver, when it came to this unbelievable matter, whether Yuri believed it or not was another story. For that reason, he didn't plan to explain too much. Yuri seemed to sense the implicit meaning behind his words, and although there was some difficulty accepting it, Riezel's unflinching gaze and focus softened her heart. All right, let's leave this topic for now. Yuri sighed and redirected the conversation. If we consider the outcome of this incident alone, it's quite worth celebrating. Wasn't it? Despite the ambush, not only was Riezel unharmed, but he also gained sudden and powerful strength, undoubtedly bringing a sense of relief to her. At least now, he had some means of self-defense, avoiding the helpless situation he had been in before. It was indeed a good thing. It's just a pity that they all committed suicide. Trying to find out who instigated them and whether they were from the heretic assassin might become challenging. Yuri expressed regret. Is there no way to investigate? Riezel inquired. Investigation's definitely needed, but whether we'll get results is hard to say. Yuri paused briefly before continuing. From what you've said, they chose suicide without hesitation when they realized their task couldn't be completed. It suggests they're adept at handling such situations, swiftly taking action to conceal their secrets in the face of failure. In such circumstances, even if they investigated, it was likely they wouldn't find satisfying evidence. Because they already had a well-established set of responses like a code of conduct, it was certain they had considered what kind of investigation would follow once the one executing the task died and their people's corpse was taken away. Based on this point, I believe that even if we ask a court magician to use special magic to trace the memories of the corpses, it probably won't work all that well. What Yuri said made sense. Being able to abandon an expert sword master and let him and all those attackers willingly poison themselves to death after the task failed without hesitation, the mastermind behind them surely considered that their corpses would be investigated, and clues would be gathered using magic. If I'm not mistaken, those corpses are likely planted with counter-perception magic, mind magic, memory magic, and other means. So, we'll most likely not find any useful clues in our investigation. Yuri added. Upon hearing her explanation, Riezel furrowed his brow, but he didn't feel disheartened either. Can't investigate, then so be it. At least, it's not without gains. Riezel remarked inwardly. Through this attack, he understood two things. 1. The enemy had not given up on taking his life. 2. For now, he could protect himself. Knowing his power level in this world, he wasn't in a hurry. If even a sword master could be easily defeated by him, any attempted attack on him would likely require a sword saint or a magician of the same level. Riezel didn't believe that someone would go to the lengths of sending a sword saint to deal with a somewhat talented, minor character like himself. It was a matter of price, a question of whether it was worth it. He believed they might hesitate before deciding whether to act against him. This realization brought Riezel some peace of mind. I'll ask the royal palace's court magician or the church's high priest to come and see if they can do something. Yuri didn't give up. If there are any leads or information on this matter, I'll inform you. Got it. Riezel nodded in agreement. The two continued discussing some details for a while before he finally left the office. In the office, only Yuri, Marilyn, Ein, and Ian remained. Yuri's relaxed attitude toward Riezel instantly vanished as her face quickly became expressionless. Speak. Yuri directed her gaze at Ein and Ian. What have you two found? She keenly sensed that Ein and Ian had something to say. Otherwise, they would have walked away after their task was completed rather than staying in the office to discuss more confidential topics with Riezel. Hearing their master's question, Ein and Ian exchanged glances. My lady. Ian lowered her voice. The skills of those people seemed somewhat like those from the shadow. Upon hearing that, not only Yuri's but even Marilyn's expression changed abruptly. Are you sure? Yuri unconsciously leaned forward. I'm not certain, but it really seems like it. Ein chimed in, unusually talkative. I've fought with the sword master. Even though he wields a seemingly heavy broadsword, his speed, which doesn't match his big body, and his combat style, which minimizes all movements and sounds that come with his actions, resemble the Shadow's favored swordsmanship, the hazy strike sword style. As Yuri heard the explanation, her face gradually sank, while her hands placed on the desk tightened bit by bit. A dreadful magical energy emanated slowly from her body, and a cold expression appeared on her face. In other words, the people who targeted Riezel weren't the heretic assassin, but rather the Shadow Knights working directly for the royal family. Yuri's words, spoken slowly and deliberately, sent shivers down one's spine. It was a secret known to only a select few of high status. Within Gina's, there existed an assassination unit. Members of this unit were referred to as the Shadow Knight. Only those belonging to the royal family could be aware of their existence and possess the privilege to mobilize them. Since Ein and Ian mentioned that the attackers resembled the Shadow, it strongly suggested that the one who attacked Riezel was likely the Shadow Knights. Now, the question was, who could dispatch the Shadow Knights to assassinate Riezel? The answer was almost self-evident. The only thing Yuri couldn't comprehend was why someone from the royal family would target Riezel. However, before she could figure out this matter, Marilyn, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. In the past, Mr. Riezel seemed quite close to the daughter of the Elliot family. With a simple remark from Marilyn, Yuri understood everything. Because the Elliot family was a vassal of a certain Duke family. Furthermore, this Duke family had been rather unruly in recent years, harboring thoughts deemed unacceptable for the current king and the royal family. In such a situation, when a promising future great magician like Riezel suddenly made contact with someone who was related to this Duke family, it was only natural for some people from the royal family to react strongly. In other words, Riezel simply had become entangled in political struggles, almost becoming a pawn in political machinations. Marilyn, prepare the carriage. Yuri stood up and spoke with a cold tone and expression. I'm going to the royal palace. Chapter 99, Breaking Steel Sword Style. Next day, early morning. In the courtyard next to the Frenzel Mansion's pavilion, Riezel stood with a wooden sword, ready for an attack. His eyes were tightly shut. Maintaining his posture unchanged, the hand holding the sword showed no sign of trembling. His entire body stood still, resembling a swordsman statue. Hugh. Ha. Despite his stillness, Riezel softly breathed, sometimes inhaling a large amount of air and then exhaling it. His breathing rhythm became peculiar, fluctuating between fast and slow, loud and nearly inaudible. The volume of his inhalations and exhalations varied. One moment, he took in an abundant amount of air, and after a while, the air he exhaled was meager. In the previous moment, he didn't inhale much, but when he exhaled, a considerable amount of air was expelled. Riezel continued this unique breathing pattern, creating an odd rhythm. As time passed, subtle fluctuations of magical energy emanated from his body, like invisible steam rising, swirling around him. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and finally moved. Swish. The sharp sound of cutting through the air echoed. Riezel swiftly swung his sword, as if an opponent appeared before him, launching an attack. His speed was astonishing to the point that the sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air was exceptionally clear. His wrist and arm moved flexibly, carrying an indescribable power, repeatedly striking at an imaginary enemy before him. Upon closer inspection, his sword movements not only lacked hesitation but were also remarkably fluid, flowing as if he were dancing gracefully and seemed pleasing to the eye. However, the surrounding atmosphere around Riezel's body was chaotic. Each swing from his wooden sword seemed as if a steel sword was wielded, giving a sense that it could cut through anything. Its power was overwhelming, making his momentum grow stronger. Simultaneously, the magical energy swirling around his body slowly seeped into his muscles, as if being absorbed by his entire body. In this way, while practicing his swordsmanship, Riezel accumulated momentum over time. After a while, an astonishing oppressive aura emanated from him, causing passing servants to feel a shiver down their spines and even alarming some guards. It wasn't until about half an hour later that he finally stopped. Huff. A breath of stale air escaped his mouth, forming a small vortex that swept all around. Riezel's entire body became damp, soaked in sweat, though his breathing remained untroubled, his muscles trembled slightly as if reaching a limit or experiencing pleasure. Feeling the condition of his body, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. Sure enough, my theory was right. Riezel muttered to himself. With the abundant magical energy of this body, once I practice swordsmanship, activate the magical energy in my damaged gate, and use it to strengthen my body, progress becomes amazingly fast. On this day, he officially began practicing this world's swordsmanship. Just now, his peculiar breath was the breathing style ingrained in his practiced swordsmanship. Coordinating with the swordsmanship recorded in the book, he smoothly activated the magical energy inside him and began absorbing it into his body. Fortunately, the effect was satisfactory. Although only half an hour of practice had passed, Riezel could already feel the changes in his body. Let's update my status. Deep in thought, Riezel couldn't help but retrieve a bottle of Loki's blood from the dimensional magic cube storage space. Riezel pulled open the bottle, poured out a drop of Loki's blood, and dabbed it on his forehead. This was the effect of the self-redemption skill, a way to autonomously update status. Since he couldn't touch his own back and modify the status on his back, he could only trigger the effect of self-redemption in this way, letting the skill handle the updating of his status independently. In this situation, Loki's blood seeped into Riezel's forehead, disappearing from view. At this moment, if someone were to remove his clothes and look at his back, they would see a shimmering light curtain. Sacred text floated out of the light curtain as if assembling something, undergoing changes, interweaving, colliding, and covering each other. When the sacred text returned to his back and the light curtain disappeared, his mind was suddenly filled with a series of mental images. Accepting these mental images, he read his new status. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, I0G. End, I0G. Dex, I0F. AGI, I0F. Mag, I0F. Lightweight, G. Swordsman, G. Mage, H. Battle Adept, I. Is this the status updated by self-redemption? Riezel curiously observed the status in his mind and secretly nodded. Total basic ability proficiency has increased by over 1400. For my current level, achieving this level of growth speed is quite impressive. After about 6 days back in the main world, he had already raised his 3 favored basic abilities, DEX, AGI, and MAG, to F rank, and also raised STR and END to G rank. This growth rate was considered cheating compared to adventurers who struggled for years at level 5 to see significant improvements. Of course, his current growth speed was mediocre compared to his past self, but he was no longer a rookie, he was a genuine first-class adventurer now. With higher levels, the growth of status slowed down, which was to be expected. Additionally, he could no longer enter the dungeon and hunt monsters daily in this world. However, the fact that he managed to raise the total basic ability proficiency by over 1,400 in just 6 days through self-practice was something that would envy any adventurer. If there were a special swordsmanship to practice, my growth speed should increase further. Riezel thought inwardly with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, for now, I can only choose a superior advanced swordsmanship to practice. His chosen swordsmanship that came from Yuri's library had a simple name, Breaking Steel Sword Style. Practicing this swordsmanship not only had a more efficient growth rate than ordinary advanced swordsmanship but, in the later stages, it would allow magical energy to cover the weapon, significantly enhancing its performance. Breaking Steel Sword Style's effects, such as cutting through steel, breaking enemy weapons, and even destroying enemy body armor, could be considered a kind of magic attribute or magic effect. For that reason, it was quite close to the domain of special swordsmanship. While Breaking Steel Sword Style was an advanced swordsmanship, it was the most powerful in its class, closely approaching special swordsmanship. If its effects on body refining, magical energy absorption, and growth promotion were not slightly weaker than special swordsmanship, it could easily have entered the domain of special swordsmanship. Nevertheless, this was the best and strongest swordsmanship that Riezel could find in Yuri's library. So, when he saw it, he chose it without hesitation. Though he regretted being unable to practice genuine special swordsmanship, Breaking Steel Sword Style was an advanced swordsmanship closely resembling special swordsmanship, which satisfied him just as well. I'll practice this swordsmanship in my free time and try to develop the break steel technique soon. While making that decision, Riezel picked up his wooden sword and resumed practicing. But this time, he was not practicing Breaking Steel Sword Style, he was practicing Holy Dragon Sword Style. This swordsmanship may not bring effective growth to my status, but it innately possesses powerful sword techniques. Studying and honing it can still improve my combat skills. Riezel found it challenging to let go of Holy Dragon Sword Style. After all, it was the first swordsmanship he encountered, and it held a unique place in his heart. He was reluctant to completely abandon it. After this, let's spend an hour each day practicing Holy Dragon Sword Style. Riezel decided. And so, he alternated between practicing two swordsmanship while improving his own status and combat skills, spending a considerable amount of time near the pavilion in the courtyard. It wasn't until around noon that his routine was unexpectedly interrupted by a carriage entering the Riezel residence. Glancing at the carriage, Riezel noticed Yuri and Marilyn stepping out of it. Oh, did they go out? Riezel paused, slightly taken aback. He had been practicing swordsmanship here since early morning and hadn't seen Yuri and Marilyn leave. Yuri noticed his figure and waved at him. Returning the gesture with a wave, Riezel put down his wooden sword and walked over to her. Good morning. Yuri greeted. Are you practicing swordsmanship? Yeah. Riezel nodded. Where did you go? The royal palace. I had some matters to take care of. Yuri replied casually. As for the specifics of the matters, she didn't elaborate, and he didn't press further either. You didn't happen to go out last night, stayed up all night, and just came back now, did you? Riezel remarked in astonishment as he observed the faint signs of weariness on her face. Did you notice? Yuri chuckled before shaking her head. Don't worry about it. If solving things only requires a bit of fatigue, then it's definitely a win for me. Her words carried a sense of mysteriousness. Riezel silently watched her face, refraining from further conversation. No wonder he didn't notice her departure at all, she had already departed since last night, after all. By the way. Yuri lifted her gaze to his eyes. Prepare yourself. We're probably leaving the royal capital tomorrow and returning to my territory. Tomorrow? Got it. Riezel nodded. Yuri smiled at him and, accompanied by the silent Marilyn, immediately headed back inside the mansion. After watching the two enter the mansion, Riezel turned back and resumed his swordsmanship practice near the pavilion. However, this time, he practiced with even more determination and effort. Chapter 100, Everyone's Responses. Yuri's instructions about leaving the royal capital were given swiftly. Under the orders of this young lady, the entire mansion's servants and guards sprang into action, making preparations for tomorrow's journey. Accompanying her on this trip would be Riezel and Marilyn, while Ayn and Ian serve as her attendants. Additionally, a fully manned knightly order of 100 would act as her bodyguard, escorting her back to the Riezel territory. It was only today that Riezel laid eyes on the Riezel family's knightly order. Nobles had the privilege of forming a knightly order, a fact Riezel was well aware of. While they couldn't match the kingdom's knightly orders, which could number in the thousands, the higher the noble rank, the larger the knightly order under their command. A baron had 100 men. A viscount had 300 men. A count had 500 men. A marquis had 700 men. A duke had 1,000 men. This was a privilege granted by the kingdom, giving nobles a certain degree of military authority. Yuri was a marquis, and not just any marquis at that. As a chief court magician and a strategic class magician, she enjoyed several privileges. The kingdom allowed her to expand her knightly order by an additional 100, granting her a force of up to 800 knights. Under her command, these 800 knights were divided into 8 squads. One squad remained by her side as a bodyguard, while the remaining 7 guarded the Riezel territory, ensuring its safety. In other words, wherever she went, she was accompanied by at least 100 knights as bodyguards, showcasing both grandeur and considerable combat power. These knights differed from the mansion's guards who patrolled, stood watch, and maintained order. They were genuine soldiers with powerful combat skills. Ayn and Ian were responsible for supervising and training these knights, so Riezel had not encountered them before today, nor had he met anyone from the Riezel family's knightly order. Today marked the summoning of this knightly order back to the residence. They stood in formation around the mansion, awaiting the signal to depart. Their appearance was neat. Riezel took a rough estimate and observed the strength of this knightly order. Calculating with the lowest latent basic abilities, these knights are probably between level 3 and level 4. Riezel thought to himself. This was 100 second-class adventurers. Even considering loci familia, excluding the strength of executives, they were probably no match for this knightly order, right? Furthermore, there were at least 700 of these knights left within the Riezel territory. Adding sword masters like Marilyn, Ayn, and Ian, all equivalent to level 5 adventurers with the lowest latent basic abilities, the Riezel family's combat power was strong enough to leave Riezel speechless. He might not lose to any one of these people, but facing so many alone would be troublesome. Not to mention, within the Riezel family, there was also Yuri, a strategic class magician. This was someone whose magic could burn down a city or a small country in a single strike akin to a nuclear weapon. With such attack power, even Riveria, renowned as Arario's strongest mage, was far surpassed. In other words, Yuri, as a strategic class magician, was definitely stronger than level 6 Riveria by a significant margin. At least, Riezel didn't believe that Riveria, even at level 7, could unleash magic that could destroy a city or even a small country in a single strike. Therefore, conservatively estimating, Yuri's attack power should surpass level 7. With such attack power, if she successfully released her magic, Riezel would probably be dead even if he had 10 lives. Of course, the usage requirements for strategic class magic were strict, it wasn't easy to release. However, with 800 knights equivalent to second-class adventurers guarding, plus numerous sword master attendants, Riezel didn't have confidence in breaking through this defense before Yuri cast her strategic class magic on him. This showed how powerful her combat power was. Now that I think about it, a strategic class magician already has attack power surpassing level 7. What about the power of a sword saint, hailed as invincible in combat? Riezel couldn't help but wonder. As far as he knew, there were 3 ways for a swordsman to achieve the title of sword saint. First, acquire a sword master medal, attain the status of sword master, challenge other sword masters, and upon consecutively defeating 1,000 of them, one would receive a kingdom commendation, be awarded a sword saint medal, and ascend to the rank of sword saint. Second, acquire a sword master medal, achieve the status of a sword master, challenge a sword saint, and upon defeating them, one would similarly receive a kingdom commendation, be awarded a sword saint medal, and be recognized as a sword saint. Third, gain worldwide recognition for possessing the strength of sword saint, obtain a recommendation from another sword saint, and if the royal family acknowledges and believes that one genuinely qualifies as a sword saint, one can be officially awarded the title of sword saint in a public ceremony. Those were the 3 ways to become a sword saint, each requiring strength as proof. It was undoubtedly much more challenging than becoming a tactical class or strategic class magician by being able to cast magic at the corresponding class. The path to becoming a sword saint was a road paved with pure strength, and every sword saint was a genuine powerhouse. In this way, the fame and popularity of a sword saint were unquestionable, even magicians who held themselves in high regard dared not underestimate such figures. The status of a sword saint might be slightly less than a strategic class magician's, but it far surpassed that of a tactical class magician. Calculating it all like this, Riezel started to form speculation. Sword saint. Even the worst should be around level 7, right? Riezel could only estimate, he hadn't seen a sword saint in action, so he wasn't sure about the specific strength of characters at this level. However, to be recognized as a sword saint, one had to defeat 1,000 sword masters, and consecutively at that. If one were only a level 6, who had a strength of just above sword masters, it would be an impossible feat therefore. A sword saint should be able to match up against at least a level 7 adventurer at the lowest, according to Riezel's speculation. It seems that whether it's a sword saint or a strategic class magician, I still have a long way to go, huh? Riezel finally felt the pressure. In this world, he was positioned as a sword master and a tactical class magician. While an average sword master might not be his opponent, he could only be considered an outstanding swordsman among them, falling short if compared to sword saint. He was comparable to a tactical class magician in terms of magic, not lagging too far behind. Such him could be called a powerhouse, but definitely not the top powerhouse in high-end combat power. Unfortunately, he couldn't slack off and took it slow since he also had a seemingly mysterious organization targeting him. With an organization backed up by at least a country, even if they didn't have a strategic class magician, they probably had 1 or 2 sword saints. I need to work harder. Riezel was already considering finding an opportunity for his second-dimensional travel. On the day of his return, he had 23 units of dimensional energy left. The dimensional magic cube absorbed 1 unit of energy per day. Now, around 6 days had passed, so he had gained a total of 30 units of energy, enough for a random dimensional travel. This world lacks dungeons, and there aren't many enemies to defeat. Even though practicing swordsmanship hasn't halted my growth, if I want to grow faster, I should go to other worlds. Even if he ended up in a peaceful world, he could use the different time ratio to train for a while in other worlds. Alright, I'll take some time off and then dive into another dimensional travel. Riezel made a decision. And so, as everyone in the Riezel residence was busy preparing for the journey, the news quickly spread, reaching many who were interested in Yuri. Among them were also some with malicious intentions. What? She plans to return to her family territory. Archie, who was making hidden arrangements at home, quickly stood up upon hearing the news from his subordinate. He was anxious. No, in a few days, father will choose his heir. If she isn't in the royal capital at that time, what am I going to do? Archie paced back and forth, unable to sit still, and in the end, left the house. He got into a carriage heading toward the Riezel residence as quickly as possible. However, apart from him, another person had an extreme reaction to Yuri's plan to leave the royal capital and return to her territory. Hurry! Issue the orders. Carry out the plan as scheduled. A somewhat frail-looking young man yelled at his steward, his face filled with urgency. Yes, young master. In front of the young man, the steward hastily responded while bowing his head before hurrying downstairs. The young man remained alone in the room, sitting on the sofa, murmuring absent-mindedly. I won't give up. I won't give up. I won't give up. His voice faintly revealed a hint of distortion. As for the other nobles and even the royal family, they silently monitored the situation without making any specific arrangements. Particularly, the royal family seemed to completely ignore Yuri's impending departure. When someone brought it up, they would change the topic. No one knew that just last night, Yuri had visited the royal palace, met with the king, and talked for the entire night. As a result, today, all the princes and princesses were scolded by the king and confined within the palace. Riezel was unaware of this, unaware that trouble was on his way, and unaware that he would soon be at the center of attention for the first time in this world. Chapter 101, Accident. Next to the Frenzel mansion, by the courtyard pavilion, Riezel was practicing swordsmanship when he suddenly received a message from a servant. "Someone wants to see me." Riezel furrowed his brow but didn't disrupt his rhythm. He maintained a steady breath, simultaneously dancing with his sword. "Why yes." The servant replied nervously, lowering his head. Watching Riezel continuously spin the air, his wooden sword dancing like a whirring whirlwind, exuding an imposing aura, the servant unconsciously swallowed his saliva hard. "I'm not available." Riezel continued practicing, his voice unwavering. "Just tell them I'm busy practicing swordsmanship." With that, he spun the wooden sword in his hand, forcefully slashing. Whoosh! A gust of wind erupted along the trajectory of the slash, blowing away all the surrounding dust. Though his swift slash clearly didn't hit anything, inexplicably, it left a deep mark on the ground. Gulp. The sound of the servant swallowing his saliva became exceptionally clear. He hurriedly took the instruction and left hastily. "Practicing swordsmanship, you say?" Archie muttered speechlessly while raising both eyebrows. Outside the gate, the Rhine family's carriage was parked, with several bodyguards standing next to it. Archie and his bodyguards were nervously eyeing the knights neatly arranged all around, awaiting Riezel's appearance. Yet, he was instead informed of such an excuse by the servant. "Yes." The servant wiped away non-existent sweat and spoke respectfully. "Mr. Riezel is indeed occupied right now. He's at a crucial point in his practice, and we dare not disturb him casually." Though the servant's words were quite subtle, Archie still understood what they meant. However, returning home was not an option for him. "Can I go in to see him? We're good friends." Archie insisted. He didn't care whether Riezel was at a crucial point in his practice. This time, if he couldn't see Marquis Frenzel, there might be no chance in the future. By then, his family situation would be settled, and his father would undoubtedly appoint his useless elder brother as the heir. If that happened, it would be too troublesome. Therefore, he definitely needed to see Riezel, no matter what. If it weren't for the fact that this was the residence of Marquis Frenzel, Archie, as the second son of a count family, wouldn't have hesitated to barge in. Hearing Archie's adamant request, the servant became anxious. Since Riezel didn't intend to meet Archie, the servant could simply ignore Archie and ask him to leave. But firstly, Riezel was just a guest and wasn't part of the Frenzel family, so the servant couldn't just turn away all visiting guests because of his instruction. Secondly, Archie was a major noble, making the servant hesitate to offend him. If it were Yuri's orders, the servant would unquestionably follow them. With her backing him up, the servant didn't need to worry about any consequences. However, since the instruction came from Riezel, he had to consider whether offending Archie was worth it. Fortunately, as the servant wrestled with his decision, someone capable stepped forward. "What's all this commotion about?" Ian walked out of the mansion, observed the situation, and approached while furrowing her brows. "Miss Ian." The servant hastily greeted, bowing his head. "Hello, Miss Ian." Archie smiled and greeted warmly. "Do you remember me?" Unfortunately, his seemingly friendly attitude was purely for show. "You're the Rhine family's second son, I naturally remember." Ian nodded towards Archie, then said expressionlessly. "Excuse me, do you have any business here?" Her businesslike demeanor left Archie stunned, freezing him in place. I am here to ask Riezel about something." He could only smile awkwardly, revealing his purpose. "Mr. Riezel is likely busy." Ian politely declined, seemingly aware of his true intentions. "Tomorrow, we're heading to the Frenzel territory, and he will accompany us. Since it's already late, he must have many preparations to make. Why not wait until we return, and then young Master Archie can catch up with Mr. Riezel? Wait until you guys return. What's the point then?" Archie felt an urgency within him, his impatience causing a hint of irritation in his tone. "I have something really important to discuss with him, so let me meet him. He's just a guest, right? There's no need to be so considerate toward him." Upon hearing that, Ian's frown deepened, and she looked at Archie as if she were dealing with a clown. Indeed, Riezel Brynhart was just a guest of the Frenzel family, with no deep connections to them. But the point was that he had a good relationship with the head of the family herself. Did this young master think that her master would just persuade anyone to stay, allowing them to live in her home without paying, and even have access to her master's important hidden library? Except for Miss Marilyn, she and Ian were her master's most trusted attendants. Yet, her master unhesitatingly commanded the two of them to act as his bodyguards. Wasn't that enough to indicate his significance to her master? With such a relationship, even if he was a stranger with no deep ties to them, or even an enemy, as long as it didn't involve a deeply personal conflict, they had to get along and show respect to him. How could this young master dare to say there was no need to be so considerate toward him? Did this Rhine family's second son actually appear somewhat clever but turn out to be so dumb and foolish? Little did Ian know that Archie wasn't dumb or foolish, he simply didn't know and realize the strong bond between Riezel and Yuri. In Archie's eyes, Riezel was merely taking advantage of the opportunity after being kindly brought back to Yuri's place for treatment due to his severe injuries. He guessed that Riezel used flattery and deception to gain sympathy from her, who then continued to accommodate him. In other words, Archie thought Riezel was using his injuries as a pretext, considering this as a rare opportunity to stay in Yuri's place and have this big shot as his backing. However, Archie didn't know that Riezel actually intended to leave, but Yuri's persistent efforts to keep him convinced him to stay temporarily under her asylum. Riezel was genuinely grateful for Yuri's kindness, even though he never explicitly expressed it. If given the chance in the future, he would surely repay her generously. However, she didn't care and regarded him as her close friend, treating him with unconditional kindness. The situation was far from Archie's imagination, as their relationship was even better than he could comprehend. As a result, Ian's tone became more aggressive. "Sorry, without Mr. Riesel's permission, we can't just let you in. Young Master Archie, please leave." Without waiting for Archie's response, Ian turned and left. "You." Archie was instantly furious, but the stares from the surrounding knights caused much of his anger to dissipate. "Please leave." Even the hesitated servant earlier now became fearless and directly chased Archie away. There was no need to make things difficult. With even the attendant most trusted by Yuri giving orders, the servant naturally wouldn't hesitate any longer. TCH. Archie, feeling helpless, could only click his tongue, disregarding his usual polite image. He clenched his fists and, with a stride full of anger, prepared to leave. However, at this moment, an unexpected sound of explosion erupted. Boom. At the edge of the Riezel residence, an explosion occurred, unleashing exploding flames and shockwaves, causing black smoke to billow from that corner. What the? Explosion. One by one, the Riezel family's knights were shocked, unable to maintain their composure and solemn posture. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions without any warning appeared all around the walls of the Riezel residence, causing successive billows of black smoke. "Quick!" Ian turned back and shouted orders. "Go and see what happened." Her orders restored calmness among the knights. "Yes." With a simultaneous loud response, the knights dispersed, each investigating on their own. Perfect opportunity. Archie, observing the weakened defense at the main gate because of the distracted knights, felt a surge of joy. Seizing the moment when everyone was off guard, he stealthily slipped into the Riezel residence. Surprisingly, the magic defense system that should have been triggered strangely showed no reaction to Archie sneaking in. Meanwhile, Riezel was feeling some strange sensations in his body. "What's going on?" Boom. Awakened by the sudden explosion, he looked around in surprise at the rising black smoke. Before long, he discovered something glowing on his chest. Riezel jerked an object out of his inside breast pocket, only to find it was a money pouch. His heart tightened as he unhesitatingly threw the pouch to the ground, causing the coins inside to scatter. Among the coins, one emitted a radiant glow. As the brilliance shimmered, waves of magical energy fluctuations appeared, causing an unknown effect that plunged the entire Riezel residence into an eerie atmosphere. What is this? The money. It's glowing. Aya. Inside the mansion, some servants and bodyguards also had glowing money pouches, with coins rolling out. Thud. Riezel crushed the glowing coin underfoot, a cold gaze appearing in his eyes. Basolo. At this point, he understood what had happened. He had been used. Used by the Basolo family. Chapter 102, Invasion. Royal Capital, Yuluvia. When the Riezel family encountered trouble, many people noticed the commotion happening at the Riezel residence. However, before anyone could react, as they rushed toward the Riezel residence, an invisible barrier rose from the ground, enveloping the land near the residence. Barrier magic. Is it a tactical class barrier? No, this level of barrier magic can only be solved by tactical class magicians in the court. Who is it? Who sent tactical class magicians to deal with the Riezel family? Enough chatter, report the news quickly. Knights and scouts from various forces, after a preliminary investigation of the situation at the Riezel residence, returned one after another to report. The royal family reacted swiftly, while the nobles were stirred into action, each addressing the situation in their own way. For instance, the royal family, upon receiving the news, immediately dispatched court magicians to destroy the barrier magic and rescue the Riezel family. Those with friendly ties to the Riezel family also prepared to lend a hand, while some nobles, driven by self-interest, also sent assistance. Of course, some people observed silently from the shadows, indifferent to the situation. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, a group of people gathered. They were all ragged, some even appearing skinny, giving the impression of refugees struggling with hunger and cold. A common feature among them was a collar around their necks engraved with a rune. They watched as the barrier rose behind them, enclosing them inside. Some showed worry, others looked anxious, and some displayed outright fear, yet not one chose to escape. "Is it starting?" The leader of the group, a sharp-eyed man, murmured quietly, casting a sharp gaze toward the side. There appeared two figures. One was a steward with a cunning appearance, while the other was a magician draped in a long robe. "Are you ready?" the steward asked, wearing a sly expression. "We've been ready for a while." The sharp-eyed leader coldly snorted. "That's good." The steward seemed unconcerned, even saying somewhat proudly, "In that case, set off immediately." "I know." The sharp-eyed leader stared intently at the steward. "But don't forget what you promised us." "Of course." The steward grinned. "As long as this plan succeeds, my young master will release you from the slavery contract, abolish your status as a slave, and grant you freedom." Upon hearing that, the other ragged slaves, regardless of whether they wore uneasy or fearful expressions, all had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Only the sharp-eyed leader continued to look at the steward with cold disdain. "Hope you guys can deliver on your promises." Leaving those words behind, the sharp-eyed leader departed in a particular direction, precisely toward the Riezel mansion. "Let's go. We're coming too. For freedom. Let's do it." The other slaves, one after another, started to show determination, following the sharp-eyed leader, and heading toward the direction of the mansion. Not long after, the slaves at the scene cleared out, leaving only the steward and the magician. "With this, everything is ready." The steward finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and bowed to the magician. "Thank you for your assistance this time. If it weren't for the barrier magic you set up, once something happened to the Riezel family, various factions, even the royal family, would absolutely intervene. When a strategic class magician was attacked, the kingdom would naturally react strongly. After all, they were a national treasure, embodying a country's greatest deterrent and military power. Hence, the kingdom would not just stand by if its strategic class magician were attacked. Therefore, by taking action against the Riezel family this time, they were taking a significant risk. Without a tactical class magician setting up a barrier, their wishful thinking would shatter in an instant. For that reason, the steward had to express gratitude to the magician. However, don't misunderstand. I didn't intervene for the sake of your Basolo family. I only did it because it's most advantageous for his grace. The magician showed no gratitude, even looking at the steward with a hint of threat. This is the only chance. If you fail, we might have to face the retaliation of that madwoman. Last night, she caused a scene at His Majesty's place, leading to the confinement of all royal family children, including the crown prince. If she really goes serious, even his grace might suffer. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing that, the steward swallowed nervously and quickly nodded. Understood. We won't fail. Hope so. After leaving those vague words, the magician turned and left. Watching the magician disappear down the road, the steward's friendly smile gradually vanished before he spat on the ground. TCH, just a mere tactical class magician who got the Viscount title. Without latching onto a duke's thigh, do you think you could swagger in front of our Basolo family? What a clown. The steward's face was full of displeasure. Although reluctant, he must admit that with the assistance of this magician, the Basolo family's actions could proceed much more smoothly. Including those special items that could temporarily disable the Riezel residence's magic defense system. If it weren't for the fact that the magician provided those, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Riezel residence's defense. He could only say it was no surprise that someone backed by a duke family could casually take out such rare and precious items. The influence of the royal family's relatives and connections truly demonstrated remarkable power. Fortunately, young master also chose to ally with that person. The steward expressed some relief with a hint of joy in his demeanor. Next is to create a commotion and then capture the commoner who upset young master. As his voice just fell, several masked people appeared from all directions, surrounding him from behind. Go. The steward smiled as he gave an order. Bring Riezel Brynhart to the young master. Upon hearing his order, the masked people quickly dispersed without a word, disappearing from sight. The Riezel residence's magic defense system was paralyzed. This fact was confirmed only after a few minutes had passed since the consecutive explosions. With the magic defense system down, the residence lost its means of alert and defense against external threats, plunging into chaos. Especially for ordinary servants with almost no combat power, facing such a sudden situation had already thrown them into a panic. Don't panic. Ian led a group of knights into the mansion, loudly giving instructions. Everyone, follow the knight's instructions and head to the basement for shelter. Under her lead, the servants in the mansion finally avoided falling into panic, following the knights to seek refuge. Boom. The sound of explosions continued outside, making the exploding flames and black smoke increasingly intense, approaching the mansion. Ian tightened her grip on the long sword at her waist, restraining the urge to rush out and focusing on guiding the servant within the mansion. As for the outside, it had to be temporarily entrusted to Ian. On the other side, Ian had now discovered the cause of the explosion. An alchemical bomb made by alchemy magic. Seriously. Ian gritted her teeth as she stared at the fragments of alchemical bombs scattered around the corner of the destroyed wall. There was no need to think twice, they had fallen victim to a hostile attack and not because of an accident. The fact that a batch of these bombs had been buried all around the residence without them noticing was nothing short of disgrace. It seems the magic defense system has been malfunctioning for a while, only fully collapsing just now. Ian muttered as she watched her surroundings. Even if it hadn't fully collapsed, a malfunction in the magic defense system would disrupt the alarm functions. The culprit had probably calculated this, allowing them to plant a large number of alchemical bombs so close to the mansion without being noticed. Fortunately, they didn't dare bring the alchemical bombs inside the mansion. Otherwise, countless servants would have perished in the explosion. Just as Ian was grateful for this, suddenly, a group of people rushed out from the surroundings. Hold it. Who are you people? Don't come any closer. Halt. The knights spotted this group of people and loudly warned them. Unfortunately, not only did these people not listen, but they also viciously aggressively charged forward. One by one, the knights stepped forward to intercept, only to be met with their attacks. Halt. Ian placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, about to rush out, but her expression soon changed. She quickly turned around, drawing her sword to block a sudden attack. Ding. A heavy sword struck heavily against her raised sword, sparking friction. Oh. Have we caught a big fish? A slave. Ian noticed the collar around the swordsman's neck and spoke in surprise. Don't call me slave. The sharp-eyed swordsman roared in anger and launched a fierce attack against Ian like a madman. The same scene unfolded in various corners of the Riezel residence. A large group of slaves seemed to emerge from nowhere, storming into the residence, and fighting with knights and guards. Riezel, with furrowed eyebrows, observed the chaotic battle outside through the mansion window. What are these people plotting? He was somewhat uncertain. While the sudden invasion surprised everyone, he couldn't fathom its significance. Their target must be Yuri, right? Without delay, Riezel headed decisively to the top floor of the mansion to meet Yuri. However, after just walking several steps, he abruptly halted. Ahead, a group of masked people suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Chapter 103, A Cripple. No, a powerful monster. In the constantly echoing explosions within the Riezel residence, the corridor where Riezel stood remained eerily silent, creating an atmosphere of utter stillness. Riezel sensed a faint fluctuation of magical energy, causing an abnormal stagnation in the surrounding air. It felt as if this area was isolated from the outside world, and whatever happened in this corridor would go unnoticed beyond its confines. Barrier magic, huh? Riezel shifted his gaze toward the group of people that had suddenly appeared in front of him. This group was small, consisting of about 4 people, each masked and dressed in a uniform resembling that of swordsmen. From their body build, they were undoubtedly males and seemed like trained assassins. Weirdly, they exuded a strange aura that didn't quite fit in with their surroundings. Among the 4, 3 had swords at their waists, while the remaining 1 wore a magician's robe over his swordsman attire. Clearly, 3 were swordsmen and 1 was a magician. Riezel sensed a faint magical energy emanating from the magician, indicating that he was responsible for the barrier magic isolating this corridor from the outside. The next moment, one of 4, seemingly in a leadership position, spoke. Riezel Brynhart. He spoke in a cold and mechanical tone. Someone wishes to meet you. In a single sentence, their objective became clear. Me. Riezel furrowed his brow, speaking as if thinking aloud. Your target is me and not Yuri. No, it couldn't be. Causing such a commotion and attacking the residence of a marquis who was also a strategic-class magician just for him. Impossible. I see, am I something like a side task? Riezel grasped the situation. Indeed, that was the case. As a mere commoner, you stubbornly refused to leave Marquis Riezel, shamelessly getting close to her, even deceiving her to befriend you. All of this is your sin. He spoke again in an ice-cold, mechanical tone. Consider yourself lucky. Since our young master wants to deal with you personally, you won't be executed by us on the spot. Surrender willingly and you might live a little longer. As soon as those words were spoken, the other 3 chimed in. Surrender willingly. Surrender willingly. Surrender willingly. They spoke as if chanting a mournful song at a funeral, their voices equally mechanical and chilling, sending shivers down the spine. If it were anyone else, no matter how strong their mental fortitude, they would likely feel uncomfortable witnessing this display. Unfortunately, Riezel was built differently. Ah, I see. Riezel released his tightly furrowed brow and responded indifferently. Considering the deeds your Basolo family has been up to in this mansion, buying people left and right and taking advantage of the situation to set us up, how could you not know about my relationship with Yuri? Someone like Archie might not be aware of the extent of the relationship between Riezel and Yuri, but the Basolo family had made their presence known, frequently visiting the Frenzel residence more than once. Undoubtedly, every time they visited, their steward was busy buying off the servants in the Frenzel residence left and right to gather information. The interactions between Riezel and Yuri might be unknown to outsiders, but anyone in this residence was certainly well aware of them. During the month Riezel was recuperating, Yuri made no effort to hide her actions. She visited his room daily, and once he was back on his feet, they had more than one afternoon tea session in the pavilion in the courtyard. All of that obviously couldn't escape the eyes of various servants. From what Riezel had learned, it seemed that the eldest son of the Basolo family intended to marry Yuri by bypassing her and arranging a marriage directly through her father. The recent attack upon his return from the royal market might be related to this, and it wouldn't be surprising if they wanted to eliminate him, who was too close to Yuri, in the process. Riezel estimated it was likely a misunderstanding. However, I'm sorry but I'm not interested in playing house with your young master. Ignoring the eerie atmosphere of the four masked men, Riezel wasn't intimidated at all. Instead, he calmly walked toward them. Step aside. Riezel warned in a calm voice. The four masked men fell silent, and in the next moment, the strange aura emanating from them turned into a murderous aura. Whoosh! The next moment, the three masked swordsmen, like wound-up machines, suddenly accelerated, rushing forward and creating a gust of wind. At the same time, the masked magician began chanting magic, intensifying the fluctuations of his magical energy. The four of them attacked Riezel without hesitation or mercy. Judging by their swiftness, it seemed they had no intention of capturing him alive. In response, Riezel's footsteps remained steady, maintaining his pace, still walking calmly toward the front. As both sides advanced, they quickly collided. The three masked swordsmen quickly drew their swords, creating three sword lights as they stabbed toward Riezel. In that split second, Riezel's footsteps swayed slightly, his figure blurred, passing through the three incoming sword lights. One of the three masked swordsmen abruptly felt his vision blur as Riezel suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! A swift kick landed heavily on his chest, causing a burst of impact and a muffled sound. Cough! The masked swordsman expelled air from his lungs, thrown back by the forceful blow, crashing into the wall, creating ripples in the barrier that precisely separated this corridor. Without it, he would have surely broken through the mansion wall and flown outside. Riezel's thunderous kick was indeed powerful and merciless. The other two masked swordsmen immediately halted their steps, seemingly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Only the masked magician's magic chanting continued, and after a moment, the magical energy fluctuations from his body echoed out. Blindness. Confusion. Paralysis. In one breath, the masked magician chanted three types of magic, each capable of inflicting negative statuses on enemies. Blindness deprived enemies of their sight, rendering everything invisible. Confusion stripped enemies of their reason, making rational thought and calm combat impossible. Paralysis caused enemies' movements to become sluggish, as if struck by an electric shock, hindering smooth actions. These three magics were combat-class magic, not overly advanced, but when used against swordsmen lacking the ability to cure negative statuses, they were enough to disgust any swordsman. In a state of blindness, confusion, and paralysis, plus an additional three swordsmen attacking from the sides, anyone in this kind of situation would undoubtedly feel hopeless and despair. The two stunned masked swordsmen who had not yet been attacked by Riezel quickly regained their composure. They suppressed their surprise, intensified their murderous auras, and thrust their swords toward his arms. They planned to pierce through Riezel's arms from left to right, disabling his hands first before gradually overpowering him. While they claimed to capture him alive, their actions revealed that capturing him unscathed was not their intention. If he resisted, they would sever both arms. If he did not yield, they would then sever both legs. This ruthless approach would continue until Riezel completely lost his ability to resist, allowing him to be brought back for questioning. This was the approach of those who lived in the darkness, devoid of any trace of humanity. Unfortunately for them, they had targeted the wrong person. Clang, cling. A bright silver short sword silently appeared in Riezel's hand, effortlessly blocking the two incoming swords with an indifferent expression. Riezel's expression, eyes, and movements, there was no sign of someone who had lost their sight, reason, and suffered paralysis at all. What? Including the masked magician, all of them were utterly stunned upon watching this absurd scene. Little did they know, Riezel possessed a skill called Endless, and within its effects, there was an effect providing him with the highest-ranked, abnormal resistance development ability. Bang! As Riezel swung another kick, it landed square on the face of one of the masked swordsmen, sending him sprawling backward, blood streaming down his face. H-ha! The remaining masked swordsman, devoid of the earlier mechanical and cold demeanor, now resembled a frustrated brute, stunned and speechless. Instinctively, he distanced himself from Riezel, preparing to retreat. However, a silver flash rendered all his movements meaningless. Poochie! As an extremely fast strike transformed into a silver flash, it slashed through the retreating masked swordsman's body accompanied by the tearing sound of flesh and a splatter of blood. Ag! The masked swordsman let out a scream, a straight line of blood appearing at the center of his body, splattering large amounts of blood everywhere. Riezel maintained the posture of swinging his sword, tilting his head slightly to avoid the blood splattering onto his face. 3 masked swordsmen lay defeated, 2 kicked away and 1 cut down, all incapacitated and unable to rise again. How can this be? The lone masked magician, now the sole survivor, retreated a step while shouting in disbelief. According to the Basolo family's intelligence, Riezel was supposed to be a cripple, with his gait damaged. Even if there were rumors of him practicing swordsmanship, how could he have become so powerful in just a few days? From the Basolo family's perspective, capturing Riezel should have been an easy task. Little did they expect that the supposed cripple would transform into such a powerful monster. Damn it! The masked magician, now fearful and intimidated, watched as Riezel shifted his gaze toward him. Without hesitation, the masked magician turned and fled with all his might. Just as Riezel was about to pursue, he halted. He sensed that the barrier enveloping the corridor was being rapidly broken down. Crack! Before long, the barrier shattered, reconnecting this corridor with the outside. Bang! Meanwhile, the masked magician, who fled in panic, soon collided with the one who broke the barrier, only to be kicked back by a maid accompanying them. Are you okay? Upon hearing that question, Riezel saw Yuri accompanied by Marilyn approaching him. Yuri. Riezel raised his eyebrows, expressing his surprise. Chapter 104, A Fait Accompli. Riezel hadn't expected that when he planned to find Yuri, she would come over first. This young lady, along with her maid, appeared unharmed. Not a single hair was out of place, and their clothes were unruffled either. They carried themselves with calm composure as if the invasion of their residence was nothing more than a mere game. Their steps toward him were oddly slow and unperturbed. It seems worrying about you was unnecessary, Yuri remarked, glancing at the masked people lying in pools of blood or slumped in the corner. Marilyn also glanced at Hermit in Riezel's hand, saying nothing, standing half a step behind, guarding her master. Why did you come here? Riezel said while wiping the blood from the blade of Hermit. It's dangerous here, you shouldn't have come out. His tone carried a scolding he hadn't even realized was there. It's fine. Marilyn is with me, after all. Yuri picked up on his scolding tone and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. If I didn't come out, no one would lift the tactical class magic barrier shrouding this place. I had to come out to end this farce. Farce? Riezel raised his eyebrows slightly. Why do you say that? Because no one would be stupid enough to believe I'd have an accident in the royal capital. Yuri said indifferently. Including the one who planned this attack. Basolo family. Riezel whispered. Yep. Yuri responded mockingly. They made their attack so obvious. If something really happened to me, they would be finished. No one would believe the Basolo family could successfully hide their involvement in planning this attack since even Riezel himself immediately figured out who was manipulating him and who orchestrated this attack. If he could, how could others not see it? As Yuri said, the attack was too glaringly obvious. Only the abruptness of it led to uncontrollable chaos. Once the situation was dealt with, it would be easy to trace back the responsible party. Other than that, all those servants and guards who took the Basolo family's money and indirectly helped them sabotage the Riezel family's magic defense system could each become a witness. In such a scenario, if Yuri, the national treasure-level magician of Gina's, came to harm, the royal family would undoubtedly be furious. The Basolo family would incur the wrath of the entire kingdom and face severe punishment. In this world, a strategic class magician was that important. Any loss would significantly weaken a country's military power and threat level. If the Basolo family dared to do such a thing and made it so obvious, it was akin to digging their own grave. No matter how foolish, even a marquis family wouldn't be foolish enough to stoop this low. Therefore, in the eyes of some wise and perceptive individuals, this attack was nothing but a circus. Riezel also realized this, understanding Yuri's importance. You're saying that the Basolo family attacked here solely for another purpose? Riezel realized this. Yuri nodded, her beautiful face showing a hint of disgust. They probably orchestrated this attack to stop me from leaving the royal capital and returning to my territory to cancel the marriage arrangement between our families. It sounded illogical to his understanding, but Riezel grasped the details. The Basolo family planned this attack not to harm Yuri but to create a false impression of Marquis Frenzel being attacked. A very important strategic class magician, being openly attacked in the royal capital, beneath the king's feet, was bound to cause a commotion. After the commotion, the kingdom would become tense, fearing another attack on Yuri. Thus, if the Basolo family manipulated things a bit, they could make the royal family and other major nobles do their best to keep her in the royal capital, ensuring her proximity for protection and preventing her from venturing outside. That was the Basolo family's goal. What's the point of all this? Riezel said, somewhat speechless. Even if they force you to stay here and prevent you from returning to your territory to cancel the engagement, the Basolo family can't just forcibly marry their son to you, right? He really didn't understand the meaning behind these actions. Yuri was clearly unwilling to marry the Basolo family's son. Even if her father approved, so what? As long as she didn't agree, could the Basolo family really force her into marriage? Forcing marriage upon a strategic class magician. Did they think she had no temper? However, Riezel momentarily forgot that this wasn't the modern world he was once in, but a world similar to medieval Europe. They naturally wouldn't dare to forcibly marry the lady, but once the marriage arrangement is confirmed, she might actually have to marry. Marilyn suddenly chimed in, leaving Riezel stunned. It seemed illogical, but she wasn't speaking without reason. In this world, nobles enjoyed privileges but also faced constant scrutiny, needing to consider their noble status and reputation in everything they did. Matters like marriages, which might seem less serious among commoners, were handled differently by nobles. It was akin to the confined lives of young ladies in ancient times, bound by their parents' wishes and matchmaking. Yuri, due to her abilities and unique position, wasn't entirely voiceless like those powerless young ladies, but in certain aspects, she was indeed still bound by limitations. Otherwise, why would she mock herself as a tool for war without freedom? Based on her position and the impact on the country, Yuri was frequently restricted. She couldn't freely use tactical class or strategic class magic, couldn't casually leave the national borders, and couldn't go wherever she pleased without the royal family's permission. All of that was a representation of her lack of freedom. If the attack of the Basolo family did indeed have an impact, causing the royal family and nobles to join forces in keeping Yuri from leaving the royal capital, would she still defy the royal family's orders and just walk away? In that case, the Frenzel family might face charges of treason in a matter of minutes, and a mass execution wouldn't be an impossible outcome. Therefore, if Yuri were restricted to the royal capital and not allowed to leave, the Basolo family, through negotiations with her father, might actually solidify the marriage. At that time, with a bit of publicity, the public would believe that the two families were about to unite in marriage. As a result, there would be extensive political, economic, military, and even societal cooperation between the Basolo and Frenzel territories. Over time, the two territories might become inseparable. If things escalated to that point and Yuri still refused to fulfill the marriage, there could be unrest between the two territories. This could range from impacting interests to potentially affecting people's lives in their territories. If the unrest became too big, it could even affect the entire residents of Genas. In such a situation, even the king himself might order the marriage to prevent chaos and upheaval in the kingdom. If Yuri still didn't want to marry under these circumstances, she would have to abandon her status, her family, and even her homeland, leaving this country behind. But would the kingdom allow a strategic class magician to leave so easily? Impossible. What if this strategic class magician became a criminal in the future, using highly harmful strategic class magic against Genas? What if this magician were recruited by an opposing country, threatening Genas' security? All these concerns would turn Yuri into an enemy of the kingdom. At that time, her best outcome might be an assassination, and the worst outcome would be a public execution. This was what they called a ripple effect. Someone like Yuri, even with a slight movement, could provoke extreme reactions from others. If the king could confine his own children because of her, giving her face, it was possible he might order her assassination if she didn't return the favor. The Basolo family targeted this vulnerability, resorting to these tactics to forcibly keep Yuri, buying time to establish a fait accompli. T/N, fait accompli means something that has already happened or been decided before those affected hear about it, leaving them with no option but to accept it. Is that even possible? Riezel asked speechlessly. He had encountered political and business maneuvers like this in his previous life, but the dynamics of this world were different from his previous life. His experiences from before weren't entirely applicable in this world, making it genuinely eye-opening for him. Yet, there were still some aspects he found perplexing. Even if that is the case, isn't it a fact that the Basolo family attacked you? Aren't they afraid of consequences? Riezel was puzzled by this. Yuri shook his head. What consequences? The people who attacked this time were slaves, and none of them belonged to the Basolo family. Even these masked people, it's doubtful if we can confirm any of their identities, and the Basolo family can easily claim ignorance of them. Even if the slaves are proven to be theirs, they could just explain it away as a rebellion, finding plenty of ways to justify themselves. In the Akasha continent, incidents such as slave rebellions were not uncommon occurrences. After all, who would want to be a slave for their entire life? When faced with inhumane treatment and the harsh reality of having their human rights stripped away, slaves would rebel and resist. Furthermore, canceling the slavery contract was not impossible. Contracts were not absolute, they were merely tools used by magicians and could be both cast and undone by them. The attendant contract was fine and safe since the terms were equal, establishing a stable relationship between the two parties, which made their cancellation somewhat difficult. However, the slavery contract, being such a one-sided and forceful contract, was a whole different story. Chapter 105, Counterattack Plan. The Birth of Contract. The initial purpose was to allow magicians to control powerful helpers, ensuring that these helpers whom they called attendants would protect them while chanting magic, thus ensuring the smooth casting of magic. Thus, the attendant contract was the first and original form of contract magic, with the most stable mechanism and the most reasonable procedures. Once this type of contract took effect, not only was it powerful, but the difficulty of forcibly terminating it was also huge. Especially when the master fulfilled the wishes and conditions proposed by their attendant during the contract, the power of the contract would significantly increase. Because the master had already fulfilled the promises made in their contract, the attendant who had had their wish granted naturally couldn't back out. Otherwise, wouldn't it leave the master empty-handed? Taking this into consideration, mechanisms were established when the attendant contract was created. Once the master fulfilled the attendant's wishes or conditions during the contract, its power would increase dramatically, making it difficult to cancel. Due to this, some attendants, when intentionally forming an attendant contract, wisely set a predetermined time for the contract to take effect, promising to serve for a few years or even decades. Once the time limit was reached, the contract would automatically be released, preventing them from being entangled for a lifetime. Given these factors, once the attendant contract was in effect, it was nearly impossible to terminate it, and only some extremely rare and specific methods could forcibly cancel an already effective attendant contract. However, the slavery contract, being one-sided and forceful, was a different story altogether. This type of contract magic, which deprived people of their human rights and required unconditional obedience to the master's commands, was no longer considered contract magic but rather a form of domination, manipulation, and brainwashing. Such contracts were highly unstable, with a very imbalanced structure, making it less difficult to forcibly cancel compared to the attendant contract. In general, as long as a magician's magical energy was stronger than the magician who cast the slavery contract, any magician could forcefully cancel and terminate the slavery contract. Some powerful swordsmen could also resist the effects of a slavery contract based on their power. For example, a swordsman who practiced special swordsmanship and activated the attributes within their magical energy, thus making their sword technique akin to magic, could mostly resist the slavery contract. Take the Holy Dragon sword style as an example. Swordsmen who practiced this special swordsmanship would develop a body comparable to that of a great dragon and possess an anti-magic attribute. They could even withstand the direct impact of tactical class magic, which meant forcibly planting a slavery contract into their bodies was basically impossible. Even without practicing special swordsmanship, as long as a swordsman had power surpassing the magician who cast the slavery contract, they could activate their magical energy through their swordsmanship, break free from the contract's constraints, and regain their freedom. Therefore, there were various means to abolish the slavery contract, providing those enslaved with the possibility of resistance. This resulted in incidents of slave rebellions every year on the Akasha continent, as some slaves saw hope in breaking free from their slavery. Exploiting this dynamic, the Basolo family orchestrated the attack on the Riezel residents using slaves without fear or concern. I bet they'll claim that an unknown magician had offered freedom to the slaves as a condition, inciting these slaves to attack this place. Yuri spoke, pointing to the tactical class barrier enveloping the entire Riezel residence. Well, this time, a tactical class magician is definitely involved. But the thing is, the Basolo family doesn't have any tactical class magician under their command, so they have a valid excuse to justify themselves. Even a perceptive person could see that the Basolo family couldn't escape involvement in this matter. But, even if that were the case, so what? In the end, as long as nothing happens to me, the kingdom and the royal family can turn a blind eye to this incident. That's politics for you. Yuri remarked helplessly. After all, within the royal capital, there were plenty who preferred her to stay in the royal capital. The royal family, in particular, wanted Yuri under their watchful eyes to make themselves feel at ease. Other nobles also had their own plans and agendas, some even harbored grievances against the Riezel family, disliking her strategic class magician status and not minding causing trouble for her behind the scenes. In the midst of all this, if the Basolo family utilized their connections both openly and covertly, they could smooth things over and blur the lines between major and minor issues. Of course, bystanders might choose to ignore this incident, but Yuri certainly wouldn't. If the Basolo family truly did all of this, Yuri would undoubtedly retaliate. Yet if what they did could secure the marriage, the Basolo family was more than willing to pay the price. After all, as both of them were marquis families, she wouldn't go so far as to destroy their family. At most, they would have to pay some price for a retaliation, and this price was something they could afford. Therefore, as long as Yuri, this important strategic class magician, remained unharmed and the royal family's bottom line wasn't breached, the Basolo family was fearless. The only uncertain factor was the tactical class magician. Their identity was unknown, and their involvement would undoubtedly raise suspicions from various factions, including the royal family. Yet, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Wasn't suspicion good? The more the royal family suspects, the more they worry that some unknown party might be targeting Yuri, making them more prone to keep her in the royal capital. At the same time, the Basolo family could shift all responsibility for the masked people who attacked Riezel to the suspected tactical class magician, thus cleaning themselves entirely. This complex web of schemes made it crystal clear how the royal family and the nobles would react. It was precisely because of this understanding that the Basolo family dared to launch such a blatant attack, confident in predicting the responses of the royal family and nobles. However. But, that is assuming I'm okay. Yuri chuckled without any apparent reason. If something truly happens to me, the Basolo family will be in deep trouble, even if they don't end up dead. Her words carried hidden implications that Riezel could discern. Are you suggesting? Riezel looked at her, surprised. They're trying to play tricks, right? Well, let them try then. Yuri grinned. After this incident is over, everyone will know I'm seriously injured. As her words came out, Riezel felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. For the Basolo family's plan to work seamlessly, it was crucial that Yuri, this key character, remained unharmed. If anything went wrong with her, the Basolo family would be finished, and the royal family and the kingdom's major nobles wouldn't turn a blind eye. They would thoroughly investigate the incident, identify the mastermind behind the attack on the Riezel residence, and take appropriate action. The illusions created by the Basolo family would be useless once Gina's began a serious investigation. Let's go. Yuri said cheerfully. Let's take care of things here first. Once the barrier is removed, I won't be able to move around freely here anymore. It was precisely for that purpose that she seemed so relaxed, taking her time without rushing to remove the tactical glass barrier covering the Riezel residence. Is this really okay? Riezel said hesitantly. Even if you pretend, even if you're seriously injured, letting the Basolo family be held accountable, the fact that you were attacked will still be true. If news of your serious injury spreads, the royal family will be even more concerned about your safety, and you won't be able to leave the royal capital, right? So what? Yuri retorted nonchalantly. As long as the truth about this mess gets out, can the Basolo family still continue proposing a marriage with my family? Certainly not. Once news spread about Yuri being seriously injured due to the Basolo family's planned attack, she would have every reason to reject the marriage. The residents in her territory would also refuse to cooperate with a noble who harmed their lord. In this case, the Basolo family's plans to create a fait accompli would also fail. Moreover, I still haven't received any instructions from the king to stay, have I? Yuri continued casually. As the one seriously injured in this incident, it's reasonable and fair for me to escape this unsafe royal capital and return to my own territory to save my life, isn't it? Reasonable and fair? What a load of crap. If she were seriously injured in the royal capital, the reasonable and fair thing to do would be to escape to the royal palace, seeking the protection of the royal family. This would truly be a reasonable and fair course of action. Yuri's move indicated that she was preparing to play a political game. In case she actually slipped out of the royal capital and the royal family saw that the situation was already resolved, even if they suspected something fishy about Yuri's serious injury, they could only turn a blind eye and choose to ignore it. The Basolo family had their own tricks and games, so it was only natural that Yuri, as the head of the Riezel family, could play as well. After all, political maneuvering between nobles was not uncommon in any kingdom, and the royal family might even appreciate it. If all the nobles suddenly stopped competing with each other, the royal family would be on edge, overly suspicious of a coup d'état, fearing that the next day they might wake up to find their dynasty over. Considering this, as long as it did not touch absolute red lines, the royal family generally turned a blind eye to the power struggles between nobles, whether it was the Basolo family plotting against the Riezel family or the Riezel family retaliating against the Basolo family. However, there's a problem we need to address. Yuri changed the topic, bringing Riezel back to reality. What is it? Riezel asked instinctively. The current commotion is not big enough. Yuri said faintly as she gazed outside the window. Only this level of chaos is not enough to prove that something big has happened here, something that could harm a strategic class magician protected by multiple sword masters and 100 skilled knights. As the saying goes, to prove that someone was burned alive in the fire, there needs to be a sufficiently intense blaze. It would be best if a tactical class magic is unleashed here, causing widespread destruction. Yuri addressed the problem. The lady can't do it herself. Marilyn indifferently chimed in. Her magical energy is too distinctive. If some court magician were to investigate, it would surely be exposed. The question was, where could they find an unknown tactical class magician at this time and in this situation? This was the only loophole in Yuri's plan that hadn't been resolved yet. If this loophole wasn't addressed, she would have to resort to other means. Using items like alchemical bombs as substitutes should achieve the same effect, though the cleanup afterward might be a bit troublesome. Yuri explained with a sigh. Upon hearing that, Riezel remained silent. After a while, he sighed. As long as a tactical class magic lands here, right? Hearing his sudden question, Yuri and Marilyn looked at him in wonder. All right. Leave it to me then. After saying that, Riezel left the corridor without waiting for Yuri's answer, heading directly to the exit. Yuri and Marilyn exchanged a confused glance, both having an incredible speculation in their minds. Could it be? Chapter 106, My Friend. The explosion in the Riezel residence had ceased, though it was unclear when. The alchemical bombs buried all around the residence seemed to have detonated, no longer causing harm. The surrounding walls had collapsed, allowing black smoke and exploding flames to billow. The ground, as well as all sides of the residence, became pockmarked as if it had suffered a fierce artillery attack. At first glance, the situation seemed dire. But upon closer inspection, apart from the courtyard being affected, the luxurious mansion had suffered almost no damage with no casualties. Yes. Everyone emerged unscathed since the unarmed servants had sought refuge in the underground cellar. The knights and guards, with some injuries but nothing serious, remained in the area. In contrast, the slaves who had attacked the Riezel residence were now experiencing heavy casualties. Some lay on the ground, others in pools of blood. Some were restrained by the knights and guards, while others were tied up with ropes, each looking rather pitiful. Even the sharp-eyed slave, now lying beneath Ian's sword, wore a face filled with regret. Proven by reality, it was simply impossible for these slaves to overcome 100-strong knightly order led by a sword master. The Riezel family's knightly order possessed a strength that left even Riezel astonished, generally ranging from level 3 to level 4. How could a group of people fallen into slavery pose a threat to knights who trained daily and had experienced numerous battles? The sharp-eyed slave did show some strength, probably comparable to level 4. Unfortunately, he happened to face a sword master equivalent to level 5, and the outcome was easily predictable. If there were any sword masters among these slaves, the Basolo family would have surely recruited them, rather than sending them as sacrificial pawns. After all, very few sword masters became slaves because there weren't many magicians capable of imposing a slavery contract on a swordsman of this caliber. Only tactical class magicians and above could enslave a sword master. Even if a sword master was enslaved, they were considered the most precious commodity. If one appeared in the royal market, it would be auctioned as the highlight of the event, not something the Basolo family could casually buy in bulk in the slave district. Therefore, the slaves who attacked the Riezel residence, despite possessing combat abilities, ultimately fell short of the knights trained under major nobles. Otherwise, the nobles wouldn't bother training their own knights and would simply buy slaves directly. Among this group of slaves, the only standout was the sharp-eyed slave, while the rest couldn't measure up at all. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Ian chose not to kill him and spared his life. As Ian prepared to send all the slaves away, Ein, who was responsible for dispersing personnel and protecting the servants in the mansion, suddenly appeared with a command. Go into the basement and wait. Ian was momentarily surprised, but in the next moment, Ein's whispered words in her ear made her show a look of sudden realization. With a group of knights and slaves, they all quickly entered the basement. Unbeknownst to them, someone had climbed onto the roof of the mansion. It was none other than Riezel. Have they all taken shelter? Riezel muttered as he looked down at the entire residence from above. After confirming that there was no one in sight, he raised his head, looking at the tactical class barrier overhead. Basolo family, huh? Riezel squinted his eyes, suddenly smiling. Since they used me, I'll personally take this bit of interest. He was someone who held grudges after all. In his previous life, many unpleasant things had happened to him, and although he had grown numb to them, he always remembered and vowed not to repeat them in this life, even at the cost of his own life. In the past, when ambushed by the Freya Familia in the world of Danmachi, Riezel also took note of this grudge and vowed to settle it. Now, with the Basolo family's scheme of using that pouch of gold coins on him, how could he not repay this debt? Therefore, after learning about Yuri's plan, he took on this task that would add fuel to the fire without hesitation. Okay, let's begin. Riezel closed his eyes. Among the 11 types of magic he possessed, there were 3 wide-area annihilation magic with destructive power on par with tactical class magic. 1, learned from Lafia, was the flame element wide-area annihilation magic, Fusillade Falerica. The other 2 were learned from Arario's strongest mage, Riveriel Joe's Alf. Being a high elf and member of elven royalty, she possessed a technique called Chant Connection. It allowed her to segment and connect the chants of her 3 magic, showcasing different effects and powers. Through the flexible use of chant connection, she could break down each of her magic into 3 levels, allowing her 3 magic to manifest in a total of 9 different forms. Hence, Riveria received praise from various gods and earned 9 Hell as her alias. Riveria's 9 magic was actually only comprised of 3 magic, which were attack magic, defense magic, and healing magic. However, with the chant connection, these 3 magic were divided into 9 types, becoming 3 attack magic, 3 defense magic, and 3 healing magic. Riezel learned a total of 5 magic from Riveria, leaving 4 untouched. Of these 4 untouched magic, 3 were healing magic, as she believed her healing magic couldn't match Ermid's Diafratel, so she chose not to teach them to him. The remaining one, which was one of 3 attack magic, had the strongest power and effects, situated on the 3rd level. The reason for not teaching this particular magic was solely its overwhelming power. Riveria hesitated to use it even in the dungeon, fearing it could harm allies, destroy the terrain, and lead to casualties on one's own side. In the city, the consequences would be even more catastrophic. Regardless, she still taught him both the 1st and 2nd levels of her attack magic, along with the other 3 defense magic. Now, what Riezel was about to use was precisely the 2nd level of Riveria's attack magic, the most potent among the 3 wide area annihilation magic he mastered. The flame will soon be released. A solemn chant echoed from Riezel's mouth. Creeping war, unavoidable destruction. The horn of battle sounds aloud, the cruelty of conflict will envelop all. A fiery red magic circle emerged beneath his feet. Come, crimson flames, the ruthless inferno. The magic circle began to expand, spreading across the entire roof. You are the avatar of hellfire. Sweep completely, bring a close to the great war. The temperature in the air began to rise, letting the scorching aura permeate all around. Burn them through, sword of Surtur, my name is Alf. Riezel slowly opened his eyes, transforming a substantial amount of his mind into magical energy, releasing it. Ray Levitine. The flame-red magic circle expanded extremely fast at that moment. Whoosh. In the next second, massive flames appeared. It burst forth from the magic circle as if red fire had erupted from the depths of hell itself, instantly dyeing the entire area crimson. The temperature in the atmosphere quickly soared, increasing to a level that ordinary people would find unbearable. The intense heat raged, filling every inch of the tactical class barrier without leaving a gap. Soon, the ground ignited, the courtyard ignited, the flora ignited, and even the only undamaged mansion was mercilessly set ablaze, thoroughly engulfed in flames. The red fire, capable of burning everything to ashes, raged throughout the entire Riezel residence, shrouding everything in flames. This was a sea of fire that could incinerate everything within a radius of several kilometers. Riezel stood on the gradually burning mansion rooftop, watching everything unfold. His face and eyes seemed to be on fire, glowing red. After a while, he turned around, leaped, and jumped down from the mansion rooftop. Only the sea of fire remained, continuing to burn as if it would never extinguish. Yuri, who had retreated to the edge of the barrier, was momentarily stunned senseless. She saw a massive magic circle appear over the mansion, and flames descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Riezel residence. He actually unleashed a tactical class magic. Staring at the astonishingly high-temperature sea of fire, Yuri seemed somewhat in a daze. On her side, Marilyn was also gazing at the scene, her eyes flickering. "My lady," Marilyn said in a hushed voice. "Mr. Riezel seems to hide something." Hearing her maid's words, Yuri pursed her lips and remained silent. Hiding something? Wasn't that obvious? He was clearly bedridden and dying not long ago. Yet, after getting up and recovering from his injuries, he could effortlessly defeat a sword master from the shadow and casually unleash tactical class magic. Both swordsmanship and magic were at such a high level, almost unbelievable. Before being bedridden, Riezel definitely didn't possess such power. If he had, he wouldn't have been on the brink of death, almost killed by someone. The question was, why did he completely change after that incident? Not just in terms of power, even his personality seemed to have transformed, like a different person. Should we investigate him again, my lady? Marilyn carefully weighed her words, pondering what exactly she suggested. Yuri understood that Marilyn suspected Riezel of having some ulterior motives. Logic also told her that she should do what her maid suggested, to uncover whether he was intentionally hiding some unknown plot. However, "I don't want to doubt my friend," Yuri stated simply before turning away. "Once Ein and Ian have everything arranged, tell them to come and meet us outside the royal capital." After saying that, she left directly. Marilyn, however, stood in place, her eyes still flickering as she watched Yuri's departing figure. Marilyn knew Yuri was avoiding. Becoming a marquis at the age of 17 was naturally impossible for an idiot. Yuri was wise and intelligent, evident in her planning to counterattack the Basolo family. However, her past had been too restrictive and oppressive. Now that she had finally gained a friend with whom she could share her true thoughts and be her true self, she didn't want to treat him with the overly suspicious mindset typical of nobles. Riezel was a rare and her only friend. Yuri was unwilling to lose him, subconsciously rejecting anything that might lead to losing this connection. For that reason, she could do anything for this friend and could ignore everything for them as well. However, for us, the most important one is you, not Riezel Brynhart. Marilyn looked toward the sea of fire behind, a cold glow appearing in her eyes. Several seconds later, Marilyn turned and left, following Yuri's footsteps. Chapter 107, Exposed. Pang. The tactical class barrier finally shattered. The sudden shattering of the barrier enveloping the Riezel residence caught everyone watching outside off guard. What's happening? Fire. This heat and flames. It's tactical class magic. Various surprised scouts reacted one after another. Without hesitation, they retreated from the Riezel residence's perimeter to avoid any complications and needed to relay the information to their superior as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to these scouts, several people had escaped from the other end of the Riezel residence, leaving this chaotic place and the royal capital behind. Apart from these people, someone else was actually stumbling and fleeing from another direction. It was none other than Archie. I made it out. Archie, looking at the flames chasing behind him, ran out while tears of joy streaming down his face. Yes. I made it out. Recalling the recent events, he still felt a lingering fear. In his search to see Riezel and Yuri, he had sneaked into the Riezel residence alone, narrowly escaping danger several times. What made it worse was he didn't get to see them at all, as all he encountered were only knights and slaves. He first ran into some knights, then suspected of being one of the attackers, resulting in a pursuit. Shortly afterward, he encountered some slaves and they also attacked him without reason, forcing him to use magic to fight back. As he fought the slaves and was pursued by the knights, both sides soon met and engaged in their own fight, dragging him into it as well. Whether knights or slaves, they treated him as their enemy, wanting either to capture or kill him. He had to fight back and explain himself at the same time, running in circles until he managed to escape the chaotic Riezel residence. However, in his escape, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Riezel wasn't worthless at all. Recalling the last scene he witnessed, Archie found it hard to believe. He saw with his own eyes Riezel appearing on the roof of the mansion. He also witnessed Riezel chanting powerful magic, unleashing the hellish red fire, blasting toward the entire residence. Before long, the entire Riezel residence fell into a sea of fire. Archie himself narrowly escaped the pursuit of flames, almost getting burnt to ashes. Fortunately, he managed to escape and discovered this huge secret. What? His gate is damaged. What? Can't be a magician anymore. What a bullshit. He's not only unharmed but also grown stronger, becoming a tactical class magician. Archie felt he had a sudden revelation. Why was Riezel looked upon favorably by the Riezel family, even allowed to stay at their residence? Obviously, because Riezel was a tactical class magician and thus recruited by the Riezel family, becoming one of their people. The reason Riezel pretended to be useless was merely to deceive the other nobles, to fool other factions, serving as a hidden trump card for the Riezel family. In the eyes of many nobles, this wasn't a rare occurrence. Many of them also secretly employed various means to enhance their family's strength without others knowing. In Archie's view, Riezel was deliberately hidden by the Riezel family, a card moved into the shadows. Because of that, Riezel was declared a cripple publicly, yet still allowed to reside in the Riezel residence as if he were just lodging there. His so-called practice of swordsmanship was also a facade, only meant to divert attention. Now, with the Riezel residence unmistakably under attack and a tactical class barrier hinting at the involvement of a tactical class magician, it was only natural for Riezel, also a tactical class magician, to be dispatched to confront the enemy magician. I always wondered why the country boy got so damn cocky all of a sudden. Turns out, he's already become a tactical class magician. Damn him. Obviously, he doesn't feel the need to bow and nod to our relationship anymore. Archie felt both relieved and jealous. If he were also a tactical class magician, he wouldn't have to worry about being abandoned by his family. As for Riezel, if he had known that Riezel had become a tactical class magician, he shouldn't have thought Riezel was worthless before and ignored him. He should have taken advantage of that time to build a better relationship with Riezel. Perhaps he could make this tactical class magician his subordinate. Who would have thought the outcome would be like this? Fuck, can't do it. I've got to make good use of this information. Archie cursed silently and began to ponder. The guy who stayed in the Riezel residence is actually a tactical class magician. If this news spreads, it's bound to attract the attention of major nobles and even the royal family, including my father. As a result, Riezel would be under intense scrutiny and would be thoroughly investigated by various factions to determine his origin. When the time came, everyone would know that he used to have a good relationship with Riezel and they were in the same small group. They had even gone to the royal market together recently, chatting and laughing, which solidified the credibility of their relationship. In that case, considering I have a tactical class magician as a friend backing me up, who also has a decent standing in the Riezel family, even if my father is super stubborn, he can't just brush off my feelings, right? He will undoubtedly have to take my feelings into account when appointing my elder brother as the heir. As he thought like that, Archie's eyes lit up. Yes. This is the way to go. Then there's only one thing I need to do. Spread the news about Riezel Brynhart being a tactical class magician. The wider, the better. With that decision firmly in mind, Archie quickened his pace, distancing himself from the chaotic scene. Not long after, news that would drop the jaws of many in the royal capital began to surface, becoming known to all. On this day, there were many hot topics in the royal capital, Yuluvia. The Riezel residents faced an attack by rebellious slaves, suspected to have been incited by a tactical class magician from a foreign land, which sparked the entire incident. Marquis Riezel, while engaging the enemy, fell victim to an ambush, sustaining severe injuries. Only with the protection of her attendants did she manage to narrowly escape the royal capital. Miraculously, all the knights and servants emerged unharmed, seeking refuge in the basement, with no reported casualties. During a critical moment, the one who bravely confronted the foreign tactical class magician and shifted the course of events was a tactical class magician named Riezel Brynhart. Such pieces of news spread throughout the royal capital after the tactical class barrier on the Riezel residence was destroyed and reinforcements from various factions quickly entered the scene. This news shocked the entire royal capital. Marquis Riezel is seriously injured and escaped the royal capital. Isn't this very bad? Who did it? Who dared to attack our country's strategic class magician? Who is this foreign tactical class magician? Investigate. We must investigate as soon as possible. Various factions were shaken, feeling uneasy, and began to take action one after another. The royal family, in anger, dispatched their kingdom knightly order and court magicians to both rescue Yuri and execute the audacious criminals. Some also noticed that something was amiss, while others were astonished by the rapidly changing news. Riezel family has a tactical class magician. Riezel Brynhart, huh? Isn't he the guy who had loads of rumors flying around not too long ago? He's a tactical class magician. This is seriously mind-blowing. People expressed astonishment, disbelief, and contemplation. For example, some noble children, especially Senna and Carrera, were truly shocked upon hearing this news and found it hard to believe Riezel's sudden identity as a tactical class magician. How can he be a tactical class magician? Senna was unwilling to accept reality. No wonder. Carrera seemed to understand something inside. As for the mastermind behind it all, the eldest son and young master of the Basolo family, upon learning the news, was dumbfounded. No. Impossible. The young master erupted in anger, kicking a trembling steward, who knelt before him. You son of a bitch. How dare you? How dare you hurt her? The enraged young master continued to kick the steward, ignoring his pitiful cries, filled with both anger and fear. It's impossible. She's a strategic class magician, for fuck's sake. How could she get seriously injured by a bunch of useless slaves? This makes no sense. No sense at all. As he shouted with anger and confusion, the young master began to grasp the severity of the situation. Everything he had done was solely to prevent Yuri from leaving the royal capital and returning to her territory. As long as she was unharmed, even if his family had to bear her wrath afterward, the royal family wouldn't investigate too deeply. His father could smooth things over, after all. But now, with Yuri in trouble, the nature of the situation changed. Attacking a marquis family could be excused as a mistake, but seriously injuring a strategic class magician was a crime. The royal family would not turn a blind eye to it. Moreover, how could that damn commoner be a tactical class magician? What the fuck is happening? The young master's anger flared. Initially, he was indifferent to Riezel's existence since he didn't consider a mere commoner with a damaged gate a threat. Did Riezel deserve Yuri? Certainly not. However, as Riezel and Yuri's interactions became more frequent and their relationship seemed to improve, he started to feel uneasy. Thanks to this, he planned to take advantage of the attack to bring back that low-born commoner, deal with him properly, and make him understand that not every woman in this world could be touched, especially one already reserved by him. Who would have thought that the outcome would be like this? Young master. A servant suddenly rushed in, visibly terrified. The people from the royal family came. The Lord asked you to go over. Ended. After thinking like that with despair, the young master suddenly felt his vision blacking out before collapsing to the floor. Young master. The shouts of the steward and the servant echoed throughout the room. Chapter 108, Departure. Yuluvia, Outskirts. This place was a vast grassland, situated a distance away from the city walls of the royal capital. The grassland stretched as far as the eye could see, seemingly enclosing the entire royal capital. Only 8 major roads extended from various city gates of Yuluvia, cutting through the grassland and extending outward. They were the main roads leading to the royal capital, as well as the main roads when leaving the royal capital, heading toward various territories of Genas. Each main road had been meticulously maintained, giving it a clean and refreshing appearance. After leaving the Frenzel residence, Riezel, Yuri, and Marilyn made their way out of the royal capital, arriving at this grassland divided by the 8 main roads. Their location was quite remote, far from the main roads, making it difficult to encounter anyone. However, this also meant that the 3 didn't have to worry about being found, waiting here for Ayn and Ian's arrival. The wait stretched for several hours. After several hours, a carriage finally approached from the direction of the main road, crossing the grassland and reaching the spot where they were. "Sorry for the delay, my lady. We're late." Looking a bit disheveled, Ayn and Ian stepped down from the carriage, bowing an apology to the casually observing Yuri. "No problem, can't blame you." Yuri shook her head. "The tasks I gave you were indeed a bit much. It's already impressive that you managed to complete them in just a few hours." As the ones that were deliberately left at the Frenzel residence by Yuri, Ayn and Ian indeed had a heavy workload. They had to gather knights, guards, and servants to extinguish the fire. Moreover, they had to deal with the royal family and various representatives from major nobles. Finally, they needed to settle the knights, guards, and servants before finding an opportunity to locate Yuri. It was quite challenging for both of them to complete so much work in just a few hours. Yuri understood that and didn't pressure Ayn and Ian to hurry. She didn't even blame them for making her wait for several hours. "How's everything? Is everything sorted out?" Yuri casually inquired. "Yes," Ayn replied immediately. "Everything has been taken care of, my lady," Ian reported diligently. "The fire at the residence has been extinguished, and temporary accommodations have been arranged for the guards and servants. We've also disclosed the news of your serious injury to the royal family's representatives. After completing all this, we brought the knightly order out together in the name of searching for you and smoothly left the royal capital." Now, the knightly order had been divided and dispatched by Ayn and Ian, departing in various routes. They were executing a mission of finding their lady while heading toward the Frenzel territory. As a result, only Ayn and Ian arrived in this place. The rest did not know that Yuri was actually here, let alone understanding her plan. They genuinely believed their lady was seriously injured, with some worrying and others anxious. After all, to deceive others, one must first deceive their own people. Considering this, only the 5 people present here truly know Yuri's true plan and current condition. "Very well." Yuri nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Riezel, curious on the side, asked, "What's the situation in the royal capital now?" Upon hearing his question, Ayn and Ian quickly turned their attention to him. Their demeanor had changed compared to before. If Riezel's previous display of power, surpassing that of an ordinary sword master, had earned recognition from Ayn and Ian, making them no longer view him as a mere guest, then today's performance had subtly made the 2 lower their guard and show him some respect. After all, he wasn't just a highly skilled sword master but also a tactical class magician. Either having one of these identities alone would command respect, let alone both. Ayn and Ian had never heard of anyone in Genas who excelled in both swordsmanship and magic, achieving such feats before. A sword master and a tactical class magician, Riezel, with both of these identities, would likely hold a position just below a sword saint and a strategic class magician. In the face of such a figure, showing some respect, if not awe, was deemed necessary by Ayn and Ian. As a result, Ian was the first to answer Riezel's question in a formal and respectful tone. "The royal capital is in chaos right now. No one could have anticipated that a strategic class magician residing in the royal capital would be severely injured due to a plotted attack. Furthermore, no one expected the lady would choose to flee the royal capital. As a result, whether it's the royal family or major noble families, everything is in chaos. Even those who tried to stay out of it are getting involved." Yuri's plan with the fake escape truly played out well. Initially, many major forces in the royal capital viewed this incident as a joke, as perceptive people understood that the attack was orchestrated by the Basolo family since their goals were not hidden from the royal family and nobles. In this situation, everyone who knew the inside story treated the incident as a foolish joke, a circus. Even Yuri herself thought so. However, Yuri had a surprise in store, intending to turn the tables and shatter the dismissive attitude of those watching. With her move, this event would undoubtedly escalate. As long as her safety remained unconfirmed, the royal capital would likely never find peace. This was Yuri Frenzel's retaliation. Not only against the Basolo family but also against those who only coldly observed, remained indifferent, and chose to ignore the Basolo family's actions, allowing Marquis Frenzel to be attacked unjustly. Especially the royal family, Yuri undoubtedly harbored long-standing grievances to them. Even without Riezel's earlier involvement in political struggles, the fact that she faced various restrictions and became so constrained in her freedom persisted. Now, presented with an opportunity to make a retaliation, she had no qualms about doing so. Powerful women are not to be trifled with, huh? Riezel marveled, silently evaluating Yuri in his mind, then asked again with apparent nonchalance. What about the Basolo family? The direct members of the Basolo family have all been taken to the royal palace by the kingdom knights. Especially their eldest son, with the highest suspicion. There's a possibility he's been colluding with a tactical class magician from foreign lands. The king is preparing to interrogate him personally. Ian explained, her tone betraying a hint of satisfaction. The nearby Ayn also couldn't hide a sense of satisfaction in her eyes. Undoubtedly, Yuri wasn't the only woman holding a grudge, these two were equally vengeful. Of course, Riezel had no right to judge others since he was also someone who held grudges. It seems everything is going smoothly. Yuri smiled ambiguously. Since that's the case, let's depart to the Riezel territory. Are we really going, my lady? Ian questioned. With this incident, it should be impossible for the Basolo family to plan any marriage, right? Who knows? Yuri replied indifferently. There's always another Basolo family. I don't want another marriage proposal to suddenly appear in my life without me knowing. In other words, this trip to the Riezel territory was undoubtedly a must for her. There are things that my father, who arbitrarily decides my marriage, won't understand unless I explain to him personally, face to face. Besides, I can't really disappear completely, or chaos won't be limited to just the royal capital. Yuri explained calmly while looking at the blue sky. If I, a strategic class magician, disappear for a long time, not just Gina's, but the surrounding countries will take action. Whether the so-called humanoid bomb has truly disappeared or is roaming outside freely is a crucial matter for any country. If I disappear for too long, the consequences will be significant. I can't afford to play around with that. She needed to appear in the right place at the right time to ease the minds of many, and returning to the Riezel territory was a good choice. Let's go. Yuri took the lead and headed toward the carriage. Marilyn, Ayn, and Ian quickly followed, while Riezel stood still, watching Yuri's back, pondering. After a while, everyone finally boarded the carriage. Riezel, Yuri, and Marilyn entered the compartment, while Ayn and Ian sat in the driver's seat. Riezel glanced around the luxurious compartment and spoke up. So, we're taking the carriage to Riezel territory like this. It was not surprising for him to ask like that. The Riezel territory was remote, located north of the royal capital, near the border area. If they only use a carriage, it might take a couple of months. Riezel did feel a bit uncomfortable on such a long journey. Inside the carriage, he could neither practice swordsmanship nor engage in combat. If he had to spend a couple of months in the carriage, it would be too distressing. Fortunately, things weren't as bad as he thought. We'll take the carriage to Trancha first. Yuri answered. There's a grand canal there. We'll take a ship through the water route, and it'll only take 3 days to reach the Riezel territory. There's a grand canal in Gina's? Riezel asked with astonishment. Of course. Yuri smiled. This grand canal was excavated by many magicians, workers, and craftsmen called upon by the king centuries ago. It flows through various territories of the kingdom. Through it, anyone can quickly reach any territory governed by any noble without having to endure the dull and lengthy journey by carriage. After saying that, she shouted toward the driver's seat. Let's depart. Hearing their master's command, Ayn and Ian quickly drove the carriage toward the other side of the grassland. Chapter 109, Closer. Splash. The water rippled, creating layers of ripples and the sound of waves. Under the clear blue sky that stretched for miles, a vast canal flowed through numerous plains and mountains, extending in all directions across the land. On the water, a massive wooden ship sailed through the waves, creating intense splashes as it moved forward. Waves resonated loudly, making the water sound never-ending. Before long, on the deck of the ship, a figure slowly walked up to the front, gazing into the distance. What a fantastic view! Looking at the endless water and the clear blue sky, Riezel expressed rare words of admiration in a somewhat joyful tone. It had been a day since they left the royal capital, Elovia. Following Yuri's instructions, everyone spent a day on the carriage, arriving in the city of water, Trancha. From there, they boarded a seemingly prepared ship and sailed along the Grand Canal that flowed through various territories of Gina's, heading toward the Riezel territory. They adhered to the principle of not revealing their identities throughout the journey. Thus, no one noticed their arrival in Trancha. The ship's captain and sailors also seemed oblivious to their presence, never engaging in conversation with them. Riezel didn't understand the reason behind this, but he assumed it was the work of the Riezel family, so he chose not to dwell on it. Right now, the ship had officially set sail, and they would reach the Riezel territory in 3 days. Holding a wooden sword, he initially planned to practice on the ship deck but couldn't resist stopping to appreciate the scenery after seeing it. How massive is this canal? Riezel unconsciously mumbled to himself. I can't even see the shore, it's like entering the sea. Although no one answered his question, it prompted a response. So you still care about that kind of thing? Accompanied by a pleasant voice, Yuri emerged from the cabin, walking to his side and leaning against the railing, looking into the distance. Just a casual remark. Riezel responded. He wasn't surprised by her arrival. He didn't even cast a glance in her direction but continued to gaze at the water's surface with a smile on his face. I was thinking about what I would do if you got seasick. Yuri said casually, as if liberated from something, and laughed lightly. Genas isn't a coastal country after all, so people rarely have the chance to take a ship. Many people feel uneasy the first time they board a ship, so I was wondering if you needed a potion for seasickness. You're worrying too much. Riezel smirked. Unfortunately, I've had experience with ships, so I won't be needing your potion. In his previous life, he sought thrills and even survived in the wilderness, so how could he not have experienced sailing? He not only traveled across the sea but also took on the challenge of deep-sea diving. He even dared to surf in a tsunami and had the idea of confronting sharks in the ocean. If it weren't for the intervention of fellow travelers at the time, he might have crossed that line 1 or 2 times. For someone like Riezel, seasickness was out of the question. Truthfully, this scenery shouldn't have elicited admiration from him. It was just an ordinary canal after all, nothing compared to the wonders of the sea in his previous world, let alone the water city from the 25th to the 27th floors in Danmachi's dungeon. Perhaps it was because his mood wasn't as suppressed as it had been in his previous life, or maybe he didn't need to be constantly on guard against monster attacks as he did in the dungeon. He could now appreciate the current scenery with a lingering sense of peace. Why did you come out? Riezel turned his head to Yuri. It's quite windy outside. Being a delicate magician, you don't want to catch a cold. Talking about me again. Aren't you a magician yourself? Yuri replied casually without much thought. Each of their words left both of them momentarily speechless, especially after Yuri mentioned magician. As a result, the silence hung between the two of them, dispelling the peaceful atmosphere that had prevailed until now. All right, let's go back. Yuri, as if to break the somewhat awkward atmosphere, spoke in a light tone and prepared to turn away. However, Riezel's sudden question stopped her. Aren't you going to ask? Aren't you curious why my gate is damaged but I can still use magic? Riezel asked casually with a calm expression. Upon hearing that, Yuri paused. What are you hesitating about, Missy? Riezel shot her a glance and grinned. I thought you would ask me this kind of question on our journey, but it seems like you've been avoiding it, making me a bit awkward, you know. After saying that, he threw in another remark. This doesn't seem like you at all, Yuri. Indeed, it didn't seem like Yuri. Before this, whenever she spent time with him, she generally seemed very cheerful. It was almost as if she spoke whatever came to her mind and didn't need to consider anything, let alone think about anything. It felt very relaxing and very enjoyable. However, during the day before leaving the royal capital, she often seemed to deliberately avoid bringing up this somewhat sensitive topic. This resulted in Yuri giving Riezel a sense of being cautious and speaking to himself very carefully, which made him feel extremely awkward and uncomfortable. Feel free to ask whatever you want. Riezel said in a calm tone. No need to be so cautious with me. Upon hearing that, Yuri stayed silent. Riezel didn't press her either and simply waited quietly. After a while, Yuri took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at Riezel's face with a serious expression. If I ask you, will you answer? Yuri questioned. She stared at him intently, as if trying to read his thoughts and see through his eyes. In response, his demeanor remained calm, even displaying a faint smile. You've misunderstood something here. Riezel looked at her eyes. If I wanted to hide something, I wouldn't have revealed all of those in front of you from the beginning. Upon hearing that, Yuri realized he had a point. Did it make sense? If he truly wanted to conceal something, he wouldn't have so openly displayed his abilities in front of her. When ambushed by the shadow, Riezel indeed showcased his abilities as a swordsman, but one could argue it was due to danger, a necessity for self-defense. However, using tactical class magic in the Riezel residence was entirely his own decision, voluntarily displaying it in front of her. What did this mean? It meant Riezel had no intention of hiding his ability to use magic in the first place. With this realization, Yuri's tension eased, and she finally let go of the day-long worry. Riezel's calmness all this time also assured her that it was indeed the case. Whether it was about how he was being severely injured, recovering at her place, or developing a friendship with her, these were all genuine acts, not intentional and driven by any ulterior motives. Realizing this, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of joy. So, what's your story? Yuri concealed her joyful emotions, pretending indifference. How did you suddenly regain the ability to use magic? It's a bit tricky to explain. Riezel scratched his head, shrugging. Just consider it as a stroke of luck, on the night you saved me. Luck. Yuri murmured while blinking confusedly, feeling somewhat speechless. Yeah, Riezel nodded. The me before that day, the one you knew from the rumors, wasn't wrong. It wasn't until that near-death experience that I decided to change and became the person I am now, realizing my true purpose in life. The powers I have now, whether it's swordsmanship or magic, all came after I met you and recovered from my injuries. He smiled slightly as he explained. So, you don't need to be confused or doubt anything. Just consider it as me finding a pot of gold or something, since nothing has changed. Despite the bizarreness in his explanation, Yuri could still sense his sincerity. His calm tone and open attitude allowed his words to touch her heart, creating a resonance. Yuri gazed straight into his eyes, and Riezel returned the gaze. The two exchanged silent glances for a long time before, almost simultaneously, breaking into a profound and understanding smile. Okay, I believe in you. Yuri nodded, bringing back the ease and joy of the past. Thanks. Riezel responded briefly. At this moment, there was no need for more words. Needless to say, the distance between them instantly disappeared, and if anything, it seemed even closer than before. Oh, by the way. Riezel seemed to remember something. Can you teach me magic? Teach you magic? Yuri raised an eyebrow in surprise. Can't you already use it? My method of using magic is quite special since my gate is still damaged after all. For me to use magic, I need to meet some specific conditions and can't use it on my own. Riezel explained. That's why I want you to teach me how to use your magic. That way, maybe I can try to replicate it. Is that so? Yuri nodded and lost in thought. However, her contemplation didn't last long. If you want to learn from me, I have no problem teaching you. Yuri looked at him with a playful smile. But I can be quite strict, you know. Ha. PFTTT, ha 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 ha. Her playful remark left Riezel momentarily stunned, followed by a burst of laughter. After laughing for a while, he sighed with relief before gazing into her eyes with a somewhat solemn expression. Then, please be strict with me, teacher. Buffed. Riezel's response and behavior prompted Yuri to cover her mouth and giggle, a giggle surprisingly sweet and pure. Chapter 110, 4 Major Magic Systems. Riezel, Yuri, Marilyn, Ein, and Ian had separate rooms in the ship's cabin. Among them, Yuri's room was located deepest in the cabin and was the largest in size, which was estimated to be enough for 5 people. After agreeing to teach him magic, she brought him back to this room and sat down in front of a round table in the center. Afterward, Yuri, sitting in front of Riezel, prepared something. It was a strange-looking object, somewhat resembling a large compass and a bit like a clock as well. In the center of the compass was set a palm-sized gem, filled with water, and the area around the gem was evenly divided into 4 parts, each with 7 markings. What's this? Riezel looked at the compass and doubtfully asked. Yuri, however, didn't answer his question but instead made a contemplative gesture. You started attending Spriller Academy 2 years ago, right? Yuri suddenly asked. Yeah. Riezel, though feeling curious, still honestly answered her question. It's been exactly 2 years this year, and graduation is still 3 years away. Spriller Academy, as one of the highest educational institutions on the continent, operated on a 5-year student system. Those with the talent to become excellent magicians could take the entrance examination for Spriller Academy at the age of 15, and upon passing, they could enroll. After enrollment, students could spend up to 5 years at the academy, until they reached the age of 20. If they failed the graduation exam, their enrollment would be revoked, and they couldn't claim to be graduates of Spriller Academy. The original Riezel entered the academy at the age of 15 and was now 17, exactly 2 years since. As a girl the same age as Riezel, Yuri graduated early, spending only a year at Spriller Academy. But in that year, she completed all her studies, so her knowledge was actually higher than that of any other student at the academy. Upon learning about his situation at the academy, Yuri nodded in understanding. Since that's the case, you haven't started learning professional magic knowledge yet. Yuri said, looking at his face. Professional magic knowledge? Riezel wasn't quite clear about what she meant. In other words, you still don't understand enough about what the field of magic is. After saying that, Yuri began to explain. Spriller Academy is a 5-year magic academy. The first 2 years are basically about teaching the basics, which is some elementary magic. It's only in the 3rd year that the academy starts spreading professional magic knowledge, allowing you to clarify your position and understand your magic compatibility. In this world, there are countless types of magic, countless in number. There's elemental system magic that can unleash flames, lightning, or freeze everything into ice. There's also mind system magic that can alter cognition, manipulate minds, and toy with all living beings. In addition, there are also explosion system magic, precognition system magic, summoning system magic, strengthening system magic, and so on. But generally, all magic in the world can be classified into 4 major systems. After saying that, Yuri pointed to the compass in front of her. Around the compass's gem, in the 4 equally divided areas, there were lines of small text. Those 4 lines of small text respectively read. Transformation system. Control system. Interference system. Structure system. These are the 4 major magic systems, and all magic in the world is classified under them. Yuri's voice echoed softly as she continued her explanation. Transformation system refers to all magic that attaches one or more attributes to magical energy, enabling it to take shape instantly upon release. For example, elemental system magic directly attaches elemental attributes such as fire, water, lightning, or wind to magical energy before shaping it into magic. The effects are evident the moment it is released. Magic of this kind, which transforms magical energy into other attributes before release, is known as transformation system magic. Control system refers to all magic capable of controlling or dominating external substances or concepts. For instance, summoning magic can summon beings like monsters or puppets, and control them for combat. Such magic falls under the control system, including manipulation of the earth, manipulation of plants, and similar magic. Interference system encompasses all magic that can affect oneself or others. Mind system magic I mentioned earlier falls into this category, capable of interfering with minds, cognition, emotions, and memories. Strengthening system magic also falls into this category, involving interference with oneself, whether strengthening the body or enhancing the mind. Even recovery system magic and healing system magic belong to the interference system. Structure system includes all magic capable of forming material substances. Alchemy magic falls into this category, whether refining gold or crafting other substances. Any magic used to refine or manufacture something belongs to the structure system. Magic weapons, magic items, potions, and similar magic items are generally crafted by magicians proficient in structure system magic. These 4 are the major magic systems, forming the basic framework that encompasses all magic in the world. Now, here's the question. When magicians want to learn magic, can they just study whatever kind of magic they want, based on their interests? The answer is no. Just as everyone's body differs subtly and everyone has different areas of expertise, typically, there will be people who are more suited to one or more systems. After all, excelling in the magic systems that suit you best will make it easier to succeed in it. This is what's known as magic compatibility. Magicians learning magic in the systems where they are more likely to excel, which is where their magic compatibility is higher, is the wisest course of action. Yuri explained what she knew about magic energetically to Riezel while tapping the compass in front of her. This is the magic item used to test one's magic compatibility. According to her view, everyone had compatibility in each magic system, it was just a matter of whether it was high or low. Calculating one's overall magic compatibility to a total of 100, this value is distributed among the 4 major magic systems. Whichever system has the highest value indicates one's higher compatibility with that system. Magic compatibility ranges from a maximum of 70 to a minimum of 10. Even in the case of extremely high compatibility, where one has the highest compatibility in one of the 4 major magic systems, the other 3 systems will still have at least 10 compatibility. So, one's highest compatibility in one system is capped at 70. Yuri pursed her lips before continuing her explanation. For example, tactical class magic, regardless of the type, requires a magician to have at least 50 compatibility within the corresponding system to cast the magic, otherwise it cannot be used. The tactical class magician who previously created the tactical class barrier magic at my place proved his 50 magic compatibility in the structure system, as they were able to construct a barrier magic of such scale and magnitude. Without this degree of compatibility, becoming a tactical class magician is simply impossible. Strategic class magicians have even stricter requirements for compatibility, requiring the highest compatibility of 70 within a certain magic system. Without this, even with abundant magical energy, strategic class magic cannot be cast. Magical energy and compatibility, both must meet requirements for magicians to have the potential to cast corresponding class of magic. With that, Yuri placed her hand on the gem of the compass. Zing! The gem immediately emitted a bright light, causing water to flow out from within. The water flowed toward the 4 areas around the gem, gradually filling the spaces inside. However, the water flowed most abundantly into the control system area, quickly reaching the 7th mark and filling the area, while the water in the other 3 areas only reached the 1st mark, much less than the former. This is my magic compatibility, Yuri said as she withdrew her hand. The water in the compass quickly flowed back, soon refilling the empty gem. At the same time, the glow emanating from the gem soon faded. This is the testing method for magic compatibility. It's the knowledge that only becomes widespread at Spriller Academy in the 3rd year. By then, you'll be testing your own magic compatibility and starting professional magic studies. Yuri stated with a smile. If you want to learn magic from me, you'll need to test your magic compatibility first. It's best if it aligns with my magic system though. Yuri was a strategic class magician proficient in control system magic. Hence, if Riezel also had high compatibility with the control system, learning magic from her would be extremely beneficial. However, in the case he had the lowest magic compatibility of 10 in the control system, he could still learn, albeit with increased difficulty. Naturally, this also meant some advanced magic from the control system might be beyond his grasp. Of course, this is what I consider common sense. Yuri added with a meaningful tone. If your so-called stroke of luck can defy this common sense and allow you to learn my magic, that's a different story. Upon hearing that, Riezel fell silent. Chapter 111, Magic Compatibility. Riezel, with his magic almighty, truly had the ability to break through what Yuri referred to as common sense. Regardless of whether he had compatibility with the control system, as long as she explained the detailed effects of the magic and demonstrated it in front of him, that magic would belong to him. Therefore, whether his compatibility was good or bad, to be honest, it didn't have much of an impact on him. However, he was still quite curious about his compatibility with the 4 major magic systems. As for Yuri, after knowing Riezel's miraculous feats, she didn't think his magic compatibility would be bad. Well, even though I don't know your compatibility with the control system, you should have one compatibility that can reach 5th grade. Yuri suddenly said, causing Riezel to pause. 5th grade? Riezel asked doubtfully. It means compatibility of 50. Yuri explained when she noticed his confusion. These terms come from the 4 highest academies on the Akasha continent. To simplify the assessment of students' compatibility, the 4 academies have set grades for each compatibility. Compatibility 10 is considered 1st grade. Compatibility 20 is 2nd grade. Compatibility 30 is 3rd grade, and so on. In other words, Yuri's compatibility with the control system was at the highest 7th grade, while her compatibility with the other 3 systems was at the lowest 1st grade. Earlier, Yuri mentioned that Riezel had one compatibility that could reach 5th grade, indicating he had a compatibility for a major magic system that could reach 50. Why are you so sure I can reach 5th grade? Riezel was a bit puzzled. Upon hearing his question, Yuri rolled her eyes. Why do you think you were considered to have the potential to become a tactical class magician before? Even if your magical energy is abundant enough to cast tactical class magic, if you don't have compatibility reaching at least 5th grade in one of the major magic systems, you couldn't learn tactical class magic, you know. Now here's the question, even before you underwent compatibility testing, why did everyone consider you to have the potential to become a tactical class magician and even a strategic class magician? Isn't it because of your performance at the academy, gaining recognition from the academy higher-ups? Eventually, Yuri's explanation made Riezel realize. Even though he hadn't undergone compatibility testing, the original Riezel must have shown some degree of talent during magic training at Spriller Academy. His talent gained recognition from the higher-ups at the academy, who believed he had the compatibility to cast tactical class magic. As a result, rumors of the original Riezel having the potential to become a tactical class magician and even a strategic class magician emerged precisely for this reason. Therefore, since it was possible to use tactical class magic, it proved that he had one compatibility for a major magic system that could reach 5th grade. Of course, having high compatibility just means being able to use high difficulty, high-class magic. As I mentioned before, some magicians can become powerful solely by using combat class magic. Yuri added a mild warning as she noticed his thoughtful expression. She was a little concerned that he might become complacent and arrogant. Take that friend of yours, the 2nd son of the Rhine family, for example. It is said that he has 4th grade transformation system, 3rd grade interference system, 2nd grade control system, and 1st grade structure system compatibilities. Although he can't use tactical class magic, he can flexibly use combat class magic from 2 to 3 major magic systems, and his magic usage is extremely cleverly coordinated. That's why, even after just 3 years of enrollment, he can hold his own against sword master level experts. Perhaps Yuri had already forgotten, but saying this was akin to telling Riezel that she was investigating the people around him, out of a protective instinct. Fortunately, he didn't mind this detail, he just nodded to show he understood. Compatibility, like magical energy, was better to have more of, but it was certainly not a necessity. Generally speaking, if one just considering combat, having 4th grade compatibility in a major magic system was completely acceptable. This grade of compatibility, aside from tactical class magic and strategic class magic, could basically allow one to learn any combat class magic within that system. Mastering combat class magic, even if it couldn't become a weapon capable of annihilating armies, cities, or even countries in one strike, could still become a sniper rifle capable of precisely targeting any enemy. Yuri always held onto this mindset, never feeling complacent or arrogant about being a strategic class magician. In combat, which was usually fast-paced, without the ability to use strategic class magic or even tactical class magic, she might not necessarily defeat a sword saint. That being said, becoming a tactical class magician is certainly a great achievement in itself. Yuri seemed to change the subject, starting to console Riezel. Whether it's becoming a tactical class magician or a strategic class magician, the demands on magical energy and compatibility are extremely high. In this world, some people possess abundant magical energy, yet their compatibility might fall short. Some have high compatibility but lack enough magical energy. Because of this, few can become tactical class magicians, let alone strategic class magicians. That's why there are merely 8 strategic class magicians across the entire continent. Tactical class magicians in Genas are also few, at most 20 to 30 people. In total, there are probably only around 100 tactical class magicians on the entire continent. Yuri's meaning was that being able to become a tactical class magician, even if one couldn't be complacent, should be a source of pride. Come on, let's see how your compatibility fares. Yuri pushed the compass toward Riezel. Riezel's attention was immediately diverted, looking at the compass in front of him. He extended his hand and placed his palm on the gem. Zing. The gem immediately radiated light, causing water to flow out from it. Before long, all the water flowed into the 4 designated areas. Riezel and Yuri watched closely. Transformation System, 1st grade. Control System, 2nd grade. Interference System, 5th grade. Structure System, 2nd grade. Riezel's magic compatibilities were 5th grade for the interference system, 2nd grade for the control system and structure system, and 1st grade for the transformation system. Interference system reaching 5th grade. That's surprising. Yuri muttered, somewhat taken aback. Is it strange? Riezel asked. No, just unexpected. Yuri shook her head. Among the 4 major magic systems, the transformation system is widely known for its compatibility and proficiency, while the interference system is the opposite. Though not particularly rare, magicians proficient in interference system magic are the fewest. Among the 8 current strategic class magicians, 4 specialize in the transformation system, 2 in the control system, and 2 in the structure system. Not a single one specializes in the interference system. Even among Genas' tactical class magicians, those proficient in the interference system are the fewest. Yet Riezel had 5th grade compatibility in the interference system, making him almost certain to excel in it. Though not as common, some magicians still use interference system magic as an auxiliary means, like your friend I mentioned earlier. But magicians with 5th grade compatibility in the interference system are indeed rare. After saying that, Yuri began to understand what Riezel had said earlier. He had indeed used special means to successfully cast that tactical class magic, which burned her residence. After all, his 1st grade compatibility in the transformation system was the lowest among all compatibilities. However, during their time at her residence, the tactical class magic he cast was clearly fire magic from the transformation system. With Riezel's 1st grade compatibility, casting tactical class magic that required 5th grade compatibility was impossible. This proved that the tactical class magic he had used before was not cast through normal means. Realizing this, Yuri breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Riezel hadn't deceived her. Besides reaching 5th grade in the interference system, your control system is only at 2nd grade. Though not high, I still have control system magic I can teach you. Yuri's mood instantly brightened, her face bearing a smile. Having 2nd grade compatibility in the control system might make learning my control system magic a bit of a stretch, but still, this is my specialty. So, what do you think? Do you still want to learn from me? Riezel didn't say anything in response to her question, he simply looked at her with a smile. Seeing his smile, Yuri also smiled, then quickly reached out her hand and placed it on the compass in front of her. Decomposition. After her voice resounded, a fluctuation of magical energy suddenly appeared in her hands, becoming visible to the naked eye. The fluctuation resembled a vortex spinning in her hands. When it touched the compass, something incredible happened. The compass began to decompose, not shatter nor destroyed, but entirely broken down into 3 parts, a gem, water, and a wooden plate. Upon seeing this phenomenon, Riezel's eyes widened as he seemed to realize something. Could it be a chantless magic? Yes, Yuri's magic was actually a chantless magic. Not an ultra-short chant, not a short chant, not even a long chant or an ultra-long chant, but completely without a chant. This is decomposition magic, the magic I use most often and the one I excel at the most. Yuri's voice slowly echoed. Everything has its structure. If you unravel this structure, you can decompose these things into different substances, returning them to their original state. That's what decomposition magic is all about, instantly permeating the interior of an object and unconditionally breaking it apart, causing the object to lose its original function and form. Studying decomposition magic to the end will allow you to decompose all substances, even to the point of changing them to nothing. After saying that, the purple vortex in Yuri's hand became more intense. At this moment, Riezel felt an extremely dangerous aura emanating from it. Soon, Yuri gently pressed the purple vortex onto the gem, water, and wooden plate. The next moment, whether it was the gem, water, or wooden plate, they all disappeared into nothingness. They had been decomposed to the point of non-existence, even their very existence had dissolved. Understanding this, Riezel's mind had only one thought. This time, I've hit a jackpot. Chapter 112, Imaginary System. Decomposition Magic. A magic that could unravel the structure of any object, rendering it devoid of its original function and form, even transforming it back into nothingness. Riezel almost instantly grasped the terrifying nature of this magic. Especially as the purple vortex intensified in Yuri's hand, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from it, stimulating his survival instinct. It was as if a voice in his mind was desperately shouting, "Run." The more he stared at it, the more his whole body wanted to tremble uncontrollably. There was no doubt that once he touched this purple vortex, he would surely die, and not even a speck of flesh would remain in this world, directly decomposed into nothing. Is this decomposition magic also part of the control system? Riezel suppressed the trembling in his heart and asked Yuri. That's right. Yuri nodded. All magic that can control and dominate external substances and concepts falls under the category of control system. The essence of decomposition magic is to invade the structure of things and unravel them, which is undoubtedly a form of control and domination over external substances. Of course, since it also affects the body, it somewhat touches upon the realm of the interference system. However, the interference system affects both one's body and others directly. On the other hand, decomposition magic targets substances, with the body being just one aspect of it, not its primary focus. So, decomposition magic still falls under the category of control system. With that, Yuri dispersed the purple vortex in her hand, causing the dangerous aura that stimulated Riezel's survival instinct to quietly dissipate. He couldn't help but exhale a breath, closing his eyes and beginning to remember the magic he had just witnessed. The specific effect of the magic, confirmed. The specific manifestation of the magic, confirmed. The memory, formed. Next. Buzz. As the air trembled, an astonishing surge of magical energy quickly emerged from Riezel's body and gathered in his hand. What is this? Yuri, who had been smiling, suddenly stood up, showing an expression of shock. Before her eyes, Riezel, who was closing his eyes, raised one of his hands. There, a vortex of magical energy began to intensively rotate, appearing in his hand as if it were burning like flames. This scene was exactly the same as when she had just used decomposition magic earlier. So, you really learned this magic? Yuri couldn't believe her eyes. In truth, decomposition magic wasn't as difficult as it seemed. Being able to decompose objects was not wrong. Just like she did at first, breaking down a compass into 3 parts, a gem, water, and a wooden plate, was something many people could achieve. Some magicians proficient in the structure system, particularly those involved in crafting magic items, sometimes used decomposition magic as an auxiliary magic. After all, magicians involved in crafting magic items often needed to break down various objects to facilitate further processes. Therefore, decomposition magic wasn't as difficult to learn as it seemed. Even magicians with first-grade control system compatibility could still learn it. However, while learning was easy, achieving mastery like her, who could disassemble the structure of any object and cause total destruction, even reducing them to nothing, was incredibly difficult. At least, as far as she knew, there might be only her on the entire Akasha continent who could utilize decomposition magic to such an extent. After all, the first magic she learned was decomposition magic, so she had a unique understanding of it. Through continuous study, she evolved her decomposition magic to a terrifying degree. In the past, she became a tactical class magician because she had created a tactical class scale of decomposition magic. Even when she became a strategic class magician, it was for the same reason. It was due to creating a strategic class scale of decomposition magic that she gained overnight fame. In this world, there was no one better than her in understanding and using decomposition magic. Thus, her initial idea was to first teach Riezel the most basic decomposition magic, simply being able to disassemble objects into several component parts, then gradually deepen his understanding, spending 1 to 2 years to refine his decomposition magic. Eventually, even if he couldn't use tactical class or strategic class decomposition magic like herself, he could push his decomposition magic to the limit of combat class magic. For a magician with second-grade control system compatibility, such achievements would be impossible theoretically. But she had some expectations for his so-called stroke of luck, thus she had this idea. Who would have thought that in just a blink of an eye, Riezel completed his study of decomposition magic? Judging by the compression level of his decomposition magic, it was almost identical to when she used it herself earlier. The trembling sensation Riezel just felt, the fear of being disintegrated into nothing in an instant, was now present in Yuri's body, telling her that he had indeed mastered this magic to the same extent as herself. So, this is what he called a stroke of luck. But what kind of luck could lead to such an absurd thing? Her mind was struggling to keep up with reality. However, something was off. Why does your decomposition magic feel different from mine? Yuri finally voiced the most pressing question. Indeed, although both of their decomposition magic was at the same level, the nature of the decomposition magic he used seemed somewhat different from hers. The evidence was clear. Yuri's decomposition magic manifested as a purple vortex, while Riezel's decomposition magic appeared as a crimson vortex. His flame-like crimson vortex, to Yuri, felt peculiar. Different. Riezel paused slightly, opening his eyes and gazing at the crimson vortex in his hand. Yuri also looked on, her eyes flickering. Don't move. Shortly after saying that, she raised her hand and used her decomposition magic once more, causing a purple vortex to emerge. She brought the purple vortex close to the crimson vortex in Riezel's hand, allowing them to make contact. In the next moment, something incredible happened. Bzztt. The purple vortex that made contact with the crimson vortex suddenly exploded, being decomposed by the latter. Yes. Riezel's decomposition magic decomposed Yuri's decomposition magic. What's going on? Now, Riezel was truly shocked. On the other hand, Yuri stared blankly at the unchanged crimson vortex in Riezel's hand before speaking slowly, word by word. Imaginary system compatibility. Yuri turned her gaze toward Riezel's eyes. You actually have imaginary system compatibility. At this moment, her look at him resembled that of someone observing a super rare animal. Imaginary system. Riezel muttered, his face bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be 4 major magic systems? How come there's a sudden mention of the imaginary system? What did this mean? Did this mean there was actually a 5th major system aside from the 4 major magic systems? While Riezel's mind was in turmoil, Yuri sighed and began to explain. The imaginary system doesn't belong to the major magic systems because it's different from any other system, yet it can integrate with any system. She sat down, exhaling deeply. In this world, there is no magic from the imaginary system, but there exist 4 types of magic systems with imaginary names. They are the imaginary transformation system, the imaginary control system, the imaginary interference system, and the imaginary structure system. Now, do you understand what I mean? In response to her question, Riezel simply shook his head. Seriously, he had only learned about the 4 major magic systems today. How would he know about the existence of the imaginary system? Let me explain. Yuri hesitated for a moment. The term imaginary refers to the idea of originally didn't exist, meaning it's a hypothesis or a conjecture. The imaginary system is different from the 4 major magic systems. It has no term of 1st grade, 2nd grade, or 3rd grade compatibility. It's either there or it's not. It's simply a distinction between 0 and 1 with no 10 or 70. In this world, there is truly no magic from the imaginary system, but when using magic from the 4 major magic systems, magicians with imaginary system compatibility often cause unknown changes in their magic. For example, common magic from the transformation system like fire magic, when used, releases flames that burn everything to ash. However, if the user has imaginary system compatibility and releases fire magic, the flames produced won't burn the object, but freeze it into ice. Any magic from the transformation system that can cause such a peculiar effect is what we call imaginary transformation system magic. The precognition system magic I mentioned earlier is also a form of imaginary interference system. Generally, magic from the interference system can only affect something like memory, mind, soul, and other things that truly exist. But precognition system magic affects something vague like future, time, or destiny. In short, magic from the interference system that can interfere with something that originally didn't exist is called imaginary interference system magic. Your use of decomposition magic has now become a form of imaginary control system magic, not only capable of decomposing substances but also capable of decomposing magic itself. People with imaginary system compatibility are extremely rare. Not only is it impossible to test if someone has it or not, but they also have certain peculiarities. Some have 2 hearts, some have 3 eyes, and some are like heteromorphs. In short, they have different body features from normal humans. These body features are something that originally didn't exist in this world. Scholars in the field of magic believe that it is precisely because they have such peculiar body features that they possess imaginary system compatibility. After explaining all of that, Yuri gave Riezel a curious look. Now, the question is, why do you have compatibility with the imaginary system? Do you also possess something that originally didn't exist in this world? Her question plunged Riezel into silence. Something that originally didn't exist in this world. Of course, such a thing existed. After all, he was someone who originally didn't exist in this world. Chapter 113, Riezel Territory. Later on, Yuri told Riezel that although his decomposition magic had turned into imaginary control system magic, the imaginary trait might not necessarily appear in other magic. Most magicians with imaginary system compatibility only have 1 or 2 magic with the imaginary trait that causes unusual changes, while the rest of their magic remains normal. Yuri explained. She also informed him that this seemed to be related to the compatibility between the user and the magic itself rather than to the magic system. The better the compatibility between the user and the magic, the more likely the imaginary trait would appear in that magic. Judging from this perspective, Yuri believed that Riezel's compatibility with decomposition magic should be high. Even though his control system compatibility was only 2nd grade, the compatibility between decomposition magic itself and him was irrelevant to magic system compatibility. Therefore, Riezel's decomposition magic had become an imaginary control system magic, but the rest of his magic might not necessarily follow suit. To prove this point, on the same day, Yuri also taught him several kinds of magic. They included transformation system magic, interference system magic, and structure system magic, not limited to control system magic alone. It wasn't until then that Riezel realized that although Yuri specialized in the control system, she was not ignorant of magic in other systems. Even though my compatibility in other systems is only first grade, considering their usefulness in battles and daily life, it's beneficial for both me and other magicians to learn some magic from other systems. Yuri explained the reason. She also gave examples to him, such as the battle he experienced in the Riezel residence before. At that time, Riezel was ambushed by people sent by the Basolo family. During the fight, he was subjected to various kinds of interference magic by one of them. Interference system magic, which could inflict negative statuses and effects on others, generally required another interference system magic to dispel if one got affected. Another example was barrier magic, similar to the one that enveloped the Riezel residence. If someone was trapped with barrier magic, they would need corresponding magic to break free from the barrier constraints. This kind of magic usually fell under the interference system. Because of this, every magician would learn some interference system magic to prevent being secretly attacked and ambushed with this kind of magic. On the other hand, magic from the structured system could also be handy in many situations. For example, when facing environments with spreading toxic gas and lacking appropriate protective gear, it would be necessary to use structure system magic to create an emergency gas mask. While on the move, items like ropes, blocks of wood, knives, or iron could all be created using structure system magic. Since the difficulty of creating them wasn't high, mastering this magic would naturally be a good thing. Transformation system magic had even more uses. It could start fires, produce water, generate electricity, summon winds, and even repel insects and track targets. Learning these kinds of magic would always be helpful. Yuri took various factors into account and mastered a variety of magic from different systems, leaving Riezel with the impression that if this woman were stranded on a desert island, she would thrive until a ripe old age without any problems. Thanks to this opportunity, he learned various kinds of magic from her. Though they were insignificant, they could be useful in times of need. Learning them was quite reassuring and better than nothing. After learning various kinds of magic from Yuri, Riezel tried each one as she had suggested. True to her words, unlike decomposition magic, none of them turned into imaginary system magic. Apart from that, the 11 magic he learned from the world of Danmachi remained unchanged, retaining their original effects and appearances. Currently, among the magic Riezel had mastered, only decomposition magic had transformed into an imaginary control system magic. His other magic had not undergone any changes. This left him with a faint feeling. Magic that can transform into an imaginary system magic is probably only the magic learned in this world. Magic he learned in other worlds shouldn't be affected by his imaginary system compatibility. However, even if he were to learn the magic in this world, it remained uncertain whether another imaginary system magic, like his decomposition magic, could emerge. Well, if it's not there, then it's not there. After some consideration, Riezel decided to let things take their course. At least, after his decomposition magic became imaginary control system magic, not only substances but even the magic itself could be decomposed. This change was undoubtedly very pleasing. Such a powerful magic could already be used as a trump card. Most importantly, decomposition magic was chantless magic, able to be activated and released at any time in an instant, which further increased its practicality and convenience. Since I have mage, and have accumulated a lot of mag, as long as I can skillfully use this magic, there's no reason I can't enhance its power and range of effects in the future, right? As long as he kept growing, kept leveling up, his decomposition magic would eventually possess destructive power on a tactical class and strategic class scale. As he thought like that, Riezel's regard for decomposition magic was already above that of Ariel, another overpowered magic. Ariel was an enhancement type. Decomposition magic, however, was an offensive type. Riezel's mind was already teeming with various ways to use decomposition magic, making him eager to try. Fortunately, he had enough patience and didn't lose his sense of reality. He temporarily set aside issues concerning decomposition magic and focused on learning various useful magic as well as magic theory and knowledge from Yuri. Knowledge is a magician's greatest wealth. Only with sufficient magic theory and knowledge can a magician go further. Adhering to that principle, Yuri taught Riezel theories and knowledge of magic quite diligently. As she claimed before, she was indeed a quite strict teacher, and if it weren't for Riezel's good memory, he might have had trouble keeping up. This was how he spent 3 days traveling on the ship. 3 days later, the ship finally entered Riezel territory, entering the northern region. This place was forever winter, with very low temperatures. Throughout the year, one couldn't get by with anything less than winter clothing, as even in autumn, it was too cold without them. It was said that the first half of the year was relatively warm, while the second half was snowy throughout. Hence, half of the year in Frenzel territory was always a white snowfield. Yuri's timing for this return was quite apt, as it was currently the first half of the year, so there was no snowfall. When it snows, the river freezes, and as a result, ships become unable to navigate. When that happened, everyone had to switch to horse-drawn carriages, spending quite some time before they could return to Frenzel territory. Finally, the ship arrived at the city where the Frenzel family's main residence was located, Undine. It was a city of moderate size but held significant geographic importance. If Euluvia was considered the capital of all Genas, then Undine was the capital of the Frenzel territory. While not as bustling as Euluvia, it exuded an exotic charm, serving as a major trading hub where merchants and caravans conducted business or passed through, making it quite lively. The Frenzel family's main residence lay in the heart of Undine. "We've arrived, my lady." Ayn and Ian, who drove the carriage, were the first to disembark and helped Yuri out of the carriage. Marilyn followed closely behind Yuri, step by step. Riezel was the last to disembark, catching sight of a huge manor resembling a white castle. "Is this the main residence?" Riezel murmured. "Let's go." Yuri beckoned everyone to enter the manor together. However, this young lady didn't seem at all like a child returning home after a long absence. Her expression was cold, her gaze sharp, devoid of any joy of returning home. Her demeanor was more akin to entering a battlefield than returning home. Nevertheless, Yuri's return drew quite a crowd. "Welcome back, my lady." A steward bowed at the entrance. "Welcome back, my lady." Many voices, neat and tidy, rang out in tandem. At the entrance, on either side of the steward, many people stood, forming two lines along a long red carpet, bowing respectfully in the direction of the carpet. Among these people were knights and maids, roughly numbering around 100 or so. The grandeur they displayed was quite luxurious. Unfortunately, Yuri didn't even glance at them, proceeding forward along the red carpet. Only upon reaching the entrance did she finally stop and speak. "Where's my father?" Yuri's voice was exceptionally cold. "My master just happens to be out of the house." The steward hurriedly approached, his voice filled with nervousness. "Not here." Yuri quipped. "Did he run away?" That. Cold sweat dripped from the steward's forehead. Yuri unleashed an unpleasant aura as she glanced at the steward. "Tell him I need to speak with him and I need him to come back immediately." "Ah." The steward looked visibly troubled. Upon seeing his reaction, Yuri had only one thing to say. "If he doesn't want to come back and talk things out with me, that's fine." Yuri suddenly smiled. "But, don't blame me for doing something irrational later, just like in the royal capital." Her words and smile, devoid of any hint of warmth, made the steward's legs go weak. What exactly happened in the royal capital had already spread, and of course, the steward was aware of it. Now, seeing his lady return unharmed, he felt both relieved and apprehensive. There was just too much information to process, leaving him no choice but to speculate. I will inform the master to come back as soon as possible." The steward could only speak up with a stiff tone. Upon hearing that, Yuri continued walking. "I've invited my schoolmate to come over, so prepare the best room for him." Leaving behind those words, she quickly entered the manor. Marilyn, Ayn, and Ian remained silent throughout, following her footsteps. Watching all this, Riezel's heart secretly trembled. What a queen! Yuri was truly a scary woman when angry, no doubt. Chapter 114, The Youngest Child. The main residence of the Frenzel family was remarkably similar to their secondary residence located in the royal capital, Euluvia. Whether it was the layout or the decor, there wasn't much of a difference between the two, the only distinction was that the former was larger, appearing more luxurious. The main residence also boasted a vast courtyard, complete with 2 pavilions and much more upscale landscaping compared to the secondary residence. There were 3 fountains in this residence, rumored to be custom-made using magic-related technology. Even during the snowy half of the year, they never freeze over, continuously spouting water with a constant flow. After spending about an hour in his assigned room, Riezel couldn't resist and made his way to the courtyard. Along the way, he encountered many maids, servants, and guards, even several knights. Each of them respectfully bowed to him, displaying better manners than those in the second residence in the royal capital. However, to Riezel, this wasn't just a matter of distance, it was an excessive display of formality. Did Yuri grow up in this kind of place? He couldn't help but think he had discovered the reason behind Yuri's peculiar personality. Living in a place like this year-round would undoubtedly make one feel suffocated. He had never been to the Frenzel family's main residence and didn't know what it was like here before, but now that he was here, the atmosphere in this place was undeniably heavy and solemn. Formerly fallen noble, huh? Thinking back on the history of the Frenzel family, Riezel shook his head and headed toward a pavilion. He wasn't here to practice swordsmanship. Although he hadn't trained with his sword during the 3 days on the ship or the day traveling from the royal capital to Trancha, totaling 4 days, he couldn't help but feel a bit itchy. But right now, instead of focusing on swordsmanship, he wanted to focus on his magic. Of course, Riezel still brought his wooden sword, leaning it against the side. If things went smoothly later, he planned to practice with it again. Decompose. Riezel muttered as he raised one of his hands. Soon, a crimson vortex emanated from his palm, causing the surrounding air to tremble and convulse. He gazed at the crimson vortex in his palm for a moment before suddenly directing it off to the side. Boom. As the crimson vortex surged forth like a flash, it unexpectedly slipped from his hand, crashing onto a nearby rock and blasting it into a cloud of smoke. Sure enough, decomposition magic can still work from a distance. My hunch was right. Riezel sighed with relief. The ability to launch distant attacks would directly determine the practicality and versatility of decomposition magic. If it couldn't be cast from a distance and required physical contact to take effect, its utility would be greatly diminished. However, there was no need to worry now. Just as Yuri said, as one delves deeper into the study of decomposition magic, its versatility becomes exceptionally high. It can not only be used for long-range attacks but also various aspects. Riezel remarked inwardly, and once again, unleashed decomposition magic, creating a crimson vortex. However, this time, he didn't raise his hand, nor did he concentrate the magic in his palm. Instead, he released it from his entire body. Instead of a crimson vortex, this resulted in crimson waves enveloping his entire body, giving him the appearance of being engulfed in flames. Crimson waves, resembling tongues of fire, danced around his body, creating an impressive and magnificent spectacle. Unfortunately, such a spectacle came with a price. Crack, rumble, rumble. After a while, successive rumbling sounds rang out. These sounds emanated both from his body, shrouded in decomposition magic, and from beneath his feet. Soon, his clothes began to tear and disintegrate, followed shortly by the ground under his feet, which dissolved and disappeared. Crap. Riezel hurriedly ceased the use of decomposition magic, preventing further disaster. Looking at his now tattered clothes and the two connecting craters beneath his feet, he felt a sense of guilt. Fortunately, he had deliberately restrained himself from exerting too much power, otherwise, he might have gone naked, and there would have been more than just two small craters on the ground. Since decomposition magic didn't affect the user, Riezel had been careless, thinking that experimenting a little wouldn't hurt, which resulted in his current sorry state. If it was him in the past, he would need to sneak back to his room to change clothes, apologize to Yuri, and ask her to send someone to repair the ground. But now. Not anymore. Riezel placed a hand on his body, recalling the original appearance of his clothes in his mind before using a certain magic. The next moment, with a flash of light, his tattered clothes miraculously repaired themselves. This was a structure system magic he had learned from Yuri, capable of creating clothes. First, he used magic to create fabric, then he modified it midway to shape it into clothes. Finished with his clothes, Riezel pressed a hand onto the floor and activated another kind of structure system magic. This magic was used to create stone materials, following the same principle as before, creating them halfway and then shaping them according to the impression in his mind, thus producing stones of different shapes and sizes. As a result, the ground was also repaired by using magic, restoring it to its original state. No wonder Yuri didn't seem to care at all when her mansion was burned down. With magic like this existing, wanting to rebuild a mansion would be easy if one disregarded any concerns about the amount of magical energy needed. This world is quite interesting. Riezel gained a deeper understanding of the magic in this world. Although the magic in Danmachi was diverse, it was mostly magic closely related to combat and adventure. In there, people never used magic in their daily lives, they only used it in battles and adventures, which seemed impressive. Nevertheless, he felt that the magic in this main world was on the right path. Regardless of the type of invention or the power of the magic, the ultimate goal was convenience, enabling people to do more things more easily. This world's magic had already shown a tendency to be integrated into daily life. With such development, a civilization with advanced magic technology was bound to emerge in the future. So, what's next? After Riezel repaired his clothes and the ground, he turned around, ready to continue studying the application of decomposition magic, when suddenly, "Are you the man elder sister brought back?" A very unfriendly voice suddenly interrupted Riezel, breaking his train of thought. Riezel frowned, turning back to look at the source of the voice, but upon looking, he saw nothing. "Where are you looking?" "Down here." The unfriendly voice began to show irritation, directing Riezel's line of sight downward, toward his own feet. Finally, he saw the voice's source. It was a little boy. He was about a meter tall, looking around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in very luxurious clothes, his face full of pride, resembling a scion of a major noble family. "And who might you be?" Riezel was taken aback and began to ask. "Rude," the boy shouted at him. "When meeting a noble, commoner should bow. Don't you know this common sense?" "Well, I do." Riezel blinked his eyes. But isn't it also common sense to be polite when talking to adults? Don't you even know this? You have a point. The boy suddenly realized, immediately straightening up his body. As he was about to bow his head, he suddenly came to his senses, stomping his foot in irritation. Wait. You're a commoner. I'm a noble. You should be the one who bows to me, not the other way around. So, who are you then? Riezel ignored the boy's frustration. You say you're a noble. Are you from the Riezel family? That's right. The boy raised his head proudly. I am Isaac Riezel, the fifth son of the Riezel family. Upon Isaac's self-introduction, Riezel remembered the situation at Yuri's family, as she had told him before. According to her, her grandparents had passed away, while her parents were already separated. Her mother returned to her home and took her elder sister along. It had been about 2 years since they last visited. In this generation, there were a total of 5 children, 2 sons and 3 daughters, with Yuri being the third child. Yuri had an elder brother who was 4 years older and an elder sister who was 2 years older. Her elder brother stayed with her father, while her elder sister stayed with her mother. There were also 2 younger siblings, a younger sister and a younger brother, with the younger sister being 3 years younger, now 14 years old, and the younger brother being 8 years younger, now 9 years old. It was quite obvious that the little boy in front of Riezel was the 9-year-old younger brother. Fifth son, huh? Riezel couldn't help but murmur to himself. So, this boy is the youngest then. Youngest my ass. Isaac suddenly seemed as if he had been pricked, starting to jump around and shout in anger. I'm not the youngest. What? Riezel exclaimed, surprised. Does your family have more younger siblings? Huh? Isaac's voice became hesitant, but he still answered in a roundabout way. My parents are still young, having 2 or 3 more children is definitely not a problem. In other words, this Riezel family's youngest child believed that he had a few reserved younger siblings. Oh. Really? Riezel narrowed his eyes, saying with no hint of politeness. But aren't your parents separated? Is it even possible for them to have more children? No. Ugh. Isaac immediately had a constipated expression, wanting to refute but unable to, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Not long after, tears began to well up in his eyes. Bruh, you can't be serious. Riezel's eye twitched slightly. Is this brat about to cry? Just as he was thinking like that, Isaac somehow held back his tears. You rude guy. How dare you bully me? You leave me no choice. I challenge you to a duel. Isaac shouted angrily and gritted his teeth. His declaration echoed in the silent courtyard for a long time. Riezel fell silent, while Isaac still had a teeth-gritting appearance. After a while. Thud. With a fist knocking on Isaac's head, the so-called duel came to an end. I win. Riezel calmly withdrew his fist, his expression tranquil like a still lake. Wah. The fifth and youngest child of the Riezel family finally let out a loud cry. Chapter 115, Future Brother-in-Law. Isaac's magnificent crying eventually caused a commotion within the Riezel family. Upon hearing the cries, the knights rushed over, each one taken aback to see Isaac holding his head, squatting in front of Riezel, and sobbing uncontrollably. Young Master Isaac. Someone attacked young Master Isaac. Quick. Surround him. Without hesitation, the knights drew their swords, encircling Riezel, and assigning a few to protect Isaac. Charge. The leader of the knights immediately ordered, ready to lead the charge and capture Riezel, but, just as an unnecessary conflict was about to erupt, a sudden voice stopped everyone in their tracks. You shall not be rude to my elder sister's guest. With that rebuke, all the knights came to a halt. Riezel also lifted his gaze, looking toward the source of the voice. Walking briskly from the manor's gate was a figure of a young girl. She bore a striking resemblance to Yuri, with bright silver hair cascading down her shoulders, swaying gently as she walked, giving off a sense of standing tall against the wind. However, unlike Yuri's ever-changing demeanor, sometimes innocent like a child, sometimes cold like a queen, and sometimes elegant and noble like a noble lady, this girl's expression was overly serious, her gaze too stern, giving off an impression of early maturity. Young Lady Modiste. Seeing the approaching girl, the knights one after another kneeled on one knee. Elder Sister Modiste. Isaac, who had been crying heavily, abruptly stifled his tears, as if he had seen something terrifying. The girl, known as Modiste, reached Isaac and showed a severe look. Isaac, what trouble are you causing now? Modiste asked with a severe tone. I am not causing trouble. Isaac shook his head like a tambourine, then pointed at Riezel, complaining and arguing. It's all because of him. Before he could finish his sentence, however, she slapped his hand away from pointing at Riezel. I don't recall teaching you to point at guests. Modiste glared at her younger brother. It seems you need to retake some etiquette classes, Isaac. Make sure to free up some time tonight. No, please, elder sister Modiste. Isaac cried out loudly, tears streaming down his face once again. A man isn't allowed to cry at the drop of a hat. Modiste said mercilessly. Can you still call yourself a member of the Riezel family by acting like this? All right, you must clear the schedule for tomorrow night too. Upon hearing that, Isaac rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Ignoring her younger brother's play acting, Modiste turned to Riezel and gave a nod of respect. Sorry for this inappropriate display. She spoke with her tone now notably different from before. It wasn't stern or harsh but rather carried a sense of openness and grace. Her manners were impeccable, neither too formal to make Riezel uncomfortable nor too casual. It was evident that this etiquette was honed through rigorous training, showing her dedication. You're Yuri's little sister, right? Riezel finally spoke, his voice softening a bit as he looked at the seemingly mature young girl. Greetings, I'm Modiste Riezel, the fourth daughter of the Riezel family. Modiste nodded reservedly. Our family head, Yuri Riezel, is my elder sister. And this boy lying here is my younger brother. Sorry for the trouble he's caused you, I'll make sure to give him a strict lesson and make him apologize to you later. At the mention of a strict lesson, Isaac, lying on the ground, couldn't help but twitch involuntarily, followed shortly by trembling, resembling someone trapped in a nightmare. This made Riezel cast a slightly sympathetic glance at the boy on the ground, but it only lasted a moment before he withdrew it. Truthfully, this boy was too arrogant. While it could be attributed to youth and immaturity, displaying such an arrogant demeanor at such a young age made him wonder if this boy might grow up to be a spoiled brat like those Chinese young masters in wuxia novels. So with that in mind, he decided to bully the boy a bit, perhaps to let him experience some of society's harsh realities and understand its complexities. However, witnessing Modiste's stern attitude toward Isaac, Riezel realized he might have been worrying unnecessarily. With an elder sister like her, if this boy still managed to become a spoiled brat in the future, he would actually be impressed. Nodding inwardly at Modiste's stern attitude, Riezel smiled faintly before responding to her apology. No need for apologies. Young Master Isaac is right. I'm just a mere commoner, so a noble like him doesn't have to apologize to me. Please, young Lady Modiste, just educate him properly. Then I'd rather apologize. Isaac, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, roared in his mind. Unfortunately, Modiste couldn't read her younger brother's mind. I will. Modiste nodded earnestly as if she had taken on a sacred mission. But please don't call me young lady. You are the guest of the family head, my elder sister. So, please, just call me Modiste. Is that okay? Riezel asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm just a commoner, you know. It doesn't matter if you're a commoner or not. Modiste shook her head. You are considered a valued guest by my elder sister, and so far, you're the first. In that case, we cannot be disrespectful to you. Upon hearing that, Riezel understood. This fourth child of the Riezel family, Modiste, seemed not only intelligent and attentive to etiquette but also deeply respectful of Yuri. No, it wasn't just Modiste, Isaac, the youngest child, was the same. Otherwise, why would Isaac immediately question whether he was a man brought back by his elder sister? Upon closer inspection, his unfriendly tone at that time did indeed carry a hint of jealousy. Could it be that this boy, out of admiration for his elder sister, imagined that she might be taken away by a bad man, and out of jealousy, came to pick a fight? If that were the case, Riezel couldn't help but think that this boy was much cuter than he had imagined. But you said I'm the first guest Yuri has ever brought home. Riezel raised his brows. Yes. Modiste confirmed without hesitation. There have been plenty of guests who came to visit her on their own initiative before, and they've been treated well by her as well. But it's the first time she has brought someone home like this on her own initiative. As she spoke, Modiste couldn't help but sneak a glance at Riezel. When she first found out that her elder sister had brought someone home, especially a young man, she was equally surprised. But after the initial shock wore off, she became intensely curious about this man. What kind of man did his elder sister bring home? Could he be her future brother-in-law? If so, that wouldn't be too bad. After all, this man looked pretty good. Despite being a commoner, he showed no signs of subservience or flattery when facing a noble. He remained calm throughout, even managing to subdue Isaac, who was quite a troublemaker. This kind of composure surely indicated competence. Since her elder sister said this man was her schoolmate, it meant he was a student at Spriller Academy. Being able to attend one of the top 4 academies in the Akasha continent suggested he had significant potential as a magician. He might even have the potential to become a tactical class magician. Once a magician reached this class, they would immediately be recognized by the royal family and become a noble. Even if he were just a minor noble like a viscount, not comparable to major nobles like the Marquis family of Riezel, given his young age, it wouldn't be difficult for him to earn merit on the battlefield and be promoted to a count later on. Moreover, once he became a count, he would be a genuine major noble, only one rank below a marquis. With such qualities, he could be considered suitable for her elder sister. At this moment, Riezel was unaware that he was being analyzed and evaluated by Yuri's younger sister, whom he had just met, with even his future prospects being considered. If Modiste hadn't concealed her thoughts well, Riezel might have suspected that he was being treated as Yuri's secret boyfriend, being judged and evaluated by her family members. He simply silently took note of Modiste's words, gaining a deeper understanding of Yuri's oppressive life at home. Yuri, who seemed to enjoy chatting in front of him like a friendly lady, really seemed to have no friends. Riezel sighed inwardly, then turned his gaze to Modiste's face. In that case, I'll just call you Modiste directly, and you also don't have to use honorifics with me. I don't like that kind of formality. Ah. Okay. Modiste wanted to refuse politely, but seeing his calm gaze, she paused and softly agreed. Since it's your request, I won't be formal anymore. She was not only intelligent but also adept at reading people. Riezel's evaluation of Modiste rose another notch. Meanwhile, on the ground, the pretended dead boy was quietly squirming, evidently intending to leave this troublesome situation behind. Isaac. Modiste calmly and composedly spoke. Yes. Isaac straightened up instantly, as stiff as a bamboo pole. In his eyes, his elder sister seemed like an executioner. Clear your schedule for the night after tomorrow as well, understand? I understand. At this moment, Isaac felt the urge to run away from home. In the next moment, a maid suddenly appeared and quickly approached the three of them. Young Lady Modiste, young Master Isaac. Master and young Master Safaz have returned. The maid informed respectfully while bowing her head. Unexpectedly, after the maid finished speaking, the somewhat relaxed atmosphere immediately shifted. Isaac fell silent, while a gloom passed over Modiste's face. I understand. Modiste said with her head lowered. We'll head over right away. After saying that, she flashed an apologetic look toward Riezel. No need to worry about me, just go ahead. Riezel said, nodding with a gentle smile upon noticing her expression. Modiste apologized briefly before leading the hesitant Isaac away. Riezel watched them leave, lost in thought. Chapter 116, Family Conflict. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room of the Frenzel main residence. This was a huge room located on the top floor of the central building in the Frenzel main residence. The layout of the room was simple, but the decor was quite luxurious. The furniture and carpets placed within were all high-end items of considerable value. Especially notable was a round table situated in the middle. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, and the quality was superb. The wooden tabletop was so polished that it was almost shining, capable of reflecting clear images like a mirror, making it highly ornamental. Excuse me. Excuse me. Modiste's polite voice and Isaac's timid voice resounded at the same time from outside the meeting room's door. Creak. The door was pushed open by two knights standing outside, allowing the two to enter. Upon entering, ignoring Isaac who kept his head low, Modiste was the first to notice the people right next to the round table. There were three men of different ages. Among them, two were seated, and one was standing, clearly indicating their status. Modiste's gaze primarily fell on the two seated men. Seated on the left was a young man around 20 years old, with dazzling golden hair tied into a small ponytail. Despite his handsome appearance, he had a careless demeanor, constantly glancing around, giving off an air of frivolity. He was Modiste's elder brother, the eldest son of the Frenzel family, Safaz Frenzel. Seated beside Safaz, occupying the main position at the round table, was a man with hair as golden as Safaz, aged over 40 and in his middle years. Yet, traces of his youthful charm remained evident, as there wasn't a single wrinkle on his face, and his noble attire lacked any creases. He was Modiste's father, the oldest of the Frenzel family in this generation, and the former family head, Alderman Frenzel. Greetings, father. Greetings, elder brother. Modiste greeted, solemnly bowing her head, seemingly trying to conceal her emotions. Greetings, father. Greetings, elder brother. Isaac also followed suit, finally coming to his senses and hastily joining his elder sister in the courtesy. Modiste and Isaac, huh? Alderman lightly uttered. Well, little brother, little sister, how have you been? Safaz exclaimed warmly as if it had been ages since he last saw his younger siblings, enthusiastically greeting them. In truth, he had indeed been away for a long time. He often stayed out all night, disliking staying at home and preferring to stay at his so-called friends' houses, his whereabouts highly suspicious. He once claimed he was out doing business and couldn't return home due to inconvenience, but Modiste knew he was lying, otherwise, their paths wouldn't have crossed on the street the last time she went out. At that time, his carriage seemed to be heading toward the city gate, and later on, she learned that he would often leave Undine without knowing where he was going. Of course, she had no intention of revealing these things. We've been doing well. Modiste replied politely. Isaac has been obedient, and everything at home has been peaceful. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. That's good, that's good. Safaz smiled, seeming quite content, and repeatedly nodded. However, Modeste, who was adept at reading people, could sense the insincerity and perfunctory nature of his words. Needless to say, his warmth was faked and his concern non-existent. His face was like a mask, making her hesitant to trust his every word and action. Compared to her elder brother, her father, Alderman, always maintained a stern demeanor, appearing awe-inspiring. What about Yuri? Alderman coldly asked. Calling us back in such a manner, only to be absent herself. It seems like becoming the family head has really boosted her confidence, completely disregarding my exist. Before his words could finish, however, a voice interrupted from outside the door. I'm here. With the arrival of the voice, the doors of the meeting room were once again opened. Yuri arrived, accompanied by Marilyn, entering the meeting room together. Elder sister. Elder sister. Modeste felt a sense of relief and quickly bowed her head to Yuri, while Isaac seemed to find his backbone and let out a joyful shout. Modeste, Isaac, you're already here. Yuri didn't even glance at Alderman or Safaz, only focusing on Modeste and Isaac. As she glanced at her two younger siblings, a faint smile finally appeared on her cold face. At this moment, Yuri seemed to have returned home, seeing her own family. Modeste and Isaac were equally delighted to see their admired elder sister. In contrast, Alderman and Safaz seemed like outsiders. The relationships among the Riezel family members, who got along well and who didn't, were evident from this scene. Alderman simply looked on with indifference and spoke up. Since everyone is here, let's all take a seat. Upon hearing her father's words, Modeste wanted to remind him that the seat her elder sister should be in right now was the one he was currently occupying. As the family head, her elder sister should be the one sitting in the main seat, not her father. Unfortunately, Modeste knew that even if she said so, it would be useless. Many who knew the inside story of the Riezel family understood that, in fact, although Alderman passed the position of family head to Yuri, he himself never completely relinquished the authority that came with it. Regardless of the situation in the royal capital, here in the Riezel territory, Alderman was the one who held control, wielding the authority of the territory's lord. No one in the meeting room found this abnormal. The reason was simple. When Yuri became the head of the Riezel family, she was only 12 years old, not even an adult. At that age, she became a tactical class magician and was thus summoned by the king. However, instead of being granted a noble title and forming her own noble family, since she had already assumed the position of the Riezel family's head passed down by Alderman, she was unable to establish her independence. During that period, as a declining noble family, the Riezel family was merely a barren family, and their territory was gradually being reclaimed by the kingdom. Only Undine remained under them, deemed the primary territory of their family. In the end, after Yuri assumed the position of the Riezel family's head and became the new Baron Riezel, she went to the royal capital to receive her award as a tactical class magician. Considering she was technically already a noble with Baron status, the king promoted her from Baron to Viscount, thus elevating the Riezel family's status to that of a Viscount family. It wasn't until 3 years later when she was 15 years old and became a strategic class magician that she suddenly gained overnight fame, causing a commotion throughout the kingdom and even across the entire Akasha continent. As a result, she was summoned by the king again and skipped the title of count, being directly promoted to marquis. Despite being regarded as the foremost talent in Genas, Yuri was, after all, still young. Moreover, after being appointed as a chief court magician, she often had to stay in the royal capital to handle kingdom affairs, leaving all matters within her territory to others. With such understanding, people believed that Alderman took on the role of Riezel territory's acting lord for the sake of his still young daughter. Only those like Modeste, who knew the inside story, knew that Alderman was never entrusted with the role of acting lord at all, as he never relinquished the authority of the territory's lord in the first place and always maintained a firm grip over the territory from beginning to end. People believed Yuri Riezel was the head of the Riezel family, but they didn't know that the territory of the family had always been under her father's control behind the scenes, never actually passing into her hands as the current family head. In other words, within the Riezel territory, the one making decisions was Alderman, not Yuri. Even Riezel was unaware of this hidden truth since Yuri had never mentioned it. Yuri herself didn't even care about it in general, paying no attention to her father occupying the main seat, nor did she follow his order to sit down. I need an explanation. As Yuri faced Alderman and spoke those words, the faint smile on her face when facing Modeste and Isaac vanished completely, leaving her with an expressionless face. The atmosphere in the meeting room plummeted instantly because of her words. Modeste remained silent. Isaac didn't dare to even breathe heavily. Marilyn, like the men standing behind Alderman, watched silently. Safaz wore a nonchalant expression, almost ready to put his legs up on the table if it weren't for the tense atmosphere. Only Alderman and Yuri remained, one with a stern face, the other expressionless, confronting each other. I haven't even asked you for an explanation yet, and you dare to demand one from me. Alderman said coldly. Look at what you've done in the royal capital. Now the relationship between our family and the Basolo family is completely ruined. Do you realize that? I need an explanation. Yuri ignored his words and just stared at him, repeating her words, seemingly calmer than before. But behind this calmness lay a terrifying sense of oppression. Is this how you talk to your own father? Alderman's composed face was starting to look unpleasant. Yet, she repeated the same words. I need an explanation. Her cold words sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Mind your manners, Yuri Riezel. Alderman yelled with veins bulging on his forehead, clearly enraged. To his yell, Yuri didn't say another word, simply turning and walking away, heading toward the exit. Upon seeing this, everyone in the meeting room had an instant realization. Once she walked out of that door, things would be irreparable. Yuri was definitely capable of causing a major incident without blinking, since her status as a strategic class magician granted her that privilege. Return at once, Yuri Riezel. Alderman couldn't contain himself, abruptly standing up, emanating tremendous magical energy from his body. At this moment, the entire meeting room shook. Chapter 117, Past Glory. Alderman Riezel was a magician. Within the entire Riezel family, only Alderman and Yuri possessed the talent to become magicians. His magical energy was immense, so much so that becoming a tactical class magician posed no problem. It was only because none of his magic compatibilities reached 5th grade that he couldn't become a tactical class magician. Even so, Alderman undeniably possessed magical energy comparable to that of a tactical class magician. Therefore, when he got angry and his magical energy was unleashed along with his angry emotions, the entire meeting room shook, even startling the knights outside the room. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong person to confront. Magical energy comparable to a tactical class magician. So what? Such a level of power was incredibly fragile in the presence of a strategic class magician. Buzz. As the atmosphere began to tremble, a far more massive and overwhelming surge of magical energy burst forth, instantly overpowering Alderman's magical energy. His magical energy was instantly suppressed, retracting around his body, unable to vent any further. Yuri, on the other hand, was different. The magical energy within her body was like the pressure in the depths of the sea, filling the entire meeting room like an avalanche. It prevented further shaking but distorted the air in the room. In the face of this distortion, Modeste was already struggling to breathe, Isaac's eyes were rolling back, and even Safaz no longer had his usual carefree demeanor as his gaze toward his younger sister was now filled with seriousness. Fortunately, this pressure came and went quickly. Perhaps considering Modeste and Isaac's presence, Yuri quickly reined in her terrifying magical energy, restoring calmness. Silence spread through the meeting room. After a while, Yuri turned back, looking at her father's unpleasant expression. Explain. Her voice was as cold as snow. This was undoubtedly her final ultimatum, the last chance she gave her father. Realizing this, Alderman, though his face was extremely unpleasant, dared not to act high and mighty anymore. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Alderman asked while gritting his teeth. The Basolo territory borders ours, and both they and us are marquis. If we negotiate this well-matched marriage agreement, the two territories can share resources and cooperate. Our family will then become more prosperous and powerful. Isn't that a good thing? At his words, Yuri only laughed out of frustration. You're right, that's indeed a good thing. Yuri squeezed the words out as if they were coming from her throat. But you didn't have my consent. I am your father. Alderman slammed the table and declared loudly. If not me, who else has the authority to decide your marriage? That was what he believed. It was not strange. In this world resembling medieval Europe in Riezel's previous life, especially in the noble society, it was quite normal for parents to arrange marriages for their children. Alderman clearly didn't see anything wrong with his actions. However, it's because of old-fashioned and stubborn thinking like yours that mother got disappointed to the point where she didn't even want to look at your face anymore. Yuri's cold words froze Alderman's expression. 2 years ago, his wife left officially him and went back to her parents' home, all because she couldn't stand his attitude anymore. At that time, he was planning to marry off his eldest daughter, Yuri's elder sister, to someone from a duke family as a concubine. Originally, it wasn't a big deal. Being a concubine to someone from a duke family was akin to entering the royal family directly. It was considered an honor, even if she was only a concubine. However, the problem was that Alderman intended to marry off his eldest daughter not to any duke's son but to the then retired and former duke, a nearly 70-year-old man. Plus, the reason he gave at that time was to make the Riezel family great again. As a result, his wife took their then 17-year-old eldest daughter and left, never to return, causing Alderman's dream of climbing up to a duke family to go down the drain. Nevertheless, being reminded of this incident by his daughter, Alderman took a deep breath and instead calmed down. Did you forget? Alderman gazed deeply at his daughter, emphasizing each word. Restoring the past glory of the Riezel family is our family belief, a belief passed down by generations from our ancestors. His words plunged everyone present into silence. Restore the Riezel family to its former glory, was the first line stipulated in the Riezel family's ancestral belief, the most important one. Once upon a time, the Riezel family was a highly prosperous family, with a legacy spanning nearly 200 years. The first head of the Riezel family, the very first ancestor, just like Uri, was a strategic-class magician. As a national treasure and a strategic-class military asset of genus, he achieved many feats for the kingdom and became a renowned hero of the time, leading the Riezel family to its peak prosperity. Back then, he had 4 children and took in 7 disciples. Surprisingly, out of these 11, 2 became strategic-class magicians and 8 became tactical-class magicians, with the remaining 1, after realizing he couldn't advance further in the path of magic, resolutely turned to swordsmanship and eventually became a sword saint. For children, 7 disciples, a total of 11 people, among whom there was 1 sword saint, 2 strategic-class magicians, and 8 tactical-class magicians, none of them was mediocre. Without surprise, this undoubtedly shocked countless people at the time and left many countries in awe. Thanks to this, at that time, the Riezel family quickly reached the pinnacle in both reputation and strength. Not to mention duke families, even the royal family and all the countries on the continent dared not underestimate this family. People even referred to the Riezel family of that time as the most prestigious family on the continent and believed that this family was the strongest noble family in genus. Unfortunately, all of this was ultimately just fleeting glory, a momentary splendor. When the first-generation family had passed away and those 11 people also gradually departed from this world, the Riezel family never again produced another strategic-class magician, not even a tactical-class magician. After all, becoming a tactical-class magician or a strategic-class magician depended on personal talent and ability, not on bloodline or legacy. It was not uncommon for the descendants of powerful magicians to lack the talent to become magicians themselves. The fact that the 4 children born to the first-generation family head and the 7 disciples he took and achieved such heights could only be attributed to sheer luck, as they all happened to possess remarkable talent and ability. In the end, after these 11 people passed away, there was no such luck again for the new generation, as each one of them was just ordinary. As a result, the Riezel family began to decline. However, for the descendants who had personally witnessed the glory, prosperity, and prestige of the Riezel family, how could they resign themselves to their family's decline? Therefore, they regarded that past glory as something the Riezel family must reclaim, inscribing it into their family teachings, passing it down from generation to generation, telling later generations that they must prioritize the prosperity and glory of the family and reclaim the former glory before anything else. This obsession, this stubborn belief, had persisted to this day. Alderman Riezel was precisely the faithful executor of this obsession and belief. He didn't view his own children as insignificant or tools, even if possible, he also hoped they could find happiness. However, these matters were insignificant in the face of the family's beliefs and grand cause. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed over the position of family head to her still 12-year-old daughter, Uri. Within the family, Uri wasn't the eldest child nor a son, but rather the 3rd child and 2nd daughter. According to standard noble tradition, the position of the family head would never be passed to her but to her elder brother, Safaz. However, because she had the talent to become a tactical-class magician, and even the talent to become a strategic-class magician, Alderman didn't hesitate and directly passed the position of family head to Uri. He knew that as soon as she took the position of family head, the Riezel family would become a major noble family. In the end, he was right. As for the reason why Alderman still held control of the Riezel territory, it was not because he coveted power. It was simply because he believed Uri couldn't manage the affairs in the royal capital while handling the territory simultaneously, as she was too impulsive and fundamentally not ready for such heavy responsibility. Consequently, in order to prevent the Riezel territory from declining under her leadership, he didn't dare to relinquish the territory's authority. In truth, if Uri could do everything perfectly, allowing the family to rise steadily and restore its former glory, Alderman wouldn't mind giving up his authority entirely. In Alderman's eyes, the grand cause of the family was everything, and all else could be completely ignored and sacrificed for this grand cause. Yet, it was precisely because of this way of thinking that nobody in the family liked him. Our family is already a major noble, so there's no need to climb any further in wealth or connections. Uri protested. No, it's not enough. Alderman said without hesitation. When our family was at its peak, our territory directly occupied 1/10 of the entire kingdom. Now we have less than 1/50 of that, far from what it used to be. Humph, why don't you just usurp the throne directly then? Uri mocked. Seize the king's position and the entire kingdom will be yours. Insolent. Alderman snapped. Do you think you've earned the right to say anything you want now? It's still better than just talking and dreaming like you do, dreaming of the impossible. Uri retorted coldly. I don't care what you want to do, whether it's to expand the territory, make the family prosper, or even reclaim your position as the head of the family, I can give it all back to you anytime. But if next time I find out you've made such a marriage arrangement without my consent again, I'll go to mother and break ties with this stupid family. You dare. You bet I am. Soon, the father and daughter faced off in the meeting room, throwing insults and curses at each other relentlessly, showing no mercy whatsoever. By the end of their argument, Alderman was visibly very enraged, his palms clenched and veins bulging on his forehead. In the next moment, however, he suddenly declared something shocking. If that's what you want, let's settle who submits to whom according to our family tradition, with the war festival. With his declaration, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Chapter 118, Fighting Competition. The argument that took place in the meeting room, Riezel naturally knew nothing about. He could guess that Yuri would have some kind of argument with her father, probably not a small one, but he had no idea about the outcome of this argument. He was busy practicing decomposition magic and swordsmanship in the courtyard, and by the time he snapped out of it, it was almost dark. Well, let's go back. Glancing at the darkening sky, Riezel, who was sweating despite not having breathed heavily, returned to the manor, ready to wash himself. At this moment, Riezel finally encountered almost all the members of the Riezel family. They just came downstairs and happened to meet him. Mr. Riezel. Modeste was the first to greet him with a bow, the courtesy still so polite and graceful. Isaac completely ignored him but also didn't confront him again, seemingly mindful of his family members around. Yuri and Marilyn walked somewhat behind, and upon seeing him, their previously expressionless and cold faces relaxed slightly. As for Alderman and Safaz, both almost immediately directed their gaze toward his body. You're Riezel Brynhart. Alderman looked at the young man who appeared to be of Yuri's age before him, sweating all over and holding a wooden sword for some reason. There was a slight ripple in Alderman's stern gaze as he gazed at Riezel. Yes, I am. Riezel nodded, his expression unchanged. He could guess Alderman's identity, probably Yuri's father. Among the people present, only he seemed old enough to be the father figure, while the others were mostly younger than him. However, compared to Alderman, Riezel's attention was somewhat drawn to the men behind him. He was a man with his eyes closed all the time, never opening them, with a sword at his waist, and appeared to be over 30 years old. Among the people present, except for Marilyn, all the others had either golden or silver hair. Yet, this closed-eyed swordsman had brown hair, and his appearance and aura were quite different from those of the Riezel family, which made Riezel realize that this swordsman probably wasn't related to the Riezel family. According to Yuri, among her family members, males inherited their father's golden hair, while females inherited their mother's silver hair. Safaz and Isaac had golden hair, while Yuri and Modeste had silver hair. It was truly remarkable how strong the genetics of this family were. This also proves that the closed-eyed swordsman emitting a mysterious aura was not a direct relative of the Riezel family, probably just like Marilyn, a subordinate or an attendant. As it turned out, that was the case. Seeing the closed-eyed swordsman constantly following behind Alderman, his entire aura seemed to be locked onto Alderman. If there was even a slight movement around Alderman, this swordsman would immediately react. The others either consciously or unconsciously ignored him. Even in the meeting room just now, the swordsman's presence was pitifully low, not saying a word or making any action from start to finish. Surprisingly, Riezel was the first to notice his presence. There was no other reason. Riezel could feel it, this closed-eyed swordsman was powerful. Though not enough to make him feel endangered, he still sensed a threat from this swordsman. This swordsman, at the very least, was stronger than Ein and Ian, by quite a margin. This sensation was familiar to him since he had felt it before from the three top executives of Loki Familia, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth. This is getting interesting. Riezel felt a long-lost sense of excitement. Meanwhile, Alderman, who didn't realize that Riezel was now paying more attention to his attendant than to himself, actually broke into a rare smile after sizing up Riezel. I heard about you, young man. You're pretty good. Alderman praised for no reason. At his praise, Riezel was stunned for a moment. What does he mean by that? Unbeknownst to Riezel, he had actually become quite famous in the royal capital, Ulivia. While the common people might still be unaware, the well-informed nobles had received news of a tactical class magician on Yuri's side. Alderman was aware of the significant events that happened in the royal capital and naturally knew about Riezel. Although he was very displeased with what his daughter had done, he was rather pleased with Riezel. After all, Riezel was a tactical class magician who belonged to Yuri, which was tantamount to being a part of the Riezel family. After so many years, the Riezel family welcomed another tactical class magician aboard, which was a good thing. In its heyday, the Riezel family had 2 strategic class magicians and 8 tactical class magicians. Alderman, who was well aware of this history, was eager to restore the family's former glory. Therefore, he warmly welcomed and rejoiced in Riezel's addition as their family tactical class magician. With this in mind, Alderman glanced at his daughter beside him before patting Riezel's shoulder. Keep up the good work. Alderman tried to relax his demeanor, showing his goodwill toward Riezel. Although the Riezel family may not offer you much at the moment, as long as you remain loyal to this family, rewards will naturally come your way. Alderman was currently contemplating how to solidify Riesel's relationship with the Frenzel family. The bond between this young man and the family was not very strong after all. During the Frenzel family's heyday, those 11 figures who made the entire continent tremble were either the children or the disciples of the first-generation family head, which clearly established an incredibly strong bond with the family. But Riezel. He had almost no direct relationship with the family. While Riezel was considered to be Yuri's person, given her cold and aloof personality, Alderman doubted she could capture this young man's heart. So, to prevent this rare tactical class magician from slipping away, he was considering whether to marry Mediste to Riezel. Marriage was the most convenient and powerful proof of a relationship, after all. Any noble would consider marriage alliances to expand their family connections, strengthen their network, and facilitate alliances and cooperation. For this relationship to truly be secured, Riezel needed to become part of their family as a son-in-law. Alderman didn't express his idea outright. He simply spoke earnestly with Riezel for a few moments, then intentionally or unintentionally shifted the conversation toward Mediste, causing Yuri and the others, who somehow realized something was off, to furrow their brows. As for Riezel, unfortunately, his attention wasn't on the youthful and beautiful Mediste but on the closed-eyed swordsman behind Alderman. Unaware of this, Alderman, seeing Riesel's continued gaze at his back, thought Riezel was gazing at Mediste and had taken his words to heart. Feeling quite satisfied, he added a few more remarks, and only later did he leave contentedly. The closed-eyed swordsman immediately followed behind, eyes closed but stepped steady, firmly trailing behind Alderman. "Good luck, young man." Safaz finally spoke at this moment, smiling meaningfully at Riezel. "I look forward to your future performance." After saying that, Safaz also left. Mediste and Isaac exchanged a few words with Yuri before walking away together, or rather, Isaac attempted to escape, only to be caught by the ear by Mediste, who dragged him away despite his protests. Soon, only Riezel, Yuri, and Marilyn remained. Riezel didn't turn around to look at Yuri until the closed-eyed swordsman's figure had vanished from his sight. When he finally did, he noticed something off in her expression. "What's wrong?" Riezel asked in confusion. "Did the conversation not go smoothly?" "No, it's mostly settled." Yuri shook her head. "It's just that man's stubbornness, thinking I can't see through his scheme." He didn't quite understand the meaning behind her words, but he grasped the general idea. "Since it's mostly settled, you shouldn't be randomly arranged for marriage again in the future, right?" "That's good then." Riezel nodded with a faint smile. Even if Yuri's father were to arrange another marriage, Riezel didn't think he would succeed. With her influence, denying any marriage arranged by her father wasn't easy, but it wasn't particularly difficult either. If her father were sensible enough to learn from the incident that just happened and refrain from such actions in the future, they could all coexist peacefully. But if not, given Yuri's somewhat unpredictable personality, she might as well not acknowledge him as her father. As Riezel was still in the middle of his musing, Yuri thought for a moment before shifting her gaze to his face and speaking up. "I have something I want to ask for your help with." Yuri looked straight at his eyes, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Go ahead." Riezel replied casually, feeling somewhat surprised but not hesitating. Whether it was out of gratitude for saving his life or for taking him in, he had every reason to help her unconditionally. Not to mention, she had tirelessly helped him, ensuring his safety, granting him access to her important library, and even teaching him her magic unconditionally, which led to his significant growth and accomplishments. With their relationship, if Yuri needed his help, Riezel wouldn't hesitate to help. Even if it involved some danger, he didn't mind taking the risk. Perhaps sensing his inner thoughts, Yuri's anticipatory eyes quickly filled with warmth. "I want to invite you to participate in the upcoming family fighting competition hosted by my family, known as the War Festival." Yuri explained. "War Festival?" Riezel raised his brows. "A family fighting competition?" "Yes." Yuri nodded, then grabbed his hand. "Come on, let's talk about it back in the more private room." With that, Yuri led Riezel, accompanied by Marilyn, in the direction of her room. Chapter 119, War Festival. As the name suggests, the so-called War Festival referred to a festival that centered on battle. This was a tradition that had been passed down by the Frenzel family for nearly 200 years. Originally, it had been an annual event used to validate the growth of the family's descendants and to urge later generations to continuously improve themselves. However, over time, this festival gradually evolved into a tradition used by the Frenzel family to resolve internal conflicts. Whenever significant disagreements arose within the family or irreconcilable conflicts emerged among family members, the Frenzel family would hold this festival, and the victor would be able to make any demands they wished of the loser. "Ah, I see." Inside Yuri's room, after listening to the whole story and the general situation, Riezel nodded. "So, in other words, you and your father ultimately decided to use this festival to resolve your conflict." He understood Yuri's intention. "Well, I guess so," Yuri said calmly, showing neither approval nor disapproval. Although the tradition of war festival has disappeared for decades, and we haven't held such a festival in all those years, my father is someone who regards everything the family once had as the highest ideal to pursue. It's not surprising that he would restore this family's traditions. During the meeting earlier, when Alderman mentioned the war festival, everyone's expressions changed, not because they were surprised, but because they hadn't expected this man to suddenly bring up their family tradition that hadn't been seen for decades at such a time. In a way, Alderman was indeed a bit reckless. Nevertheless, Yuri herself was disdainful of this so-called family tradition. Alderman thought he could make her compromise by the outcome of the war festival, but little did he know that she had never considered such a thing since she also had some other ideas for this festival. Leaving that aside, my father values family glory and prosperity more than anything else. If he were to be defeated in the war festival, he absolutely would adhere to the family tradition and, as the loser, accept whatever demands I make. With this in mind, Yuri decided to participate in the war festival. What do you plan to demand from your father? Riezel was somewhat curious. I want him to bring back my mother and my elder sister. Yuri answered coldly. Whether he kneels down and apologizes or seeks sympathy through self-sacrifice, he must make my mother and elder sister want to return. Upon hearing that, Riezel could fully imagine how miserable Alderman would be then. That man clearly had a strong sense of pride and placed great emphasis on family honor and glory. If he were to go and apologize to his wife and daughter, whom he had driven away because of his past decisions, it would be an even more unbearable ordeal for him than death. Yuri Frenzel, this woman was truly someone who held grudges. After retaliating against the Basolo family and various forces in the royal capital, she was now beginning to retaliate against her own father. Truly a terrifying woman. Of course, Riezel himself didn't care. Since Yuri had needed his help, he would naturally help as much as he could. What kind of festival is this going to be? Riezel ventured to ask. Since it's called a war festival, the content should involve fighting, right? Yes, it's like a fighting competition. Yuri affirmed his words and began to explain. The outcome of the festival was decided by 3 rounds of 1-versus-1 fights. In this war festival, both sides sent 3 people into the arena, where one of the 3 participants must be the one who proposed the war festival, while the other 2 could be chosen from outside, whether they were one's own attendants or other external supporters. However, in those 3 rounds, there were corresponding restrictions. In the first round, both sides could only send swordsmen into the arena. In the second round, both sides could only send magicians into the arena. In the third round, there were no restrictions, either swordsman or magician could enter directly. The final result was determined by 2 wins out of 3 rounds, with the one who won 2 rounds first being declared the victor. Having understood the rules, Riezel finally grasped why Yuri had sought his help. Because I'm both a swordsman and a magician, I can participate in any round, huh? Is this why you need me? Riezel murmured. More precisely, it's because you're not only a powerful swordsman but also an outstanding magician that I need you. Yuri clarified with a chuckle. In order to maximize the chances of winning the war festival, she needed him to be the trump card on her side. Judging by the power he has shown so far, his winning odds were extremely high no matter which round he participated in, especially in the third round, where his advantage as a master of both swordsmanship and magic was unparalleled. At that time, whether Alderman sent a swordsman or a magician, Riezel would have a chance to win, and a significant one at that. At least, in Yuri's view, as long as her father didn't send a sword saint, Riezel had a good chance of winning. However, did Alderman even have the capability to bring in a sword saint to assist him? The answer was naturally no. Although the Frenzel family held the title of Marquis, they had only recently risen in the past few years, no different from newly established nobles. Compared to other Marquis families that had existed for decades or even centuries, their foundation was still relatively shallow. Within the Frenzel family, they had managed to recruit several sword masters, but the idea of obtaining a sword saint was simply out of the question. Such figures typically only served royal families, duke families, or were major nobles themselves, so it was unthinkable for the family to be able to invite them. If it was just a matter of inviting them to attend the festival and show face, then Yuri could still handle it, but expecting them to participate in the fight was highly unlikely. If even she, who was in her current status, found it challenging, then let alone Alderman. From Yuri's perspective, if there were no sword saints, Riezel's chances of winning would be quite high. In such a scenario, she wanted him to step in, represent her side, and be prepared to enter the arena in the third round of the competition, securing the final victory. I will participate in the second round, and I believe my father will do the same. Yuri continued. She and her father were both magicians. Either they will make their move in the second round or in the third round. To avoid losing 2 consecutive rounds right away and directly letting her father win, she had to make her move in the second round. This way, even if her side lost the first round, it wouldn't directly result in defeat. She was certain that her father, like herself, had the same concerns and ideas. Therefore, it was almost certain that they would encounter each other in the second round. Could you defeat your father? Riezel furrowed his brows. Unfortunately, in this kind of direct one-on-one confrontation, neither tactical class magic nor strategic class magic could be used. Their preparation time was too long to be effective in the fast-paced battle. However, if it were Riezel, then it didn't matter. After all, he could use concurrent chanting, allowing him to chant magic even during combat without worrying too much about his magic not being released due to lengthy chanting and enemy disturbance. But Yuri couldn't do what he could, or rather, people in this world couldn't. Concurrent chanting required a calm and stable mind while fighting, using a technique similar to multitasking, fighting while chanting magic. However, not only was the magic of this world not connected to the mind, but magicians in this world also generally lack the ability for close combat. When facing enemies, they rely on their attendants to fend off enemies, buying time to chant magic and gradually transforming the magical energy stored in their gate into magic. Because of this, concurrent chanting couldn't be used by the magicians of this world. In fast-paced battles, they could only use combat class magic that could be quickly released, while tactical class magic and strategic class magic were of little use. Although Yuri was a strategic class magician, without the ability to use tactical class magic or strategic class magic, it was truly uncertain whether she could defeat her father using combat class magic alone. Fortunately, Riezel was overly worried. "What do you think I've been doing since becoming a strategic class magician?" Yuri rolled her eyes at him, then confidently smiled. "Back when I just became a strategic class magician 2 years ago, it was indeed difficult to say, but now." Even if she didn't finish her sentence, Riezel understood. Yuri, who had taught him her magic before, constantly reminded him not to be complacent. As a strategic class magician with such an attitude, she obviously must also harbor doubts and constantly remind herself not to become complacent. After achieving the status of a strategic class magician, she must have devoted herself to enhancing her combat class magic. Especially the decomposition magic, a terrifying magic with devastating power, which she treated as her specialty. Once cast, this magic decomposed any object into nothingness. What could Alderman use to defend against such a formidable magic? With just the two of us alone, victory is definitely in our hands. Yuri stated confidently. However, Riezel wasn't as optimistic as her. The reason was simple. "Will that swordsman who always followed behind your father also join the war festival?" Riezel asked, eyeing her. "That swordsman?" Yuri paused for a moment, then shook her head, somewhat uncertain. "I'm not sure, maybe." "Maybe?" Riezel asked, puzzled. "Don't you know him?" "I don't." Yuri replied frankly, shaking her head. "I've never seen him before. He must have been recently taken on as an attendant by my father." It was no wonder she believed so strongly in her victory. She had no idea that the closed-eyed swordsman who followed her father was powerful. However, instead of worry, Riezel's lips curved into a smirk, clearly excited. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for a good fight? Chapter 120, Mysterious Swordsman. Riezel truly wanted to have a match with the mysterious closed-eyed swordsman who followed Alderman. After coming to this world, he could no longer rampage through the dungeon like before, and could only rely on practicing swordsmanship and magic to hone himself. In this world, he had only engaged in actual combat twice. One was against the burly sword master who ambushed him, and he easily won. The other was against several masked people who blocked him inside the Riezel mansion, and he also easily defeated them. While those fights were satisfying, he still wanted an opponent who could match his strength. Fighting against such an opponent would allow him to gain more excelia, experience more growth, and ignite a sense of excitement within him, truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Since that mysterious swordsman gave him a feeling similar to facing Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, it indicated that this swordsman was at least equivalent to a level 6 adventurer. An opponent of this level was worthy of his full effort. Riezel hoped this swordsman would participate in the war festival so he could face him. He just didn't know whether this swordsman would appear in the first round or the third, but he hoped it would be the third. After finishing pondering the mysterious closed-eyed swordsman, Riezel looked at Yuri and asked another question. "Who do you plan to send out for the first round?" "Marilyn." Yuri didn't need to answer this question since Marilyn herself was the one who answered. "I'll go," Marilyn said calmly, though her expression showed uncertainty. "But I probably won't win." "Huh? Why?" Riezel was somewhat surprised by her answer. Yuri took over from Marilyn. "The first one to go on my father's side will probably be my elder brother, Safaz," Yuri explained. "Although my father has many attendants and knights, none of them have reached the level of a sword master yet. So, for the sake of winning, my father will definitely have my brother assist him." "Oh." Riezel raised his brow. "So your brother is a sword master?" "Yes," Yuri answered indifferently. "In my family, only my father and I have the talent to become magicians. The rest of my siblings, including my mother, cannot perform magic due to insufficient magical energy and can only pursue the path of swordsmanship. However, Medivh doesn't seem to have the aptitude for swordsmanship since she has never successfully mastered it. On the other hand, Isaac is too impulsive and reckless, often skipping swordsmanship classes. So, neither of them is at the level to call themselves swordsmen yet. Only my elder brother and elder sister have been practicing swordsmanship since childhood. Now both of them have achieved the title of swordmaster, especially my brother. He may seem frivolous, but he's a genius in swordsmanship. He obtained the title of swordmaster 5 years ago, and his strength is probably stronger than Marilyn, Ein, and Ian under normal circumstances. Yuri informed Riezel that Marilyn obtained the title of swordmaster 3 years ago, while Ein and Ian obtained it 1 year ago. Based solely on the time, these three couldn't compare to Safaz. As long as he hadn't neglected his training in recent years, he wouldn't lose to Marilyn, Ein, and Ian. However, Riezel was more concerned about details Yuri mentioned subconsciously just now. What does she mean by normal circumstances? Riezel was about to ask this question in his mind when she suddenly spoke up again. You know, I've never really understood my elder brother. Yuri said, furrowing her brow. I always feel like he's hiding something. Ever since before, his actions have been suspicious, especially after my father handed over the family head position to me, causing my brother to lose his qualification as the family heir. He's become even more unpredictable since then, always out doing who knows what. As she spoke, her eyes betrayed deep suspicion and a hint of wariness. This fearless young lady, who feared neither heaven nor earth nor even the royal family, dared to retaliate against anything, had begun to harbor suspicions and wariness about her own elder brother. It seems like my father knows something but never tells me. He never even inquires about what my brother is up to or arranges any marriage for him, which is very suspicious. Yuri couldn't help but say a few more words, before shaking her head shortly after. But regardless, my brother still listens to my father and has always been by his side since childhood. My father should make him take action this time, so he will definitely show up. Yuri believed that her elder brother would be the first to act. The reason was simple. That's just the way he is. If someone entrusts him with something, he'll either try his best to avoid it or, if he can't, he'll quickly resolve it. He dislikes troublesome things after all. Why not let me go first then? Riezel became somewhat interested in fighting Safaz after Yuri's explanation. However, Yuri disagreed. Not worth it. Yuri shook her head. If you go out as a swordsman in the first round, you can't use magic. It's better to avoid situations where you can't give your all. Only swordsmen could participate in the first round, so if Riezel went out, he could have only used swords, not magic. The same went for the second round. If he went out, he could have only used magic, not swords. So naturally, Yuri didn't want to waste Riezel, such an excellent combat power, in other rounds, and wanted him to fight unrestricted in the third round. By now, everything had become very clear. The first round, Marilyn against Yuri's elder brother, she was likely to lose. The second round, Yuri against her father, she was confident she could win. So, does that mean the outcomes depend on my performance in the third round, huh? As Riezel pondered that, he was unsure how to react. Or maybe, you do not need to fight at all. Yuri suddenly grinned. Perhaps my brother actually has neglected his swordsmanship over the years and lost to Marilyn. So, you wouldn't need to compete in the third round. This young lady truly had confidence in herself, believing she could win against her own father. In such a situation, Riezel didn't feel it appropriate to say something like, maybe we lost the first 2 rounds, so I won't have to compete either. Of course, with the situation becoming clearer, it dawned on him that he might indeed face off against the closed-eyed swordsman. After all, according to Yuri's assessment, her brother would attend the first round, while her father would attend the second. Thus, in the third round, it was highly likely her father would send in that swordsman. Yuri was uncertain of the swordsman's strength, but her father surely knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the swordsman along to the meeting of the Riezel family, which was an internal matter. This demonstrated the swordsman's value, at least in her father's eyes. Yuri mentioned that under her father's command, there were no swordmaster attendants or knights. With this in mind, it was probable that her father had recently recruited this swordsman and kept him as a trump card for the final showdown. This realization only heightened Riezel's anticipation. Facing off against an opponent of equivalent strength to that of a level 6 adventurer would undoubtedly make for an exciting fight. While Riezel and Yuri were discussing the war festival, in a secluded alley of Undine, the mysterious closed-eyed swordsman, who had been on Riezel's mind recently, silently appeared. He still had his eyes closed and a sword at his waist as he walked confidently through the alley, heading towards the darkness. His pace was not quick, but rather slow, almost as if walking through a swamp, dragging one step at a time. As he walked, a few figures gradually approached him. "Hey, blind guy, what are you doing alone in a place like this?" A mocking voice rang out. "It's dangerous to walk alone at night, you know." Accompanied by such words, several dangerous-looking thugs emerged from the darkness and surrounded the swordsman, forcing him to stop. "Hey, blind guy, How about coughing up some money? The leader of the thugs licked his lips, chuckling softly. We're here to teach you a lesson, show you how sketchy these alleys get after dark. Handing over some money seems fair, don't you think? Upon hearing that, the closed-eyed swordsman remained motionless. It was another thug who, upon seeing the sword hanging from the closed-eyed swordsman's waist, hastily spoke up. Hey boss, watch out. This guy's got a sword. Maybe he's a swordsman. As soon as these words were spoken, the bodies of every thug tensed up. However, the leader still acted carelessly. Like, seriously, who cares if he's a swordsman? Who knows if this guy is just a trash swordsman practicing elementary swordsmanship? I mean, a truly powerful swordsman wouldn't be hanging out in sketchy alleys in the dead of night, right? Upon hearing their leader's words, the thugs instantly believed his words and relaxed. But at the same time, the closed-eyed swordsman finally spoke up. Do you know what color blood is? His voice was hoarse, sending chills down one's spine. However, without waiting for the thugs to respond, the closed-eyed swordsman spoke again. Not knowing is okay, just take a look beneath you. Upon hearing that, every thug lowered their head. In that instant, they saw it. Red. A glaring red. There was no doubt, it was the color of blood. Click. A soft sound suddenly emerged. It was the closed-eyed swordsman, sheathing the sword he had unsheathed at some point. Only then did the thugs realize that just moments ago, unnoticed by everyone, this swordsman had drawn his sword and silently slashed them with his sword. You. The leader of the thugs trembled, pointing his finger at the closed-eyed swordsman, then collapsed, his body bathed in blood. Thud 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 thud. The rest of the thugs followed suit, falling one after another into the pool of blood, losing their lives. It seems like even trash like you all bleed red too. The closed-eyed swordsman spoke calmly, squatting down and pressing his hand into the blood, looking at the red stain on his palm. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly laughed, his laughter was as sinister as a malevolent demon's. Chapter 121, A Noble. Not in this lifetime. The next day, the Riezel family became slightly livelier than usual. Because many people had received the news that in a few days, the Riezel family would be hosting the war festival. At first, many people were unfamiliar with the term war festival and felt confused, not knowing what it was all about. The war festival, which hadn't been held for decades, was suddenly announced to be brought back, so it was quite normal that many people hadn't caught on yet. It wasn't until aldermen vigorously began promoting the revival of the war festival to enliven it that people finally understood what the war festival was about. Now, the whole Riezel territory was buzzing. Are Lady Yuri and Sir Alderman really going to join in this fighting competition? Yeah, sounds kinda interesting. It's been forever since the Riezel territory had an event this lively. I'm getting pretty pumped. Many people were discussing it one after another in such a mood. However, aldermen didn't actually publicize the true significance of the war festival. In other words, although people knew that Yuri and aldermen were preparing to participate in the fight, facing off against each other, they didn't know that the purpose of hosting the war festival was to make the other party compromise to their demands. This was a conflict in decision-making within the direct line of the Riezel family, and it wasn't convenient for those below and outsiders to know about it. Therefore, knowing about the war festival's existence, people were simply looking forward to it and discussing it, but they didn't notice anything amiss. Only a few intelligent individuals clearly sensed an abnormality. Marquis Riezel caused quite a stir in the royal capital, and now she suddenly set up this war festival thingy. The Basolo family is pretty hostile toward the Riezel family right now. With Sir Alderman's way of doing things, shouldn't he try to ease the tensions between them first? It's not that simple. There must be something we don't know about. Let's find out then. The people who reacted like this were either some nobles or spies sent by certain countries or members of some mysterious force who had been deliberately monitoring the movements of the Riezel family. They keenly sensed that there was more to this and began to take action in secret. Moreover, believe it or not, they actually found the answer. After all, the war festival was once a tradition of the Riezel family. While today's people might not understand and know its purpose, an observant and knowledgeable one would surely find out how the Riezel family used to hold the war festival and why it existed. This wasn't some particularly significant secret, anyone with a bit of influence could investigate and surely find out. Thanks to this, they learned the reason behind the revival of the war festival. It appears Marquis Riezel and Sir Alderman have reached an irreconcilable conflict. Is it due to the marriage with the Basolo family? Definitely worth keeping an eye on. With ulterior motives in mind, these people began to act one after another. Even those who were previously indifferent to the affairs of the Riezel family showed considerable interest in the war festival itself. This is a great opportunity to get a close look at the strength of the Riezel family. Since strategic class magician Yuri Riezel will also participate, it might be the only chance to see her power up close. The war festival is open to the public, right? When does it start? And so, whether ordinary people or those with ulterior motives, turned their attention to the war festival. The Riezel family did not conceal any information and directly broadcast relevant news. The war festival was a celebration, a tradition, and naturally, it would not be conducted in secrecy. It was completely open to anyone, but if one wished to watch, one needed to buy a ticket. Alderman's decision to revive the war festival and hold it in Undine's largest training field was carefully calculated. The training field was typically used for training nights, and magicians also practiced magic there, making it a venue capable of withstanding all kinds of fights, as long as tactical class and strategic class magic weren't released, of course. Moreover, the field also had audience seats with a modest capacity of about 5,000 people, which was sufficient. Alderman planned to sell tickets for 4,400 of these seats to the public, allowing anyone with tickets to enter and watch the war festival. As for the remaining 600 seats, they were reserved for special invitations. He seemed to be preparing to invite the local nobles from the Riezel territory to watch the war festival, even planning to invite some dignitaries to attend. It was clear that he was determined to make the war festival grand and lively, a high-class event, which truly made Yuri feel displeased. I feel like he's using me. Did he plan to revive the war festival from the start? Yuri couldn't help but suspect, venting her frustrations to Riezel. Riezel hadn't anticipated that this so-called war festival would end up becoming so widely known. After all, he wasn't particularly fond of being in the limelight, reluctant to be evaluated and scrutinized in public. Most importantly, this would likely expose his true power once and for all. After all, before this, everyone had treated him like a useless cripple. However, upon further thought, he honestly felt indifferent. Well, I've already become famous in the royal capital anyway. As Riezel thought that, he honestly couldn't wrap his head around it. Yuri seemed to have been keeping tabs on developments in the royal capital and finally got wind of information that his status as a tactical class magician had been widely known. Now, any noble with half a brain already knew that Yuri actually had a tactical class magician by her side, and that person was none other than him. He had recently been rumored to have lost his ability to use magic because of his damaged gait and had to resort to mastering swordsmanship. This rumor inevitably made many people secretly curse Yuri for her cunningness. To think that a tactical class magician had been quietly recruited by her and then portrayed as a cripple hiding away. Had it not been for the Basolo family's farce, exposing the secret card that the Riezel family had deliberately concealed, one might have fallen victim to this deception. The royal family seemed quite concerned about this matter as well, so upon contacting Yuri, they wasted no time in urging her to return to the royal capital and bring Riezel along. The reason, of course, was to bestow a noble title upon Riezel. Any tactical class magician could be received by the king in the royal palace and be granted a noble title in front of the nobles. Moreover, it wasn't the lowest rank of baron, but a step higher, a viscount. For tactical class magicians, once ennobled, the lowest rank was always a viscount. For those like them, if they could achieve some merit on the battlefield, they would immediately be promoted to the rank of count and become major nobles. As for strategic class magicians, if they managed to achieve it and didn't have a noble title, they would immediately become major nobles by being granted the title of count. On the other hand, if they already had a noble title, they were unconditionally promoted by 1 or even 2 ranks on the spot. Yuri had been such a case. As she became a strategic class magician at the age of 15, she directly ascended from viscount to marquis, achieving a 2-rank promotion in an instant. Now that Riezel's status as a tactical class magician had been exposed, the royal family naturally wished for him to return post-haste, bestow a noble title upon him, and directly imprint him with Genus's mark to prevent other countries from poaching him. When Yuri told Riezel about this, she even apologized, saying she hadn't expected the news to spread so widely, resulting in the entire noble circle being aware of it now. What Riezel couldn't understand was this. How did it get exposed anyway? At that time, after the knights and guards had already suppressed the slave invasion, all of them, including the servants, had taken refuge in the basement under Yuri's instructions. In other words, logically speaking, nobody should have known about him using ray levitine. So how did this get exposed? Was there an outsider witnessing me casting ray levitine at that time? Riezel expressed doubt. If that were the case, then this person was quite lucky. If a tactical class-wide area annihilation magic had been unleashed without a tactical class barrier to block it, the entire vicinity of the Riezel residence would have likely turned into a sea of flames. For this person to stay within the barrier, within the range of ray levitine, and still survive, they either had some skills or were just incredibly lucky. Riezel sighed at this thought, then stopped dwelling on it. If the exposure happened, it happened. He wouldn't die from it anyway, at most, he would just become the target of assassination again. But in a way, he actually welcomed it. As long as they didn't send someone on the level of a sword saint to deal with him, these assassins, no matter how many came, would only serve to increase his exelia. Of course, he had no intention of returning to the royal capital and accepting any noble titles or positions the kingdom might offer. In his previous life, he had suffered enough persecution in that world full of conspiracy and deceit among the upper society. Now that he had finally distanced himself from that world and gained freedom, there was no way he would go back to it. A noble. Not in this lifetime. As a result, Riezel told Yuri about his decision. I had a feeling you would say that. Okay, don't worry, I'll do my best to delay and make excuses for you. Yuri took on this task seriously. However, as news of him spread, Riezel found himself being pestered by others as well. One day, just as he was about to practice magic as usual, he was intercepted by someone who suddenly appeared. Teach me magic. Speaking with such an air of arrogance was none other than. It's you, the brat, I mean, the youngest child. Looking at Isaac who had suddenly popped up, Riezel couldn't help but blurt out. Who are you calling a brat? Also, I already told you I'm not the youngest child, damn it. Isaac jumped up and shouted in anger. You insolent fellow. Address me as young master. Seeing him behaving like an annoying noble brat again, Riezel couldn't help but feel the urge to give him another knock on his head. Are you sure you want me to call you young master? Riezel said while clenching his fist tightly. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Seeing that familiar fist, the ever-flexible Isaac ultimately chose to magnanimously forgive Riezel's impoliteness. However. But you have to teach me magic. Isaac continued to insist, leaving Riezel puzzled. Chapter 122, Magic Crystal. You want to become a magician? With raised eyebrows, Riezel asked Isaac, who stood in front of him. Duh. Isaac rolled his eyes and spoke with no trace of politeness. Who doesn't want to become a magician? Well, that's true. Riezel admitted in his heart. In this world, being a magician symbolized nobility, symbolized status, and without a doubt, many people aspired to it. Like the original Riezel, dreaming of becoming a tactical class magician, gaining a noble status, and being honored as a noble, it was safe to say that there were plenty of people like him. Even noble descendants hoped to become magicians themselves, especially tactical class or strategic class magicians. However, reality was obviously more cruel than they imagined. Your elder sister said that only she and your father in the entire family have the talent to become magicians, while you, due to insufficient magical energy, can only pursue the path of a swordsman. Don't you know about this? Riezel asked with a puzzled tone. Yes. It was this matter that made him puzzled. Logically, Isaac should know about this since he was already attending swordsmanship classes. Even if no one told him, he should have guessed that he didn't have the talent to become a magician, right? It was truly perplexing that Isaac suddenly wanted him to teach magic. I'm sure my father and elder sister have mistaken me, maybe I happen to have the talent to become a magician, they just haven't noticed it yet. When saying that, Isaac looked resolute and unwilling to accept defeat, but Riezel keenly noticed a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Apparently, this 9-year-old boy refused to believe in reality. It was understandable. At Isaac's age, how could he understand that talent was something inborn and unchangeable? At this age, Isaac certainly wouldn't be convinced by evaluations from elders. He wouldn't believe that if someone said it was not possible, then it was not possible. Even if it was true, he must be an exception. This was a mindset shared by people of his age. Perhaps, he also wanted to prove to his father and elder sister that they were wrong and that he could actually become a magician. Ah, I see. It's probably because of this that you keep avoiding swordsmanship classes and never seriously study swordsmanship, huh? Riezel seemed to understand Isaac's behavior now, and indeed, it seemed to be the case. I don't want to learn swordsmanship and become a swordsman. Isaac said with disdain. I want to become a powerful magician, like my elder sister, honored by the kingdom, and make our family stronger and more stronger. Swordsmanship classes are pointless. Sure enough, this boy avoided studying swordsmanship and attending swordsmanship classes for this reason. But still, reality was cruel. Listen, to become a magician, having enough magical energy to cast magic is the bare minimum. Even if you dream of becoming a magician, if you don't have the necessary magical energy, you won't be able to cast a single magic. Riezel explained, choosing not to deceive the boy, thus revealing the harsh reality. Are you going to say the same thing as my father and elder sister? Isaac shouted. I don't care. Just teach me what you need to, whether I succeed or not is my concern, not yours. That's a valid point. Whether you learn or not is up to you, I shouldn't get in your way. Riezel acknowledged his words, but shortly afterward, turned his gaze to his eyes. But whether I teach you or not is my concern too, no. You. Isaac became infuriated instantly. Being a noble, if he had demands, others should comply with them, that was how things worked within his family. Why did this guy really like to go against him? Did this man really think he was so great just because he had his elder sister to protect him? He admitted that this guy was indeed somewhat impressive, but even after he had humbly begged like this guy still refused. This guy was truly a damn scoundrel. There was no other choice, he would have to resort to a last-ditch effort. I can give you money. I'm not short on money for now. I can give you my precious magic items. I don't want any magic items for now. I can introduce you to women. I don't need a woman for now. Also, please stop that, you're starting to sound like a wicked and nasty young master. What do you have to be dissatisfied about? I'd like to ask you back, based on what you've said, do I have anything to be satisfied about? In that case, how about I give you a magic crystal that can record images? It also contains scenes of my 3 elder sisters bathing. Pass. It must be said that for the sake of learning magic, Isaac was truly willing to go all out, willing to use anything as bargaining chips. Riezel's gaze at this boy became increasingly strange, feeling like there was something off about him, yet also seemingly normal in every way. This feeling was quite odd, but it didn't stop him from seeing Isaac as a troublemaker brat. Luckily, Riezel didn't need to intervene, this boy was about to face consequences on his own. Ah, so that's how it is. A magic crystal that can record images, is it? A voice, sounding as though it emerged from hell, suddenly echoed behind Isaac. I've never heard of such a thing. Shouldn't you explain this to me properly, Isaac? As the voice resonated, Isaac, who was about to reach into his pocket to take out the so-called magic crystal, froze entirely. He showed a frightened expression, and shortly afterward, the terror on his face turned into despair. Pack! A hand forcefully slammed onto Isaac's shoulder, grabbing hold of him, and preventing his escape. Madiste's face appeared behind Isaac, her slightly childish yet exceptionally beautiful face frosted over with coldness, darkness swirling in her eyes. It seems like the two of us need to have a serious talk, don't you think, Isaac? Madiste's voice was particularly cold and terrifying. Ah. Isaac let out a sound akin to a broken doll, a voice resembling that of a dying man. At that moment, delicate and fair hands swiftly clasped around his neck. Crack! The next second, Isaac's neck twisted almost 90 degrees, emitting a bone-cracking sound, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. My apologies, Mr. Riezel. Madiste appeared from behind Isaac and bowed her head to Riezel. My brother seems to have lost his senses, speaking nonsense. Please forget what he just said, and accept my deepest gratitude. After uttering those undoubtedly emotionless words, she raised her head, her gaze and expression both seemed to have lost their luster. Then, I'll take my leave. Seeing Madiste's eyes devoid of their usual brilliance, Riezel was somewhat taken aback. Yeah, take care. Riezel could only respond awkwardly. Then, excuse me. Madiste bowed her head once again and turned to leave. However, she still held Isaac's nape in her hand, dragging her younger brother directly toward the other end of the corridor. In Riezel's eyes, it seemed as if a large predatory animal was dragging its prey into a corner to devour it. Frenzel family's women are truly terrifying. Whether it was Yuri or Madiste, neither of them was to be trifled with. Lost in thought, Riezel didn't realize that the turned-away Madiste was currently feeling somewhat devastated. Perhaps it was because of the matter her father mentioned to her last night. I'm planning to marry you off to Riezel Brynhart. Be prepared at all times. Her father's absolute words lingered in her brain, leaving her with a complex mix of emotions. As a result, for a short while, Madiste didn't dare to meet Riezel. As for shocks or resistance, surprisingly, she didn't show any. Surprise? What was there to be surprised about? Her father was always like this, and she knew it long ago. She had mentally prepared herself for her marriage arrangement long ago, so nothing was surprising. Resistance. How could she resist? Her 2 elder sisters had the ability to resist, but pitifully, she didn't. After all, she wasn't like her eldest sister, skilled in swordsmanship, or like her second eldest sister, who was a great magician. She was just an ordinary girl. With her abilities, what could she do to resist? Let alone herself, even her eldest sister who was a sword master could only resist their father with their mother's support. Otherwise, her eldest sister alone wouldn't be able to resist their father at all. Only her second eldest sister, Yuri, truly possessed the ability and privilege to resist their father solely with her own power. Because of this, she admired her second eldest sister the most and aspired to become someone like her. Unfortunately, she could only dream, since she was the most useless daughter in this family. Obeying marriage arrangements obediently and living a somewhat happy life was the best future she could hope for. With such complicated emotions, Madiste dragged Isaac away. Meanwhile, Riezel, who remained oblivious to her thoughts, watched as Madiste hurriedly left with her younger brother. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he noticed an item on the ground. Magic crystal. Riezel raised his eyebrows and picked it up. The crystal-shaped item that had fallen to the ground looked very similar to the communication magic crystal he had received from Yuri, so he immediately recognized it as some kind of magic crystal. Did this fall from that brat? Suddenly, he remembered what Isaac said earlier and realized what thing contained in this magic crystal was. As a result, he fell into a long, long silence. I'll just keep it for now. After a long time, Riezel quietly tucked the magic crystal into his pocket and left the scene. As for what kind of cruel interrogation and punishment Isaac would face from his elder sister for losing the magic crystal afterward, that had nothing to do with him. Chapter 123, Grand Opening. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. On this day, the war festival hosted by the Riezel family was officially announced open, making the city of Undine much livelier than usual. Citizens pointed and gestured in the direction of the training field, which served as the arena for the fight, seemingly discussing the war festival. One carriage after another proceeded in the same direction, most likely heading to the training field. Outside the training field, the Riezel family's people stood guard. Some were responsible for maintaining security and order, others for guiding and collecting entrance tickets, while some welcomed VIPs arriving in luxurious carriages, allowing everyone with tickets to enter one after another. In such a scenario, Riezel's group also arrived quietly. They remained the same old members, with Riezel, Yuri, Marilyn, Ein, and Ian, the group of 5, walking together without any other members. On the opposite side, the lineup was quite grand. Apart from Alderman, Safaz, and the mysterious closed-eyed swordsman, many knights and attendants were accompanying them. At first glance, Riezel's group seemed somewhat outnumbered, but the attention of most people was actually focused on them. Is that Marquis Yuri Riezel? Those 3 women behind her, are they all her attendants? I heard they're all sword masters. Amazing. Each one is so beautiful. Yeah. People started discussing one after another enthusiastically, while Alderman's group, despite appearing more grand, didn't attract much attention. It couldn't be helped. Alderman's group was mostly men, and their fame wasn't high either, except for Safaz himself being a sword master. The others weren't well known, including Alderman himself. Of course, when mentioning fame, it referred to strength. People recognized Alderman as the former head of the Riezel family, but in the end, he was just a combat class magician. He wasn't even a tactical class, let alone a strategic class magician. As a result, his support in this festival focused on combat wasn't very high. On the other hand, in Riezel's group, Yuri herself was one of the continent's only 8 strategic class magicians, while Marilyn, Ein, and Ian were all sword masters. Although they were fewer in number, each one was elite, and of course, beautiful. After all, people were visual creatures, naturally more inclined to pay attention to something or someone beautiful, so it was understandable for their group to be more popular. Even Riezel himself sparked considerable discussion. That's Riezel Brynhart, right? At one of the specially invited seats, a young nobleman dressed in finery turned to his attendant beside him for confirmation. Yes, he is indeed Riezel Brynhart. The attendant respectfully replied. Quite young, huh? The young nobleman remarked. Becoming a tactical class magician at such a young age. While not quite on par with Marquis Riezel, he's certainly stronger than most tactical class magicians in the kingdom. No wonder the royal palace's people insisted I abandon all my work and rush over here just to bring this young man back for ennoblement. This young nobleman had come from the royal capital, traveling a long distance. Apart from him, there were many other VIPs in the special seats, each with their own purposes. Riezel was the focus of attention for many, with some even coming specifically for him. Is he the tactical class magician mentioned in the intelligence report, the one who hasn't been ennobled yet? Yes, that's him. Good, let's find an opportunity to approach him and see if we can recruit him to our country before Genas gets their claws on him. In corners of the audience seats, whispers like these were happening, as if darkness pervaded everywhere. And so, the opening time of the war festival arrived right on time. In the center of the training field, the 2 sides about to face off finally met. Are you ready? Alderman looked at his daughter standing opposite him, asking without any expression. Let's get started already. Yuri didn't waste any words, simply dropping this statement before turning to walk back with the others. Riezel lagged behind, his gaze involuntarily flicking to the closed-eyed swordsman standing behind Alderman. But after gazing at the closed-eyed swordsman, he suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Yuri noticed his unease and asked in a lowered voice. Haven't you noticed? Riezel continued to frown, looking at the closed-eyed swordsman. There seems to be some sort of change in him. Really? Yuri seemed not to have noticed. Not only her, but Marilyn, Ein, and Ian also seemed not to have noticed any anomaly. Only Riezel had a feeling that something had changed about the closed-eyed swordsman. The closed-eyed swordsman's aura became somewhat dangerous, somewhat horrifying. When Riezel first saw this closed-eyed swordsman, he felt like he was facing powerful experts like Finn, Riveria, or Gareth. Now, the feeling he got from this closed-eyed swordsman was more like facing a floor boss, full of oppression and terrifying monster-like presence. Although the feeling of power remained just as strong, perhaps even stronger than before, the change in the closed-eyed swordsman made him feel more hostile and filled with bloodlust. Strangely, he felt an urge to immediately cut down the closed-eyed swordsman, which made no sense and left him quite puzzled. All right, don't think too much about it. Yuri patted his shoulder. Whatever it is, let's talk after the war festival is over. Riezel nodded, taking one more deep look at the closed-eyed swordsman before following Yuri and the others, leaving the center of the training field. On the other hand, Alderman remained in the center and chanted a magic. It was a small magic that amplified his voice to deliver the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today. I am deeply grateful for your presence at our Riezel family's war festival. As Alderman's voice reverberated loudly, the audience immediately quieted down. War festival has been a tradition of our Riezel family since its birth, once widely known. Unfortunately, we, the later generations, have been incapable of maintaining the brilliance of our ancestors. Eventually, this tradition faded away, not mentioned for decades. Now, the Riezel family finally has the opportunity to reclaim some of its former glory, and it's time for the revival of this family tradition. Today, I, Alderman Riezel, along with the family head, will recreate the war festival, hoping that our ancestors will bless our family and restore its past glory. After Alderman delivered the opening speech, he didn't waste much time and went straight to the point. The rules of the war festival are as follows. Alderman announced the rules of the war festival to the audience, which included 3 rounds with 2 victories needed to win, consisting of 3 fights with specific limitations on participants for each round, and so on. Additionally, he made a special reminder. The war festival is a tradition, a ritual. As such, it strictly forbids both sides from seriously harming their opponents, let alone killing them. Any violation of the safety regulations, regardless of which side, will be punished by the Riezel family, even if it's me or my daughter, who is the family head. As for determining the winner, it will be based on destroying the medals worn by the participants. After saying that, Alderman took out a medal and wore it on his left shoulder. Participants from both sides must wear this medal on their left shoulder. Once one side's medal is destroyed, victory will be decided, and the one who destroys it will claim the win. Additionally, once a participant has taken part in a round, they cannot participate again. Each participant is only allowed to participate once. These were roughly the rules, with the rest being just some precautions, such as the training field employing barrier magic to protect the audience when the fight began, so the audience didn't need to worry about being affected by the fights. Now, each side, please send out a swordsman to participate in the first round of swordsmen. After declaring that, Alderman left the center of the training field, and not long after, someone from his side entered. Good afternoon, everyone. Safaz stepped onto the center of the training field, waving and greeting all around. His performance was akin to a football player entering the field, which indeed drew cheers from the audience, especially the teenage girls. Kia! Kia! Young Master Safaz! When they saw the first participant to enter was the handsome Safaz, they all screamed one after another. It must be said that the genes of the Riezel family were indeed excellent. Handsome men and beautiful women, not a single one was mediocre. They were much better looking than the celebrities from Riezel's previous life. As expected, the first one to enter is my elder brother. Yuri murmured as she watched her elder brother waving to the audience while approaching the center of the training field. I'll go. Marilyn said calmly. Go ahead. Yuri nodded. Don't force yourself, just do your best. Understood. Marilyn bowed her head slightly, then calmly walked toward the center of the training field. Whistle. Whistle. The stunning maid made a bold entrance, this time prompting a chorus of wolf whistles from the men. Ah, are you my opponent? Safaz looked at Marilyn across from him and chuckled. This could be tricky. Lie. Marilyn spoke without a trace of politeness. You clearly don't think I could be your opponent. Then you've misunderstood me. Safaz shrugged casually. If you unleash your family's specialty and use that swordsmanship, you would definitely be one of the opponents I least want to face. Upon hearing that, Marilyn remained calm and quietly took out her weapon. Come. Her calm and indifferent voice made Safaz reveal a meaningful smile as he unsheathed the sword hanging from his waist. In this manner, the first round of the war festival had finally begun. Chapter 124, Alderman's Self-Confidence. Ooh. In Undine's largest training field, cheers erupted without stopping, echoing through the air since the beginning of the fight. Just from the cheers alone, one could tell how thrilling the fight being held in the training field truly was. The sword clash between Marilyn and Safaz heated up the atmosphere right from the beginning. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Amidst the intense clashing of swords, 2 figures inside the training field continuously weaved and collided, causing sparks and gusts of wind to burst forth. Marilyn and Safaz moved around the training field like streams of light, sometimes chasing each other, sometimes crossing paths, sometimes changing positions, and sometimes engaging in fierce clashes. After images and sword flashes kept appearing, and the sound of sword clashes was constant, showcasing extraordinary speed and intense fighting. To get a clear view of the fight between the two, many magicians had already used magic to enhance their vision, while the others had the latest model magic items at their disposal, allowing everyone to barely make out the thrilling duel between Marilyn and Safaz, resulting in waves of cheers. Riezel's eyes were also fixed on the training field, taking in every detail of the fight between Marilyn and Safaz. Even from his perspective, the fight between these two had a lot of attraction. Especially Marilyn, who had always been Yuri's quiet maid in the background, now revealed her strength, which surprised him. Marilyn wasn't using typical swords, but a pair of thin short swords resembling twin swords from some movies he had watched in his previous life. She was like an assassin, gripping her swords in reverse, with each movement of her elbow producing a sword flash, enveloping Safaz in a barrage of sword slashes like a net. Her attack speed was surprisingly fast, and her attack angles were unusually tricky, giving a sense of being undefendable. Her speed was also remarkable, as if her movements had been meticulously studied, with a unique charm in every move and glide. If it weren't for Riezel's keen battle instincts, he might have lost sight of Marilyn several times due to her peculiar movements, fluttering like leaves in the wind. From this, it could be seen that she was more inclined toward an agility and technique-oriented swordsman. Although her attack power wasn't great, it was compensated by the terrifying number of attacks woven together by her attack speed. Faced with such opponents, even a slight mistake could result in being slashed dozens or even hundreds of times in an instant, leading to instant defeat. Based on this performance alone, Riezel was certain. Marilyn's strength, even compared to Ace, probably isn't much different. His evaluation of Marilyn was this high, indicating just how strong she was. Unlike Ayn and Ian, who were equal to level 5 with the lowest latent basic abilities, Marilyn's strength was not much inferior even when compared to a prodigy like Ace. At least, without using Ariel, it wouldn't be easy for Ace to take down Marilyn. This maid truly lived up to the reputation of Yuri's strongest attendant, as an ordinary sword master wouldn't stand a chance against her. It was just a pity that Marilyn, such as she was, encountered a tough opponent. Marilyn is about to lose. As Riezel clearly observed the fight, facing Marilyn's storm-like assault, Safaz had been on the defensive, but he clearly had more to give. His face still wore a somewhat cheeky smile as he wielded a typical Western-style sword. Even though it was clearly a sword, in Safaz's hands, it seemed to transform into a whip, twisting and turning like willow branches, its trajectory unpredictable. Yet, despite this swordplay, it precisely blocked all of Marilyn's fierce sword attacks, protecting his entire body, never letting her slash come within a meter of his body. Marilyn kept pressing forward, slashing relentlessly, and always accelerating, making her sword attacks denser and the slashes more frequent. Even so, Safaz could still protect himself flawlessly, deflecting every one of her sword slashes aimed at his left shoulder multiple times with flicks from his sword, only sparking off flame particles in the end. Compared to Marilyn's display of swordsmanship, Safaz seemed unremarkable, yet for some reason, she couldn't land a single effective attack on him. Safaz's performance not only made some knowledgeable audience solemn but also made Riezel look deeply at this eldest son of the Frenzel family. Safaz Frenzel, this guy's strength is probably not far from level 6. As Yuri and Marilyn had previously speculated, this man's strength was not to be underestimated, surpassing Marilyn by far. Riezel admitted to himself that even if he were to step in, he wouldn't be able to defeat Safaz without going in earnest. However, what made Safaz terrifying was that from his confident and casual attitude, it could be seen that he still held back some strength, not revealing it all. Interesting. Riezel held Safaz in high regard, while the audience was extremely satisfied, finding the fight thrilling. Such an intense fight lasted for a full 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, Marilyn began to feel her stamina waning, with noticeable declines in both movement and attack speed. It seemed like Safaz had been waiting for this split-second opportunity. It seems I've won. Safaz, whose aura hadn't shown any signs of instability, seized the opportunity while Marilyn gasped for breath and her stamina was depleted, thrusting out his sword. Whoosh! This thrust was much faster than any of his previous attacks, flashing across the training field like a ray of light, leaving Marilyn unable to react. When she finally reacted, the metal on her left shoulder had already cracked in half, falling to the ground. The first round goes to Sir Alderman. The announcer's voice rang out right away, announcing the result of the first round of the War Festival. Marilyn stopped moving and looked at the broken metal on the ground while panting. After a moment, she raised her head, and her eyes showed a disturbing fluctuation of mysterious power. Oi, calm down. Safaz quickly raised his hands in surrender. I don't want to get into a serious fight with you, or I'd die. Please spare me, okay? His plea made the mysterious power in Marilyn's eyes disappear. Marilyn coldly snorted, then turned away from the training field, eliciting applause from the audience. What a scary woman. Safaz, with a hint of playfulness, patted his chest before turning back to Alderman's side. Well done, Safaz. Alderman praised as his son returned. You flatter me. Safaz waved off. Can I focus on watching the show now? Up to you. Alderman replied indifferently. Just remember, you can't leave until the war festival is over. Yes, Safaz responded nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Marilyn returned to Yuri's side to apologize. I'm sorry for losing, my lady. Even though she was apologizing, her tone and expression strangely remained calm. It's okay. Yuri shook her head. It was as expected. Ayn and Ian quickly approached. You worked hard. You're getting stronger. The two female knights generously comforted and praised Marilyn. On the other hand, although Riezel didn't speak, he glanced at her a few times. Marilyn didn't say another word, silently returning to stand behind Yuri, resuming her role as the silent and reserved maid. At this moment, Yuri stood up. It's my turn. Yuri's voice had just fallen when the announcer's voice sounded outside. Next, each side is to send out a magician to participate in the second round, a battle of magicians. Upon hearing the announcer's words, everyone turned to look at Yuri. My lady, be careful. Go for it, my lady. Ayn and Ian spoke up in succession. Good luck. Riezel added, offering his encouragement. Don't worry. Yuri replied with a smile, stepping onto the center of the training field with calm and confident strides. It's Marquis Frenzel. Marquis Frenzel is entering. Kia. Lady Yuri. In the audience seats, bursts of cheers and screams erupt, fully showcasing Yuri's high popularity. After all, she was the publicly recognized head of the Frenzel family and lord of the Frenzel territory. She was young, beautiful, brimming with talent, renowned worldwide, and known to everyone. As one of the continent's only 8 strategic-class magicians, solely by this status alone, her popularity would never be low, perhaps even the highest among the war festival's participants. Compared to her, the audience's response was rather lackluster when Alderman made his entrance. He himself seemed unconcerned, squinting his eyes as he looked at his daughter walking into the center of the training field. It wasn't until this moment that he realized his daughter seemed to have grown quite a bit. In such a situation, Alderman couldn't help but speak up. You've already lost the first round. As long as I win the second round, you'll be completely defeated. No one knew his intention in saying that. Do you think I'll lose? Yuri calmly faced her father, whom she didn't particularly like, yet a rare smile appeared on her face. Indeed, you're certainly talented, much more so than I am. After saying that, Alderman remained silent for a while, and shortly afterward continued with indifference. But in a situation where you can't use tactical class magic or strategic class magic, do you think you can defeat me, who has spent decades studying combat class magic? Due to lacking the magic compatibility to become a tactical class magician, Alderman had spent the past few decades focusing on studying combat class magic. With the combat class magic expertise honed over many years of intense study, he simply couldn't imagine losing to his daughter, who couldn't use tactical class or strategic class magic in this war festival. In this war festival, the ultimate victor will be me. Alderman declared confidently. Unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Boom. When a burst of purple vortex passed his body like a hurricane, landing on the ground near him and completely disintegrating it into nothingness, the confidence on his face froze. The entire training field fell silent. Everyone was shocked, watching the center of the training field, watching Yuri emanating purple fluctuations all over her body. Unfortunately, I can't see where your chance of winning lies. Yuri's voice echoed throughout the training field. Alderman wordlessly stared at his daughter across from him, a bead of sweat dripping down his forehead, as obvious as it could be. An unequal one-sided fight was about to unfold. Chapter 125, Checkmate. As a magician, Alderman lacked the compatibility to become a tactical class magician, but his magic compatibility was not poor by any means. With 4th grade compatibility in the transformation system and control system, as well as 1st grade compatibility in the interference system and structure system, his magic compatibility was indeed outstanding, just a step away from tactical class magician compatibility. Although this step seemed like a heavenly ridge and impossible to overcome, the path of a magician could still be described as smooth sailing for Alderman with 4th grade compatibility in the transformation and control systems. Because of this, he immediately took splendid action at the beginning of the second round. First, he chanted defensive magic at the fastest speed, raising a barrier. In a battle between magicians, casting a magic defense barrier was the first action any magician would take, allowing oneself to withstand the opponent's magic attack while also buying time to chant other magic to counterattack. If the opponent were a swordsman, the first thing to do would be to create distance or force them to retreat and find a way to cast a physical defensive barrier that would place oneself in a safe environment. Afterward, one could slowly chant powerful magic that could determine the battle's outcome. Needless to say, if the opponent were a magician, the physical defense barrier would be almost useless since the magic defense barrier would be the most practical choice. As for defensive magic that simultaneously possessed both physical and magic defense effects, such magic did not exist in combat class magic, only in tactical class magic could one find such a perfect combination. Therefore, Judging which type of defensive magic to use in combat was essential for a combat-class magician who could not afford any mistakes. Alderman took impeccable action by swiftly erecting a magic defense barrier and chanting magic from the control system, summoning 2 earth puppets from the ground in front of him. These 2 earth puppets were about 2 meters tall, bulky in size, resembling small giants. The moment they were summoned, they immediately stepped forward and charged toward Yuri. At this moment, Alderman had already started chanting another magic from the transformation system, preparing to attack her with large-scale, high-powered elemental magic while his earth puppets tangled Yuri. All of this happened within a matter of seconds. Since the beginning of the fight, Alderman had been chanting magic fluidly, completing 3 actions in one breath, raising a magic defense barrier, summoning earth puppets, and attaching attributes to his magical energy for the elemental magic attack. His use of combat-class magic became incredibly natural and swift, a demonstration of excellence without exaggeration. It could be said that Alderman's series of actions, even if written into textbooks, would have no problems whatsoever. However, a problem arose here. If things continue like this, Sir Alderman might not be able to win. On the specially invited seats, the young nobleman from the royal capital sighed after just a glance at the battle before making such an evaluation. The young nobleman's attendant nearby was quite engrossed, even finding Alderman's smooth flow of magic usage impressive. However, upon hearing his master's words, he was stunned. Why? I thought Sir Alderman's performance was brilliant. It was brilliant indeed. The young nobleman didn't deny it, but he still didn't look favorably upon Alderman. His fighting style is too rigid. Being textbook-level exemplary might sound like high praise, but to some, it was worthy of criticism. Because combat was ever-changing, what actions to take in a battle couldn't simply be copied from textbook content. Alderman's mastery of magic was proficient, even remarkable. He could consecutively cast 3 different types of magic systems in a short time, seamlessly convert magical energy, and effortlessly cast magic without any difficulty. Such mastery of magic is something that even many tactical-class magicians and strategic-class magicians couldn't achieve. Yet, the young nobleman still shook his head in apparent regret. However, mastering the technique of using magic is one thing, using it in combat is another. Facing Alderman's textbook-level magic usage, Yuri remained calm from start to finish and also took action the moment he did. However, unlike him, who cast a magic defense barrier first to protect himself, she stood there chanting magic without using any defense barrier. Foolish daughter! Alderman exclaimed loudly. As a magician, how can you not first think of using defensive magic? What are you even thinking? Yuri's approach was akin to standing completely defenseless in front of her opponent. Not to mention Alderman's forthcoming release of powerful elemental magic, even a punch from his charging earth puppets would have left her severely injured. After all, magicians were not like swordsmen who trained their bodies. Even a hit from an ordinary person could cause prolonged pain. For magicians, engaging in combat without using defensive magic was akin to inviting death. Yet, Yuri remained silent, even closed her eyes, and continued chanting her magic without care. Suddenly, the change began. Boom. Just as the 2 earth puppets were about to reach Yuri, the ground beneath them suddenly exploded, swallowing them into 2 large pits. A trap. Alderman's pupils contracted, but he didn't stop chanting and continued with his magic chant. He still had a magic defense barrier, which could withstand Yuri's magic attack a few times. Even if the feigned attack of his earth puppets failed, he should still have enough time to cast his magic successfully. As he thought like that, Alderman completely failed to anticipate that the magic Yuri would unleash next was not specifically for him. Boom. As the familiar purple vortex flashed, the ground beneath Alderman's feet vanished, becoming a pit. Indeed, the magic Yuri released wasn't aimed at him but rather at his foothold. Ah! Alderman felt a lightness beneath his feet and let out a startled cry as he tumbled into the pit. Not only was his magic chanting interrupted but he was also left in a state of dizziness. His magic defense barrier couldn't defend against physical damage as this fall alone nearly broke his bones. As Alderman tried to get up, Yuri's voice rang out at just the right moment, reaching his ears. The way you use magic is as rigid and old-fashioned as you are. You really lack flexibility and adaptability. Even if you study combat-class magic for decades, your combat ability won't improve much. After saying that, Yuri successfully unleashed her next magic. It was a swamp magic. Alderman, lying in the pit, suddenly found his surroundings becoming soft. Rocks turned into marsh, and the earth flowed like water, gradually engulfing him and trapping him in the swamp. Ugh! Alderman quickly chanted weight-reducing magic, coupled with levitation magic, and soon broke free from the swamp. Unfortunately, just as he escaped from the swamp, a sandstorm descended from above, pouring down like torrential rain, directly pouring into the pit, and washing him down. Now, Alderman's situation was extremely grave. Below was the swamp, where he would be engulfed once trapped. Above was the sandstorm, striking him relentlessly, making it impossible for him to fly. Whether swamp or sandstorm, both were physical existences, but ironically, Alderman's magic defense barrier was useless against such things. No. I can't use this magic defense barrier anymore. Gritting his teeth, Alderman dispelled his magic defense barrier and quickly chanted physical defense barrier. When the physical defense barrier was formed, the sandstorm that had descended from the sky and rushed toward him was separated by the barrier. The swamp beneath him was also parted, finally allowing him to break free. Alderman hurriedly rushed out of the pit, pushing aside debris along the way, and finally returned to the surface. Whoa! In the audience seats, a burst of uproar immediately erupted. It was not without reason. Alderman, who had just emerged from the pit, was quite different from before. The previous Alderman was elegantly dressed, like a refined middle-aged gentleman, calm and handsome. But the current Alderman was covered in mud, swamp water, and gravel, looking utterly miserable compared to before. Damn it! Alderman felt humiliated and cursed inwardly. In this state, he had no idea that the audience was roaring not just because of his miserable appearance but also because a figure had already appeared by his side. Buzz. A purple vortex fluctuation formed on the figure's fingertip, tapping Alderman's back. Sensing the touch, Alderman's body froze. The entire training field fell silent once again. You're easier to deal with than I imagined. Yuri remarked calmly, her words piercing her father's self-respect deeply. When did you? Alderman gritted his teeth, squeezing the words out of his throat with difficulty. Fufufu, obviously when you fell into the trap I set. Yuri said while laughing. Don't look so surprised. I walked over slowly and waited for you here for quite some time, you know. I knew you would try to escape this trap by using a physical defense barrier, but that way, you wouldn't be able to defend against my magic attack, no. This was a checkmate. Admit it, you can't keep up with this era anymore. Whether it's your fighting style, your magic, or your thoughts and beliefs. They're all outdated. After saying those words, Yuri calmly turned and walked away. The second round's winner goes to Marquis Riezel. Ooh. Upon hearing the announcement, Alderman collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with shame. Chapter 126, Final Round. Victory. In a corner of the VIP seats, a small figure cheered. It was none other than Isaac. Not only Isaac but even Modiste was present. The siblings huddled together in the corner of the VIP seats, unnoticed by anyone as they witnessed the entire process of their family members fighting each other. Initially, when Marilyn lost to Safaz, these two siblings were somewhat worried that Yuri might also lose. However, Yuri reassured them in the most direct way possible that there was no need to worry. Their elder sister effortlessly defeated their father. Instead of feeling upset, this filled the two siblings with joy. Indeed, elder sister Yuri is the strongest. Whether it's elder brother or father, none are elder sister Yuri's opponents. Isaac shouted with excitement. She is what I want to become. I really want to become a great magician like her. Modiste didn't say anything, but there was a longing and admiration in her eyes as she watched Yuri leave the center of the training field. For young Modiste and Isaac, Yuri, who could directly defeat their fearsome father, was the most admirable figure. Now that their elder sister had won, the two siblings felt only joy, no sadness. Moreover, they knew what promise their father would have to fulfill once she won. It would be the best outcome if this could bring their mother and their eldest sister back home and reunite the family. The final round is up next. Modiste muttered with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. The one who's going to compete is that guy, right? Isaac's expression soured. He better not mess up. He won't. Modiste shook her head. Mr. Riezel is a tactical class magician. He shouldn't lose to those attendants and knights under father's command. Who knows? Isaac lightly snorted. He can't use tactical class magic in this war festival, so who knows if he can win. At his words, Modiste's brows furrowed. Apart from her, many others present had guessed who would be competing next. Next up should be Riezel Brynhart, right? The young nobleman from the royal capital showed a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. It should be him. The young nobleman's attendant replied. Although Marquis Riezel still has two sword master attendants, the one she sends out as the main act must be the tactical class magician. Everyone believed that Yuri wouldn't consider Ayn and Ian as the final acts. After all, this was the last round, the decisive battle of the war festival. In such an important moment, she wouldn't send out her two female attendants weaker than herself and her maid. For this reason, the one who would come out last must be the tactical class magician, Riezel Brynhart. Is it because his combat class magic proficiency is better than Yuri Frenzel's? Is that why he's placed last? If that's the case, then his value is even greater than we imagined. Let's keep watching. If he truly has the strength, we'll spare no effort to bring him back to our country. Many people with ulterior motives began to make such plans, preparing to take a good look at Riezel's strength. Including the young nobleman, he was no exception. Unaware of all this, Riezel, along with Marilyn, Ein, and Ian, greeted Yuri, who returned victorious. Well played, my lady. I didn't expect my lady to be so skilled with combat class magic. Ein and Ian were both somewhat surprised, looking as if they hadn't expected Yuri to easily defeat Alderman. Marilyn, on the other hand, remained calm, evidently already aware of the outcome. Among those present, perhaps only this silent maid understood Yuri's combat strength best. As for Riezel, though he hadn't seen Yuri demonstrate her strength, he was confident in her nonetheless, and as expected, she emerged victorious. Congratulations. Riezel offered a brief congratulation. Yuri smiled gently at him but quickly suppressed it in the next second. Now it's your turn. Yuri stared straight at his face. Riezel didn't respond, only giving a calm smile. Everything was understood without words. It will be a showdown with that swordsman, right? His gaze began to fluctuate as he thought about the peculiar feeling the closed-eyed man had given him. Meanwhile, on Alderman's side. When Alderman returned with a messy appearance and complexion, everyone fell silent. My didn't expect to lose. Only Safaz, speaking casually as if it didn't concern him. That sister of mine, it's only been 2 years since she became a strategic class magician, but she already has this kind of power. Safaz cast his gaze toward Yuri's direction, his eyes serious. His younger sister truly was a once-in-a-century super genius. Even if he went all out, he might not even be her match at all. Terrifying indeed. Safaz murmured, his meaning unclear. Alderman paid his son no mind since he wasn't in the mood to deal with him now. He had lost and lost so badly, really badly. Though it was frustrating for him, what he cared about more was the outcome of the final round. Jill Dardis. Alderman turned his gaze and called out the closed-eyed swordsman's name who had been by his side lately. The closed-eyed swordsman, Jill Dardis, didn't speak, only calmly raised his head. Although his eyes were closed, he seemed to be looking at Alderman. Do you feel confident about winning? Alderman asked solemnly. Only 3 people on my daughter's side haven't competed yet. It's unlikely she'll choose Ein and Ian, but rather Riezel Brynhart. Are you confident in defeating him? To be honest, Alderman himself was quite unsure. Mainly because Yuri decided to place Riezel in the final round, he couldn't shake the feeling that this young man might have more ability than he imagined. Undoubtedly someone who was not easy to deal with. On the other hand, he also had confidence in Jill, otherwise, he wouldn't have placed him in the final round. However, to say he knew much about Jill was hard to say since he had only met Jill not long ago. At that time, Jill was surrounded by a group of monsters. Monsters were creatures with magical energy similar to human swordsmen, honing bodies far superior to ordinary animals where some of them could even use supernatural powers like magicians. Originally, they were just ordinary animals, but due to their inborn stronger magical energy, they gradually evolved their bodies and abilities in the wilderness and, as they continued to breed, formed tribes in various corners of the world. The most talked about monster was the legendary Great Dragon, known as the King of Monsters, capable of spewing flames that could instantly destroy a city. 400 years ago, the Dragon Sword Saint relied on his research on dragons to create the Holy Dragon Sword style, becoming the strongest swordsman of the time. Although what Jill encountered in the wilderness was not dragons but a group of wolf-like creatures the size of elephants, among them was a wolf king whose strength might be able to match that of a sword master. However, despite being surrounded by such a group of monsters, they were unexpectedly slain in the blink of an eye by Jill who had been closing his eyes all along. As he witnessed that scene, Alderman was astonished on the spot and immediately extended an olive branch to Jill, intending to recruit him as his attendant. Unfortunately, Jill did not agree immediately. I'll just stick by your side for now. At that moment, Jill simply uttered such a sentence and began to follow him everywhere. Alderman assumed Jill was trying to see if he was worthy of being someone he could pledge loyalty to, so he gladly agreed, bringing Jill home and even keeping him by his side constantly to show his appreciation. It wasn't until today that Alderman finally let him take action, handling the last round of the war festival. For this reason, Alderman wasn't sure if Jill could defeat Riezel since he didn't know the true strength of this closed-eyed swordsman. However, instead of answering Alderman's question about whether he could defeat Riezel or not, Jill suddenly asked a strange question. Do you know what color his blood is? Upon hearing the unexpected and strange question, Alderman was confused. What? Just curious. Jill muttered indifferently as he walked away, lost in his own thoughts. What does he mean? Alderman furrowed his brow, puzzled. Only Safaz, watching Jill's back, narrowed his eyes and pondered something unknown. The rounds of swordsmen and magicians have both ended. The war festival's announcer declared to the audience. Both sides have 1 win and 1 loss, and this final round will directly determine the ultimate winner between them. Now, please welcome the final participants. Oh! The announcer's voice elicited loud cheers from countless people in the audience seats. Since the war festival had reached its climax, they were excited and eagerly anticipating the upcoming round. Tap 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 tap. In this festive atmosphere, Riezel and Jill finally stepped onto the center of the training field. Standing a distance apart, they fell into an indescribable silence. The entire audience was also affected, gradually quieting down. Until 1 second later. Begin. With the announcer's loud proclamation, someone suddenly disappeared from the scene. It was none other than Jill. Whoosh. In an instant, Jill surged forward at an astonishing speed, closing the distance between him and Riezel to 0. Swish. In Jill's hand, a long and sharp sword, drawn seemingly out of nowhere, sliced through the air and aimed at Riezel's neck. This slash was as fast as lightning. This slash exuded a murderous intent. No one could react. No one could comprehend what had happened. The closed-eye swordsman suddenly launched an attack, aiming directly for Riezel's vital point, making it a killing move. Yes. He intended to kill Riezel. However. Ding. Sparks scattered as Jill's slash, full of murderous intent, was easily flicked away. It was intercepted by a bright silver short sword that came out of nowhere, deflecting it upwards. Jill's complexion suddenly changed. However, before he could react, Riezel, with an icy coldness in his eyes, swiftly counterattacked. Poochie. The bright silver short sword slashed extremely fast across Jill's chest, causing blood to spurt out. In the next second, Jill collapsed in front of Riezel, covered in blood. Witnessing this scene, the entire training field instantly fell into silent stillness. Chapter 127, Swordsman and Magician. In the training field, silence hung heavy, like the breath of death. Every single soul present, be it commoners or nobles, even those with ulterior motives, found themselves plunged into a state of bewilderment and shock, unable to react at the moment. Yuri and the aldermen, representatives of their respective groups, stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding in the center of the training field. They watched as Jill lay flat before Riezel, who held a bright silver short sword in his hand, his sudden action leaving everyone stunned. It took a moment before the audience erupted. What's going on? Did he kill the guy? Murder. Did he just break the rules? These were the immediate questions in everyone's mind. Only a few individuals, shaken from their stupor, rose to their feet. That man actually tried to kill Riezel. Yuri's voice carried a hint of anger. Marilyn, Ein, and Ian wore cold expressions, their gazes piercing across to the alderman's side. Yet on the alderman's side, apart from Safaz, who remained silent and uninterested, the rest wore expressions of confusion and disbelief. What happened? Alderman was at a loss. Something seems off here. After muttering that, the young nobleman who had been lounging among the honored guests suddenly stood up. Elder Sister Modeste, what's going on? Isaac was completely flustered. I don't know either. Modeste appeared equally puzzled. Eventually, the murmurs of the audience began to rise, confused by the sudden turn of events. However, at this moment, Riezel in the center of the training field moved once more. Boom. With an explosive sound, Riezel forcefully kicked out in front of him, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. His foot aimed straight for Jill's head as if intent on crushing it like a melon. Unfortunately, the blow never landed. Just as Riezel's merciless kick was about to connect, Jill, still lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to life with no warning. Like a wild beast on all fours, he swiftly darted backward with incredible agility and speed, narrowly evading Riezel's attack. He's alive. That guy is alive. Seeing this, the audience erupted into gasps. Jill, bathed in the exclamations of others, was on all fours on the ground, his head hanging down, unable to discern his expression. In this state, surprisingly, the bleeding from his chest had already stopped, and the wound wasn't as deep as everyone imagined. However, as everyone looked at Jill like this, for some reason, a chill crept into their hearts. That swordsman is indeed as Riezel described, something's off. At this moment, even Yuri, usually slow to catch on, sensed that something was amiss. Not just her, but everyone else too, sensed something peculiar about Jill from this moment onwards. A chilling sensation rose in the hearts of many, causing their gazes upon Jill, on all fours with blood seeping from his chest, to gradually resemble those of someone observing an injured wild beast. Only Riezel, with an indifferent expression, looked at Jill calmly. Aren't you going to stop playing dead? Riezel's somewhat mocking remark didn't elicit a response from Jill. He remained on all fours, with his head bowed, only raising one hand to touch his chest. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Jill's voice, faint as if in a trance, intensified the eerie feeling in everyone's hearts. He began to stare at his hand, staring at the blood on it for a while before suddenly laughing like a maniac. So, my blood is red too, huh? Red, vibrant, and warm. He. Ha 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 ha. Over time, the laughter from the blood-stained swordsman grew louder, eerie, and chilling until, after a while, his voice abruptly stopped. He forcefully lifted his head, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opening. Surprisingly, the whites of his eyes were entirely crimson, like the eyes of a demon. "It hurts. You bastard!" Jill roared, his figure flashing, bursting forth. Whoosh! His speed was even faster than the attack on Riezel at the beginning of the scene, several times faster. Ding! Jill's sword cleaved down, carrying with it ear-piercing sonic bursts, forcefully striking against Riezel's bright silver short sword, causing a resounding clang like a struck bell. Riezel raised his short sword, blocking Jill's swift strike head-on, his gaze still as cold as before. Ha 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 ha. Jill laughed out loud, his single-edged sword in hand turning into countless afterimages, attacking Riezel with astonishing speed. Clang, cling, clang, cling. The intense metal collision sound rang out instantly. Riezel's sword clashed extremely fast with Jill's sword, causing the collision sound to continue without stopping. Their figures disappeared on the spot, turning into two ghostly afterimages, entangling with each other, darting around the field, engaging in intense combat. Clang, cling, clang, cling. In an instant, sparks flew, strong wind swept through, and dust and sand seemed to be stirred up like flying debris, turning the entire training field into what resembled a battlefield, as if thousands of troops were charging, swirling up clouds of dust and smoke. Some people were left stupefied by the scene. Some were thrown into chaos by it. Whether the audience or directly involved participants in the war festival, as they watched Riezel and Jill's intense battle, not a single one didn't wear a bewildered expression. He. Even the young nobleman from the royal capital, upon witnessing Riezel engaging in fierce combat with Jill, was left with a blank expression. Isn't he supposed to be a magician? This was the first thought of many who knew Riezel's identity. What did they see? They saw the tactical class magician they were paying attention to now engaging in intense close combat as a swordsman. The intensity of this close combat and the power it carried was even more terrifying than the earlier fierce battle between Marilyn and Safaz, two expert sword masters. Riezel Brynhart, was this young man actually not a tactical class magician but a sword master? Was the intelligence mistaken? However, this thought was immediately proven wrong in the next moment. Unleashed streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree. You are an expert of the bow. Shoot, sniper of the fairies. Penetrate, arrow of absolute accuracy. A cold chanting emerged between the two fighters, causing a thick concentration of magical energy to gather in Riezel's hand. Arc's ray. With a flick of his sword, Riezel unleashed a light arrow from his hand in an extremely fast swoop, turning the unforeseeable light arrow into artillery fire, blasting toward Jill without mercy. Jill reacted swiftly, his figure bounding like a wild beast, darting back and forth on the ground, jumping extremely fast to evade the incoming barrage. However, the light arrow transformed into a beam of light and continued to chase after him relentlessly. No matter how he jumped or changed direction, it pursued him steadfastly, tearing through space, leaving behind long trails of light. Before long, Jill was caught up by the beam of light. Boom! An astounding explosion occurred in the split second when the beam of light hit Jill. Flames erupted, engulfing Jill's body, raging in the training field, illuminating not only the entire field but also the stunned faces of the audience. Everyone was either shocked, bewildered, or trembling as they gazed at Riezel. Especially Safaz, Alderman, Isaac, Modiste, and some unknown guests. Finally grasping an unbelievable fact, they all stood up in tandem. What the heck? He's actually both a swordsman and a magician. A sword master and a tactical class magician. You can't be serious. Man, this is bullshit. Holy shit. Countless exclamations broke the silence of the audience seats. A sword master and a tactical class magician. On the VIP seats, the attendant of the young nobleman wore a look of disbelief. This can't be true, right? The young nobleman trembled, murmuring incessantly. Am I seeing this right? He's not just a tactical class magician but also a sword master. Meanwhile, Isaac, who watched also had his eyes widened in disbelief. Not just him, even Modiste's pair of beautiful eyes were wide open. What a surprise, I thought she was holding a ghost card, turns out it's a deadly knife hidden up her sleeve. Safaz cast his gaze toward Yuri across the training field. In contrast, Alderman was utterly stupefied. The successive occurrences had surpassed the ability of this old-fashioned former head of the Frenzel family to handle, leaving him unable to react at all for the moment. In the entire training field, only Yuri's group remained indifferent to the situation. In fact, she even gave instructions to Marilyn and the others. Clear the audience. Quickly. She had a feeling that whatever happened next would be dangerous enough to threaten the audience. Driven by this intuition, she decided to evacuate the audience while already beginning to chant her magic, ready to act at any moment. Meanwhile, the two in the center of the training field had again entered intense combat. Ha 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 ha. Jill burst out from the exploding flames, his skin burnt and blistered all over, yet he laughed cheerfully, his eyes glowing red as he charged toward Riezel again. I must have your blood. Give me your blood. Give me your blood. Jill raved and roared, his sword slashing like a storm, while waves of blood-like crimson magical energy emanated from his body. Empowered by this crimson magical energy, Jill's attack seemed even stronger, each strike forcing Riezel to retreat. As Riezel defended against Jill's attack, his expression inevitably grew increasingly serious. Meanwhile, as Yuri witnessed this scene, she momentarily paused her chanting of magic. As she gazed at Jill's figure bathed in crimson magical energy, she soon remembered something and then muttered a name. Demon Sword Style. Finally, she understood what was wrong with Jill. Chapter 128, Demon Sword Style. Yuri's discovery was actually noticed by others as well. When Jill's body began to emanate a layer of crimson magical energy, growing stronger under its enchantment, many people noticed the problem with this swordsman. Ah, so that man is a demon swordsman who practices demon sword style, huh? The young nobleman from the royal capital exclaimed, his expression suddenly enlightened. Demon sword style. The young nobleman's attendant, upon hearing his master's words, immediately showed a shocked expression. Isn't that the swordsmanship that caused chaos 3 years ago? Yeah, that one. The young nobleman nodded. This was something widely known even by ordinary people. Just 3 years ago, a group of very peculiar swordsmen suddenly appeared in various countries across the continent. They were powerful swordsmen. Not only were they powerful swordsmen on the level of sword masters, but without exception, each of them had eyes that glowed crimson. What they wielded was not a typical sword, but a curved blade sword resembling a saber with a single cutting edge. In battle, they would unleash crimson magical energy that enhanced their strength, making them virtually unbeatable opponents. Such an extremely powerful and eerie group of swordsmen naturally quickly attracted the attention of many countries, prompting them to send people one after another to make contact with this group of swordsmen, intending to uncover the secret behind their peculiar strength. At some point, this secret eventually spread. It turned out that these swordsmen were so peculiar and powerful because they all practiced a very unique swordsmanship. Typically, in swordsmanship, whether elementary, advanced, or special, practitioners stimulate the magical energy within their gates through breathing, absorbing magical energy to hone their bodies and become stronger. But this particular swordsmanship was different. When practicing this swordsmanship, swordsmen didn't strengthen themselves by absorbing magical energy within their gates, but rather by absorbing the blood of those who died by their swords to hone their bodies. In other words, swordsmen who practiced this swordsmanship didn't rely on practice to improve themselves, but rather on slaughter. The more people they killed, the stronger they became. The stronger the people they killed, the stronger they became. This was the swordsmanship that once caused a great uproar on the Akasha continent, demon sword style. This swordsmanship was suitable for anyone to practice, as long as they were willing to kill and willing to feed on blood, they had no trouble becoming stronger. With such unique swordsmanship, this group of swordsmen caused trouble everywhere, resulting in countless killings, but each one became stronger than the next, none weaker than sword masters. The swordsman who fights Riezel Brynhart right now matches almost perfectly with the characteristics of those swordsmen mentioned in the rumors. He wields a curved blade sword with one cutting edge, has crimson eyes, and unleashes crimson magical energy during battle, continuously growing stronger. It can be confirmed that he is indeed a demon swordsman who practices demon sword style. As the young nobleman spoke with confidence, his attendant was still filled with uncertainty. But didn't they say this group of swordsmen had already been wiped out? Even the swordsmanship book of demon sword style had been destroyed, right? Yes, both demon swordsman and demon sword style were no longer in existence. Needless to say, these swordsmen were just too crazy, too fond of slaughter, causing numerous disasters. Because of this, one after another, many countries dispatched their knights to hunt down these swordsmen and eventually succeeded in completely eradicating them. As a result, demon sword style also fell into the hands of these countries. However, they all unanimously decided to destroy this swordsmanship since it was too dangerous, and its side effects were too dreadful. No choice. In order to get stronger, those who practiced demon sword style would engage in countless killings throughout their lives. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't have reached the point of being destroyed. The problem lay in the fact that after practicing this swordsmanship, practitioners would increasingly crave blood, becoming more and more frenzied, to the point where they could substitute blood for 3 meals a day. Practicing this swordsmanship could make people addicted and attracted to blood, especially the blood of the strong, which could attract them even more. With such side effects, it was natural that any sane person would steer clear of it. Many countries also feared that someone would disregard everything to pursue power by practicing this swordsmanship, each becoming a demon swordsman disrupting the peace of the nation. For this reason, they decided to destroy it. In this way, theoretically, both demon sword style and demon swordsmen who practiced it should no longer exist. However, do you really believe it just because others say it's been destroyed? Upon hearing the young nobleman's question, the attendant was speechless. Indeed, just because others said it had been destroyed, was that really the case? This peculiar and unique swordsmanship, which could turn anyone as strong as sword masters, and even stronger without hindrance, even with its side effects, how many would willingly destroy it? Not to mention, the ones who made such statements were the leaders of various countries on the Akasha continent. Who knew if they said one thing publicly but did another behind closed doors? This kind of swordsmanship, which allowed one to get stronger by just killing, would definitely be coveted by ambitious individuals, while some would want to use it to develop a powerful army of killers to destroy their enemies. Given this, the statements of the so-called destruction of demon sword style by various countries should be taken with a grain of salt. Moreover, nobody knows if any of these demon swordsmen, who were said to be annihilated, managed to escape and survive. After saying that, the young nobleman shook his head and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jill, who was gradually losing his sanity in the training field. At this moment, Jill was indeed nearing madness. "Give me your blood. Give me your blood. Give me your blood." As the crimson hue in Jill's eyes was illuminated by the crimson magical energy, it was almost indistinguishable from that of a demon's eyes. There was no trace of rationality inside, only an infinite craving for blood and the peak enjoyment of slaughter. Ding! When a metal collision sound rang out louder and stronger than any previous collision, Riezel, who had been continuously defending against Jill's fierce attacks, was finally knocked back. His feet scraped against the ground, his body unable to stop its backward momentum, plowing a deep trench on the ground, sending gravel and debris flying everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Jill laughed loudly, excited like a fierce demon emerging from hell, not giving Riezel any time to catch his breath, darting toward him like an arrow released from its bow. Seeing this, Riezel knew he had to get serious. Follow blindly the sun in the sky, so that all will flee from thee. Blossom, armor of laurel. Ramir. As the protection magic that highly reinforced END and AGI was chanted, Riezel's body was enveloped in a deep green membrane. Tempest. With the addition of Ariel, Riezel once again used this overpowered magic, revealing its prowess for the first time in a world other than Danmachi. Whoosh! The air in the training field began to surge, turning into streams of air currents that entwined around Riezel's body. With howling winds, the deep green light coated the air, turning the originally invisible and colorless wind into a deep green hue. Riezel, wrapped in deep green winds, met Jill, whose body was permeated with crimson magical energy. Boom! Amid the astonishing collision, a shock wave exploded outwards, blowing away sand and breaking the ground, sending countless stones and debris flying. What? Fuck. Stones. Stones are flying toward us. In the audience seats, people watched as stones and debris mixed in with the shock wave flew toward them, plunging them into panic. Fortunately, these stones and the shock wave were all blocked by the suddenly appearing transparent barrier. It was none other than the barrier of the training field. After not being used since the first 2 rounds, it finally proved its worth in this 3rd round. Upon seeing the barrier, the audience breathed a sigh of relief and finally calmed down. However, this caused them to become completely absorbed in the battle taking place on the training field. Clang, cling, clang, cling. In the ruined training field, 2 swordsmen wrapped in the deep green wind and crimson magical energy were slashing at each other at astonishing speed, causing the sword lights to constantly flicker, collide, disappear, and fly in all directions. Riezel's hermit had already become a blurry silhouette in his hand, accompanied by his movements that turned into endless sword lights slashing toward Jill's whole body with a speed as swift as the wind. Jill, on the other hand, slashed out crimson sword lights, aiming straight for Riezel's neck, heart, head, and even his eyes. Despite not having as many sword lights as Riezel, he targeted vital points with deadly precision. Without a doubt, this ignited anger within Riezel. Although his gaze and expression remained calm, Riezel no longer attempted to defend himself against Jill's slashes. As he allowed these slashes to land on his body, he cut through Jill's countless sword lights with Hermit, violently aiming toward Jill's body. Seeing this, the crimson hue in Jill's eyes deepened, seemingly provoked by Riezel's reckless behavior. Ignoring Riezel's slashes, he broke the sound barrier with his sword and aimed it at Riezel's head. This mutual suicidal action, however, did not result in mutual destruction. Ding! Jill's sword, arriving later, fiercely struck Riezel's forehead, but was flicked away by the wind enveloping his body, causing nothing but a burst of sparks, inflicting no damage. What? Jill exclaimed in shock, his crimson eyes widening in an instant. However, before he could react further, Riezel's attack had already landed on his body. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The sound of flesh tearing apart echoed, causing blood to splatter. Riezel's slashes landed respectively on Jill's cheek, side, thigh, shoulder, and positions of major arteries, mercilessly cutting open these areas. Jill, with wounds appearing all over his body as if struck by lightning, trembled violently and was sent flying backward. Arc's Ray. Riezel quickly recited a short chant, unleashing a more powerful Arc's Ray, shooting a light arrow the size of his body at Jill. Boom. In the next second, an explosion shook the entire training field, causing exploding flames to sweep over the audience seats along with the shock wave. As this happened, the transparent barrier protecting the audience immediately trembled. Chapter 129, I'll crush you into a bloody pulp right now. Did he win? Watching as Jill vanished without a trace into the exploding flame, courtesy of Riezel's magic, the audience couldn't help but wonder. Upon learning that Riezel was a tactical class magician and an expert swordsman on the level of sword master, many people began to lean toward him, hoping he would emerge victorious in this war festival. On the other hand, Riezel, young and handsome, proficient in both swordsmanship and magic, was highly respected. His prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary character, leading many to favor him and hope for his victory. It could be said that Riezel's popularity among the audience at this moment was almost on par with Yuri's. As a result, the audience couldn't help but anticipate the final outcome. Even the young nobleman from the royal capital, unknown guests from a foreign country, and the Frenzel siblings were all eagerly anticipating and feeling nervous about it. He should have won, right, elder sister Modeste. Even Isaac, unknowingly setting aside any grievances he might have had with Riezel, stared at the training field, his voice tinged with nervousness. I don't know. Modeste shook her head, her eyes also betraying nervousness. She hoped Riezel would win. Not only because he represented her elder sister's side, but also because this man might very well be her future husband. Initially, she had been pessimistic about her father's arrangement to marry her off to him. However, after witnessing his performance today, she suddenly felt that maybe it wasn't so bad. In any case, she definitely wished for his victory. Meanwhile, Yuri hoped desperately that Riezel would finish off Jill once and for all, potentially averting any further unexpected events. She had already dispatched Ein and Ian to scatter the audience, but unfortunately, their efforts yielded little result. All the audience was too absorbed in the battle between Riezel and Jill, and with the barrier protection in place, many didn't think there was any danger and were reluctant to leave. This made her feel increasingly anxious, sensing that trouble was brewing. Because of this, she earnestly hoped Riezel could deal with Jill directly, even if it meant violating rules or resorting to lethal measures. However, dealing with a powerful swordsman like Jill, whom Riezel had evaluated as a level 6 expert adventurer, wouldn't be that easy. Ayaha! Suddenly, Jill's furious howl echoed throughout the training field, causing the exploding flame to tremble. Boom! Before long, the exploding flame burst open. Covered in burns, with charred skin, Jill relied on the crimson magical energy enhancement to unleash a powerful swing of his sword, creating a surging airflow that dispersed the exploding flame. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Jill gasped for breath violently, yet still laughing as he did so. Very strong, it hurts, very strong, it hurts. Very strong, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It fucking hurts. Damn bastard. As his laughter subsided, Jill suddenly turned his face, yelling hysterically at Riezel. His frenzied appearance was indeed frightening, causing several audiences to involuntarily step back and tremble. However, Riezel, despite looking somewhat battered himself, calmly observed Jill, who seemed to have sustained no serious injuries, with a slight furrow of his brow. What a tough bastard. Riezel muttered. Jill was indeed tough. Having been hit by Ark's ray twice, and having been slashed multiple times, he still looked lively, almost inhuman. It was worth noting that Riezel was already at level 5, with a remarkable accumulation of latent basic abilities unmatched by anyone else. With the assistance of his mage development ability, the power of his Ark's ray had surpassed even the original owner of the magic, Lafia. Lafia was known for her level 5 attack power as a mage, so Riezel's attack power, theoretically speaking, was not inferior even compared to Riveria, the strongest mage in Orario. Such a degree of attack power, let alone against a level 6 opponent, would be strong enough even against a level 7. If it didn't hit, that was another matter, but once it did, Riezel doubted that a level 7 could withstand his magic unscathed. However, Riezel could sense that Jill hadn't fallen yet, not because of his strong defense, but because of his remarkably robust vitality. Moreover, despite Jill's eccentric and peculiar behavior, akin to that of a berserker, his combat intuitions were undeniably sharp. With its tracking capability, Ark's ray hitting him was unavoidable, no matter how hard he dodged. Yet, this man managed to evade almost all of Riezel's fast slashes, aiming away from vital points. The first time they clashed, when Riezel swung his sword toward Jill's chest, he suddenly sensed danger and instinctively paused his charge in a split second, resulting in only a superficial cut. During the recent clash, Riezel abandoned defense and went on the full offensive, slashing at Jill repeatedly, but most of the vital points were still evaded due to his keen intuition. In the end, Riezel only managed to hit non-vital points such as Jill's cheek, thigh, and side, with the only threat being a near miss of the major artery. Jill's crimson magical energy was also peculiar, not only making his body stronger as the fight dragged on but also seeming to have a strange effect on manipulating the flow of blood within other people's bodies. If not for Riezel's self-redemption, granting complete immunity to physical and mental interference, he might have been affected by this effect. At best, he would feel uncomfortable, and at worst, it could lead to ruptures inside his body, allowing Jill to absorb his blood. What's the deal with this guy? Riezel, who did not know about the events 3 years ago, was completely clueless about the existence of demon sword style and demon swordsman. The original Riezel had been farming in the countryside until the age of 15 when he ran away and, by a stroke of luck, took part in the entrance exam for Spiller Academy, and entered this prestigious school. At the age of 14, which was 3 years ago, his understanding of the outside world was limited, so he was completely ignorant of demon sword style and demon swordsman. This resulted in Riezel having no clue about Jill's origin, only finding him mysterious and dangerous. However, this didn't stop Riezel from dealing with Jill, as he wasn't one to turn the other cheek. Since Jill wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. However, just as Riezel was thinking this, the next thing Jill would do was something that would thoroughly enrage him. Whoosh! Enveloped in crimson magical energy, Jill suddenly turned around and transformed into a human-shaped projectile, dashing toward a certain direction. Standing in that direction was none other than Yuri. "My lady." Marilyn snapped into action, her usually calm and expressionless face showing alarm for the first time as she drew her dual swords, prepared to protect Yuri. Yuri, who had been watching Jill all along, had her expression changed abruptly when she saw him rushing toward her at incredible speed. "Let me patch myself up first," Jill yelled, his sword slicing through the air, aiming for Yuri's throat. He was in pain now, his whole body ached, and he understood that he wasn't Riezel's opponent. If things continued like this, he would definitely lose to Riezel. If he couldn't kill Riezel, he couldn't drink his blood. He wanted Riezel's blood, the blood of an expert, the blood of the strong. For this reason, he must find someone to drink their blood, become stronger, and then challenge Riezel again. With this thought in mind, Jill didn't hesitate much, charging straight at Yuri, who happened to enter his field of vision. Unfortunately, this turned out to be the biggest mistake Jill Dardis would make in his life. Tempest. When such a voice echoed through the training field, reaching everyone's ears, a hurricane arrived. Whoosh! As the frenzied wind howled across the entire training field, transforming Riezel into a gust of raging wind, he swiftly darted across half of the training field as the wind swept through. Poochie! Jill's sword descended, leaving behind a splash of crimson blood, splattering into the sky. However, his slash didn't hit Yuri's throat but landed on a hand that suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! At the same time, a kick, accompanied by the raging wind, struck heavily against Jill's chest, sending him flying. Cough! Jill spewed forth a mouthful of blood before flying backward and crashing into the wall surrounding the audience seats, shattering it. Riezel. Yuri's expression changed instantly as she emitted a startled cry. Riezel, surrounded by raging wind, suddenly appeared before Yuri, blocking Jill's recent slash with his own hand. Drip drip. Despite the pain from the wound on his hand, with blood dripping from it, Riezel disregarded it and merely raised his gaze, fixating on Jill crawling out from the rubble, his eyes exuding unprecedented rage. Blood. Blood. Jill struggled to rise while yelling wildly. Upon hearing his yell, Riezel had only one response. You want blood that much? No problem. I'll crush you into a bloody pulp right now. Chapter 130, ended. Struggling to rise from the pile of rubble, Jill's consciousness hadn't fully awakened yet. He only felt the pain coursing through his body, instinctively craving blood. As he raised his body, suddenly, he was locked onto by a terrifyingly intense murderous intent. The thick and suffocating murderous intent sent shivers down his spine, starting from the soles of his feet and rushing all the way to his crown, abruptly jolting him awake from his trance-like state. Upon this awakening, Jill immediately saw Riezel, enveloped in raging wind, his robes billowing and fluttering noisily in the gusts of wind. The ferociousness of Riezel's gaze and the constant flurry of lethal attacks he endured till now finally stirred a sense of fear in him. Despite being influenced by his swordsmanship and becoming addicted to blood, Jill had not completely lost his senses. 3 years ago, when all demon swordsmen were besieged by the knights dispatched by various countries, teetering on the brink of life and death, while others seemed to go mad and charge out excitedly to clash with the knights, Jill, subconsciously sensing danger, overcame his desire for blood, and chose to flee in fear. Because of this, Jill barely survived that massacre, living in the wilderness ever since, adhering to the principle of self-control. He sustained himself on animal blood, battling monsters, gradually satiating his thirst for blood, and slowly getting stronger. It wasn't until Jill encountered aldermen in the wilderness that he couldn't resist the craving for human blood anymore and decided to indulge. However, he didn't act immediately by killing aldermen on the spot for his blood. Since he had decided to indulge, he naturally wanted to make the most of this opportunity. Therefore, feigning interest in following aldermen, Jill actually intended to infiltrate the human-inhabited city to hunt humans. In the week leading up to the war festival, he often went out at night, seemingly strolling around the city, but in reality, he was secretly hunting humans, reveling in the blood of thugs or thieves lurking in the darkness. When the war festival began and the training field was crowded with people, he would unleash his slaughter there, satisfying himself to the fullest, then escape Undine and retreat into the mountains, evading pursuit by the kingdom's knights. His first targets were obviously the experts who participated in the war festival. Like Riezel Brynhart, a tactical class magician. Like Yuri Frenzel, a strategic class magician. Step by step, by eliminating these experts first, he could eradicate potential threats and strengthen himself with their blood. Following that, he would hunt down the weaker ones, steadily progressing, feasting on their blood, rapidly boosting his own strength, perhaps even ascending to the status of Sword Saint, becoming a demon Sword Saint. For this reason, Jill had restrained himself until now. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. With his strength, originally speaking, whether facing Yuri, Marilyn, Ayn, Ian, or others, he could have found a way to catch them off guard and kill them with a single strike, letting their blood spill on the spot. However, his opponent happened to be the only one with strength comparable to level 6, an anomaly excelling in both swordsmanship and magic, Riezel Brynhart. After being injured by Riezel and instinctively stimulated by his great strength, Jill could no longer suppress his craving for the blood of the strong, descending into a semi-trance-like state of madness. However, now, faced with Riezel's undisguised murderous and terrifying aura, his rationality instantly returned, and the feeling of fear surged back into his heart. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Bang. Just as Jill's heart began to tremble, the ground beneath Riezel erupted, and he suddenly vanished on the spot, disappearing without a trace. Jill's heart skipped a beat, but still, relying on his sensitivity to blood, he sensed Riezel's trail. Here. Without hesitation, Jill swung his sword to the right, letting out a whistling sound of crimson magical energy, disrupting the atmosphere, and aiming at the sudden figure that appeared there. However, Riezel disregarded this swing entirely, rushing forward at once and lunging straight at Jill. Ding! Jill's forceful swing landed on the whirlwind surrounding Riezel's body. Just like before, it was easily flicked aside. Poochie! At this moment, Riezel's slash finally surged from his hand, its speed surprisingly quick, as if it traversed space and time, slicing across Jill's shoulder, causing his flesh to tear and blood to splatter. Too fast. Jill's pupils contracted sharply. Riezel's slash just now was completely beyond Jill's response, much faster than before. No, it wasn't just his attack speed, even his movement speed had increased significantly. Poochie, 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 Poochie. Accompanied by the sound of tearing, Riezel's figure seemed to truly transform into an invisible and colorless wind, flickering and darting around Jill's body, unleashing slashes that struck various parts of his body, leaving him covered in wounds and bleeding heavily. Ayawa. As Jill roared furiously, he continuously swung his sword imbued with crimson magical energy, creating booming sounds and whistling through the air. Pitifully, despite his efforts, he couldn't land a single hit on Riezel's body, who effortlessly dodged with astonishing speed. Jill's missed slashes only struck nothing, sending streaks of crimson sword light flying, leaving cracks in the ground and walls. Boom, 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 boom. The rubble and dust flew up once again, turning the entire training field into chaos, combined with the howling wind, giving a sense of devastation. It was only then that Jill suddenly noticed the change in Riezel's weapon. The weapon held in his hand was no longer a bright silver short sword but a somewhat dark silver long sword. Thin as a cicada's wing, the sword edge was nearly transparent, with a beautiful and noble appearance that did not look at all like a metal product but rather like a crystal so translucent. Yet, this sword, which seemed more like a work of art than a weapon, exhibited astonishing sharpness and power in Riezel's hands. Poochie, 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 Poochie. With Fool in hand, Riezel pushed lightweight to its limit, increased by the enhancements of Ariel and Romir. His speed had reached a level where even Jill, someone comparable to a level 6 expert, couldn't react at all. Even before returning to this main world, Riezel's strength had surpassed that of Ace, who was evaluated as capable of challenging opponents at a higher level. Such was Riezel's prowess that, if he went all out, even someone like Finn, Riveria, and Gareth at the pinnacle of level 6 would find him a difficult opponent. Although he had only recently leveled up to level 5, the accumulation of SSS basic abilities on every level and the acquisition of various combat-type development abilities allowed him to surpass Ace, a top-ranked level 5, even without using magic. Now, with the addition of Romir and Ariel, even facing Jill was no longer challenging for Riezel. As Riezel's sword light sped forth with astonishing speed, Jill found himself subjected to a relentless attack, his body seeming to burst open, blood and wounds blossoming continuously, leaving him battered and miserable. Ayawa. Facing dire situations, Jill finally erupted, his crimson magical energy turning deeper crimson, enhancing his strength further, finally matching Riezel's speed and allowing him to react. However, Riezel disregarded Jill's counterattacks entirely, allowing Jill's crimson slashes to rain down on his body without blocking or dodging. With the boosted END from Romir and the wind protection from Ariel, even Jill's powerful slashes were ultimately deflected one by one, leaving only a few shallow wounds on Riezel's body that oozed a little blood, doing little else. On the other hand, Riezel's slashes became faster and fiercer, not only splitting Jill's skin but nearly stripping his flesh from head to toe, leaving several deep wounds on his shoulders and thighs where bone could even be seen. Despite this, Riezel showed no signs of relenting, seemingly intent on crushing Jill into a bloody pulp, his speed and ferocity undiminished, slashing relentlessly, again and again. His merciless executioner-like performance caused many in the audience to show expressions of horror, with some even closing their eyes in fear. Finally, Jill broke down. "Get out of my sight." Boom. Jill roared and swung his sword toward the ground, shattering it and creating a violent shockwave and billowing dust. In response to this furious attack, Riezel seemed rather indifferent. As the dust settled, Riezel calmly lifted his hand as a fluctuation of crimson vortex appeared above it. Riezel's trump card, hidden until now, finally made its debut. With a thunderous force akin to a storm, the crimson vortex tore through the earth and sky, closing in on Jill as he attempted to flee. Unfortunately, before Jill could react, it was too late. Bzzzzttt. The crimson vortex struck Jill, engulfing his body completely. No, no, no. Jill let out a despairing cry before his body disintegrated within the crimson vortex, like a dungeon monster deprived of its core, turning to ashes and vanishing without a trace. A cruel and brutal battle finally ended. Riezel dispelled the wind and emerald green membrane around his body. "It seems you didn't even deserve to become a bloody pulp," Riezel muttered, watching with cold eyes the spot where Jill's body vanished to nothingness. With this outcome, the war festival finally came to a close, with Riezel as the ultimate victor. Chapter 131, After the War Festival. The war festival finally came to an end. Naturally, the entire process and details of this war festival spread widely afterward. Safaz emerged victorious over Marilyn, telling the world that this Frenzel family's eldest son was still a prodigy. Since becoming a sword master 5 years ago, his strength had not stagnated but made significant progress instead. He was now considered a powerful sword master with the potential to become a sword saint. Yuri, on the other hand, defeated Alderman, showcasing not only her prowess as a strategic-class magician but also her adept use of combat-class magic. She had surpassed her father and was now capable of holding her own in battles. Of course, the most talked-about event was the third round between Riezel and Jill, which was full of unexpected twists and turns. Technically, Riezel should have been considered the loser in this war festival since he killed Jill, which was expressly prohibited by Alderman before the war festival began. Riezel knowingly violated this rule, which should have led to his disqualification or even his judgment being sought by the Frenzel family. However, Jill was a demon swordsman, a dangerous swordsman proficient in demon sword style. Not only did he attempt to kill Riezel at the beginning of the battle, but he also targeted Yuri, who was not only the head of the Frenzel family but also a strategic-class magician and a marquis of the kingdom. Therefore, if anyone had violated the rules first, it was Jill. Murder attempts against Riezel could be overlooked since Jill hadn't succeeded and had almost been killed by Riezel in retaliation. Furthermore, in a fighting competition, Jill's actions could be seen as a miscalculation or accident in the heat of the moment, a perspective shared by most of the audience. Apart from Yuri, who sensed trouble early and dispatched people to disperse the audience, everyone else thought like that, allowing the war festival to continue uninterrupted. However, Jill's attack on Yuri was undoubtedly a clear violation of the rules, leaving no room for discussion. Because of this, Riezel could be considered the winner from that moment onward. His immediate action of killing Jill on the spot was merely seen as a way to protect Yuri. Hence, the ultimate victor of the war festival was Yuri's group. As for Jill's status as a swordsman who practiced demon sword style, it didn't cause much of a stir. People were more interested in Riezel, who managed to excel in both swordsmanship and magic, achieving significant feats in both. He was not only a powerful sword master but also a tactical class magician. I never imagined there could be someone in this world who excels in both swordsmanship and magic. Same here. You know, swordsmen typically stick to swordsmanship because their magical energy isn't enough to become magicians. But someone with ample magical energy to be a magician chooses to dive into swordsmanship as well. That's wild, you know. And yet, Sir Riezel not only pursued both but also excelled in them. What a legend. Having him join the Frenzel family is great. People continued to discuss these matters enthusiastically, indicating that this topic would be one of the hottest this time. Even those with ulterior motives couldn't help but join in the excitement. Let's head back and report on Riezel Brynhard first. Afterward, we'll find a way to contact him. Yeah, we need to find a way to bring him to our country. A sword master and a tactical class magician, huh? TCH, makes you wonder how he pulled that off. Such a skilled magician, yet still focusing on swordsmanship. First time seeing someone like him. Alright, let's stop chatting. Time to head back and deliver the news. I'm sure the higher-ups will want to hear about this. And so, some were biding their time, others were finding ways to contact their superiors, while some were keeping a close eye on Riezel, attempting something. Among them was the young nobleman from the royal capital. Send an invitation to the Riezel family. The young nobleman ordered his attendant. I must meet this incredible guy. Yes. The attendant responded immediately. It could be said that Undine was both lively and filled with hidden movements. Countless people were watching the Riezel family, watching Riezel, unsure of what action would be taken. As for Riezel himself, he also sensed the changes happening around him. On this day, the weather was clear. Even though the war festival was already yesterday's news, the discussions it sparked remained lively. While Undine was still bustling, the Riezel family had returned to a brief calm. Riezel walked through the corridors, encountering many servants, guards, and knights along the way. Sir Riezel. Sir Riezel. Lord Brynhart. Like this, whether they were servants, guards, or knights, they all stopped in their tracks and respectfully bowed to Riezel as soon as they saw him. Their attitude and level of respect had undoubtedly become much more intense and sincere compared to a week ago when they treated Riezel as a guest. Some even went as far as to regard him as a noble, addressing him directly as Lord Brynhart. Hello. Riezel nodded in acknowledgement to them, returning the gesture, but inwardly, he felt somewhat displeased. After all, he didn't like being treated as someone important, respected, or even feared excessively by others. Such situations were something he had had enough of in his previous life, and he certainly didn't want to see them again in this world. Unfortunately, there was no way around it. The social class consciousness in this world was deeply ingrained. Given Riesel's demonstrated strength, the servants would undoubtedly worry about being disrespectful to him and whether they would face consequences if they didn't act properly. Even though Riezel was not a noble and was currently just a commoner, as a tactical class magician, becoming a noble was just a matter of time. Any commoners in the Riezel family who understood this point already regarded him as a noble. Coupled with his intimidating strength, they wouldn't dare to show any disrespect. Ha! I miss Loki Familia. Riezel couldn't help but think of Twilight Manor. In there, although he gradually earned the respect of Familia members with his growing strength and was no longer treated as a rookie, they never placed themselves beneath him. They simply respected, admired, and supported him as the backbone of the Familia, akin to a family member. He had felt uncomfortable with these displays of respect at times, but it was just that, discomfort. He didn't feel averse to it or reject it. Members of the same Familia were like family, connected by the blood of their god. They didn't share blood ties, but their blessings came from the same god who, like their own parent, inscribed the same sacred text on their backs. Therefore, considering they shared the same blood, it was entirely appropriate. In such circumstances, Familia members respected him but didn't fear him. If they were to sit together at a drinking table, 90% of them would dare to come over and toast him until he was flat out. That was what he had always dreamed of, a true family and home. I've become more sentimental lately. Riezel chuckled, shook his head, and continued walking ahead. However, as he walked, he quickly bumped into the familiar boy, who popped out from a bush nearby. Teach me magic. Isaac blurted out immediately upon appearing, just like before. However, unlike his previous arrogant demeanor, this time his eyes were shining as he looked at Riezel. Those eyes resembled those of a passionate young man who had found his goal. Yes, after witnessing Riesel's battle, Isaac also regarded Riezel as his role model and someone to take inspiration from. Yet, Riezel still had not changed his mind. No. He mercilessly rejected the boy. Why not? Isaac said extremely disgruntledly. What's your problem with me? It's not that I have a problem with you. Riezel squinted his eyes. It's just that I don't want my first disciple to be a dumb little twerp like you. Who are you calling a dumb little twerp? Isaac exclaimed breathlessly. I'm very smart, okay. And I'm not little. Sorry, didn't see that in you. Riezel said with no trace of politeness. You seem dumb to me, and you are indeed little, kiddo. Don't call me kiddo. You disrespectful jerk. Isaac yelled angrily. He was furious and quickly charged toward Riezel. Bang. Isaac was thrown back, landing on the ground. Watching him lying there without moving an inch, Riezel didn't know what to say. All right, stop messing around, Isaac. Mediste chimed in as if timing her entrance perfectly. Don't mind him, he's just fooling around. She nodded to Riezel and then gave a slight bow. Her gaze, no longer evasive, now sparkled with an inexplicable radiance. However, this clearly made Riezel hesitant to meet her eyes directly. For some reason, he felt that after the war festival, something was off in the way this girl looked at him. Previously, Mediste was a well-mannered, courteous girl, but these past couple of days, she seemed to have become a bit mischievous and would often do things that made him feel awkward. Just came out from your father's room. Riezel decided to change the subject. Yes. Mediste nodded, sighing. He still refuses to come out of his room. Seems like he took a big blow this time. Alderman's condition was one of the changes after the war festival. After the war festival ended, he locked himself in his room, refusing to see anyone. It was understandable. Losing miserably to his own daughter with countless eyes watching, while the attendant he favored turned out to be a dangerous man, almost destroying his carefully revived family tradition, one blow after another. Considering his overly conservative views and pride, it's normal for him not to cope well. Modiste explained her father's condition, surprisingly serious. Chapter 132, Special Guest. Undoubtedly, Alderman messed up big time at the War Festival. War Festival, meticulously planned to revive his family tradition and take a firm step toward reclaiming his family's former glory, ended up being a complete disaster. Initially filled with confidence, Alderman was toyed with, defeated, and even scolded in public by his daughter, feeling truly humiliated. Even his soon-to-be attendant, whom he had brought from outside, turned out to be a troublemaker, nearly causing a huge mess. This was truly a blunder among blunders. Moreover, to make matters worse, it was Riezel, someone from Yuri's side, who ended up dealing with Jill and became the hero of the day. What was Alderman's role in this incident? Nothing. He couldn't do anything, just stood in place dumbfounded the whole time. By the time he snapped out of it, it was all over and everything had concluded smoothly. While Riezel and Yuri had gained immense prestige, what about him? He became the laughingstock in many people's eyes, losing face to the point of no return. For Alderman, it was indeed a serious blow. Because of this, he retreated to his room upon returning home, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. His behavior only made Modiste, who had once feared him, scorn him. What are you doing? Acting like a child? Is that what a mature man, an acting lord of territory, would do? Hiding away when you've done wrong. As Modiste thought like that, she couldn't believe that the father who once seemed so decisive and formidable turned out to be nothing but a paper tiger. Was his ability to handle pressure even weaker than her own? It was truly embarrassing. Even Isaac, who had just gotten up from the ground, looked indignant and complained. After the War Festival, elder sister Yuri handled the aftermath, even elder brother Safaz pitched in a bit. But father? Instead of helping, he's just hiding, totally ignoring the mess he made. What's up with him? Even a 9-year-old boy like Isaac couldn't stand to watch. Evidently, this time, Alderman had truly disgraced himself, losing all his dignity in front of his children. Mr. Riezel, how is your injury? Modiste seemed unwilling to mention her embarrassing father any further, shifting her concern to Riezel. I'm fine now. Riezel raised his hand and waved it, indicating that he was fully healed. Yesterday, to protect Yuri, Riezel bravely blocked Jill's powerful slash with his bare hand, resulting in a deep gash on his left hand. Jill had clearly used all of his strength on that slash, even breaking through Ariel's wind barrier surrounding Riezel's body in an instant, leaving it unable to block the slash. Regardless, with Ariel's wind diminishing some of the slash's power, coupled with the added boost of END from Romir, the injuries Riezel sustained weren't severe at all. As for the few minor wounds he received from completely abandoning defense during the subsequent fight, they were even less of a concern. Yesterday, Riezel had used Jafratel on himself for treatment, effortlessly healing all his injuries. Now, he didn't have even a little bit of injury on him, as if nothing had happened. That's good. Modiste relaxed her expression. It seemed that she was quite concerned about his injury. If there's nothing else, I need to go find Yuri. Riezel said to the two siblings. She just sent someone to fetch me. Upon hearing that, Modiste understood instantly. Guests? Modiste hinted. Probably. Riezel nodded. After the War Festival ended yesterday, the Riezel family, besides handling the aftermath, also received many visitors, which were nobles invited from afar by the alderman to witness the War Festival. Now that the War Festival had ended, how could they not pay a visit to the Riezel family and greet its head? Moreover, they were very interested in Riezel, who had demonstrated astonishing strength at the War Festival yesterday, expressing their wish to meet him through Yuri. Riezel knew about this but chose not to meet them. He could easily guess the intentions of these so-called nobles. It was probably because they were impressed by his performance at the War Festival and wanted to see if they could win him over, or at the very least establish some connection with him. Honestly, he had long grown tired of these upper-class society's antics. As a result, citing his injury as an excuse, Riezel refused all meeting requests from these nobles, leaving them all to Yuri to handle. Yuri also knew that Riezel didn't like these kinds of things, and she herself hoped that he could properly rest because of the injury she had caused him. Consequently, she readily intercepted all meeting requests from the nobles, preventing them from disturbing him. She even dispatched the nightly order to patrol Undine, looking for any suspicious individuals lingering in the city to prevent some malicious people from causing trouble in Undine for Riezel's sake. Thanks to Yuri's efforts, yesterday and this morning, Riezel had a peaceful time without any disturbances. But this time, it seemed he really had to meet a rather special guest whom he couldn't evade. I heard that someone quite influential from the royal capital has come, and they've specifically asked to meet me. Even though your sister said I'm resting, they've said they will stay at Undine until I'm available. Riezel shrugged. I don't want your sister to be too troubled, so I guess I'll just go and meet this guest. Since Yuri had specifically sent someone to fetch him, it proved that this guest status was definitely not low or ordinary, or else she could simply decline them without much trouble. Because of this, Riezel decided to meet this guest. Then we won't bother you. Modiste, understanding the situation well, obediently stepped aside to make way for him. On the contrary, Isaac, lacking in tactfulness, continued to hop over to Riezel. When will you teach me magic? Isaac grumbled, his face showing discontent. Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you? I won't, okay. Even though I don't know why the magic crystal with the latest recording was lost, I have others. We can discuss it in detail. Upon hearing Isaac's nonsense, the corner of Riezel's eye twitched. Without a second thought, he turned and walked away. Hey, wait, Isaac was about to call out to Riezel when a hand gripped the back of his neck. Did I hear you correctly? You actually have others. A voice as cold as ice echoed, causing Isaac to shiver and break out in a cold sweat. That's just a magic crystal recording of you sleeping. Absolutely nothing indecent. Isaac quickly tried to defend himself. Don't worry, elder sister Modiste, I've learned my lesson this time. I'll only bring out proper recordings for the trade. I definitely won't bring out recordings of you changing clothes. At his words, veins bulged on Modiste's forehead. You think I'm talking about what kind of recording you're bringing out? No, it's about why you're always recording those kinds of things. Modiste thought with anger before holding her brother's hand with a strong grip. Come with me. Dragging Isaac along, she led him into a corner. Ah! 3 seconds later, Riezel, who had turned into another corridor, heard a scream that seemed to pierce the sky. What a troublemaker brat. Riezel muttered under his breath and quickly left the commotion scene. The Frenzel family's reception room was on the first floor. Guided by a servant, Riezel made his way to this room. Knock knock. Come in. Yuri's voice came from inside, prompting the knights guarding the doors on either side of the reception room to extend their hands and push the door open for Riezel. Riezel stepped inside, only to be greeted by 2 pairs of eyes locking onto him. In the reception room, there were a total of 4 people. Yuri sat on a sofa, with Marilyn standing behind her. Facing Yuri were 2 strangers whom Riezel had never seen before. They were a pair of men, one sitting across from Yuri, and the other, like Marilyn, standing behind the sitting one. Across from Yuri sat a golden-haired man, probably in his mid-20s, dressed quite appropriately, bearing a striking resemblance to the noble Riezel knew from his previous life. Finally, we meet, Sir Riezel Brynhart. Surprisingly, the golden-haired man quickly stood up when he saw Riezel, performing a noble gesture without a hint of arrogance, leaving an extremely positive first impression. Riezel. Yuri also stood up and smiled at Riezel. Let me introduce you. This is Marquis Philip Charlier from the royal capital. From her simple introduction, Riezel gleaned a lot of information. Firstly, this guest named Philip not only hailed from the royal capital but was also a noble of no lesser status than Yuri. Though Riezel wasn't sure about the status and reputation of the Charlier family in the royal capital, Yuri's use of Marquis to address him indicated that just like her family, the Charlier family was also a Marquis family of genus. Moreover, since he was addressed as Marquis, it could be inferred that like Yuri, he had already become the head of his family, which meant the current Marquis of Charlier. Nice to meet you, Marquis Charlier. Riezel greeted back with a calm demeanor. No need to be so formal, just treat me like any other guest. Philip responded with a friendly smile before introducing his attendant. Right, he is my attendant, Glyman, about your age, 18 this year. Despite being young, he's already a skilled swordsman, holding a sword master medal for 3 years, you know. You two should get to know each other. His words made Riezel glance at Glyman. Glyman also glanced at Riezel, with a hint of fighting intent in his eyes. Seeing this, Riezel was slightly taken aback before raising an eyebrow. He felt it. This Glyman was a powerful swordsman. At least, not weaker than Marilyn. Chapter 133, Not Ordinary Relationship. Riezel was honestly amazed. He had to admit that there were so many powerful people in this world, such as now, where a swordsman equivalent to a level 5 first-class adventurer just casually popped out. If this were in the world of Danmachi, it would probably cause quite a stir. However, it made sense. A marquis who came from the royal capital with an attendant by his side would truly be unworthy of his status if his attendant wasn't at least a sword master. Hello. Riezel nodded as a sign of courtesy. Hello. Glyman returned the gesture, but the fighting intent in his eyes remained undiminished. Obviously, this man was very interested in Riezel, or rather, he really wanted to spar with Riezel. At the war festival, Riezel's displayed strength impressed this swordsman, sparking a desire in him to challenge Riezel. Unfortunately, the current timing wasn't right. Glyman resisted the urge to challenge Riezel, opting instead to stand behind Philip and focus on his duties as an attendant. Please, have a seat and let's chat, Riezel. Yuri invited, patting the seat next to her. Riezel didn't hesitate much, naturally coming to her side and sitting down. However, this seemingly natural move didn't escape Philip's eyes, who suspected there was more to it. He glanced at the little distance between Riezel and Yuri, secretly surprised. It seems that the relationship between Riezel Brynhart and Marquis Frenzel is even better than I imagined. Before this, Philip, like everyone else, thought that Riezel was a talent recruited by Yuri into the Frenzel family, serving as her capable subordinate. However, judging by their interaction and the distance they displayed right now, he could be absolutely sure that their relationship was not as simple as superior and subordinate. At least, Philip had never heard of Yuri letting anyone, let alone someone of the opposite sex, sit so close to her. Is it to warn me? Or? Philip's thoughts raced. He somewhat suspected that Yuri did this intentionally to hint to him not to speak out of line and warn him that Riezel had someone backing him up. But Riezel's action of sitting next to her was so natural that it was impossible to doubt if there was any deliberate intention behind it. Even if there was, it couldn't be denied that the relationship between both of them was not an ordinary superior-subordinate one. Realizing this, Philip toned down his casual demeanor a bit. At the same time, Riezel finally spoke up. I wonder why Marquis Charlier wanted to meet me. Riezel didn't beat around the bush, diving straight into the topic. Yuri remained silent, quietly listening on the side. Why, huh? Philip suppressed some miscellaneous thoughts and smiled. The main reason I came all this way to find you this time is because of the royal family's orders. Upon hearing that, Riezel wasn't surprised. Ever since he learned that his identity as a tactical class magician had been exposed, he had anticipated something like this would happen sooner or later. Is it because I use tactical class magic in the royal capital without permission that the royal family wants to punish me? Riezel smiled faintly as he spoke. In principle, all major countries indeed prohibit magicians from using tactical class and strategic class magic in cities because of the potential harm it could cause. Especially strategic class magic, once unleashed, could potentially wipe out an entire city in an instant. Therefore, all countries on the continent explicitly forbid magicians from casting tactical class and strategic class magic without permission. Violators will be punished, with fines being the lighter penalty and even capital punishment being a possibility for more serious offenses. Riezel had used tactical class magic without permission in the royal capital, so according to the law, he was liable to be pursued and punished by the kingdom. Of course, Riezel brought up this topic merely to shift the focus of the conversation, with a hint of perfunctoriness in his tone. In response, Philip shook his head with an involuntary laugh before beginning to explain. It's not about that. Sure, you use tactical class magic in the royal capital, but firstly, it was to repel an attack from a foreign tactical class magician targeting the Frenzel family, which is understandable. Secondly, it didn't cause meaningful damage, and only the Frenzel family itself suffered considerable losses, with their mansion being directly destroyed. That's why, the royal family has decided not to pursue your violation this time, so you can rest assured. That was probably one of the compensatory measures made by the royal family. They also knew that they had definitely angered Yuri this time and thus sought to make amends. However, Riezel didn't care about such matters at all. Whether the royal family pursued it or not was irrelevant to him. Even if they wanted to punish him, whether Yuri agreed or not was another matter. No matter what, the reason Riezel used tactical class magic in the royal capital was to repel a powerful foreign enemy. At least, this was the overall justification. If this were considered a crime, should he just stay silent and watch the Frenzel family being attacked, and Yuri being harmed or even killed? If this were the case, there would definitely be a lot of controversy. In such circumstances, Riezel wasn't worried at all about what might happen to him. Even if they did something, he didn't really care. At worst, he would just leave Gina's. However, it was obvious that Gina's wasn't going to let him go. The main reason I came this time was for your ennoblement. Philip revealed his true purpose. Since you have become a tactical class magician, according to the kingdom's regulations, you are eligible to visit His Majesty the King, receive a promotion, and be granted the title of Viscount. Sure enough, this man has come for that matter, huh? Riezel's expression remained calm, and his mind was equally undisturbed. Just for that. You came all the way here just to inform me about my ennoblement. A marquis, the highest-ranking noble status just below the royal family, had actually come all the way to the Frenzel territory, situated on the northern border, solely for Riezel's ennoblement. Even though he happened to be a rare tactical class magician, it seemed like a bit too much trouble. If it were to recruit a tactical class magician as his own subordinate, that would be understandable. But to do the royal family's bidding, with no benefits whatsoever, a marquis need not go to such lengths. Facing Riezel's question, Philip hadn't even begun to explain when Yuri answered first. Marquis Charlier's visit isn't just for your ennoblement, it's also to confirm my situation. She spoke with the same calm expression as Riezel. It must be said, this scene made the two of them seem quite like a married couple. Philip felt somewhat awkward but still answered Riezel with a half-sighed, half-smile. Indeed, Bringing the instructions from the kingdom regarding your ennoblement is the purpose of my trip, but confirming the status of Marquis Riezel is also my purpose. Who let Yuri leave the royal capital with the excuse of escaping with severe injuries? Now that she had finally appeared in her own territory, naturally, the royal family would send someone to check on her, to see if she was really okay. Now that it seems Marquis Riezel is well, I can rest assured. Philip didn't mention the oddities of this topic at all, nor did he inquire whether Yuri had really been seriously injured, as if deliberately avoiding this sensitive topic, he glossed over it. Did the royal family send you here to try and persuade me to return to the royal capital once it's confirmed I'm fine? As Yuri asked with a half-smile, Philip's expression became helpless. Ah. Marquis Riezel is indeed perceptive. Philip said helplessly. But, judging by your current condition, it seems there are no plans for you to return to the royal capital, right? As you can see, I'm quite busy now. Yuri answered straightforwardly. A demon swordsman has just appeared in my territory. Considering the possibility that he may have accomplices who could threaten my territory, I must find a way to deal with this matter promptly. Moreover, with my family's war festival revived, I have numerous responsibilities to handle. Unfortunately, my father is currently unavailable to assist, leaving me swamped with work. I can only ask Marquis Charlier for understanding. Understood. Philip remained silent for a while, then gave up. I will report your situation to His Majesty. I believe His Majesty will understand. Thank you. Yuri nodded. What about Sir Brynhart? Philip turned to Riezel. Are you not intending to return to the royal capital with me? Facing Philip's direct question, Riezel answered even more directly than Yuri. Sorry, but I don't plan on heading back to the royal capital anytime soon. Riezel shook his head, his tone indifferent. Everyone is aware of the multiple attacks I faced there, nearly costing me my life once. It was a truly traumatic and terrifying experience, you know. So, for now, I'd rather stay in Riezel territory and savor some peaceful days. His answer made Philip feel a bit awkward. No choice. The hidden meaning behind Riezel's words was clear. He indirectly expressed to Philip's face that the security in the royal capital is so terrible. Honestly, it left Philip, who represented the kingdom, somewhat speechless. Riezel had been attacked multiple times and narrowly escaped death was a fact well known among the nobles of the kingdom. Making matters worse, the Riezel secondary residence in the royal capital also suffered an attack and was destroyed. Riezel's bringing up the royal capital's security issue made it really hard to argue against. The royal family is already investigating the mastermind behind the attacks. I believe before long, those daring criminals will face the kingdom's judgment. In the end, Philip could only say that to assure Riezel. Well then, let's consider returning to the royal capital after the kingdom's judgment is out then. Riezel nodded and finally let out a smile. Yuri also smiled, looking particularly happy. Seeing their smiles, Philip realized that Riezel seemed to have been waiting for the kind of response from him. Realizing this, Philip sighed inwardly. What else could he do? He could only accept this outcome and convey Riezel and Yuri's words about not returning to the royal capital yet. As for how the higher-ups would handle this matter, it was no longer his concern. He had done his best. Chapter 134, Becoming a Sword Saint. After discussing the main topics, Philip didn't leave immediately. Instead, he chose to chat with Yuri about some short stories involving their parents, seemingly aiming to ease the tension in the air. Now it was Riezel's turn to be left out, sitting aside and watching Yuri and Philip engage in conversation, talking on and on. However, the so-called short stories Philip and Yuri discussed were either about the actions of some noble family or the kingdom's internal affairs. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed quite grand, giving off the impression that these two were indeed important figures. However, Riezel could tell that Yuri wasn't particularly interested in these kinds of topics. Maybe when she talked about such topics, it didn't feel like casual chatting but more like discussing national affairs, without any relaxation or joy. Could it be that this girl likes chatting with me because of this? Riezel suddenly realized this point. Whenever Yuri chatted with him, she always appeared cheerful and happy, which was completely different from her current calm and composed demeanor. It became clear to him that she probably enjoyed genuine casual conversations between friends rather than discussions that easily strayed into discussions about noble circles and national affairs like now. Watching Yuri sitting there, calmly conversing with Philip, Riezel silently thought to himself. I should chat with her more often when there's nothing else to do. That should make her happy, right? Thus, after about half an hour, Philip finally stood up. Now that everything we needed to discuss is done, I'll return to the royal capital. Philip said, bowing his head slightly. When you two return to the royal capital, I'll come to visit. Take care. Yuri nodded, not saying much more. Behind her, Marilyn stepped forward, ready to escort Philip out. Philip finally left the reception room with Glyman, leaving the Riezel family behind. It was worth mentioning that before leaving, Glyman cast a glance at Riezel, showing a hint of reluctance. Unfortunately, Riezel had no mood to pay attention to this eager swordsman. Is this how it ends? Watching Philip and Glyman leave, Riezel couldn't help but ask Yuri. He was naturally referring to Philip easily giving up on persuading both of them to return to the royal capital. I thought he would linger a bit longer. Riezel muttered to himself. No point. Yuri shook her head, answering his question, as long as I have a valid excuse, he can't force me to return to the royal capital, and it's the same for you. On the surface, Riezel was still Yuri's person. In other words, even if Philip or the kingdom hoped Riezel would return to the royal capital, accept his noble title, and become a noble of Genas, they still had to consider Yuri. With her there to support Riezel, they wouldn't dare to take any forceful actions against him. However, they certainly won't give up so easily either. Yuri turned to him, speaking quite earnestly. Your current strength has been largely exposed. Being a powerful sword master and a tactical class magician simultaneously, with such combat power, such talent, this kingdom is bound to not easily let you go. Mainly, they were worried that if they couldn't win Riezel over, he might run to another country and become their asset. A tactical class magician, while not on the level of a strategic class magician who could determine the outcome of a war, possessed powerful military capabilities that could sway the course of a war. Such people were scarce even in large countries like Genas, numbering only 20 to 30. If they could have more, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Not to mention, Riezel was also a powerful swordsman with formidable combat abilities. Your value now exceeds that of an average tactical class magician, just below sword saint and strategic class magician. Yuri pointed out the crucial points. To the kingdom and the royal family, someone like you is worth the cost to recruit. This visit from Marquis Charlier could be seen as a simple recruitment, but it could also be a test. They need to know your stance toward the kingdom to decide how to entangle you in this country. Upon hearing that, Riezel unconsciously frowned. From the looks of it, you really don't want to stay in Genas. Yuri noticed his troubled expression and chuckled. Not exactly. Riezel shook his head. I don't mind staying in Genas, but I don't want to become a noble, let alone be used as a tool by Genas. His rejection wasn't toward the kingdom itself but rather the deceit and machinations he might encounter within it. Becoming a noble and entering the inner circle of the kingdom meant exposing himself to these things, again, like in his messy previous life. He wanted to avoid it at all costs. Yuri seemed to understand what was going on in Riezel's mind and fell silent for some reason. After a moment of pondering, she finally spoke up. If that's the case, then perhaps you need to think of a solution. With me around, the kingdom won't resort to using force against you, but there are still methods to trap someone in this country, as much as they want. Riezel didn't doubt her words. After all, Genas was one of the 4 major countries on the Akasha continent. It was evident that the influence of a major country, once set in motion, could be quite problematic. At that time, Riezel might very well find himself already manipulated by unknown arrangements, grateful to be sold off and counting money for others with tears in his eyes. In such a scenario, he might even willingly head to the royal capital and accept the noble title and position he originally rejected. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. Nevertheless, Riezel didn't believe he could engage in a battle of wits and bravery with a powerful country like Genas. Even Yuri, a strategic class magician, had many restrictions placed on her, so what could he possibly do? With this in mind, Riezel suddenly got an idea. How strong do you think I need to be for even a powerful country like Genas to think twice before offending me? At his sudden question, Yuri was momentarily stunned. Looking at her reaction, Riezel lightly continued. Since they have ways to deal with me, I'll get stronger until they dare not make any rash moves, fearing the consequences if I uncover their schemes. That way, I won't have to worry so much about being manipulated, right? His words plunged Yuri into silence once again. After a while, she sighed. Then become a sword saint. Yuri revealed the solution. A sword saint. Riezel turned his head to her. Yes. Yuri nodded heavily. Becoming a sword saint means even the royal family will have to think twice before acting against you. Not as a strategic class magician, but as a sword saint. That's the only way to achieve what you want. Even a strategic class magician didn't have freedom, as evidenced by Yuri's own circumstances. So what if you are a nuclear weapon? Isn't control over nuclear weapons still in the hands of the country, something they can manipulate as they wish? The kingdom might see strategic class magicians as important military and war assets, but they had never feared such weapons. One of the reasons was the royal palace located in the royal capital, Eluvia. The royal palace had a defense system set up to hinder the flow of magical energy. Be it tactical class magic, strategic class magic, or even combat level magic, none of it could be used within the royal palace. As the saying goes, strategic class magic only proves effective on the battlefield, while in some places, there might be means to counter it. However, sword saints were different. Sword masters alone could single-handedly defeat thousands of opponents as if strolling through an empty field. Considering this, one could only imagine the terrifying strength possessed by sword saints. With such a presence causing chaos in the royal palace, unless an equally skilled sword saint was dispatched to stop them, who could halt their rampage? Sword saints symbolized personal prowess and force, not directed toward countries or their armies, but toward the powerful figures in authority behind them. Because of this, the royal family wasn't too afraid of magicians. Although, the defense systems where they resided were not to be trifled with, the strict conditions for using high-class magic and the time it took for the magic to take shape provided the royal family with ample reaction time. However, the royal family certainly feared a powerful swordsman capable of slicing through their defenses in the blink of an eye and cutting their necks without them even realizing what had happened. This was why many in the magician circles looked down upon tactical-class magicians and strategic-class magicians, believing mastery of combat-class magic to be essential. If a magician's combat strength rivaled that of a sword saint, even if they were not tactical-class or strategic-class magicians, the threat they posed in the eyes of powerful figures like the royal family would surpass that of tactical-class and strategic-class magicians. Strategic-class magicians intimidated countries. Sword saints intimidated individuals. They were two different types of existence, each carrying its own significance. If Riezel desired status, fame, wealth, and significant privileges, then becoming a strategic-class magician was the way to go. However, if his goal was to intimidate a specific individual or group by instilling dread, then becoming a sword saint would be the better option. Of course, if you can achieve both, the whole world will be at your disposal, you can go anywhere without worry. Yuri added, her eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. In fact, her words were not without reason. She just felt that perhaps this incredible feat was within Riezel's reach. A sword saint, huh? Riezel murmured, closing his eyes, and pondering what he should do next. If that's the case, then so be it. It's time for another dimensional travel. Chapter 135, Second Dimensional Travel. Riezel family main residence, Riezel's room. After leaving the reception room, Riezel went straight back to his temporary room and locked the door behind him. Just moments ago, he had told Yuri that he wanted to rest in his room for the day, without needing food or being disturbed, and if she wanted to discuss anything with him, they could do it tomorrow. Yuri readily agreed, advising him to rest well and take care of his injury, assuring him that there was no rush to address anything until he was fully recovered. Evidently, she assumed his injury from yesterday hadn't fully healed yet, which was why she didn't question his request. However, since his injury had already completely healed, it was naturally impossible for him to go back to rest and recuperate. Having decided to embark on dimensional travel again toward the goal of becoming a sword saint, he didn't want any further delays. Besides, now that Yuri's marriage arrangement matter had been resolved and they had dealt with the situation in the royal capital, including the conclusion of the war festival, there shouldn't be any other important matters to worry about in the short term. Even if something important were happening, one day without me wouldn't be a problem, right? No matter how much time passed in other worlds, only one day would have passed in this main world after all. In just one day, he couldn't believe anything serious would happen. Nevertheless, considering safety, Riezel decided to take some precautionary measures. O word spirits, fulfill my wish. Veil of the woods, my name is Alf. Veil breath. Riezel cast a magic. In the next moment, a layer of greenish magic membrane appeared around his body, resembling a cloak, enveloping him. The magic he cast was one of the 3 defensive magic taught by Riveria to him, capable of resisting attacks. Among the 3 defensive magic taught by Riveria, this magic ranked second, with outstanding protective capabilities, far more reliable than the enhancement of END by Romir. Since Riezel had poured most of his mind into this magic, as long as he wasn't repeatedly attacked, it should last for a long time and continue to be effective until he returned from dimensional travel. During the previous dimensional travel, he had no means to protect his body left behind in the main world while his consciousness journeyed to other worlds. At that time, he was desperate to gain power and couldn't think too much, hastily embarking on dimensional travel to the world of Danmachi. But this time, since he had enough power for self-protection, he couldn't leave his body in the main world defenseless during dimensional travel. If it weren't for him being at the Riezel family's place, he even considered using his strongest defensive magic. Unfortunately, this strongest defensive magic was a barrier magic. If he used it, it would undoubtedly envelop the surrounding area and be noticed by others, causing significant disturbance. Reluctantly, Riezel had to abandon that idea and resort to using Veil Breath for protection. After completing these steps, Riezel also set up some simple magic at the door lock and other places, which would notify him if anyone opened the door or entered the room after he woke up. Yuri had taught him these simple magic. Surprisingly, this setup came in handy. Before doing dimensional travel, let's update my status. Riezel took out Loki's blood from the storage space and let a drop fall onto his forehead. Soon enough, a faint aura emanated from his back, forming floating sacred texts, one after another. Before long, his status was freshly updated. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, G284D. End, G257D. Dex, F312C. AGI, F331C. Mag, F305C. Lightweight, GF. Swordsman, GF. Mage, HG. Battle Adept, I. The last time he updated his status was back in the royal capital. After leaving the royal capital, Riezel first rode in a horse carriage for a day to reach Trancha, then took a 3-day ship ride to the Riezel territory, and spent another week preparing before the war festival began. When he added up these scattered moments, it had been about 2 weeks since his last status update. In less than 2 weeks, his total basic ability proficiency had increased by over 1,500. In a world without dungeons or monsters to defeat, this was quite impressive. Of course, the most pleasant surprise was that 3 development abilities had been upgraded by a rank. Well, I've been practicing my swordsmanship and magic lately, so both the swordsman and mage development abilities should show some growth. As for the increase in rank in lightweight, it seemed to have occurred because he hadn't been carrying heavy loads in training or combat. As for battle adept, it didn't change at all. Considering it was closely related to combat, and he had only been in a few battles since returning to this world, it was normal that it hadn't progressed. Overall, Riezel was quite satisfied with his growth this time. Now, he could face the upcoming dimensional travel in the best possible condition. After finishing his status update, Riezel sank his consciousness deep into his mind, focusing on the transparent cube slowly rotating within. But first, he checked his remaining dimensional energy. Dimensional energy, 40. When he returned to this world, Riezel had 23 units of dimensional energy left. Now, after about half a month, it had accumulated to 40 units. A random dimensional travel required 30 units of dimensional energy, so his remaining dimensional energy was more than enough. Dimensional Magic Cube, activate the dimensional channel. Riezel instructed the transparent cube in his mind. Before long, just like the first time he performed dimensional travel, the transparent cube in his mind began to rotate. Instructions accepted, starting the activation of the dimensional channel. Sufficient energy, beginning the construction of the dimensional channel. Built successfully. As the transparent cube rotated, each grid separated from the main body, disintegrating into countless transparent cubes. They spun and intersected with each other, ultimately forming a channel that extended to the depths of the consciousness sea, disappearing into the void. Finished with the opening of the dimensional channel, the information collection has been completed. Searching information highly compatible with the world on the other side of the channel from the user's memory, now arranging it. Successfully arranged. Connected world, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Time scale, 1:180. Dimensional travel is the descent of consciousness, in which the user's consciousness is materialized in another world. Death of the consciousness after materialization will not affect the user, but the dimensional travel will end at the time of death. Please be careful. In the split second following the successful construction of the dimensional channel, the dimensional magic cube also relayed the message of this dimensional travel to Riezel's mind, which he received instantaneously. Riezel was immediately taken aback. Demon Slayer. Riezel's memories were triggered instantly, recalling the original work's worldview, settings, plot, and important characters one by one. At this moment, his exceptional memory proved invaluable, allowing him to smoothly recall most of the information about this world. It couldn't be said that there were no missing parts, but at least the important parts were remembered. This was a world set in the Taisho period. The Taisho period spanned from July 30, 1912, to December 25, 1926, a total of 15 years. For Riezel, who had lived until after 2020 in his previous life, it was an era over 100 years ago. In that era, there existed a group of swordsmen fighting in the shadows against monsters tracing back to 1,000 years ago, monsters known as demons. These were not like the monsters from the world of Danmachi, banished by humans into the dungeon, unable to return to the surface. Rather, they were humanoid creatures that fed on humans to survive. Demon fed on humans, gnawing on flesh, taking lives without mercy, utterly ruthless, causing numerous tragedies. Most people were unaware of their existence. Those who knew either perished by their hands or suffered greatly, having experienced firsthand the tragedies caused by demons. Because of this, these people spontaneously formed a group, united, wielding swords, determined to exterminate all demons in the world. This was the main story of the world of Demon Slayer, revolving around the struggle between demons and demon slayers, composing a tale that was both exciting and tragic. If it's this world. Riezel felt a mix of excitement and concern. Excitement, because this world had a power system that intrigued him. Concerned, because while this world had demons and other creatures to challenge, if he remembered correctly, demons weren't exactly abundant. He couldn't simply go about killing them as he did in Danmachi to rapidly grow stronger. Besides, the time ratio is different than before. 1:180. In other words, Riezel could spend a total of 6 months in the world of Demon Slayer, a full half year. Half a year seemed long, longer than the time he'd spent since transmigrated, but considering the situation in that world, whether he could accumulate enough exploits to level up within this half year was still uncertain. Fortunately, there were still some things worth exploring in that world. Thinking about the power system of that world, a few ideas flashed through Riezel's mind. Maybe it's worth a try. If his ideas could be realized, he might gain an entirely new power. Even if it fails, 6 months of effort will surely result in some growth, not a loss. With that mindset, Riezel reaffirmed his determination, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. After a while, his breathing steadied as if he had entered the realm of dreams. However, his consciousness was no longer in this world, it had traveled through the dimensional channel constructed in his mind to another world. The entire room immediately quieted down, leaving only the sound of Riezel's breathing, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 136, Demon. The feeling of dimensional travel was, in general, no different from the first time. In what seemed like a tunnel where even time lost its meaning, Riezel flew like a ghost, continuously heading toward the other end of the seemingly endless tunnel of light, flying for a long, long time. It wasn't until he felt like he was passing through an invisible barrier that his vision brightened and his ethereal body began to feel a heaviness, giving substance to his otherwise weightless consciousness. Before long, the feeling of being dropped came over him, and Riezel sensed that he had landed safely on solid ground. Arrived. Riezel thought in wonder before opening his eyes. However, even though he had opened his eyes, his visible range was strangely very limited, which startled him slightly. He soon discovered that he was in pitch-black darkness. He heard the wind all around, accompanied by the rustling of trees. He smelled the air, carrying a thick scent of soil, while the ground beneath his feet felt somewhat soft. He saw the sky, but it was dark and overcast, with neither the moon nor a single star visible. Needless to say, it was now nighttime. Eventually, Riezel found himself deep in the mountains and forests under the cover of darkness. How did I end up in the mountains? Riezel frowned before raising his hand. Bstt. A burst of light immediately rose from his palm, forming a flame that illuminated all around. This was a simple magic personally taught by Yuri, an ignition magic within the transformation system. It seemed insignificant, but as she had said, it could come in handy when necessary. After lighting this small flame, Riezel confirmed that he had indeed landed in the deep mountains, surrounded by trees and bushes. In such a night devoid of moonlight and starlight, being in the depths of the mountains and experiencing pitch darkness was quite normal. Not even sounds of birds or insects. Riezel felt the terrifying silence around him. It was a far cry from his first-dimensional travel when he arrived directly in Orario's urban district, bustling with crowds. Such a silent night in the deep mountains, staying here for too long would feel quite horrifying. I hope no demons are lurking around. Riezel muttered. The demons he referred to were not the typical evil demons in some legend or folklore but the man-eating monsters of this world. In this world, some demons looked indistinguishable from humans, some had obvious differences in appearance, and some were outright heteromorphs. They had nothing to do with the fictional existence of demons and could not be considered the same kind of creature. Demons of this world generally had stronger bodies and greater strength than humans, possessing what could be termed immortal. Even if injured, they would immediately recover. Some powerful demons could even regenerate if cut in half, making them seemingly undying in the eyes of ordinary people. Such a group of demons had only one weakness: they couldn't stand sunlight. Once exposed to sunlight, they would immediately turn to ashes. Because of this, demons only became active after the sun had set, and during the daytime, they were nowhere to be seen. Immortal monster, huh? Riezel's eyes flickered, allowing the firelight to dance around his body. After discerning the direction, he began to move. Anyway, let's go down the mountains first. However, even after walking for a long time in the pitch-black mountains, Riezel still hadn't heard any sounds of birds or insects, which was quite unusual. Let's go up the tree and take a look. Riezel didn't continue walking aimlessly. Instead, he leaped up like an arrow shot from a bough onto a tall tree, gazing out from the treetops. Gazing from this great height, he finally spotted a glimmer of light in the pitch-black mountains. It was the light emanating from a small house halfway up the mountains. Someone actually lives in these remote mountains. After thinking that, Riezel didn't hesitate any longer. With a swift movement, he flew out like a bird in flight, rapidly heading toward the house. Tap. In less than a minute, he descended from the sky and landed in front of the house. Who's there? Seemingly startled by the slight noise Riezel made upon landing, a cautious voice resounded from inside the house, reaching his ears. Riezel squinted his eyes at the small house ahead of him, silent for a moment before responding. Just a lost traveler in the mountains. I spotted this house and figured I'd seek some help. Upon hearing his response, the person inside seemed to fall silent and didn't speak again. After a while, the door of the house suddenly opened, and someone stepped out. Surprisingly, it was a beautiful woman in a kimono with fair skin, which immediately caught his eye. Come in. Upon seeing Riezel standing at the door, the woman's eyes flickered slightly before she spoke with some coldness. "Sorry for the trouble." Riezel made a gesture of respect and then followed the woman into the house. The interior of the house was very simple, with no extra rooms. A quick glance revealed the 4 wooden walls that made up the entire house and minimal furniture. There was only a fire burning in the middle, cooking a pot of meat. As Riezel gazed at the pot of meat, his expression turned cold. "Fufufu, wanna have some?" The woman's mocking laughter resounded, chilling as if a gust of icy wind, sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, what sent shivers down the spine even more were her next words. "I just cut off the neck of someone living in this house, ready for a feast, but then you suddenly showed up. Well, since it's an unexpected addition to the meal, I tossed him in the pot for a little reheating. Care for a taste?" As she spoke, the woman's voice had changed. Once cold yet pleasant, it had now turned hoarse and sinister, akin to a demon's chuckle. "So, this is what they call an eating demon, huh?" Riezel didn't turn to the woman and simply remarked with a calm tone. Knowing about demons was one thing, but actually encountering one was another. Before seeing them firsthand, Riezel regarded the existence of this world's demons merely as knowledge and imagination. But now, seeing this demon woman and her brutality with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. "You bunch of scum really deserve to die." Before his voice could fade, however, the woman behind him already moved. Approaching silently from behind like a large carnivorous beast, she lunged at Riezel with astonishing speed, aiming to bring him down for a feast. Unfortunately, the lunge missed its mark. "What?" The woman raised her head and swiftly turned toward the direction of the firelight. With the firelight illuminating her body, her appearance had completely transformed. Her once slightly beautiful face now sported fangs, her eyes fierce and terrifying. Her head elongated like that of a snake, and even her once fair skin was now wrinkled like snake scales, resembling a terrifying snake monster. Where is my prey? Where's my food?" As the demon woman growled furiously, a cold response came from her left. "Right here." Unfortunately, she didn't have time to react. Poochie. With a flash of silver light, a dazzling slash sliced through her neck in the blink of an eye, severing her head. Appearing from the side, Riezel brandished a bright silver short sword and swung it at the demon woman without giving her a chance to react. His slash was merciless and swift, revealing his determination to kill her on the spot. However. "You bastard. Are you a demon slayer?" The demon woman, whose head had been chopped off, not only failed to die instantly but, even as her head rolled on the ground, she let out a furious roar at Riezel. At the same time, her headless body didn't collapse but instead started moving again, continuing to lunge at him. This was this world's demon. Whether their heads were chopped off or their bodies dismembered, they wouldn't die. If her head were reattached to her body, she could quickly return to normal without any harm done. For ordinary humans, except for demon slayers who knew how to kill demons, killing one could be nearly impossible unless they were brought into sunlight. However, Riezel obviously wasn't ordinary. Facing the headless demon woman's body lunging toward him, Riezel didn't dodge or swing his hermit again. Instead, he extended a finger toward the body and swiftly tapped it. Bzzzt. There was a slight sound as Riezel's finger touched the demon woman's body. "Decompose." His ice-cold voice slowly spread. In the next moment, a crimson light appeared at the tip of his finger before transforming into a wave and then into a vortex, spreading from his finger. Before long, the entire body of the demon woman was instantly encased by the vortex, freezing in place. Boom. In no time, the headless body suddenly burst without any warning, turning into countless fragments, and vanished completely. As soon as her body vanished, the demon woman's head on the ground unleashed a hysterical scream. She was horrified to find that her body was gone. Not chopped into pieces, not burst like just seen, but disappeared to nothingness directly, as if it never existed in the first place. "Yo, you monster." Seeing the incomprehensible scene and unfathomable power of this young man, the demon woman was terrified. Crash. Without hesitation, she crashed through the window, letting her head fly out. Unfortunately, before she could fly far, a fluctuation of crimson waves surged out from the wooden house, resembling a beam of light, catching up with her head in an instant. Bzzzt. As the crimson beam hit her, it disintegrated her head into nothingness. Chapter 137, Mugen Train. Inside a small wooden house, illuminated by the flickering flames, everything fell into tranquility. Riezel extended his finger toward the shattered window, witnessing the final moments of the demon woman before slowly lowering his arm. Turning around, he glanced at the gruesome pot, sighing moments later. "Well, I guess this is vengeance for you. Rest in peace." After uttering those words, Riezel walked out of the house, swinging his hand as he did, causing a gust of wind to blow, scattering the fire cooking in the pot and splattering it onto the wooden floor, walls, and ceiling. As he walked away from the house, with his back turned, flames soared behind him. The entire house was engulfed, burning fiercely in the darkness of the night, dispersing the darkness that once enveloped the mountains. Gradually, the sounds of birds and insects began to emerge. Riezel didn't look back again. Following the path leading down the mountains from in front of the house, he left behind this gloomy place. The day gradually brightened as sunlight spilled onto the earth. At the foot of the mountains, a small town also began to bustle. People gathered in twos and threes, chatting, working at the market, creating a lively scene. At this moment, the world seemed to have a bit of life and excitement, not as horrifying as before. Riezel, descending from the mountains, attracted quite a bit of attention as he entered the town. Where's that guy from? Never seen that face before. Is he a merchant from outside? Not sure. People quietly observed Riezel walking down the street, discussing one after another, casting curious, doubtful, and wary glances at him. Am I really that strange? Riezel was a bit puzzled. Due to the nature of his consciousness being materialized upon arrival, every time Riezel engaged in dimensional travel, the clothes on his body were not those he originally wore, but rather local casual attire provided by the dimensional magic cube upon materializing his consciousness. Therefore, his clothes weren't the noble clothes he wore in the main world but rather a very common kimono. Naturally, he wasn't used to wearing a kimono and wanted to change it, but wasn't it too early? In theory, he should not stand out from the surrounding people. Originally, when he dimensionally traveled to the world of Danmachi, appearing directly in Orario's urban district didn't attract any attention. However, this time, it drew so much attention that it puzzled him. But soon he understood. In his previous life, the Taisho period was over 100 years ago. In this period, unless it was one of those bustling big towns, places like small towns and villages probably had very few people. With fewer people, the interactions between them became more frequent, and the probability of knowing each other also increased significantly. This small town was located at the foot of the mountain, probably far from the big town. Usually, one could only see familiar faces, so it was rare to see strangers. Moreover, Riezel came down from the mountain, traveling a long way. Even if he didn't look dirty, there was a feeling of being dusty and weary, which would attract the attention of the town's residents who rarely saw outsiders. It seemed not so hard to understand. In the end, Riezel let go of his random thoughts and began to stroke his chin, pondering. By the way, where am I now? The most urgent thing now should be to figure out where he was and ideally determine the original works timeline he was in. Was it before the main story began or after? Selling newspapers. At the right moment, a newspaper vendor passed by Riezel's side. Please give me one. Riezel quickly reacted, stopped the newspaper vendor, and asked for a newspaper. As payment, he simply tossed a gold leaf to the vendor. I can't make change for this, mister. The newspaper vendor was taken aback by Riezel's extravagant gesture. Who would buy a newspaper by casually throwing gold for payment? The poor vendor was just a youth doing odd jobs, how could he have ever seen such a scene before? He was extremely flustered. It's okay, you keep it. Riezel spread out the newspaper, looking at it while speaking indifferently. It's not worth much anyway. He wasn't joking, he genuinely thought gold wasn't worth much. Because the gold he used was created directly through structure system magic. When Yuri taught him structure system magic, she taught him how to transmute various metals like iron, silver, copper, and gold using magic, allowing him to effortlessly produce gold using magic. Alchemy magic was the most common magic in the structure system magic. Since the Akasha continent had already perfected this magic system, transmuting gold using magic was something that even a beginner magician with first-grade compatibility in the structure system could accomplish. As a result, gold was practically worthless on the Akasha continent and didn't even count as a precious metal. The currencies used by various countries were magic gold, magic silver, and magic copper, synthesized using special formulas and structures. These magic metals had a higher value than ordinary gold, silver, and copper. They essentially replaced gold, silver, and copper in various commercial and economic aspects. When made into currency, they would also have special magic runes attached to them, making them impossible to counterfeit. Because of this, magic gold, magic silver, and magic copper were considered precious metals in the Akasha continent. Meanwhile, ordinary gold, silver, and copper had lost their original value, depreciating to the point where they were almost as worthless as roadside pebbles. Therefore, when Riezel said gold wasn't worth much, he wasn't just casually saying it. However, to the ears of the newspaper vendor, it meant something else entirely. Looking at Riezel's demeanor right now, he seemed like a nouveau riche upstart. If the newspaper vendor were living in modern times, perhaps he would secretly envy and resent Riezel's humble bragging. Unaware that he had become a master of humble brag in the eyes of the newspaper vendor, Riezel was busy flipping through the newspaper. There was plenty of information written on it, like the current date and popular events happening in various big towns, ranging from trivial to involving national affairs. Almost everything was documented. Riezel scanned through it all and finally stopped at a certain spot. The man-eating Mugen train is back in operation. There were no abnormalities after inspection. The font of this news, the phrase, man-eating, was especially highlighted, allowing people to sense a faint ironic undertone. It was as if they were saying the so-called man-eating was nothing but baseless talk. Mugen train, huh? He finally figured out which timeline he was in. Did I really arrive during this arc? Riezel mused, quite surprised. After all, the Mugen train arc happened quite far into the main story. I couldn't have arrived at a better time. This arc was a significant part of the main story, as it was also from this point that demons known as upper rank started to appear one after another. Demons of this world were categorized by rank. Some had just been newly transformed into demons, and their power was not too different compared to humans. Others had been demons for a while, having consumed many people, and were known as lower rank with stronger power. Moreover, there was an organization of demons known as the 12 Kazuki, boasting potent demon blood and ranking among the strongest demons, with demons of upper rank and lower rank among them. The 12 Kazuki referred to the 12 most powerful demons, second only to the progenitor of all demons, the Demon King. Among them, 6 were upper rank, and 6 were lower rank. Together, they formed the so-called 12 Kazuki, humanity's greatest predators and enemies. In the original work, a strong upper rank appeared in the Mugen train arc. And now, with Riezel's arrival, he found himself right in the middle of it. Coming early is not as good as coming at the right time, is that what they say? Riezel chuckled, confirming the time and location of the Mugen train's operation as mentioned in the newspaper. Before long, he folded the newspaper, grabbed a map he bought from the market, and headed west. West side of the town, train station. When Riezel arrived here, it was already dusk. Blending into the crowd, he seemed like just an ordinary passenger, casually making his way toward the station. He bought a bento from a little girl selling them, not caring about the gold he handed over, nor the little girl's startled cry of grandma, nor the bewildered looks from passers-by. Riezel simply walked into the station calmly. Everyone around was getting ready to board the train, either lugging large suitcases or with their families in tow. Riezel, on the other hand, was alone, empty-handed, looking more like a sightseer than a traveler. Yet, he dutifully queued up for his ticket, entered the station, and stood on the platform waiting for the train. No one knew his identity, let alone that this seemingly young man possessed power beyond humans. Truth be told, Riezel quite enjoyed the procedure. In his previous life, he was always escorted around, paying attention to appearances wherever he went. His former self could never have imagined that now he could blend in with the ordinary people, squeezing into a train station, and buying a ticket by himself. In the world of Danmachi, there was a time when he led a very ordinary life, but his focus at that time was solely on delving into the dungeon and slaying monsters to become strong as soon as possible before the dimensional travel ended. There was hardly any time for him to indulge in the life of an ordinary person. While on the Akasha continent, let alone ordinary life, with Yuri by his side, he lived more like a noble than the actual noble themselves. I'm just an ordinary guy. Only at times like these would Riezel find himself wanting to say those words to Yuri, who didn't exist in this place. Unfortunately. Well, the journey ahead might not be an ordinary one though. Muttering softly as he looked at his ticket, Riezel's voice was barely audible. Soon enough, with a blast of a train whistle, a train arrived at the station. Chapter 138, Breathing. Mugen train. The name sounded grand, easily leading one to believe it was something extraordinary. However, in reality, the so-called Mugen train merely referred to a train named Mugen, Infinity. This train wasn't unknown, perhaps it was because trains in this era weren't as prevalent as in later years, so anything related to trains tended to make headlines in newspapers. Recently, something peculiar happened on this train. It was said that passengers aboard the Mugen train, upon its arrival at the terminal station, inexplicably vanished. Even though not everyone on the entire train disappeared at once, every so often, someone would board the train and then mysteriously disappear, with witnesses seeing them get on but no one witnessing them disembarking. This incident caused quite a stir, making headlines several times and garnering significant attention. As a result, a rumor began circulating that said, Mugen train will eat people. When Riezel saw the newspaper, the reason for the headline specifically mentioning man-eating was apparent. Thanks to this, the Mugen train underwent repairs recently, only resuming service after maintenance workers confirmed there were no anomalies on board. And so, today marked the Mugen train's first journey back in service. Tut, tut. As the loud whistle pierced the night, the Mugen train, with its dark steel front and wooden carriages, rolled in from the other side of the rail tracks and halted at the platform. People queued up orderly to board, entering the carriages and finding seats. With a ticket in hand, Riezel quickly blended in and settled into a window seat, looking like an aspiring young man about to embark on a journey. Behind him, a few passengers engaged in conversation. Is this the train that eats people? Don't be crazy. How could there be a man-eating train in this world? Well, if it were real, I'd totally want to see which part of the train does the munching. Maybe it's the locomotive. Ha ha ha. The passengers chatted and laughed, treating the man-eating train rumor as amusement. On the other hand, Riezel remained calm and didn't turn to look at them. If these passengers were characters in a horror film, they might be the first batch of sacrificial victims. Ignoring the passengers' conversations, Riezel took out the bento he had bought at the station and prepared to fill his stomach. Unexpectedly, as he opened the bento box, a loud voice echoed from behind. Don't underestimate it. It was genuinely a booming voice, enough to make one's eardrums ache. What the? Hey, who are you? Damn loud. A few passengers behind Riezel seemed to be startled by the sudden outburst. However, the owner of the voice seemed not to pay attention to the reactions of the passengers, continuing to speak. Whenever rumors arise, there's always a reason. We must not treat potentially dangerous situations lightly. We must be extra careful, you hear me? Everyone. As the voice's volume increased, the owner of the voice seemed deliberately intent on shouting, which attracted the attention of the surrounding passengers. What's wrong with this guy? No idea. Let's switch to another carriage. Several passengers suddenly felt the need to keep their distance and quickly left, not staying in this carriage any longer. Apparently, many passengers shared the same sentiment, causing the relatively crowded carriage to suddenly empty out quite a bit, becoming somewhat colder and silent. Only then did Riezel lower his hands from covering his ears, partly narrow his eyes, and turn to look behind him. In the next moment, a figure entered his field of vision. It was a striking young man. The young man had very conspicuous yellow hair, styled quite uniquely, resembling a burning flame, with even some edges of his hair dyed red. He also had thick black eyebrows, sharp eyes, and wore a brown uniform with a white haori adorned with a feather pattern and flames at the edges, giving him a very unique appearance that clearly marked him as a unique character. Of course, this was nothing compared to the large number of bento boxes the young man was carrying in his hands. Seeing this unique young man and the large number of bento boxes he was carrying, Riezel couldn't help but silently remark to himself. Just boarded the train and already encountering an important character. The conspicuous and distinctive appearance of this young man allowed Riezel to recognize him with just a glance. At the same time, paying no attention to the surrounding gazes, the young man continued to wear a smile, calling out to the passengers heading toward another carriage. Remember to be extra careful, and shout loudly if you encounter danger, okay? His booming voice ultimately resulted in those few passengers running even faster. Seeing this scene, the young man merely nodded in satisfaction, as if completing some mission, then turned and sat down. The spot he chose to sit was exactly where those escaping passengers had been sitting, right behind Riezel. Riezel didn't bother to look back at the young man, just lightly smiled and began eating his still warm bento. It was a high-quality beef hot pot bento, albeit slightly cooled down, but it still carried a unique flavor. Since arriving in this world last night, Riezel hadn't eaten a thing, so this bento came just in time to fill his stomach. However, he wasn't fully focused on savoring the bento. Instead, he mechanically ate while gradually shifting his attention to the young man behind him. Even though he didn't turn around to look, Riezel could keenly sense that this young man's breathing was different from the others. Specifically, the way he breathed was peculiar. Whether in rhythm or frequency, this young man's breathing differed from that of normal people. While it might not be evident on the surface, in reality, he was inhaling a considerable amount of air into his lungs, yet exhaling very little. It made one wonder where all that air was being sent. So this is the breathing technique of this world. Riezel pondered silently. Indeed, this world also had its own breathing technique, known as breathing style. However, unlike the breathing style of the Akasha continent, which was merely a supplementary method for swordsman's practice, the breathing style of this world served as the main combat support, created to allow humans to confront demons with their frail bodies. Its primary purpose was to enhance heart and lung function, drawing in large amounts of oxygen through a special breathing technique to accelerate blood circulation in a short time. This could significantly boost one's physical abilities in an instant, temporarily granting them physical prowess equivalent to that of demons. Its full name was total concentration breathing. One of the major reasons why the demon slayers in this world could contend with demons, engage in combat with them, and even subdue them, was this total concentration breathing. Most people that were proficient in total concentration breathing were members of an organization called the Demon Slayer Corps. At this moment, the young man sitting behind Riezel, who left a strong impression, was undoubtedly a demon slayer who had mastered a breathing style. Listening to the breath of this young man, Riezel gradually had an idea. Is it like this? Riezel consciously adjusted his breathing to align with the young man. For him, this wasn't difficult. Due to his practice of breaking steel sword style, he had already specialized in breathing techniques. So even though it was a different world, with different effects and functions, his experiences allowed him to quickly grasp this world's breathing technique. Moreover, having an example right near him, it didn't take long for Riezel to adjust his breathing frequency to be almost identical to that of the young man behind him. In this split second, Riezel indeed felt the oxygen he inhaled into his body energizing his bloodstream, accelerating blood flow, and strengthening his heart and lungs, resulting in a surge of power within him. Interesting. Feeling all of this, Riezel's lips curled upward as he breathed in once again. This strange sensation caused him to become somewhat immersed, momentarily ignoring the commotion around him. However, soon enough, a voice startled Riezel awake. It's not just about inhaling a large amount of air, finding the right moments to inhale and exhale is also important, youngster. As that familiar booming voice echoed once again, Riezel was finally brought back to reality. Turning his head to the side, he discovered that someone had already taken a seat next to him. It was the young man with the flame-patterned haori. With a plethora of bento boxes in hand, the young man quietly sat beside Riezel, holding an open bento box, eating while flashing a wide smile at him. Keep it up, keep breathing. The state you were in just now was good. If you can maintain that kind of breathing state, you'll be ready in no time. It was evident that the young man had noticed Riezel mimicking his breathing. However, not only did he not mind, but he also offered guidance, appearing as if he were a mentor. Sorry. Riezel naturally wouldn't continue as if nothing had happened after being caught red-handed by the other party. He apologized, bowing his head slightly toward the young man. Your breathing is quite unique and interesting, so I unconsciously imitated it without asking. My bad. However, the young man seemed unfazed, continuing to eat his bento. Delicious. After taking a bite, the young man immediately praised loudly. Riezel soon noticed that the bento the young man was eating seemed to be from the same place as his. Delicious. Once again, the young man praised loudly before looking at Riezel. I'm Rengo Kukujuru. What is your name, youngster? Needless to say, the young man with the flame-patterned haori was none other than Rengo Kukujuru, the flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, one of the most important characters in the Mugen Train Arc Chapter 139, Flame Hashira. Since demons had a powerful group known as the 12 Kazuki, further divided into upper rank and lower rank, each with distinct strengths and ranks, the Demon Slayer Corps also had hierarchies with differences in status and strength among its members. Demon Slayers affiliated with the Demon Slayer Corps were generally classified into 10 ranks: Kino, Kinoto, Hino, Hinoto, Tsukino, Tsukunoto, Kano, Kanoto, Mizuno, and Mizunoto. Kino was the highest, while Mizunoto was the lowest. Generally, the higher the rank, the stronger they were, and the better their treatment, status, and authority within the Demon Slayer Corps. However, Kino was actually not the highest rank within the Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps was led by a leader known as Master, Oyakata-sama, and the 9 strongest Demon Slayers known as Hashira, Pillar. The Master was someone who led the entire Demon Slayer Corps, while the Hashira were 9 highly respected swordsmen who supported the Corps, surpassing all other ranks within it. Each Hashira was named after the breathing style they used. For example, there were 5 fundamental breathing styles in this world: flame, water, wind, lightning, and stone. A Hashira who excelled in a particular breathing style would be named accordingly. The Hashira who used flame breathing was called Flame Hashira, the Hashira who used water breathing was called Water Hashira, and so on. Rengo Kukujuru, a demon slayer with a strong personality, was the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, one of the strongest swordsmen of this era. At the same time, he stood as the most admirable and awe-inspiring swordsman, ready to confront an upper rank destined to arrive at this Mugen Train, a confrontation that would mark the end of his battle and his life. Riezel cast his gaze upon the young man who illuminated the darkness around him like a flame. What's up, bento boy? Kujuru, devouring his bento, oddly addressed Riezel with a peculiar nickname, perhaps noticing that Riezel's bento was from the same place as his. You're the one who looks more like a bento boy. Riezel couldn't help but retort but decided not to dwell too much on the topic. Well, since someone like you is on this train, it seems like this train is going to run into trouble soon, huh? Upon hearing that, Kujuru's bento-eating pace slowed down. Ah, it seems you know a thing or two about us. Kujuru nodded earnestly, his smile undiminished. But don't worry. With me here, everything will be all right. Kujuru's words, spoken with such loud volume, attracted more attention than just a passing glance. Nevertheless, he didn't mind if others overheard, and neither did Riezel. This train is packed with 200 people. Can you really handle all of them alone? Riezel asked, continuing to munch on his bento while gazing ahead. Bomo. You think it must be too tough for me? Kujuru admitted calmly, without any hint of evasion. Although he was a Hashira, one of the 9 strongest demon slayers of this era, fighting demons while protecting 200 lives was indeed no easy feat. If they were ordinary demons, it would be manageable since ordinary demons were no match for the Flame Hashira, as they were simply a matter of one slash. Even the lower ranks wouldn't stand a chance against a Hashira. It was not strange since to become a Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, there were 2 requirements to fulfill. One was to eliminate 50 demons and the other was to defeat a member of the 12 Kazuki. Consequently, most of the Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps had personally defeated demons from the 12 Kazuki. While they may have only defeated the lower ranks, it was enough to demonstrate their strength. Regardless, the number of people missing on this Mugen train had already exceeded 40. If they had all been eaten by a demon, then this demon involved must be far from ordinary. Just as people gain nutrition from eating meat, demons also grow stronger and stronger from consuming humans. The more they ate, the stronger they became, and the more humans they could consume. If an ordinary demon wanted to engage in mass consumption of humans, they might not be able to digest them all. This meant that since the Mugen train had already consumed over 40 people, the demon on this train should be at least a lower rank due to this level of consumption. While Kyujuro may not fear a lower rank, protecting 200 lives while fighting them was no simple task. However, what if the demon on this train weren't a lower rank but an upper rank? Not only were the upper ranks the strongest demons just beneath the Demon King, but their members hadn't changed at all in nearly 100 years. They had never been defeated and had even killed many Hashira, proving their strength was far beyond that of the lower ranks. If the upper ranks were to appear in Mugen train, perhaps Kyujuro's own survival would be in question, let alone protecting others. However, even so, I will fulfill my duty and not let a single person lose their life before me. Kyujuro crossed his arms and declared loudly toward the train ceiling. You can all rest assured. His statement startled all the passengers in the carriage. In the eyes of others, Kyujuro, who had been shouting and saying nonsensical things, seemed no different from a madman. Only Riezel could sense a strong and resolute determination in his seemingly loud words. This young man truly thought like that, determined not to let anyone lose their life in front of him. Even if the demon about to appear was an upper rank, he would fight to the end to protect everyone on this train. Those who felt the strength in his words would probably feel reassured, just as he said. However, Riezel, looking at this young man, had a different thought. You're here to protect everyone, but who's here to protect you? Riezel remarked casually, still munching on his bento. A casual remark, yet it made even the flame Hashira, who spoke so boldly, pause. Kyujuro didn't know that Riezel was also speaking from the heart. After all, in the original work, although Kyujuro did manage to keep all 200 people on the train alive, in the end, he lost his own life. Riezel genuinely admired Kyujuro, hence why he said such a sentence. Kyujuro, for the first time, looked at Riezel, smiling at the youngster before him who was eating a bento just like him. Omo, the responsibility of the strong is to protect the weak, not to use the talents bestowed by heaven to harm others or enrich one's own pockets. Kyujuro's voice was still loud, still powerful, but this time, his voice not only contained power but also conviction. Protecting everyone here is my responsibility. As for himself, where there is a responsibility, there is belief. What does danger matter? Just stand tall and live with your head held high. Kyujuro patted his chest and laughed heartily. Don't you dare underestimate me, bento boy, for my heart is ablaze. Live with your head held high, set your heart ablaze. This was the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujuro. Riezel fell silent and didn't speak, only quietly finishing his bento, eating until the last bite. Finally, he placed the empty bento box down and, following the customs of this world, clasped his hands together. Clap. Thanks for the meal, Gokususama Deshita. In the next moment, Riezel turned his head and faced Kyujuro. The responsibility of the strong is to protect the weak, you say. Riezel stared directly at Kyujuro's eyes, suddenly smiling. If you say it like that, my responsibility is to protect you, isn't it? What? Kyujuro was taken aback. Isn't it? Riezel continued to smile. After all, I'm stronger than you. Even though his words were filled with unusual calmness and indifference, completely unlike Kyujuro's loud and powerful tone, it was precisely these calm words that gave Kyujuro an incredible sense of security. Stronger than me. Kyujuro rarely murmured before revealing a big smile shortly afterward. Like sunlight, like flames, a fierce and cheerful smile. What an incredible youngster. Kyujuro laughed heartily. But unfortunately, I am 1,000 times stronger than you imagine, so let me protect you. No, I think I should be 100,000 times stronger than you imagine. Riezel said very earnestly, shaking his head. So, let me protect you. Then I am 1,000,000 times stronger than you imagine. Let me protect you. Then I am 10 million times stronger. Then I am 100 million times. In the end, the two of them carried on with this bizarre argument in the quiet train carriage, leaving people dumbfounded yet with an inexplicable urge to smile. As the argument progressed, a third voice suddenly burst in, overshadowing the two. This lord is 1,000,000,000 times stronger than you both. If you don't believe it, let's settle it once and for all. Accompanied by such a loud shout, a figure rushed extremely fast from behind the glass of the empty carriage door. Boar rush. Boom. Shouting like this, the figure smashed through the carriage door, bringing countless wood chips with it and rushing into the spot where Riezel and Kyujuro were. Stop it. You dumbass. Calm down. Inasuk. Upon closer inspection, there were actually two people hanging onto this figure, looking like they were about to cry, but their efforts to stop the former were futile. As for the one who crashed through the door, it was someone with a boar head. Mwahaha. Where's the flame Hashira? Let's settle this once and for all. The boar-headed figure stood with hands on hips, laughing loudly. Chapter 140, Three Main Characters. The train carriage, which had turned coldly quiet due to the presence of Kyujuro, suddenly became lively again with the abrupt entrance of three people. Ah. Who are you? Kyujuro tilted his head, looking at the three newcomers. Riezel also glanced at the three. They were three youths, much like Kyujuro himself, each with a striking personality. Hello, Mr. Rengoku. Sorry for the intrusion. One of the three nervously blurted out. He was a youth with black burgundy hair and matching eyes, a hint of innocence in his features, a scar on his left temple, and a pair of Hanafuda earrings with a sun symbol on both of them, dressed in a black uniform with a black and green checkered haori. Someone please stop this fool. I can't stand it anymore. Unlike the former polite speaker, this time it was a youth with the same uniform but wearing a yellow haori adorned with triangular patterns and short golden hair, who paid no attention to Kyujuro and continued yelling and screaming. Both of them were clinging to the boar-headed youth who had barged in earlier, desperately trying to restrain him. Unfortunately, they were easily shrugged off. Mwahaha. So, you're the flame Hashira. The boar-headed youth continued to shout enthusiastically. In all honesty, he truly looked like a wild boar. Judging by his voice, he seemed to be of a similar age to the other two, yet he wore no uniform, only a grey boar mask on his head, deer fur draped around his waist, bear fur around his feet, and he was bare-chested, wearing only black baggy hakama pants, giving him a comical appearance. These three youths, whether in appearance or fashion, were completely different from regular people. Such eccentric ways of dressing could either be attention-seeking clownery or some big shots who were indifferent to public opinion. Although they were not yet big shots, these three were important characters in the original work. They were the main characters in the world of Demon Slayer, the focal point of the main story's development, and also members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Oh, it's you. Kyujuro's expression shifted from puzzlement to realization upon seeing the burgundy-haired youth. That's right. I'm the Flame Hashira. Kyujuro proudly declared upon recognizing his fellow members from the Demon Slayer Corps. However, as he affirmed their camaraderie, the boar-headed youth made a move. Boar rush. Without even thinking, the boar-headed youth charged straight toward Kyujuro. Wait. Inosuke. Dumbass. The burgundy-haired youth and the yellow-haired youth immediately shouted in succession and moved to restrain the boar-headed youth. Unfortunately, they were too late, as his head had already closed in on Kyujuro's face. Fast and forceful, it was truly like a wild boar in a charge. If Kyujuro were to be hit, it might be just a moment before he flew out, crashing through the walls of the carriage and flying outside. However. Well, calm down, boar-head boy. Kyujuro's calm voice resounded not in front of the boar-headed youth charging ahead, but behind him. I just made an important friend here. Can't let you hurt him, can we? Are you calm now? Thud. Saying so, Kyujuro's haori fluttered slowly as he appeared behind the boar-headed youth, pressing him down on the ground. What? Beneath the boar mask, the boar-headed youth's eyes widened with surprise. So fast. Couldn't see a thing. Just as the burgundy-haired youth and the yellow-haired youth were getting up, they also witnessed the scene and were equally shocked. Only Riezel remained seated, not moving at all. He even ignored the commotion and casually reached out to grab something from the plethora of bento boxes brought by Kyujuro. I'm not full yet. Can I have one of these? Riezel casually asked. Of course. Go ahead. Kyujuro replied enthusiastically. Thanks. Riezel opened the bento box and started eating. Only then did Kyujuro look toward the three bewildered youths still standing there, grinning broadly. Do you guys want some too? My treat. Kyajuro's words were met with three simultaneous shakes of the head like tambourines being played in unison. Is that so? What a pity. Although Kyujuro said that, his face still bore a cheerful smile as he let go of the boar-headed youth and sat back beside Riezel. Are you okay? The yellow-haired youth quickly helped up the boar-headed youth before grumbling. I've told you not to be so impulsive. He's a Hashira, and we're just rookies at the lowest rank. How could we possibly win against him? We're really sorry, Mr. Rengoku. The burgundy-haired youth kept bowing over and over to Kyujuro. Inosuke didn't mean any harm. Bomo. I forgive all of you. Kyujuro crossed his arms and nodded solemnly. Are these two your friends? Yes. The burgundy-haired youth quickly introduced his two friends. These two are Agatsuma Zenitsu and Hashibara Inosuke. Agatsuma Zenitsu was the yellow-haired youth, while Hashibara Inosuke was the boar-headed youth. Ah. The burgundy-haired youth remembered something and introduced himself to the nearby Riezel, who was eating bento. I'm Kamado Tanjiro, nice to meet you. Kamado Tanjiro, a new recruit of the Demon Slayer Corps, had only joined a few months ago and was still a novice. However, the special abilities and experiences of this youth might even surpass those of Hashira. Hello. Riezel glanced at Tanjiro and nodded toward him. Of course, besides nodding, he also couldn't help but glance at Tanjiro's back. There, Tanjiro carried a large wooden box, from which a faint and steady breathing could be heard. Riezel glanced at the wooden box for a moment and then looked away. So, young Mizuguchi, how did you end up here? Kyujiro asked without turning his gaze away. My name is Kamado Tanjiro, not Mizuguchi. Tanjiro complained softly, then answered. We were sent here because the victims of the Mugen train have been increasing, so they asked us to support you. To be honest, I didn't want to come at all. Zenitsu chimed in without much confidence. This is a mission that even the Hashira need to handle personally. Sending us low-ranking members to support. We're going to die, aren't we? We're definitely going to die. In the next moment, tears welled up in Zenitsu's eyes, looking like he wanted to escape. On the other hand, Inosuke had already stood up and crossed his arms, menacingly. The demon we need to deal with is this iron beast, right? I figured that out a long time ago. Inosuke said in a loud voice. Yash. Leave it to me. Or rush. He charged, rushing toward the wall of the carriage. Stop it, you moron. Zenitsu quickly grabbed Inosuke, yelling hysterically. I'm telling you, this is a train. A goddamn train, not some iron beast, and it's definitely not a demon. Tanjiro looked at Zenitsu in disbelief. Why are you giving me that look? Why do you find it so unbelievable? Zenitsu snapped, going crazy. You two are just a couple of hicks who haven't even seen a train before for fuck's sake. Ah. I've had enough of this shit. Ha 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 ha. Kyujiro burst into laughter. You guys are quite amusing. No, they're just plain crazy. Riezel retorted inwardly while quietly eating his bento on the side. After a while, everyone finally calmed down and sat down one after another. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Inosuke stood by the window, vigorously patting it, as if he was challenging the train, making Zenitsu, who sat beside him, look utterly fed up. Tanjiro, on the other hand, sat across from Riezel and Kyujiro, carefully placing the wooden box he had on his back beside him, treating it like the most precious treasure. As Tanjiro said, he and his two friends were sent by the Demon Slayer Corps to support Kyujiro. Because more than 40 people had gone missing on the Mugen train, suspected to have been eaten by demons. Moreover, several demon slayers sent here had also lost contact, so the higher-ups thought Kyujiro might need assistance, and thus they sent Tanjiro and the other two. Although the three of them were only newly recruited demon slayers and their ranks were not high, they had recently encountered a lower rank, lower 5 Rue. In the battle against the lower 5, the Demon Slayer Corps suffered heavy casualties, prompting the master to send 2 Hashira to support. Surprisingly, by the time the 2 Hashira arrived, Zenitsu and Inosuke had already dealt with their respective demons, while Tanjiro had displayed astonishing combat power in his fight against the lower 5, nearly successfully beheading him. As a result, although the ranks of these 3 youths were not high, their combat abilities were impressive, catching the attention of the higher-ups in the Demon Slayer Corps and even gaining high regard from the master and several Hashira. This time, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were sent because of a recommendation from a Hashira. I see, Kochu recommended you guys. Kyujiro nodded heavily. In that case, you'll stay with me. I also want to observe you, young Mizuguchi. Upon hearing that, Tanjiro lowered his head, a hint of gloom appearing on his face.